Chapter 1: Betrayal and Rebirth. In the fifth year of the apocalypse, amidst the turmoil of the third base for superhumans, Yin Xiao lay grievously injured, ensnared in the laboratory by her boyfriend and her closest confidant. Xiang Chun held Jiang Shasha close, his gaze towards her imbued with an icy detachment. Yin Xiao, surrender the spatial spirit core, or else do not blame me for being ruthless. Why, Chun? Yin Xiao pressed her hand against her wound, her eyes fixated on the couple's intimate display, intensifying her physical agony. Who do you think you are? You feigned superiority, never allowing anyone to touch you if it weren't for your temporary usefulness. I wouldn't have bothered with you now. Hand over the spatial spirit core, and I might spare your life. A path to survival? How utterly laughable. The spirit core possessed by a superhuman is the essence of their abilities, obtainable only in two ways. Either the superhuman willingly relinquishes it, or it is seized posthumously. Regardless of the method, once the core is lost, the superhuman becomes indistinguishable from an ordinary person, and in a world infested with zombies, survival becomes an insurmountable challenge. She was gravely wounded, and Xiang Chen's demand for her spirit core was tantamount to a death sentence. Jiang Shashan nestled against Xiang Chun, her lips curling into a mocking smile. Ah Chun, stop wasting words with her, just kill her, and the spatial spirit core will be yours. Very well, as you wish. Xiang Chun kissed Jiang Shasha affectionately before releasing her and advancing towards Yin Xiao, step by deliberate step. In that moment, his physique solidified, expanding, as a faint golden glow emanated from him. For someone like him, a combat-oriented superhuman, to shamelessly wield his powers against a gravely injured support type superhuman signified his determination to eliminate her. Yin Xiao bit her lip, shoving a nearby cabinet towards them, seizing the opportunity to escape through the narrow gap, successfully fleeing the laboratory. Yet upon exiting, she found herself encircled by former comrades from the third base. You! Yin Xiao was incredulous. I have never wronged any of you. How could you? I have long found you intolerable. Yin Xiao, as a Drank support superhuman, what gives you the right to be our leader? Isn't it just because you flaunt your looks and seduce the higher-ups that you climbed to this position? Pathetic. The disdain etched on her former teammates' faces and the coldness of their words pierced her heart like daggers. Yin Xiao staggered back, a tear tracing down her cheek as a bitter smile graced her lips. So this is how you perceive me. When her abilities first awakened, she had indeed been the most useless Drank superhuman, yet she was the only one among thousands who possessed the potential to advance. After years of battling zombies, she had ascended to Drank, now on par with the formidable Xiang Chun. The leadership among superhumans valued her, keeping her secrets and promoting her to captain in hopes that she would make significant contributions in their inevitable confrontations with the zombie hordes. Little did she know that she would not perish at the hands of the undead, but would instead fall to those she once fought alongside. The door to the laboratory swung open, and Xiang Chun emerged slowly. Yin Xiao, you are at your wits' end. Cease your struggles. Ha! Yin Xiao let out a soft laugh. She lifted her head, surveying the familiar, yet estranged faces around her, committing each to memory as her fingers curled helplessly. 5 years into the apocalypse, and 3 years spent as their teammate, she believed she had wronged no one, always prioritizing her comrades during missions, while the resources allocated to her were perpetually minimal. Especially Jiang Shasha, an ordinary person devoid of powers amidst the chaotic apocalypse, whom Yin Xiao had aided by risking her life to obtain a spirit core, enabling her to awaken a Crankwood ability and join the base. Yet, her genuine sacrifices had been met with ingratitude from a pack of ingrates. With eyes brimming with unshed tears, Yin Xiao declared coldly, "If you desire the spatial spirit core, then very well, I shall grant it to you." She closed her eyes, gathering her mental strength, forcefully extracting the spirit core from her body. The spatial spirit core was extraordinary once liberated. It burst forth with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling and radiant, illuminating the night. Greed flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes. Unwilling to allow anyone else to seize it, he maximized his powers and rushed towards her. Simultaneously, Jiang Shasha exited the laboratory and inadvertently spotted the black object resting in Yin Xiao's palm. Realizing the impending danger, she retreated a few steps. Ah Chun, Before she could finish her sentence, Yin Xiao closed her eyes, pressing the remote control in her hand. Long ago, the leadership of superhumans had prepared hundreds of tons of explosives to combat the zombies, with a significant portion stored within Yin Xiao's spatial realm. As she retrieved the spirit core, Yin Xiao had taken out the detonator, using her last ounce of power to tear the space open, triggering an explosion that connected the interior with the outside world, resulting in a catastrophic blast. That night, with a thunderous roar, the base was engulfed in crimson light, more brilliant than the blood moon above. The sanguine glow consumed all, including Xiang Chun, Jiang Shasha, and Yin Xiao herself. In mere seconds, the third base for superhumans was reduced to ruins. Pain. Every inch of her body screamed in agony. So this is what it feels like to die in an explosion. Two bears, running fast, running fast. Was that a ringtone? In her apocalyptic world, where power outages were still being rectified globally, and only electric superhumans could generate electricity with their mental powers, nearly all electronic devices had become obsolete. How could there possibly be a phone? Moreover, hadn't she died? Why was she feeling pain? And why was she hearing a sound? Yin Xiao bolted upright in bed, momentarily dazed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before her stood a clean, minimalist apartment, her home from before the apocalypse. She looked down, observing her unscarred body, unlike the battered form she had in the post-apocalyptic world. Frantically, she reached beneath her pillow, retrieving her phone, swiftly ending the call, and glanced at the time displayed on the screen. September 4th, 2088. In that instant, the memories of 2 lifetimes converged. She had been reborn, back to the age of 22, back to 1 month before the apocalypse struck. And it was not merely a rebirth. Yin Xiao wiggled her fingers, sensing a powerful surge of mental energy within her. The spatial spirit core she had forcibly extracted was now intact within her body. Her abilities had returned with her. While she was lost in thought, the ringtone resounded once more. Startled, Yin Xiao glanced at the screen in a flurry. In her haste to check the time, she had overlooked who was calling, and upon seeing Xiang Chen's name flash on the screen, a surge of hatred cleared her mind. After pressing the answer button, Xiang Chen's voice came through, laced with irritation. Yin Xiao, why did you hang up on me just now? Yin Xiao pursed her lips, her voice icy as she inquired. What do you want? Chapter 2. Spatial upgrade. On the other end of the line, Xiang Chen remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, speaking with unwarranted confidence. I injured my hand while playing basketball, and I can't touch water for a few days. I have some dirty clothes. Could you wash them for me? His tone lacked any hint of negotiation, resembling more of a command. Such excuses were familiar to Yin Xiao. She had heard them countless times before. I am too busy to wash laundry. I can't wash clothes with an injured hand. I can't do laundry because I caught a cold. The clothes I bought are too expensive, and I can't wash them properly. When she had feelings for Xiang Chun, everything he did seemed justifiable, and she never questioned his words, diligently washing his clothes and returning them each time. Throughout her university years, she had served him tea and water, played the role of a devoted follower, and acted as a caretaker. In hindsight, Yin Xiao felt a deep-seated resentment towards herself. There were countless good men out there. Why had she chosen this one? Even adopting a dog would have been a better choice. Resolutely, she replied, I don't have time. You should wash them yourself or take them to a dry cleaner. This was the first time Xiang Chun had been turned down. He paused, furrowing his brows in anger. How can that be? Each of my clothes costs several thousand. What if they get ruined? Besides, no dry cleaner can wash them as thoroughly as you. Then find someone else to do it. I simply don't have the time. Yin Xiao, Xiang Chen's voice turned serious, tinged with displeasure. What is wrong with you today? Why are you speaking so harshly? Yin Xiao chose to ignore him and hung up the phone. Moments later, a WeChat message popped up. Xiang Chen. You hung up on me? Xiang Chen. Yin Xiao, I warn you, if you don't apologize, you can forget about ever speaking to me again. At that moment, Jiang Shasha called. Xiao Xiao, I heard you had a fight with Xiang Chen. What is going on? Don't act impulsively. Xiang Chen has just started to develop feelings for you, that you've liked him for so long. Don't throw it all away, that I'll comfort him for now. Hurry over and apologize, and this will all blow over. Yin Xiao tightened her grip on her phone and chuckled. How do you know I had a fight with him when it lasted less than a minute? You two aren't always together, are you? Jiang Xiaoxiao paused. Xiao. How can you think that? I just happened to run into him. We're good friends that I would never harm you. More like you've harmed me plenty. Reflecting on her past life, she realized that every time she decided to give up on Xiang Chun, Jiang Xiaoxiao would immediately come to console her, urging her to hold on, revealing that the two had long been entangled together. Enjoying her sacrifices while watching her fall from grace. Truly a good friend. As Jiang Xiaoxiao continued, her voice took on a pleading tone. Xiao, you must believe me. I truly see you as my best friend. I want you to be happy. Yin Xiao remained silent. Finally, Xiang Chun, who had been listening, felt discomfort and snatched the phone away, scolding. Yin Xiao, have you lost your mind today? Xia is trying to help you. The call ended abruptly. Xiang Chun glared at the screen in fury. After a few seconds, he composed himself. Fine, Yin Xiao, just you wait on the other end. Yin Xiao pondered for a moment, but chose not to block their contact information. It was not that she wished to reconcile. Rather, she had a new plan in mind. While it was still a law-abiding society, there was little she could do now. But in a month's time, during the apocalypse, she would ensure that this pair of scoundrels paid the price. After calming her emotions, she began to examine her physical abilities. Suddenly sensing something, Yin Xiao froze for a moment and focused on entering her space. Indeed, the next second, she found herself in an open area, surrounded by thick, acrid smoke that obscured her vision. All she could discern was a scene of devastation. The supplies she had previously stored had likely been obliterated. Before her rebirth, she had been unable to enter this space. Now, the experience was far from pleasant. She could feel a powerful mental force pressing down on her. It seemed she could only remain in this space for half an hour at a time before being repelled by it. Yet, despite this, Yin Xiao felt an unexpected joy. She had not anticipated that misfortune would lead to fortune. Her abilities had upgraded from B rank to a rank after her rebirth. Although half an hour was not much, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Moreover, the upgrades did not stop there. Yin Xiao expelled the thick smoke from the space and began to survey her surroundings. The space, originally about 5,000 square meters, had now expanded to approximately 30,000 square meters, stretching endlessly before her to the east. A small stream meandered in, its waters crystal clear. Yin Xiao cupped her hands and took a sip. It was fresh water that in a world ravaged by pollution. During the previous year, no one had awakened any abilities, and supplies had become exceedingly precious. Yin Xiao had witnessed two factions fighting over mere bottles of mineral water, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Eventually, water-based ability users became incredibly valuable, and water resources remained scarce in this apocalypse. Whoever could safeguard supplies wielded power, and this small stream could be a true lifesaver in critical times. However, aside from this stream, it seemed that everything else in the space had been destroyed. The small plot of land where she had stored her supplies was now a gray wasteland, littered with fragments of explosives piled high. A chaotic scene where it was impossible to discern what had been there before. How careless she had been. Who could have predicted a chance at rebirth? Had she known, she would have simply moved the explosives out to detonate them, preserving her supplies. Now, it was as if she had returned to square one. Yin Xiao was an orphan, without parents. The orphanage where she had grown up had been demolished years ago. Having worked her way through school, she was still just a junior in college. After her rebirth, her bank account held a mere 2,000, not enough to stock up on supplies. She began to feel a headache coming on, then plopped down, staring at the empty space in deep thought. The urgent task at hand was to find money to stock up on supplies, but where could she get the funds? Was she supposed to rob a bank? After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, her physical abilities were commendable, but she doubted she could outsmart a bank. Was selling her house an option? But would the landlord agree? After pondering without resolution, Yin Xiao felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. In her moment of despair, she inadvertently caught sight of a flickering golden light within a small crevice beneath the debris of the explosives. Rubbing her eyes, she leaned in closer to inspect when a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone home? Yin Xiao quickly exited the space, and upon stepping out, she was taken aback. She had forgotten that the remnants expelled from the space would manifest in the real world. Her small apartment was now engulfed in thick smoke, and the knocking was loud and urgent. She rushed to open the door. Standing outside were two firefighters wielding extinguishers. Without a word, one of them dragged her out while the other rushed inside. My home isn't on fire. I was just cooking. The firefighter opened the windows and surveyed the area amidst the smoke, confirming there were no signs of flames. That he frowned and covered his nose. What kind of cooking can create this mess? Your neighbors are already calling for help. Yin Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly apologized. Consequently, she was lectured by the two masked firefighters for half an hour. Before leaving, one of the firefighters looked at her with a serious expression and advised, "Young lady, perhaps you should cook less and eat more takeout." Yin Xiao, Chapter 3, 10 Tons of Gold. Stockpiling. After the two departed, Yin Xiao hastily closed the door and drew the curtains before returning to her space. Just moments ago, she had finally recalled the object she had stored away. And she could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to sift through the refuse. As she discarded the waste outside her space, she continued to search below. Indeed, beneath the heap of trash, she beheld a glimmer of hope that a sizable mass of glistening gold lay before her. Though some had been deformed by the blast, its allure remained untainted, mesmerizing her. It was gold that in this apocalyptic world. Gold held little value, primarily utilized for weaponry development, yet only a handful possessed the means to process it. These gold pieces had been relegated to the corner of her space as scrap metal. At the moment of the explosion, while everything else was obliterated, it was these seemingly useless gold pieces that survived. The adage that gold is indeed invaluable has persisted through the ages for good reason. Tears of joy streamed down Yin Zhao's face as she spent an hour meticulously organizing all the gold. This treasure had been collected over time by supernatural beings, scavenging for supplies or plundering nefarious forces. The mountainous pile of gold weighed over 10 tons. According to current market prices, this gold could be exchanged for 4 billion, a fortune that could be acquired overnight. Yin Xiao tenderly embraced a piece of gold and planted a kiss upon it, her heart swelling with elation. With her financial concerns settled, it was now time to meticulously plan her food stockpiling. She exited the space, simultaneously disposing of the rubbish within. She had accumulated quite a bit of supplies, and merely discarding the trash required her to make over 10 trips upstairs. Before each trip, she meticulously checked multiple times, fearful of missing even a single piece of gold. Once everything was tidied up, she prepared herself a bowl of noodles and, while eating, took out paper and pen, writing down an extensive list of supplies that, if her memory served her correctly, in a short while, the temperature would suddenly soar from the current pleasant 20 degrees to a blistering 45 degrees. With news reports of animals attacking humans flooding in, and hospitals brimming with patients suffering from heat stroke or bites. Soon after, the zombie virus would erupt, plunging Waterblue Star into an era of apocalypse. All these transformations would transpire within a mere month. She could not afford to delay. Preparations were imperative. The following day, Yin Xiao requested a month-long sick leave from school and, using her last bit of money, rented a cargo van. She began her journey through the streets of Ning City, visiting various gold shops and pawn shops to exchange smaller quantities of gold for cash. To avoid suspicion, she exchanged only a modest amount at each shop, 10 pounds at the larger stores and between 2 to 5 pounds at the smaller ones. After a day of driving around, she was exhausted, her back aching and her buttocks sore. Yet her bank balance swelled to 7 figures, with over 5 million exchanged. With the money in hand, she immediately headed to the largest real estate agency in Ning City. Spending 30,000 to rent a villa in the suburbs, the outskirts were less populated, devoid of the hustle and bustle of the city center, making them considerably safer. The villa spanned 300 square meters, featuring 3 floors above ground and 1 below, fully furnished, with a small garden outside that had grown wild as the owner was abroad and unable to tend to it. Yin Xiao hired a cleaning service to tidy up, and then sought out a renovation company, investing heavily to have the entire glass replaced with bulletproof, double-layered, one-way glass. She reinforced the outer walls with bulletproof steel plates and soundproofing panels, wrapped them with barbed wire, and replaced all doors with thick stainless steel ones, impervious to even an axe. She also requested that the rooftop be enclosed with bulletproof glass, similar to the windows. When the renovation workers received such an unusual request, they couldn't help but inquire further as to why she wished to fortify the house so thoroughly. Yin Xiao cleverly offered vague explanations, and after signing the contract, she promptly transferred 1 million as a deposit for the renovations. Seeing the money, the workers ceased their inquiries. In these times, money spoke volumes. Generally, such a large renovation project would take at least 1.5 months to complete. But upon signing, Yin Xiao used her cash advantage to offer each worker an extra 30,000, reducing the timeline to just half a month. Upon checking her phone, Yin Xiao noticed over 10 missed calls, 3 from Xiangchun and 2 from Jiangxia. The remaining calls came from a single unknown number, which appeared to be local to Ning City and had called multiple times just 10 minutes prior. Yin Xiao had few close friends and could not fathom who might be calling her at this moment. Assuming it was Xiangchun using another number to harass her, she paid little mind, delegating the renovation matters to the team before driving around Ning City again, ultimately renting a warehouse for 5,000. Afterward, she changed her clothes, donned a mask, and headed to the largest wholesale market in Ning City. Making a beeline for the grain store, she purchased 5,000 bags each of rice and flour, along with various other grains, red beans, green beans, glutinous rice, black rice, purple rice, sorghum, cornmeal, and purple sweet potato flour, buying 2,000 pounds of each as a precaution. Regardless of whether she would consume them, she had the means and felt compelled to buy. The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Young lady, what do you intend to do with all this?" "I'm planning to open a storage supermarket and need to stock up," she replied. The shopkeeper kindly advised, "Even if you open a store, there's no need to purchase so much at once. We can supply you anytime. You could restock as needed." Yin Xiao brushed off his concerns. "That's fine, just deliver the goods. Calculate the total, and I'll transfer half the deposit now." Reluctantly, the shopkeeper calculated the wholesale price, which totaled over 2.3 million, that just as he intended to offer further advice, Yin Xiao swiftly transferred 1.2 million as a deposit. The shopkeeper fell silent, immediately arranging for the delivery, in these times, who would turn away from money. Yin Xiao specifically scheduled the delivery for nighttime. She had previously removed the lights from the warehouse, claiming they were broken, and watched as the employees unloaded bag after bag of grain from the truck. After randomly inspecting dozens of bags, she paid the remaining balance. The shopkeeper, delighted to encounter such a generous customer, offered her several shelving units for free, which she graciously accepted. Once the workers departed, Yin Xiao hurriedly returned to the warehouse, stuffing all the grain into her space. The area of her space spanned 30,000 square meters, complete with a small stream and a vast lawn, with no height restrictions on storage. She could stack items indefinitely. Moreover, she could manipulate the items within her space with her mind, making it exceedingly convenient. Chapter 4 Blood Donation. At the hospital, the bags of rice and flour were not piled haphazardly, but were instead neatly arranged below. Such heavy items as rice and flour were too cumbersome to stack too high. She planned to place lighter grains atop them later, ensuring that even if they collapsed, they would not pose a danger to her. After purchasing the grains, Yin Xiao sat in the warehouse, lost in thought. She realized her previous underestimations. She had never spent such a large sum before and was astonished at how quickly money could vanish in just one day. After buying the rice, her balance had plummeted from over 5 million to just above 1 million, of which 800,000 was still owed for the renovations. Although she possessed gold, she was reluctant to attract attention and could only sell it in small quantities at various gold shops, given the limited number of shops in a city. She surmised that even after visiting all of them, she would have barely sold 1/10 of her gold. Additionally, visiting gold shops required time, and with only a month before the apocalypse, she had little time to spare. Clearly, this method of exchanging gold for supplies was not feasible. She needed to devise a quicker way to liquidate her assets. As she pondered, she even opened a loan website, but before she could fill in her details, her phone rang. It was the unknown number that had called her several times earlier. Startled, her curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I speak with Miss Yin Xiao?" The voice on the other end belonged to a woman who seemed to know her name. Yin Xiao, feeling wary, asked, "Who are you?" The woman, sounding somewhat frantic, replied, "Hello, Miss Yin. I'm a staff member from Ning City Hospital. This afternoon, a pregnant woman was in a car accident and is now experiencing severe hemorrhaging. The patient has a rare blood type, and our blood bank lacks this specific blood bag that we found that you share the same blood type. May I ask how you're feeling right now? The situation is quite critical, and we hope you can assist." Yin Xiao hesitated to respond, memories of her past life flickering through her mind. The woman, mistaking her silence for reluctance, became more anxious. "Miss Yin, the pregnant woman is in grave danger. It could be a case of double fatalities that we sincerely hope you can come to help. Whatever your requirements, the patient's family will do their utmost." Yin Xiao interjected. Is the pregnant woman named Chen Xian? Yes. Yin Xiao's eyes brightened. That I will head over immediately. Yin Xiao remembers Chen Xian because in their past life, she had also donated blood for her. Chen Xian's husband, He Tianming, is a notorious figure in Ningqing's underworld, but he operates an underground bank. While he may not be a virtuous man, he is an exceptionally devoted husband who cherishes his wife and values loyalty. In their previous life, when Yin Xiao first entered the apocalyptic world, she was broke and cornered by a group of zombies. Nearly losing her life, it was He Tianming who recognized her while passing by, taking the initiative to repay her kindness by helping her fend off the zombies and bringing her back to his home, where he treated her with care and provided her with ample food and drink. Later on, in a fit of infatuation, Yin Xiao sought out Xiang Chun and left, and He Tianming even dispatched his subordinates to escort her, providing her with substantial supplies. Without him, she would have perished at the hands of the zombies long ago. Regardless of the circumstances, He Tianming had rendered her a great favor, and she felt it was only right to pay him a visit, especially since she currently needed his assistance. Lost in her thoughts, Yin Xiao found herself outside the intensive care unit of the hospital. Just as she spoke 2 words, a group of towering, burly men surrounded the entrance, all turning to look at her in unison. The leader, a man in his 30s with a square face, appeared quite menacing. Without a doubt, it was He Tianming. Yin Xiao recalled this scene from her previous life, when she came to donate blood. She had encountered a similar gathering of gangsters in the hospital corridor, rendering her speechless with fear. This time, however, she was not so timid. I am Yin Xiao. Someone just called me to donate blood. A female doctor in a white coat emerged from the throng of men, her excitement palpable as she grasped Yin Xiao's hand. Miss Yin, you've arrived. Thank you for your cooperation. I will assist you with the sample testing now. Yin Xiao nodded. Before donating blood, it was customary to draw a small sample to check the donor's health and blood type to ensure safety. Time was of the essence. The doctor bypassed the usual procedure and directly retrieved the pre-prepared syringe. He Tianming immediately instructed his men to step aside, clearing the area. There was a chair in the corridor, and Yin Xiao sat down to have her blood drawn while a line of robust men stood across from her, watching intently. Among them were several wearing tank tops and shorts, showcasing their muscular physiques, adorned with tattoos of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Those further away dared not approach, concerned for her. The doctor reassured her as she drew blood. Miss Yin, please don't be afraid. They are merely friends of the patient, and I'm fine. I'm not afraid, Yin Xiao replied. The doctor finished collecting the blood sample and instructed Yin Xiao to wait while she hurried off for testing. Once the doctor left, only Yin Xiao and the gangsters remained in the corridor. He Tianming approached her, leaning down to look at her. Though his demeanor was fierce, his voice was gentle. Miss Yin, thank you for coming to donate blood for my wife. That if the typing is successful, feel free to make any requests. Yin Xiao understood that his intimidating appearance was merely due to his facial expression. She was also confident that her blood type would match, so she calmly inquired, any request can be made. He Tianming appeared slightly taken aback, contemplating for a few seconds. As long as it is within my capabilities. You may ask. That was precisely the response she had been awaiting. Yin Xiao lowered her head and smiled faintly. He Tianming was known for his integrity, despite his involvement in the underworld and underground gambling. He was a straightforward person. Seeking his assistance was preferable to approaching strangers. The waiting felt interminable as people continuously entered and exited the operating room, with the individual inside still in a precarious condition, causing He Tianming's anxiety to grow. His wife, Chen Xian, was already 8 months pregnant, and today, a grudge from the past had led to her being targeted. Regrettably, he had failed to protect her, and now he was filled with remorse and urgency. Before Yin Xiao arrived, several others had come to be typed, but none matched. Chen Xian did not have much time left. If Yin Xiao's typing also failed, hope would be lost, leading to a tragic outcome. As his mind raced with concern, the doctor finally returned, exclaiming with excitement, Miss Yin, your blood type matches successfully. You can donate. He Tianming, standing nearby, could not hide his elation. His expression softened despite his usual stoic demeanor, his eyes gleaming with hope. Miss Yin, I implore you to save my wife, that I will ensure that I repay you in every possible way. Yin Xiao, trusting in his sincerity, stood up and declared. Then let me donate blood now. The doctor responded, Very well, please follow me. Chapter 5. The transaction of Gold Chen Xian was experiencing severe blood loss. And before entering the operating room, the doctor specifically asked Yin Xiao if she could donate 600 milliliters of blood. Typically, a person can donate a maximum of 400 milliliters. Exceeding that may cause dizziness, and over 800 milliliters could even be fatal. The figure of 600 milliliters was not particularly safe for a donor. Without hesitation, Yin Xiao agreed that in her previous life, she had paused before entering the operating room, concerned about the impact on her health. But ultimately, seeing Chen Qian lying there heavily pregnant and unable to resist He Tianming's pleas, she acquiesced. Having donated 600 milliliters of blood before without issue, she was confident that with her stronger physique in this life, she could do so again without harm. The operation commenced at 8 a.m. and extended until 10 a.m. After a long day of turmoil and blood donation, Yin Xiao was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed unknowingly until the sound of a baby's cry jolted her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, the weather outside splendid and cloudless, with warm sunlight streaming in. Rubbing her head, she slowly sat up that a gentle voice nearby greeted her. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Yin Xiao turned to see Chen Qian, who had just given birth. She looked weak but smiled warmly, exuding a gentle charm. Beside her lay a tiny baby, frail and delicate, sucking her fingers and crying vigorously. From the sound, she seemed quite healthy. Chen Qian looked at her apologetically. "I'm so sorry. It seems she woke you up, and thank you for saving me. That IT was the least I could do." Yin Xiao replied. Curiously, she moved closer to the little baby, their eyes locking. The baby stopped crying, her bright, dark eyes fixed on Yin Xiao. After a moment, she broke into a cherubic smile. Chen Qian, leaning against the headboard, gently patted the baby. "My daughter seems to like you." Yin Xiao felt the same fondness for her. He Tianming and Chen Qian named their daughter He Shi, a well-behaved baby who, during the apocalypse, remained quiet and calm despite the chaos surrounding her. While living with them, whenever Yin Xiao felt disheartened, she would visit He Shi, who always greeted her with a smile. Unfortunately, such a delightful baby did not meet a fortunate end. Just as Chen Qian completed her confinement, the apocalypse struck. With inadequate nutrition and no milk supply, compounded by the fact that the baby was premature and smaller than average, He Shi fought for 2 years before ultimately succumbing to the harsh realities of the world. Yin Xiao reached out, gently poking the baby's warm, soft cheek. She asked, "May I hold her?" Chen Qian, slightly taken aback, nodded with a smile. "Of course." Yin Xiao carefully lifted the tiny baby, who, rather than being frightened, grasped the button on her chest with her little hands, making soft, cooing sounds. Though not typically sentimental, as the new life nestled in her arms, an indescribable emotion surged from her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. Yes, they had survived. She, along with them, had all come back to life. That in the presence of such vibrant life, the impending apocalypse seemed far less daunting. After resting for half a day, Yin Xiao arranged to meet He Tianming. As a businessman, he seemed to detect something during their detailed conversation and specifically invited Yin Xiao to leave the hospital with him. They found a restaurant owned by him, where he booked a private room on the 2nd floor and asked everyone else to leave. "Miss Yin, I thank you for saving my wife and daughter. I am a man of my word. Please feel free to make any requests." Indeed, he was a straightforward individual, having already donated blood with Chen Qian and their daughter safe and sound. He could have easily chosen to disregard Yin Xiao or simply offer her some money to send her on her way, yet he did not take that route. Because of this, Yin Xiao chose to take a gamble and trust him. "Mr. Dehe, I do have a matter to discuss, that I have come into possession of a quantity of gold and would like to request your assistance in selling it within these next few days." He Tianming, perceptive, surmised that Yin Xiao was aware of his standing, that if she only had a small amount of gold to sell, there would be no need to enlist the help of the prominent leader of Ningxing's underworld. What she possessed must be a significant amount of gold. "How much gold are we talking about?" Yin Xiao replied. 10 tons. He Tianming paused, turning to face the young woman before him, his gaze scrutinizing. "Miss Yin, do you know what you are saying?" Yin Xiao earnestly reiterated, "I possess 10 tons of gold and would like to request your help in selling it within 2 days. 10 tons of gold equated to nearly 4 billion. For He Tianming, money was not a pressing concern. As the operator of an underground bank, he was well acquainted with wealth. His curiosity was piqued. After the surgery the previous night, he had instructed his subordinates to investigate Yin Zhao's identity. Discovering that she was merely a university student yet to enter the workforce, that he had assumed she would only require a small sum of money to settle her matters. But here she was, unperturbed, requesting assistance with 10 tons of gold. Once more, he Tianming assessed Yin Xiao from head to toe. Are you certain you possess 10 tons of gold? Yin smiled and nodded. She appeared calm. Yet inside, she was quite anxious, her fingers nervously curling beneath the table. Time ticked away, the room enveloped in silence. Just as Yin could no longer bear the tension and contemplated how to speak again, he Tianming suddenly chuckled. Interesting, you are quite an intriguing little girl. He poured her a cup of tea and leisurely began. 10 tons of gold is no trivial sum that I can assist you in selling it. But if, as you mentioned, it must be sold within 2 days, the price will be relatively lower. From his implication, it was clear he agreed. That Yan's eyes brightened, yet she cautiously inquired, how much will the price drop? He Tianming pondered for a moment before stating a figure. Each gram of gold will be reduced by 20 that if sold as a whole, it would be 200 million less than the current market price. This price was acceptable to Yen. If she did not seize the opportunity to sell the gold now, she estimated she would not see 10 billion in the remaining month. All right, I can accept that. Later that evening, Yen first went to the mall to purchase several suitcases before returning to her rented apartment to retrieve all the gold from her space. Originally, the quantity of gold exceeded 10 tons. She had sold some the previous day and now extracted 10 tons, leaving over 60 pounds behind. Among the remaining gold were also beautiful ornaments, which she decided against selling, choosing to keep them in her space for potential future use. She packed the 10 tons of gold into the suitcases, and after merely half an hour, he Tianming arrived with his team to collect the goods. Initially skeptical, he was finally convinced upon seeing the suitcases brimming with gold. He instructed his subordinates to take the gold, and before leaving, he asked Yin, "Aren't you afraid I might take the gold and not pay you?" Chapter 6. Hoarding and Buying, Part 1. Yin shook her head. Not afraid did I in truth. She merely spoke bravely. Her heart held some worry. After all, the origins of this gold were dubious, and she had no evidence to prove it was hers. Even if He Tianming were to take it now, she would have no recourse to reclaim it. Yet she resolved to take the gamble. Having chosen to trust, she would do so completely. He Tianming scrutinized her for a few seconds, said nothing, and turned to leave. Time would prove Yan's gamble to be correct. That very night, just past midnight, 2 hours after He Tianming had taken the gold, Yan received a text message. Her bank card had received a deposit of 3,860,000,000. 6 million more than she had anticipated at half awake. She stared at the string of numbers, instantly becoming alert and slightly dazed. Counting the zeros, she finally felt a sense of relief and quickly sent a message to He Tianming to express her gratitude. With 29 days remaining until the apocalypse, she decided to set a modest goal, to spend at least 1 billion each day. Excited and unable to sleep, Yin lay on her bed, opened a shopping app, and began her spree. However, just as she was about to start purchasing, a thought struck her. She smacked her forehead, awakening from her reverie. With 38 billion in hand and a month to spare, she could buy whatever she desired without further troubling those around her. After all, even a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. With time and money at her disposal, she could venture out to indulge in shopping from other countries. Given the economic prosperity of Huagua, nearly everything available abroad could be found domestically. Without hesitation, Yin bought a ticket to M country and boarded her flight 3 hours later. After a brief nap, she woke up, gathered her documents, and headed straight to the airport. Grateful for her space which allowed her to travel without the burden of luggage. Yin had always been a diligent student, fluent in foreign languages, making simple communication a breeze. Upon arriving in the capital of M country, she rented a warehouse, exchanged her currency, and embarked on a shopping spree. Rice was of utmost importance. She visited several grain stores and purchased a total of 100,000 tons. For flour, she acquired 50,000 tons. Corn, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, buckwheat, oats, soybeans, wheat, sorghum, millet, mung beans, fava beans, and black beans were each bought in quantities of 30,000 tons. 5,000 barrels of cooking oil and 50,000 bags of salt were added to her haul. Soy sauce, rice vinegar, aged vinegar, white vinegar, and aromatic vinegar were each procured in batches of 10,000 bottles. Other condiments like chicken essence, monosodium glutamate, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, 13 spices, cumin powder, and chili powder were similarly acquired in quantities of 1,000 pounds each. She stocked up on chili sauce, hot pot base, barbecue sauce, as well as lao gan ma and various rice mixing sauces, purchasing 5,000 bottles of each. Dates, goji berries, longan, and oats were each acquired in 1,000 pounds. Preferring sweet flavors, she bought 20,000 pounds each of brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar. She also purchased 1,000 pounds each of various bulk candies available in the market, knowing that sugar would be a valuable commodity in the apocalypse. Instant noodles, biscuits, bread, self-heating hot pots, and various types of instant foods were each bought in 1,000 bags. For meats, she acquired 200,000 pounds of pork, duck, beef, lamb, and fish. Salmon, king crab, lobster, and all other seafood available on the market were swept clean, as long as they looked appetizing to her. Eggs from chickens, ducks, geese, and quails were each bought in 10,000 pounds. Fish balls, shrimp balls, cuttlefish balls, and squid balls were also procured in 10,000 pounds each. Vegetables such as cabbage, celery, spinach, carrots, white radishes, tomatoes, and cucumbers were purchased in quantities of 200,000 pounds. Fruits like apples, bananas, grapes, watermelons, and cherries were similarly bought in 20,000 pounds, knowing they would not spoil in her space and could be exchanged for resources if they were not consumed. In addition to all this, she scoured the market for her favorite snacks: potato chips, spicy strips, chicken feet, ham sausages, and sunflower seeds, buying 100 boxes of each. She also stocked up on beverages, acquiring 1,000 boxes each of black tea, green tea, jasmine tea, cola, and Sprite. Although Yin did not indulge in tobacco or alcohol, she purchased even more of these items, selecting the most popular brand of cigarettes and buying 30,000 cartons. Beer, white liquor, red wine, and various flavored wines were bought in quantities of 10,000 bottles each. In the apocalypse, tobacco and alcohol would be highly valuable. Many would rather forego food than miss out on a smoke. While she did not understand their allure, she felt it prudent to stock up. She considered buying tea leaves, but felt that those abroad could not compare to the quality of domestic tea. So she decided to note this for future reference when she returned home. Having thought of all that, Yin prepared a notebook, categorizing her purchases into 4 sections: clothing, food, housing, and transportation, marking off items as she acquired sufficient quantities and adding new desires as they arose. On the 3rd day in M Country, she began to explore the clothing markets, purchasing 1,000 sets each of sportswear, casual wear, and winter coats, covering all seasons. She also acquired 1,000 sets of men's clothing for any unforeseen circumstances. Footwear including sports shoes, flats, insulated shoes, and non-slip snow boots were bought in quantities of 100 pairs each. For undergarments, she purchased 10,000 sets, and for socks, 20,000 pairs. Thermal underwear and autumn pants were each bought in 2,000 sets. For pants, including jeans, casual pants, work pants, shorts, and overalls, she bought 5,000 of each. Comfortable sleepwear and house slippers were procured in 1,000 sets. She purchased 1,000 pairs of insulating rubber gloves, thick cotton gloves, nylon gloves, and protective mountaineering gloves. Yan's principle for buying clothes was simple. Comfort and quality were essential, but she only bought a few unnecessary items, like high heels, as no one had the time to be vain in a crisis. For bedding, she opted for only 2 types: air conditioning blankets and thick down comforters, buying 2,000 of each, neatly packed in compression bags. For sheets, mattress covers, and pillows, she chose quality options, acquiring 2,000 of each. On the 4th day in M Country, Yin targeted the daily necessities market. She bought 100 sets each of stainless steel pots, frying pans, and soup pots. For boiling water, she selected 100 non-electric kettles and 100 thermoses with excellent insulation. She purchased shovels, sickles, large and small kitchen knives, chopping knives, and fruit knives. For tools, she limited her purchases of potentially harmful items to 500 of one type while acquiring 1,000 of others. She planned to buy more upon returning home. Adhesive bandages, large bandages, double-sided tape, glue, and glue sticks were purchased in quantities ranging from 1,000 to 3,000. She also acquired numerous sewing kits, yarn, and cotton thread. For dishes, plates, and spoons, she selected sturdy stainless steel materials that would not break if dropped. Buying 1,000 sets of each, they asked the people of M Country do not use chopsticks. She would need to purchase those upon her return. Laundry detergent and washing powder were procured in quantities of 10,000 each. Laundry soap cost 100,000. She purchased 10,000 small plastic basins, which can be utilized for washing clothes. Faces and hair. 1,000 large plastic buckets were acquired to store various items or for bathing purposes. She only bought a few of the washboards and small brushes for cleaning shoes and clothes. Shampoo, facial cleanser, soap, toothbrushes, and toothpaste were each procured in quantities of 20,000 for skincare items such as moisturizers, creams, and masks. Yin Xiao did not prepare, as people's bodies would become increasingly robust and their skin would improve after awakening their abilities, rendering such products unnecessary. She bought 2,000 large towels, small towels, and bath towels alike. Portable rechargeable night lights and flashlights were purchased in quantities of 20,000 each, capable of being charged via sockets or power banks. Candles and lighters were similarly acquired in quantities of 20,000, while matches were bought by the 100,000 boxes. 6 months after the onset of the apocalypse, the city fell into utter paralysis. With workers striking and no one providing water or electricity, nor gas, and zombies roaming freely, most resources were destroyed, leaving all but the wealthy living in a semi-primitive era, forced to cook their own meals over fire, which became exceedingly important before the emergence of ability users. Chapter 7. Hoarding, Part 2. Toilet paper, with 10 rolls per bag, was purchased in a staggering quantity of 50,000 bags. Sanitary napkins, both day and night use, including extended versions, were each bought in 200,000 packs. Durable leather cases with 100 pieces per bag were acquired in 1,000 bags. Air fresheners, 10,000 bottles. Thick notebooks were procured in 100 copies. Sturdy writing pens with 12 in a box were bought in 100 boxes. These items were not particularly critical and could be obtained later when searching for supplies, so there was no need to buy excessively. She also purchased labels that could be affixed to items, with 100 labels per sheet, totaling 10,000 sheets. Shopping abroad proved advantageous, as there was no fear of being recognized, and she could protect herself effectively. Whenever a shopkeeper inquired about her extensive purchases, Yin Xiao would feign ignorance and respond with a few phrases in a self-invented language, leaving them too embarrassed to ask further. This approach ultimately saved her a significant amount of effort. Done on the 5th day in the United States, Yin Xiao received a WeChat message from Xiang Chun that he sent a lengthy message, resembling a homework assignment. A 10,000-word thesis, with the title in bold font size 2 and the main text in bold font size 4, requiring citations from at least 2 sources. Yin Xiao. Before she could finish reading, Xiang Chun sent another message. Yin Xiao, regarding our previous matter, I am giving you one final opportunity. Write my thesis for me, and I will forgive you. Yin Xiao stared at her phone in silence for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, her fingers tapping the screen to respond. Yin Xiao? Really? You are truly willing to forgive me? Xiang Chun, far away at Ningcheng University, smirked confidently, concealing his disdain for Yin Xiao, and typed, Yes, but I need to see your attitude of apology. I have a defense this Friday, so submit the thesis to me before then. Yin Xiao. All right for you, I am willing to write it. After sending this nauseating message, she nearly felt sick to her stomach. Taking a sip of water before stepping into the pharmacy. Medication in the United States is not heavily regulated, yet Yin Xiao still spent an entire day visiting over 10 pharmacies, each time claiming she needed to stock up after moving here. She bought a wide array of cold medicine, pain relievers, cough syrup, stomach medicine, and various treatments for headaches and fevers, especially stockpiling effective laxatives, disinfectants, cotton swabs, red and purple medicinal solutions, Band-Aids, gauze, and alcohol for treating external wounds were also acquired. Purchasing 100 boxes from each store, totaling 1,000 boxes of similar medications. Additionally, she bought 20 bottles of potent sleeping pills, acquiring 2 bottles from each store. Fortunately, the shelves in her space were useful, allowing her to organize the medications by category and label each with its purpose and dosage instructions. She even researched online to check for any missing medications, returning to supplement her stock, including remedies for constipation, hair loss, and flatulence, all stored in a corner of her space, effectively allowing her to open a small pharmacy. Despite this, she felt it was insufficient, and upon returning home, she stocked up once more. That evening, Yin Xiao visited a pet market and purchased 50 tons of cat litter. After the collapse of the water and electricity systems, smart furniture became unusable, making cat litter particularly valuable for odor control. On the 5th day, Yin Xiao bought sturdy mountaineering backpacks, compasses, binoculars, and other outdoor survival tools. She found a shop selling seeds, acquiring 100,000 bags each of wheat and rice seeds, and 50,000 bags of vegetable and fruit seeds or seedlings. Although her space lacked sunlight and could not support planting, Yin Xiao felt a persistent sense that, since her spatial abilities could continue to upgrade, there might be an opportunity to cultivate plants in the future. Even if planting proved impossible, these seeds would still hold value once light and would ability users emerged in the third year of the apocalypse than on the sixth day in the United States. Yin Xiao boarded a plane again, this time heading to the neighboring country of it. The country was embroiled in conflict, though regulations were not overly strict, allowing her to procure some otherwise hard-to-find items. Through various contacts, she managed to find a source selling oil privately and paid double the market price, purchasing 25 tons each of gasoline, diesel, kerosene, and oil, totaling 1,000 barrels. These were stored separately in a corner of her space. Yin Xiao also visited the black market, acquiring 20 military handguns and rifles, along with 100 boxes of ammunition. Even this limited purchase cost her a significant amount, as acquiring more would inevitably draw attention. Flammable materials were stored separately, placed in the four corners of her space, distanced from one another. On the eighth day, global temperatures soared to an average of 30 degrees. Yin Xiao flew back home, feeling an overwhelming sense of security upon landing. She returned home for a comfortable sleep, awakening to wander the city, recalling items to purchase as they came to mind. She bought 100 solar generators and diesel generators each, along with 20 high-definition security cameras, hiring contractors to install them throughout the villa and converting the ground floor entryway into a monitoring room. The rooftop terrace was completed, securely covered with glass, allowing clear visibility outside while keeping the interior concealed. Yin Xiao observed it with satisfaction, arranging the solar generators and locking the balcony door with 3 locks. The workers were efficient, staying overnight on the villa's ground floor to expedite their work. Yin Xiao kindly brought them ice cream and chilled water. The lead contractor expressed his gratitude profusely, wiping sweat from his brow, and shared his happiness during their conversation, mentioning that once the job was completed, he would return home, having saved enough to send his daughter to school. Yin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy as she handed him the water. "Master, it's getting hotter. Make sure to stock up on food. I heard prices are set to rise soon." She could only say so much. Whether he could comprehend it was his own concern. After a rare half-day of rest, Yin Xiao resumed her driving, meandering through the city, purchasing whatever came to mind. The tea leaves she had longed for were acquired in the finest varieties, each 1,000 jin. She often found herself reminiscing about Hishi's death in her previous life, a lingering sense of dread compelling her to visit the baby market, where she wholesale purchased 20,000 cans of milk powder, along with an assortment of infant clothing, diapers, bottles, and pacifiers, stockpiling them as reserves. She gathered baby clothes and children's garments ranging from newborns to 15 years of age, ensuring she had ample supplies, as her finances permitted. She could not resist the allure of human desires and emotions. After all, there might come a day when such items would be needed. She procured 10,000 sturdy raincoats and rain boots, 1,000 umbrellas, 100 brooms, and 100,000 bags of heat pads, each containing 10 packs. Mosquito coils, floral water, mosquito repellent, and insecticides were also bought in quantities of 1,000 each. Additionally, she collected ropes, steel wire ropes, nylon ropes, and strong twine, purchasing 1,000 bundles of 300 meters each. Chapter 8. Stockpiling Part 2. Moreover, she sought out her favorite restaurants, immediately placing her orders upon entry. Braised pork, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour ribs, roasted chicken, duck and goose, chicken wings, and feet. Any dish she fancied was ordered in quantities ranging from 100 to 1,000. She acquired 1,000 jin of raw knife-cut noodles, hand-rolled noodles, and wontons. For breakfast items like buns, dumplings, stuffed pancakes, egg pancakes, tea eggs, and fried dough sticks, she ordered 5,000 portions. The owner of the breakfast shop was taken aback, repeatedly asking for clarification, yet still expressing her concern that such an order could not be fulfilled in a single day. After discussions, they agreed that the breakfast shop would deliver her orders over 3 days. In addition, she visited several large barbecue establishments, purchasing substantial quantities of meat and vegetable skewers. She also acquired 200 sets of barbecue tools, which proved quite useful as they could serve dual purposes for cooking. Yin Xiao procured a staggering 100,000 tons of small coal. With only 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, the relentless heat wave intensified, prompting Yin Xiao to circle her villa before heading to the appliance market, where she replaced all the air conditioners, water heaters, range hoods, rice cookers, electric pots, microwaves, and washing machines in her home. Every room in the villa, including the basement, was outfitted with air conditioning units, securely fixed with iron grills. Although power outages were imminent, she could still use electrical appliances for the upcoming half-year. She selected new furniture designed to operate quietly, ensuring minimal noise when washing clothes or watching television inside the villa, making it inaudible outside. When only one air conditioner was in operation, the external unit produced little sound. She also purchased several vintage radios and phonographs of a certain Huawei brand. Furthermore, she acquired 200 mobile phones, 200 tablets, and 200 laptops, all fully charged and ready for use, along with 10,000 high-capacity power banks and 100,000 charging cables. She secured 20 ultra-large capacity USB drives preloaded with movies, TV shows, and novels. Yan Xiao visited a bookstore, purchasing over 1,000 novels, and any recipe she encountered was added to her collection, anticipating her future endeavors in home cooking. Regardless of taste, at least it wouldn't be toxic. She also invested in various books on planting, animal husbandry, machinery manufacturing, and wilderness survival, unsure of their utility but deeming them inexpensive. In her space, a small stream provided fresh, potable water. Nevertheless, Yan Xiao bought 1,000 cases of bottled water to store, primarily for the bottles, anticipating their future resale value. She rented 30 sturdy vehicles for a month, filling their tanks with gas and parking them securely just outside the villa, with one hidden in the basement. 20 vehicles were concealed in her space, where she also created a small parking area, utilizing the space efficiently by storing additional items alongside the vehicles, which were likewise stocked with supplies. She rented 15 off-road motorcycles, 5 of which were stored in the basement and 10 in her space. Good vehicles were unlikely to be stolen by anyone with even a modicum of sense. Proximity would trigger alarms, attracting zombies before anyone could get inside. Of course, if someone were truly audacious, Yan Xiao wouldn't mind letting them take 1.18 days remained until the apocalypse. It was Thursday. Early in the morning, Yan Xiao received a call from Xiang Chun. Yan Xiao, how is the paper you were writing for me coming along? The defense is tomorrow. Yan Xiao pondered for a moment. I'm almost finished. I want to make it a bit better for you. Perhaps due to her habitual compliance and having played the role of a sycophant too often, Xiang Chun did not question her words. All right, then hurry up and send it to me tonight. Okay. Yan Xiao hung up and rolled over for a bit more sleep. In the afternoon, after tidying herself, she visited Qin Xian at the hospital. Tianming was indeed a good husband, devoting his time to Qin Xian during her confinement, delegating his work to trusted subordinates. Qin Xian appeared much better, and the baby lay soundly in the crib. Yan Xiao brought 10 cans of milk powder and a few small outfits for the infant. Tianming was surprised by her visit, glancing at her with curiosity, yet gratefully accepted her gifts. In the ward, with no outsiders present, he assisted Qin Xian with her meal, casually inquiring, "Last time I wanted to send you gifts. I heard you went abroad. Did you just return?" Yan Xiao stiffened momentarily. She lived in a single apartment, surrounded by unfamiliar neighbors, and had not disclosed her travel abroad to anyone. Yet Tianming was aware. Clearly, he had investigated her movements after their financial transaction. However, it was of little consequence. Someone like him, entrenched in the underworld, would naturally be vigilant. She had merely traveled abroad for purchases, posing no threat to his interests. And Tianming could not concern himself with every trivial detail. Yan Xiao nodded, candidly admitting, "Yes, I had some money, so I traveled abroad. It must have been more than just a casual trip." Tianming pressed his lips together. He had discreetly checked Yan Xiao's spending records abroad, revealing transactions totaling 3.8 billion, leaving her with less than 600 million. However, her transfers were primarily to rice sellers, pharmaceutical merchants, and some private accounts that eluded his scrutiny, yielding no apparent issues. Yan Xiao sought to change the subject. "Mr. He, the prices in M country are even higher than here. When I left, I encountered rising prices. Do you think the prices domestically will also increase in a few days?" Yan Xiao spoke the truth. Prices in M country were indeed rising, coinciding with her departure when the heat drove people to stock up on grain, only to discover market shortages due to someone preemptively purchasing supplies. Of course, it was merely a temporary shortage, as suppliers struggled to restock. Nevertheless, this phenomenon induced panic, causing prices to soar. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of guilt as she rubbed her nose. Tianming nodded. Naturally, prices domestically should rise within this week, but he seemed to ponder something seriously. Sensing her objective was achieved, Yan Xiao stood up. "Mr. He, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Very well. I will see you out." He Tianming replied that he settled Qin Xian and escorted Yin Xiao out of the hospital, refraining from asking her anything along the way that as she entered her vehicle. He Tianming said, "If you don't mind, you can call me Brother He from now on. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out. That I can't promise much, but I still have some influence in Ningqing." He Tianming's intention to forge a connection was clear, and Yin Xiao readily agreed, smiling. "Then you can call me Yin Xiao, Brother He. Please return home. I'll come visit you and your wife when I have time." The weather was unbearably hot. After just a brief outing, she returned drenched in sweat. After a refreshing shower, she emerged to find it nearly 5 o'clock, with 6 missed calls on her phone, without needing to check. She knew who was calling. Ignoring them, she returned to her space to organize her supplies. 10 minutes later, the 7th call came through. Yin Xiao pressed the answer button. Xiang Chen's voice was tinged with irritation. "Yin Xiao, where have you been?" "I was busy. Is there something you need?" Yin Xiao replied. Xiang Chen paused, then exclaimed angrily, "Where's my paper?" "What paper?" Yin Xiao inquired. Xiang Chen clenched his teeth. "Don't pretend you don't understand. The paper I asked you to write. Hurry up and send it to me." "Oh." Yin Xiao sat down, articulately asking Xiang Chen, "Why should I write your paper? What benefit do I gain from it?" Yin Xiao. At this point, Xiang Chen finally realized, "Are you toying with me? Not washing my clothes last time was one thing, but now you refuse to write a simple paper. What qualifications does a lazy woman like you have to be with me? I warn you, if you don't send me the paper tonight, even if you beg me on your knees in the future, I will never agree to have you as my girlfriend." Chapter 9. The Scoundrel's Thesis Defense, Part 1. This was the true face of Xiang Chen. The person Yin Xiao had once sincerely liked. Taking a deep breath, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Xiang Chen, who do you think you are? Just because you have a face like a shoehorn. You consider yourself a god. Seeing you makes me want to vomit my last meal. You think you can make me your girlfriend? I spit on that." After the scolding, Yin Xiao decisively hung up the phone. In her apartment, she reclined comfortably on the sofa. How delightful. That night, Xiang Chen was oblivious to the number of calls he made, nor the countless text messages and voice notes he sent. An entire long list. Yin Xiao did not reply, yet she listened to his voice note once, tapping away on her laptop's keyboard with fervor. The following afternoon, Yin Xiao deliberately chose a chic leather skirt that accentuated her figure and applied light makeup. She was already quite attractive, with delicate brows and bright eyes, rosy lips and white teeth, an embodiment of youthful charm. With her makeup, she exuded an added allure that as she walked through the campus, classmates couldn't help but steal glances at her. "Who is this? Since when did our school have such a beauty?" Regardless of the time, beauty is always an advantage. Some bold male classmates approached her, asking for her WeChat. One sharp-eyed student recognized her. Yin Xiao, ISNT chief in the physics department? This name was familiar to everyone, yet the person herself remained a mystery. The only thing they remembered was that she was the perennial top scholarship recipient. She had never been fond of embellishments. Her upbringing as an orphan made her somewhat introverted, reluctant to engage with others, a social anxiety that had once led her to move out of the dormitory for fear of poor communication with her roommates. However, after enduring the tribulations of a post-apocalyptic world, the once timid girl had transformed into someone bold and radiant. So, Yin Xiao is this beautiful. With such a face and decent academic performance, how could she not leave others with a chance? ISNT chief in the physics department. What is she doing in the foreign languages department? UNT understand, Yin Xiao has feelings for Xiang Chen. Today marks Xiang Chen's thesis defense. She must have come to cheer him on, so that's it. What a pity. Even the gorgeous ones are taken. Regarding their discussions, Yin Xiao merely smiled faintly before entering the classroom as the defense commenced. Students from other departments were allowed to observe the defense, yet few were inclined to do so, finding it rather dull. Yin Xiao settled in the back row and casually scanned the room. Her gaze landing on Xiang Chen, who appeared somewhat haggard, his dark circles betraying a sleepless night. Xiang Chen noticed Yin Xiao as well, his eyes widening in astonishment for a brief moment, but he had always viewed Yin Xiao as nothing more than a servant. A sycophant, never imagining she could look so appealing when dressed up. What was her purpose here? Dressed so beautifully. Was she here to apologize? Xiang Chen curled his lip in disdain, scoffing to himself. After all the wrong she had done, even if she became exceptionally beautiful, he would not easily forgive her. Once the defense concluded, unless she knelt before him, he would not utter a single word to her. Jiang Shasha sat beside Xiang Chen. her gaze fixed on Yin Xiao, brimming with animosity. After a while, she approached Yin Xiao. Xiao Xiao, are you here to watch Xiang Chen's defense too? Jiang Shasha sat beside her, brushing her disheveled bangs aside. Feigning shyness. Chan is something else. You should have told me you were coming to ITS, not his fault. He was too exhausted from writing the thesis last night, and I kept him company all night. Was this a declaration of ownership? Yin Xiao glanced at Jiang Shasha, noticing her bare, smooth arms adorned with matching couple bracelets, the small strawberry necklace around her neck starkly visible. Yin Xiao asked directly, "Are you and Xiang Chen together?" Jiang Shasha was taken aback by her straightforwardness, momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiao, it's fine if you're together, then so be it. Yin Xiao turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. This demeanor, this air of superiority, only fueled Jiang Shasha's resentment. Why wasn't she jealous? What right did she have not to be? Ever since entering university, Yin Xiao had always overshadowed her, excelling in every endeavor scholarships. Yin Xiao's exemplary student awards, Yin Xiao's even representing the college, Yin Xiao again. Jiang Shasha was also quite capable. Why should she remain beneath Yin Xiao? Finally, having outshone Yin Xiao in the eyes of men, she longed to see her upset, envious, and filled with jealousy. Jiang Shasha leaned closer to Yin Xiao, whispering in her ear, "Since you don't mind, I'll be frank that in fact, a year ago, Chun and I were already together. I just didn't tell you, wanting to enjoy your efforts. Remember that night you brought him a cake? That was because I wanted to eat it. And last time, when Chen asked you to grab concert tickets, it was because I wanted to go. Yin Xiao, it's all in the past. Be magnanimous. Don't let something so trivial upset you." Jiang Shasha relayed everything, casting a triumphant glance at Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao remained silent, standing up to change her seat, lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. Her evasive actions led Jiang Shasha to believe she had succeeded, filling her with a sense of victory. As the clock struck 4, the defense began, and the classroom fell silent. Xiang Chen adjusted his suit and tie, casting a casual glance in her direction before slowly stepping onto the stage. The Foreign Languages Department had a spot for an exchange student at a foreign university. And with Xiang Chen as the student council president and top of his year, the position was rightfully his, already predetermined. Thus, how well he performed in this defense was relatively inconsequential, as long as he read his thesis in its entirety. He would secure his place abroad. Xiang Chen opened the prepared thesis document. It must be said that the young man possessed a certain charm. His voice was pleasant, rich in timbre, articulate, and he looked quite good as well. Yin Xiao suddenly recalled her first day at university when others were accompanied by their parents, while she stood alone, struggling with a suitcase half her height. That time, Xiang Chen had been responsible for welcoming new students, assisting her with the paperwork, and even helping her carry her suitcase. Her social anxiety had prevented her from speaking up, and it was Xiang Chen who comforted her, saying that it was normal to feel uncomfortable in a new environment, and that she would adapt eventually. Because of this small gesture, she had harbored feelings for him in her previous life for 8 long years. Looking back now, the dormitories were assigned to the top floors for physical fitness, and Xiang Chen's choice to help her stemmed from her reluctance to stay in the dormitory, thus sparing him the burden of hauling her luggage upstairs. In short, she had been foolish as her thoughts wandered. Xiang Chen had already completed his defense, smoothly answering several questions, and the room erupted in applause. A professor from the Foreign Languages Department stood, preparing to speak. Don't pretend you don't understand. My thesis, the one I had you write for me. Hand it over now. The voice came from an unknown source, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Xiang Chen's voice was distinctive, easily identifiable, leaving everyone perplexed. Last time you didn't wash my clothes, that was one thing, but now you want to even write a thesis for me. What gives a lazy woman like you the right to be with me? I warn you, if you don't give me the thesis tonight, even if you beg me on your knees in the future, I will never agree to be your boyfriend. Yin Xiao, you're nothing but a slut. I only asked you to write my thesis because I found you somewhat appealing. Don't think I'll let you off easy. Yin Xiao, don't pretend you can't hear me. I'll tell you this. Your scholarship evaluation will also be graded by the student council. If you don't apologize, I'll revoke your scholarship. Xiang Chen's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout every corner of the classroom. The figure at the center of it all, Xiang Chen, stood at the podium, his expression grim, glaring intently below. Yin Xiao leisurely crossed her legs. That moment, the students finally comprehended, exchanging glances. Xiang Chen's thesis was written by Yin Xiao. a student from the physics department writing a thesis for the foreign languages department. He was using their relationship to coerce Yin Xiao. How absurd. Can the president of the student council control scholarships? What audacity he had. The professor from the foreign languages department glared at Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun, did you write this thesis yourself? Before Xiang Chun could respond, Yin Xiao raised her hand, a smile gracing her lips. Professor, I can attest that this thesis was written by him. As she spoke, she played a second audio recording, this time featuring Jiang Shasha. Chun is something else. You should have told me you were coming. It's not his fault. He was too exhausted from writing the thesis last night, and I kept him company all night. Actually, a year ago, Chun and I were already together. I just didn't tell you. Wanting to enjoy your efforts. Remember that night you brought him a cake? That was because I wanted to eat it. And last time when Chin asked you to grab concert tickets, it was because I wanted to go. Yin Xiao, it's all in the past. Be magnanimous. Don't let something so trivial upset you. All eyes turned to Jiang Shasha, her body trembling, her face pale, the small strawberry necklace around her neck still glaringly obvious. Xiang Chen panicked. Professor, don't believe her. She is just holding a grudge because I rejected her. She is trying to ruin me. This recording is fake. Yes, fake. Yin Xiao chimed in with a laugh. Should we get someone to authenticate whether it's real or not? Furthermore, Xiang Chun, I have the chat records from yesterday when you scolded me right here on my phone, complete with your voice messages. Would you like me to play them for everyone? You shameless harlot. Xiang Chun jumped down from the podium, rushing towards Yin Xiao in a frenzy, raising his hand to snatch her phone. Yin Xiao, with a firm grip on his wrist, stood up and kicked his thigh with the tip of her high heel. After enduring the trials of the apocalypse, while she may not have mastered many skills, her combat abilities were certainly on point. Xiang Chun let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Yin Xiao looked down at him from above. Xiang Chun, a person like you doesn't deserve my affection. She surveyed the classroom, then stepped towards the back door, retrieving the remote-controlled voice recorder beside the speaker and placing it firmly upon the podium. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. I am Yin Xiao from the Department of Physics. In the past, I was rather naive, falling for a scoundrel. She inhaled deeply. Xiang Chun, during our 3 years at university, exploited my affection, providing me with false hope while shamelessly enjoying my sacrifices, all the while engaging in an affair with Jiang Shasha. For 2 consecutive years, my efforts went into writing both his end-of-term papers. Each academic year, as the student council president, he entrusted me with compiling statistics and summaries to submit to the administration. He used my scholarship funds to purchase shoes and mobile phones, never repaying a single cent. His clothes were always left for me to wash. In retrospect, Yin Xiao realized how foolish she had been, lost in the intoxication of love. Fortunately, she now had the opportunity to start anew, having learned from her past mistakes. She resolved to make amends. Esteemed teachers and fellow students, I assure you, with my integrity, that everything I have stated is entirely true. The voice recorder is right here. Feel free to verify if you doubt my words. I firmly believe that regardless of his academic achievements, a person lacking in character is unworthy of being a student leader. I urge the administration to consider this seriously and allocate his opportunity for studying abroad to someone truly deserving. With that, she bowed and decisively departed. In the instant she exited, the classroom erupted in applause, a wave of sound washing over her. Yin Xiao stepped out of the academic building. She gazed up at the cerulean sky, suddenly feeling invigorated. In truth, the opportunity to study abroad held little importance. The time for departure was 6 months away, and with the impending apocalypse, even if Xiang Chun possessed the opportunity, he would be unable to leave. Yet, that was of little consequence. Her purpose for being there was to humiliate the scoundrel and the shameless woman, ensuring their disgrace. Though temporarily relieved, she had not forgotten the matter. The harm inflicted by Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha could not be avenged with mere words. She had a plan to thoroughly torment this couple. A classmate recorded the incident, and it spread like wildfire across the school's forums. Xiang Chen's previous academic papers and graduation designs were unearthed, leading school officials to summon him for a redefense. After several inquiries, it became evident that Xiang Chun was indeed not the original author of the papers. The school administration convened an emergency meeting, and 3 days later, Xiang Chun was stripped of his position as student council president, receiving a formal reprimand and being placed under probation. His previously perfect scores for the false papers and designs were reduced to zero, necessitating a complete redo. As Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha walked through the school, they were met with disdainful glances, akin to pariahs. Their former friends avoided them, as if they were cursed, fearful of being tainted by association. In the aftermath, Xiang Chun frantically sent enraged messages to Yin Xiao, hurling every insult imaginable. Yin Xiao remained unfazed, completely ignoring his tirade. With 15 days remaining until the apocalypse, the villa had been completed. Yin Xiao inspected the renovations and, satisfied, settled the final payment. She had pre-ordered a large iron cage, measuring 2 meters in length, width, and height, specially reinforced with multiple bars. Over the course of 2 days, she hung the cage in the courtyard, constructing a trap concealed with fabric. The wire from the wall was extended and gathered together, and she placed 2 power strips in the courtyard, covered with waterproof cloth, situated in a shaded area. The wires were coiled together to create a plug. When the apocalypse arrived, she planned to electrify the wall, ensuring no one could breach her defenses. Chapter 11. The arrival of the apocalypse with 13 days remaining until the apocalypse. The average temperature across various regions reached 35 degrees Celsius. After checking the surveillance, plumbing, ventilation, and electrical systems of the villa, Yin Xiao began to pack her belongings from her small apartment and officially moved in. In terms of shopping, she transitioned from physical stores to online shopping, opting for next-day delivery to the warehouse she had previously rented. Each night, she would drive there to collect her purchases. She bought a variety of local delicacies, sampling everything she found appealing, with quantities ranging from 500 to 2,000 pieces. Following this, she engaged in a frenzy of online shopping, acquiring any useful items that caught her eye. To her surprise, she discovered numerous items she had previously overlooked. She even made special trips to several bubble tea shops in Yi City, ensuring she visited each one, purchasing 1,000 cups of the best-selling drinks. At the bakery, she bought 100 of each type of cake that caught her fancy: fruit cakes, cheesecake, chocolate cake, and exquisite cream cakes. She also stocked up on various flavors of jam and delicate pastries from the bakery. Yin Xiao ordered 50 pairs of silver handcuffs, as well as 100 chains and various tethering devices. The items were quite peculiar, and while purchasing, she had to select from a certain colorful boutique. When the package arrived and she opened it, she found 10 exquisite little whips along with a heartfelt card. 10 little whips for you, wishing you a delightful time. Remember to leave a 5-star review. Yin Xiao thought to herself. All right then. And that evening, she indeed left a positive review. With 9 days remaining until the apocalypse, Yin Xiao purchased numerous flower pots and soil, planting over 20 varieties of easy-to-grow fruits and vegetables on the rooftop and several small balconies of the villa. Celery, garlic, chili peppers, eggplants, strawberries, figs, and tomatoes. She devoted considerable effort to this task, executing it with great zeal, though whether or not the plants would thrive remained uncertain. As for raising poultry such as chickens, ducks, or geese, she refrained. Small animals were prone to infection in the apocalypse, and it would be more practical to buy meat directly. Nevertheless, she did purchase some fertilized eggs to keep in her storage space, just in case they might come in handy one day. With 8 days remaining until the apocalypse, Yin Xiao arranged for a ton of gravel to be delivered to the villa, with part of it placed in the basement and the rest stored in her space. There are still 10 tons of firewood, all stored in the space. The end of the world is merely 7 days away. In Yecheng, located 500 kilometers from Ningxing, the first incident of animal attack has occurred, involving a rat as thick as an adult's arm. The injured individual was found frothing at the mouth in the street and has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Yin Xiao replayed the circulated video 3 times. The following days, despite the oppressive heat, she ventured outdoors clad in long sleeves and long pants, thoroughly wrapped up with a meticulously crafted sharp folding knife concealed in her pocket. As temperatures soared to 40 degrees, hospitals were inundated with cases of heat stroke, prices skyrocketed, and people began hoarding supplies. The school group announced the suspension of all classes and urged students to take sun protection precautions. Yin Xiao procured additional provisions, acquiring only 3 bags of rice and over 200 bags of snacks. She placed an online order for pickup at the large supermarket outside the school. Approaching dusk, Yin Xiao, looking splendidly adorned, made her way there. As she anticipated, she spotted Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha outside the supermarket. Yin Xiao had not deleted either of their WeChat contacts, and Jiang Shasha Being particularly fond of showing off, frequently shared her life on social media. That it was only upon seeing Jiang Shasha's post that Yin Xiao decided to come to that moment. Feigning ignorance, she leaned against her car, quietly directing the staff to load her purchases one bag at a time. Xiang Chun, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt the urge to confront her, but was restrained by Jiang Shasha. Following the previous incident, Xiang Chen's reputation had plummeted. After enduring the aftermath, he realized that if he were to cause trouble for Yin Xiao outside the school, he would be the subject of gossip once more. Stay calm, Jiang Shasha incessantly reminded him, helping him to regain his composure. The duo watched helplessly as Yin Xiao purchased a multitude of items, got into her car, and drove away without a backward glance. In the ensuing days, aside from occasionally visiting He Tianming and his family, Yin Xiao remained secluded in the villa, ordering takeout whenever she needed something. She posted on social media about helping a friend purchase rice and flour at a premium. Yet only Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha could see it. The trap was set. Now it was a matter of whether they would fall for it. With 3 days left until the apocalypse and temperatures at 42 degrees. The 50,000 firecrackers she had ordered arrived, each string containing over 100 inferior firecrackers, lacking in lethality but producing a loud noise to attract zombies. During this time, she meticulously organized her space, categorizing supplies into several designated areas, ensuring each flammable zone was distanced from the others, and placing the food supplies in the safest location to prevent any potential explosions from affecting them. Concerned about the risk of fire, Yin Xiao also purchased 10,000 fire extinguishers, placing 1 or 2 in each area for easy access. News reports of animal attacks proliferated, and hospitals across the country became overcrowded. The hospital in Ningqing grew increasingly chaotic. Chen Xian, who preferred tranquility, returned home that afternoon with He Tianming, cradling their child. With 2 days remaining until the end of the world, Yin Xiao visited He Tianming's villa, bringing along 20 cans of formula and maternal and infant care products. Their family lacked for nothing. Even after the impending apocalypse, they would remain affluent, and with He Tianming's status, no one would dare to rob them. Unfortunately, the only thing they were short of was baby products. Children grow rapidly. Clothing needs to be frequently changed, and nutrition must not be compromised. That it was due to malnutrition that she had faced dire consequences in her previous life. The little baby lay quietly in the crib, unaware of the impending challenges, reaching out a tiny hand towards Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao gently embraced her. He Tianming, exceptionally astute, had stocked up on numerous supplies, as evidenced by the many boxes she spotted outside his garage upon her arrival. That was reassuring. Did I end this life? She sincerely hoped that this family of 3 could thrive, wishing for she to grow up healthy. At night, Yin Xiao strolled through the mall, selecting her favorite eateries, indulging in food and drinks, and allowing herself to unwind and enjoy for a prolonged period. With only 1 day left until the apocalypse. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Yin Xiao sat on the balcony, gazing up at the sky. Time passed minute by minute. She watched as the sun set and the moon rose, noticing the moon visibly growing larger and redder. In front of her sat a laptop, streaming live at 1 o'clock in the morning. In a hospital room somewhere, a nurse was administering an injection to a man when suddenly, the door swung open. A man entered, his eyes vacant and his gait peculiar, moving slowly. After finishing the injection, the nurse stood up and turned to inquire, "Sir, how may I assist you?" At this moment, the man had already arrived before her. Suddenly, the camera jolted, and the nurse's piercing scream echoed through the computer. Upon hearing it, Yin Xiao instinctively wrapped herself tighter in the thin blanket. The subsequent footage was unclear. The individual recording bore witness to a horrifying incident of a zombie attacking a person, causing him to scream in terror and flee. Upon exiting the ward, he found the corridor even more chaotic. Zombies were emerging from every corner of the hospital, attacking anyone they encountered. The camera captured a throng of people in a frenzied panic. And in the chaos, someone collided with the broadcaster, causing his phone to tumble to the ground, trampled underfoot multiple times. The screen abruptly went black, and the live stream ended. October 4, 2088, 12:40 a.m., the apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 12. This zombie is quite handsome in a previous life. The zombie virus erupted from hospitals across the globe, with those bitten by small animals becoming the first to transform into zombies. The virus spread through saliva and blood. Initially, those bitten displayed no immediate symptoms. They either succumbed to being devoured or managed to escape, but roughly 20 minutes later, the bitten individuals began to lose their sanity, their consciousness fading. After 40 minutes, they would inevitably turn into zombies. The only way to kill a transformed zombie was by attacking its head at present. The zombie virus was not particularly potent. Zombies moved sluggishly, but over time, they would mutate. Much like human survivors could awaken latent abilities, exceptional zombies could also awaken powers and even possess independent consciousness and opinions. Recalling her previous encounters with combating zombies, Yin Xiao felt a wave of discomfort. She descended the stairs to electrify the barbed wire outside, securing all doors and windows tightly before returning upstairs. Incidents of zombie attacks were incessantly occurring. The zombies captured in the videos had pallid, cold skin, bluish lips, and lifeless gray-white pupils, some injured by those resisting them, oozing dark blood. The city center had fallen into chaos, with congested traffic and panicked crowds scattering in every direction. That a little girl, separated from her parents, was pushed to the ground, crying in fear. Her mother, desperately searching against the tide of people, finally spotted her, only for a dismembered zombie to appear behind the girl in the next instant. Yin Xiao shut her eyes and turned off the computer. She was no savior, unable to prevent the apocalypse. All she could do was protect herself and strive to survive. The next day, the sun rose as usual, casting light upon a landscape turned into a hellish nightmare. From the hospitals to the city center, shopping malls, schools, and residential areas, including her own villa community, zombies began to appear in succession. News reports flooded in, the government urging residents to stay indoors and take precautions, advising them to avoid contact with zombies or wild animals as much as possible. When Yin Xiao awoke, it was already 9 o'clock, and her phone was inundated with messages. She had few friends. Apart from a message from Chen Qian, the rest were from community and alumni group chats. The area surrounding the school was a bustling university town, home to over 300,000 residents, and the number of zombies was rapidly increasing. Most students lived in dormitories, lacking local housing and direction for escape. Many sought help in the group chats. But in such a sudden crisis, no one could assist anyone else. After replying to Chen Qian, Yin Xiao stood on the rooftop, brushing her teeth while gazing downward, since this was the outskirts with few residents. There weren't many zombies below. She spotted only 5 yet, the shattered vehicles on the road, the dismembered corpses on the ground, and the bloody handprints on the garden steps all bore testament to the horror and brutality of the apocalypse. Having endured 5 years of the end times, Yin Xiao felt little fear. She could still calmly enjoy her breakfast while observing the chaos and carnage below. A steaming cup of soy milk and 2 buns filled with pickled cabbage and pork were her morning fare. She inserted a straw into the soy milk, and as her gaze swept across the scene, she noticed a man in the distance, more precisely, a zombie. His pupils were grayish-white, and his lips were tinged with blue. What drew her attention was that this zombie was remarkably handsome. Compared to the other 4 zombies, he had not lost any limbs, boasting a well-proportioned physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, long legs, and was quite pleasing to the eye even as a zombie. From her vantage point, the man was slightly turned, allowing her to glimpse his refined features. Suddenly, he lifted his head, staring intently in her direction. Yin Xiao nearly choked on her soy milk. She was now locking eyes with the man, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity akin to that of a long-lost friend. The man gazed up at Yin Xiao, the bluish lips moving as if uttering something, but the distance rendered her unable to hear. They maintained eye contact for a good 2 to 3 minutes until a luxury car came careening back from outside the villa area. Somewhat damaged, crashing into a tree, that a woman crawled out of the vehicle, bloodied and clutching her wound. Upon hearing the commotion, the handsome zombie finally turned away. Only then did Yin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. Taking a large gulp of soy milk to calm her nerves, suddenly, she was jolted awake, recalling that the windows at her home were one way, meaning the outside should not be able to see in. Yin Xiao hurried downstairs, peering into the small courtyard to look up at the windows. Each one was dark, obscuring any view. After much ado, it became clear that it had all been a misunderstanding. The handsome zombie likely had merely been glancing around and hadn't seen her at all. Yin Xiao pouted in frustration, biting into her bun, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had survived 5 years in the apocalypse, having slain countless zombies. Why had she felt fear just now? Outside the villa, the woman was surrounded by several zombies, struggling but ultimately succumbing to her fate. Her body lay sprawled in the garden, while the other zombies gathered to feast upon her. The handsome zombie stood to the side, staring down vacantly, observing for a long time without taking a bite, even displaying a hint of disdain. After several days of relentless heat, the temperature soared from 40 degrees to 43 degrees within a week. That afternoon, Yin Xiao was added to the owner's group by the security guard of her community. The villa area was inhabited by the affluent. Before moving in, the property management would vet each household's circumstances. Individuals like Yin Xiao, short-term renters, were typically ineligible to join the group. However, now, with the apocalypse upon them, the wealth of the affluent had turned to mere scraps of paper, erasing social distinctions, and all residents were added to the group. Upon joining, Yin Xiao found 75 members already engaged in fervent discussions. Building 12, Zhangcheng. There are zombies everywhere. What should we do? I've run out of vegetables at home. Building 15, Wufei. I'm worse off. I spent over half a year abroad that I returned just a day before the outbreak. And didn't get the chance to buy anything. Now I can barely see the road due to hunger. Building 22, Gucci. I have 2 drones at home. I can send some supplies over. Building 12, Zhangcheng. Is that for real? I won't take your things for free. Do you have any cabbage? I'm willing to buy. Building 22, Gucci. Wu Fei, can you spare me some rice? I'll trade it for my newly bought Porsche. Building 22, Gucci. No need for money. It's dangerous now that we're all neighbors and should help each other. Open your windows, and I'll find a spot to send it over. Yin Xiao was nestled on the sofa, enjoying some watermelon when she happened upon this exchange. Out of curiosity, she moved to the window. Coincidentally, Building 22 was directly opposite hers. The window on the top floor was pushed open, revealing a young woman with brown, seaweed-like hair standing there. After surveying the area, she indeed sent out 2 cabbages attached to a drone, skillfully controlling the remote. Yin Xiao. To her astonishment, amidst the trepidation of the apocalypse, there truly existed a benevolent soul. Chapter 13. The emergence of a saint in the apocalypse. Yin Xiao watched in awe as the saintly figure delivered supplies, while notifications in the group chat erupted incessantly. Many had also witnessed the act. With requests for supplies flooding in, Building 12, Zhangcheng. Received it. Thank you, beautiful lady, for the cabbage that you're not only lovely, but kind-hearted. Good deeds bring good fortune, that if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll help if I can. Building 15, Wu Fei. Thanks to the beautiful lady for the rice. Image. You're so generous. Building 18, Zhang San. Gucci, beautiful sister. Do you have any extra salt? I can trade you some meat. Building 19, Li Si. Gucci, could you send me some cooking oil? Building 20, Wang Matzi. Is there anyone who can send me some candles? My lights are broken. Requests for supplies came one after another, and Gucci responded enthusiastically to each. The group chat was abuzz with activity. Building 22, Gucci. Everyone, please don't rush. I'm a food streamer with plenty of surplus. There are too many messages. Just send me a private message with what you need, and I'll do my best to help. Building 15, Wu Fei. You're amazing. Where do you stream? I'll send you gifts. Building 12, Zhangcheng. I'll send gifts too. Right now, I have nothing left except money, so just tell me how much you need. After a while, the members of the group received the items they had longed for, one after another expressing their gratitude and showering praises upon Gucci, exalting her beauty and declaring her to be a good person, deserving of good fortune, likening her to a fairy descended from the heavens, almost to the point of kneeling in reverence. Yin Xiao, holding a considerable amount of supplies, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, and in her shame, she sat on the rooftop, munching on watermelon while watching the drones flit about. In front of her, a small table held a laptop displaying a live stream from a certain platform. Earlier, the benevolent figure had shared the live stream link, distributing supplies before countless online viewers. With most people confined to their homes, unable to work or venture outside, they resorted to languishing in idleness. The live stream's popularity surged dramatically, from a few hundred viewers to over 1 million, with gifts pouring in incessantly. The moment the stream began, the gifting effects never ceased. Gucci expressed her gratitude for the gifts while urging everyone not to send more. Thank you all, but please refrain from sending more gifts. Save your money to purchase supplies. I believe that as long as we unite, we can weather this disaster together. Netizen 1. I sincerely envy you. When will I have such neighbors? Netizen 2. Forget about rice and vegetables. I'd be content if someone could just share a bite of leftover food with me. Gu Chi's live stream lasted a full 4 hours. She spent half an hour distributing supplies and then, to show her appreciation for the gifts, sang for 3.5 hours in the stream. After the broadcast, she remained exhilarated. Originally just a small streamer with a few hundred viewers, scraping by on a minimum wage, she had aspirations as lofty as the heavens, determined to live the best life possible. Even though the villa she resided in was rented in her lifetime, she had never earned so much money. Her thoughts were quite naive. She believed the zombie crisis would eventually pass, and with an abundance of food at home, enough to last 1 or 2 years, it seemed prudent to share with her affluent neighbors. Thinking that her live streaming would surely gain popularity, perhaps, once the disaster subsided, those wealthy individuals would be grateful for her efforts and treat her to a life of luxury. The live stream earnings were credited instantly. And as Gu Chi counted the substantial figures in her bank account, her heart swelled with excitement that an idea struck her, and she sent a message in the group. Building 22, Gu Chi. Dear members and neighbors, I will attach a box to the drone which will fly to everyone's rooftop 1 hour from now, that if anyone has extra supplies, please place them inside for sharing. Together, we will overcome this hardship. It must be said, the enthusiasm she ignited among her group friends was palpable. Upon receiving the news, they eagerly stepped forward. The little beauty is right. I have candles that can be shared with the residents of Building 20. I can offer 2 heads of cabbage, although they're a bit wilted. Please don't mind that I have a pack of cigarettes, a stash my husband kept. He can't smoke due to health issues. So anyone who wishes to can take them, that I can contribute some unfinished exercise books. Apologies, but my child upstairs has already been taken by their father for a scolding. We can provide some cold medicine. Seeing such fervor from everyone, Yin Xiao felt compelled to contribute, fearing she would be noticed if she did not. After a moment's thought, she spoke up in the group chat. Building 21, Yin Xiao, my rooftop is inaccessible. So please have the drone fly to my 3rd floor balcony, that I can provide 2 packs of instant noodles that it's not much, but it's a token of goodwill. Each large pack contains 5 smaller ones. Enough for 10 meals. Yin Xiao felt satisfied with her contribution. She was no saint, having just moved in and not being well acquainted with these individuals. She did not wish to draw excessive attention. Often, those who play the role of saints end up being the first to perish in apocalyptic scenarios. Building 22, Gu Chi. Understood. Building 21, Yin Xiao. At 5 o'clock, the drone took off punctually from Gu Chi's window, making its first stop at Yin Xiao's place. She placed the instant noodles in the box, closed the balcony door, and returned inside. The Gu Chi, observing from across the way, wore a benevolent smile. Once all the supplies were collected, she retrieved the drone. The small box was filled to the brim. As she organized the supplies, she couldn't help but scoff disdainfully that a group of wealthy elites, residing in villas, yet so miserly when it came to sharing. Gu Chi snapped a photo, listed the supplies, and shared it in the group. Building 21, Gu Chi. Thank you all for your cooperation. If any of you require the items listed above, feel free to reach out. I will deliver them via drone. Thanks to the presence of the benevolent figure, the atmosphere in the group remained relatively lighthearted. These affluent individuals, usually preoccupied with their busy lives, found solace in being confined at home, chatting and boasting, which was quite pleasant. The Gu Chi also rose to fame overnight, amassing 60 million followers. With each subsequent live stream, she earned no less than 5 million on the 13th day of the apocalypse. Yin Xiao received a phone call. Xiao Xiao, I remember you live off campus. Are you safe? Send me your address, and I'll come keep you company. On the other end of the line was Xiang Chen, feigning concern, his ulterior motives palpable through the phone. Clearly seeking refuge for himself, he had seen her purchasing supplies and collecting food online, viewing her as an easy target. Xiao Xiao, why aren't you speaking? Xiang Chen continued, calculating. Are you still mad at me? I was wrong last time. I apologize that it's so dangerous outside, and as a girl living alone, what if a bad person comes knocking? I mean no harm. I am just worried about you, that I want you to survive safely. Consider it a way to atone for my previous mistakes. Yin Xiao caressed the screen, a cold smile curling her lips. Is that really how you feel? Of course, if you still doubt me, how about I come over to prove it? Xiang Chen sounded anxious. Xiao Xiao, please tell me where you are. It seemed quite noisy on his end, with distant zombie growls and the sounds of banging on doors. Yin Xiao smiled slyly. All right, Chun, I'm willing to trust you one more time. The TO clarify the book setting. The timeline is set in the future, where technology is highly advanced. Water, electricity, and other utilities are primarily managed by machines, allowing for prolonged service even without human oversight. The live streaming platform and banks, much like Gucci's situation, rely on machine operation and currently do not require human labor. More updates will follow. I shall take my time to revise the text. Much love to you all. Chapter 14. The arrival of the CAD. Yin Xiao had always been diligent, working her way through school and spending money judiciously. Hence, when she provided her address, Xiang Qin was clearly skeptical. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Xiao Xiao, you're not joking, are you? How could you possibly live in a villa area? Isn't that 20,000 per square meter? He couldn't believe Yin Xiao could afford such luxury. Yin Xiao chose not to respond further, hanging up the phone and sharing her location with Xiang Chun via WeChat. Xiang Chun, Xiao Xiao. I am sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you. Xiang Chun, if you can live in a wealthy area, you must have endured quite a bit, right? I'm just concerned for you. Xiang Chun, Xiao Xiao. Wait for me. No matter how many zombies are on the road, I will reach you from now on. I will protect you to it hard. Yin Xiao pondered. The first day she sold gold, she felt exhausted to the bone. The second day, donating blood left her dizzy and faint. By the third day, she had amassed 3.8 billion. It was indeed quite challenging. She tilted her head and thoughtfully replied with a simple okay. The school was located in the eastern part of the city, while the villa area lay to the south. Even by car, it would take 4 hours to reach, especially now with the roads littered with abandoned vehicles. When the zombie outbreak first occurred, traffic had been treacherous, with many people abandoning their cars to escape. Currently, the main roads remained blocked. Successfully traversing to her location was no small feat, however. All of this was of little concern to Yin Xiao. In recent days, the number of zombies in the villa area had increased from the initial 5 to 10, then to 20, and now there were a total of 38. With nothing much to do, she would occasionally observe, as she was doing now. For some reason, whenever she looked down from the window, she always spotted that handsome zombie. He was quite unusual, unlike other zombies, who were filthy and ravenously devouring anything. Covered in black and red blood, some missing limbs and lunging at people to bite, this particular zombie had remained surprisingly clean, even thinner than before. In her previous life. After 5 years, it was the first time she had seen a zombie lose weight. Meanwhile, the zombie turned its head and looked up. After the last awkward encounter, Yin Xiao had grown accustomed to it, feeling certain he wasn't gazing at her, and continued to sip her milk tea with a sense of entitlement. Uncertain if it was her imagination, she thought she saw the zombie's Adam's apple move, as if he were swallowing. Encouraged, Yin Xiao took bigger sips, simultaneously admiring the zombie's striking features, perhaps due to her prolonged singlehood. Even a zombie seemed remarkably handsome. How delightful! 2 nights later, a nearly abandoned car barreled into the villa area. The occupants, a man and a woman, were none other than Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha. Following the information left by Yin Xiao, Xiang Chun easily located Villa 21. Armed with a bloodied baseball bat, he struck decisively when a nearby zombie approached, delivering a swift blow to its head. It must be said, Xiang Chun's ability to survive in this apocalypse until his powers awakened spoke to his competence. He acted decisively and without hesitation that he grabbed Jiang Shasha as they exited the vehicle. Pointing discreetly towards the wall behind the villa area, "Stay hidden for a moment. When Yin Xiao opens the door, I'll subdue her, and then you can come out. I'm afraid she won't let me in if she sees you." Jiang Shasha, ever considerate, replied, "All right, Chun, just be careful." 2 individuals were deeply entwined in emotion, their scene perfectly captured by Yin Xiao in the surveillance room. After her communication with Xiang Chun that day, the location sharing on WeChat remained activated, allowing her to fully appreciate Xiang Chun's escape route. Aware of his impending arrival, she prepared to welcome him, while also catching a glimpse of Jiang Shasha. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun, with one hand dialing a number and the other wielding a baseball bat against the approaching zombies, faced obstacles ahead in the form of a car with a tree nearby. For the zombies to advance, they would have to traverse along the wall. Coincidentally, outside Yin Zhao's house, there was an electric wire. As one zombie drew near, it inadvertently made contact with the current and was electrocuted. On the other side of the wall, Jiang Shasha was taken aback by the sight and swiftly moved away from the wall. Yin Xiao quietly admired the scene, deliberately waiting until the ringtone was about to cease before pressing the answer button. "Xiao Xiao, I'm outside your house. Please let me in," he urged, as a smirk graced her lips as she stood up. "All right." Yin Xiao sauntered to the door, opening it. The next moment, Xiang Chen burst in, seizing her just as planned. Jiang Shasha followed suit, promptly shutting the door. The zombies outside, witnessing the flesh within, were displeased, banging on the door while emitting low growls. The low-level zombies, devoid of awareness, attempted to clamber in along the wall, only to be electrocuted in droves. Yin Xiao, hearing the commotion, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, the zombies remained alive despite their electrocution, so she thought. "Let the electricity flow." Xiang Chun, exhaling in relief, looked down at Yin Xiao with disdain. "You expect me to apologize? Dream on." Jiang Shasha, harboring resentment from earlier events, approached and delivered a stinging slap to Yin Xiao. In a swift motion, Yin Xiao countered by grabbing Xiang Chun, pulling him forward. The slap Jiang Shasha delivered landed perfectly on Xiang Chen's face, echoing loudly as he let out a pained yelp. "Ah Chun, are you all right?" Jiang Shasha quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, it's all Yin Xiao's fault. Let us deal with her first, and I promise to make it up to you later." Xiang Chen, having taken a solid hit, was visibly displeased. Without waiting for her to speak, he straightened up and swung the baseball bat toward Yin Xiao's head, as if striking a zombie. Yin Xiao spoke in a flat tone. Yet her words were cutthroat. After finishing, she turned and exited the room. "Xiao Xiao, you cannot treat me this way," Xiang Chen pleaded from behind, but Yin Xiao seemed oblivious, locking the door from the outside as she closed it. Inside, there were cameras, allowing her to monitor their every move at any moment. The iron cage was custom-made. Even for Xiang Chun, who had awakened his abilities in a previous life, it would require considerable effort to unlock it. Let alone the ordinary Xiang Chun of now, who could never hope to escape the cage. As Yin Xiao stepped out of the room, a sense of indescribable refreshment washed over her. It was exhilarating. Yet, just as her joy began to settle, she realized that it had dissipated. The hour was late, and she intended to ascend to her room for sleep. However, as she passed the corner of the staircase on the first floor, a striking face suddenly appeared close to hers. The handsome zombie she had noticed outside the villa had somehow made his way into her home. They were mere centimeters apart, their noses almost touching. Yin Xiao froze instantly, her heart sinking in her earlier exuberance. She had let her guard down, failing to notice the presence of someone, a zombie, here at such a close distance. If he were to open his mouth, he could easily bite her. Strangely, she had only allowed Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha to enter, and she had seen Jiang Shasha close the door. How had he managed to get in? With no time to ponder further, Yin Xiao steadied herself, remaining vigilant. She discreetly explored her surroundings and quickly retrieved a gun. Just then, the handsome zombie reached out toward her. Yin Xiao swiftly aimed the gun at his forehead, only to embarrassingly realize that she had not pulled the trigger. The handsome zombie seemed unfazed, his expression blank as he reached for her waist, his fingers brushing against her. Yin Xiao thought, "Is this a lecherous zombie?" Chapter 16. Raising zombies is quite impressive. A shiver coursed through Yin Xiao, leaving her momentarily stunned. The handsome zombie slowly pulled out a bag of milk candies from her waist. Indeed, it was a large bag. Yin Xiao's eyes widened as she stared at his slender fingers, wishing she could see more clearly. She had not carried that many candies on her person. They were all stored in her space. How could he produce them? Stepping back 2 paces, she cocked the trigger again, aiming the gun at his forehead. "Who are you? How did you get the candy out?" The handsome zombie tilted his head, seemingly oblivious to her question. After a moment, he ignored the gun in her hand and bent down to inspect the candy bag. Perhaps unsure how to open it, he tugged at it with force. Given his intelligence, it was evident he was indeed a low-level zombie. Unable to resist her curiosity, Yin Xiao refrained from firing, watching his actions intently. With a loud rip, the bag burst open, scattering the candies across the floor. One candy flew out and landed perfectly on Yin Xiao's forehead. The handsome zombie leaned closer, his long, curled eyelashes nearly brushing against her cheek. He picked up the fallen candy and resumed tearing at the bag with vigor, clearly eager to consume it. Yin Xiao silently extended her hand. "Let me help you." Her intention was to assist in opening the candy bag. But the handsome zombie hesitated for a moment before squatting down. He carefully picked up a candy from the ground, pinching one corner gently. then stood up and placed the candy in Yin Zhao's palm. He continued to tear at the bag, as if saying, "You can have this, but don't take mine." Yin Zhao observed, bemused. The smaller candy wrappers were indeed more challenging to tear, and there was only one candy inside, making it likely to fall out. Watching for a moment, she soon saw that the candy had slipped from its wrapper, bouncing to the floor. The handsome zombie lowered his head, watching quietly. After several seconds, he reached out again towards Yin Zhao's waist. Realizing something, Yin Zhao concluded that this handsome zombie must possess abilities, allowing him to interact with her space and retrieve items from it. She quickly retreated a couple of steps to avoid his touch. Pointing to the ground, she said, "There are many candies here. Can't you pick them up and eat them?" She bent down, collecting a candy, unwrapping it to reveal it was still pristine. Holding it out, she offered, "Here, you can have this one, but just don't take from my space." The handsome zombie gazed at the candy, then glanced at the ground. Reluctantly extending his hand, he did not touch the wrapper, but directly took the candy and popped it into his mouth. Yin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, sensing no malice from him, and lowered her gun. Yet she kept her left hand poised to grasp it at any moment. Maintaining vigilance that as she quietly observed, she picked up the scattered candies from the floor and offered, "You can have all of these." However, the handsome zombie did not accept them. Instead, he frowned slightly, a look of disdain crossing his handsome features, even taking a few steps back. Yin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, recalling his earlier actions. When picking up candies from the floor, he only grabbed them by a clean corner, and when taking candy from her, he also selected only the clean ones, avoiding any that had touched the ground. With her eyelashes fluttering, Yin Zhao recalled that she had never seen him dirty, nor had she witnessed him, like other zombies, consume corpses that he appeared to be losing weight. Therefore, she tentatively asked, "Do you have a cleanliness obsession?" To test this theory, she retrieved a pristine milk candy from her space and offered it to him. The handsome zombie blinked, his brows relaxing as he obediently reached out to accept it. Just before he could take it, Yin Zhao withdrew her hand and presented the candy that had fallen on the ground. He retracted his fingers, frowning once more. Yin Zhao discovered a new world. Putting the gun back into her space, with a clean candy in her left hand and the one she had picked up from the ground in her right, she repeatedly demonstrated to the handsome zombie. Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. The zombie's brow furrowed and relaxed again. He appeared somewhat dazed, not angered at being played with. Eventually, Yin Zhao grew tired and unwrapped a candy, offering it to him. He blankly accepted it, taking a big bite. Cautiously, Yin Zhao poked at his bulging cheeks, which felt cool and pleasant to the touch. The zombie, with two large candies in his mouth, looked adorably dazed. This zombie was different from the others. He was strikingly handsome. No, he must possess abilities. Yin Zhao vividly recalled that in her previous life, after enduring the sweltering summer, winter arrived abruptly, with snow falling repeatedly for nearly a year. One day, the sky was lit with auroras. And those touched by the auroras, both humans and zombies, began to manifest abilities. Those with abilities should have emerged a year later. She had gained her powers through reincarnation. What about the zombie before her? How could he access her space? Pondering this conundrum, she ultimately decided to keep him around for observation. One must possess a spirit of inquiry. Even if danger lurked, fortune often favored the bold, and there could be great discoveries ahead. Besides, while others kept pets, she was raising a zombie. Wasn't that rather impressive? Regrettably, the only iron cage in her home was occupied by Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha, making her uneasy about allowing him to roam freely inside. After careful consideration, she led the small zombie into the guest room adjacent to the master bedroom, retrieving handcuffs and chains from her space, perhaps sensing that these items had not been used before and were clean. The small zombie surprisingly offered no resistance, allowing her to fasten a silver necklace and bracelet on him. That he blinked, his eyelashes long and curled like tiny brushes, obedient and tranquil. Yin Zhao secured the chain to the bed's headboard, feeling it was still insufficiently secure, so she used nails to further fasten it. She gazed at the small zombie, coaxing, "You will stay here and not run around. Be good, and I will give you candies." The handsome zombie tilted his head. Zombies with awakened intelligence could understand human speech, and Yin Zhao sensed that he comprehended her words. To encourage his compliance, she left him a large bag of milk candies. He looked down, cradling the bag and sniffing it. Seizing the moment while he was preoccupied, Yin Xiao hurried out and locked the door tightly. While the chains and handcuffs might not be entirely secure, her home's doors were undoubtedly safe. Each was custom-made, impervious even to a vehicle's impact. Judging by the strength he had displayed while tearing the candy wrapper, Yin Xiao felt confident he would not escape. She pulled out her phone to access the guest room's surveillance. The small zombie sat obediently on the edge of the bed, diligently tearing at the milk candy, with a slight sigh of relief. Yin Xiao descended the stairs to collect the other candies that had fallen earlier, tidying up before conducting a thorough inspection around the villa that night. The doors were firmly shut, and the electrified wires on the walls were in place. How had he managed to get in? Chapter 17. The small zombie's extraordinary abilities. Yin Xiao immediately made her way to the surveillance room. Two computers were placed before her. One displayed the live surveillance feed from the room occupied by the little zombie, while the other showed footage from an hour earlier at the staircase corner. The little zombie sat obediently on the bed, engrossed in playing with candy. In the other surveillance feed, the staircase corner remained eerily still. Yin Xiao decided to fast-forward the video, but after a moment, an unsettling chill ran down her spine. The 32-minute mark, a head emerged from the wall at the staircase corner, followed by the entire body. As if a door had been torn from the wall. If her assumptions were correct, he possessed the ability to phase through walls. This seemingly mundane ability, upon closer reflection, was deeply unsettling. Not only could he traverse walls, but he could also effortlessly extend his hand into her space. Moreover, the exterior walls of the villa were lined with high-voltage electricity. Following his trajectory in the playback, Yin Xiao finally discerned that at the 23-minute mark, the little zombie stood outside the door, unfazed by the high-voltage current and the thick walls, and walked straight into the courtyard. The electric current on her villa's outer walls had been meticulously measured by a specialist before the apocalypse, ensuring that any living creature that came into contact would be severely harmed. How could such a being suddenly appear? He could freely enter and exit the villa, and who has to say that one day, while she slept, he wouldn't intrude into her space and steal her supplies? The theft of supplies was one thing. What if he took advantage of her unguarded moments to kill and consume her? Yin Xiao swallowed hard and turned her gaze to the other computer. Upon doing so, she nearly jumped out of her skin. The little zombie, who had been sitting on the bed, was now nowhere to be seen. Despite having been there just moments ago, his silver necklace and bracelet remained, but the nail used to secure the necklace had fallen to the bed. She had secured it with considerable force just moments ago. In an instant, Yin Xiao drew her handgun, holding it with one hand, this time not forgetting to pull the trigger. With her other hand, she moved the mouse to investigate the other surveillance feeds in the room. A minute later, she located the little zombie again. He was still in the guest room, but now in the bathroom. The little zombie had his back to the camera, facing the toilet, his head bowed in a daze, awkwardly attempting to unzip his pants with the hand adorned with the silver bracelet. Yin Xiao confirmed with a flush of embarrassment that he was indeed a zombie with awakened intelligence. Not only did he possess extraordinary abilities, but he could also comprehend human language and address basic needs on his own. Flushing with heat, she swiftly switched the camera back to focus on the bed. She was mistaken. She was utterly beyond redemption. Her eyes had wandered where they ought not to have. After a while, the little zombie emerged from the bathroom, re-entering the camera's view. That he approached the bedside, picked up the fallen nail, and reattached the iron chain to the wall, then sat obediently on the bed, watching the doorway as if waiting for someone that he could have fled but chose not to. He merely addressed his personal matters and restored everything to its original state. Although he was dangerous, he was obedient. Yin Xiao fixed her gaze on the surveillance screen, her fingers anxiously caressing the gun. She did not harbor any aversion toward the little zombie. She initially thought that even if she could not care for him properly, she could simply abandon him to fend for himself. But now, she faced only two choices. His abilities were undeniable. She could either keep a close watch on him or eliminate him. There was no possibility of letting him go. After much internal conflict, she remained indecisive. The little zombie in the video continued to behave obediently, surrounded by a scattering of milk candies, which he meticulously gathered and redistributed one by one. That after several repetitions, his cheeks grew fuller as the candies dwindled. After an hour of play, he had successfully consumed an entire bag of milk candies, and it was evident that he had gained some awareness, as he became increasingly adept at unwrapping the candies. Once finished, the little zombie looked somewhat bored, resting his head on the bed, sniffing the wrappings, and before long, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. This was Yin Zhao's first time witnessing a zombie sleep. What kind of proper zombie sleeps? She observed him with rapt attention for another hour as he shifted from lying on his stomach to curling up with the blanket on his side. Finally, Yin Zhao ascended the stairs and pushed open the door to enter. The little zombie appeared even more striking in person. His curled eyelashes fluttered softly as he slept, his cheeks occasionally puffing out adorably. With a heightened sense of smell, the zombie quickly sensed Yin Zhao's presence. Groggily opening his eyes, his grayish-white gaze glistening with innocence, he sat up and tilted his head toward her. Yin Zhao retrieved a bag of milk candies from her space and handed it to him. As he lowered his head to embrace the treat, Yin Zhao aimed her gun at his forehead. This exceptionally handsome little zombie stood before her handgun, with a mere flick of her finger. She could pierce his skull, creating a gory black hole right in the center of his forehead. Once again, she hesitated, unable to bring herself to take his life to that moment. The little zombie raised his hand adorned with the silver bracelet toward her. In his clean palm lay a peeled milk candy. Yin Zhao was momentarily taken aback. She had a fondness for sweets, yet in her past life, having lived to the age of 27, she was always the one giving candy to others, with no one ever taking the initiative to peel a piece for her. The sensation was difficult to articulate. All she knew was that her emotions were complex, yet undeniably tinged with happiness and gratitude. Yin Zhao accepted the candy and placed it in her mouth, savoring an unprecedented sweetness. Very well. Yin Zhao lowered her head, discreetly curling her lips into a smile. Stay, she said. Sometimes, deciding on a matter could be that simple. The little zombie remained in her home, and Yin Zhao helped him remove his silver necklace and bracelet. He had the ability to leave at any time. Whether or not he wore them made little difference. However, she rummaged through her space and found a baby toy adorned with silver bells in the maternal and infant supply section. The toy had 5 bells and made a delightful noise when shaken. Yin Zhao disassembled the toy, then, with handcuffs in hand, sat at the head of the bed, tinkering for nearly an hour. The little zombie, who had initially sat obediently beside her, grew bored and began to play with her leftover materials. Eventually dozing off on the bed at last. Yin Zhao reassembled the items and patted his head. All right, get up. He looked up at her curiously. From this angle, the intricate patterns on his pale neck were striking, and his alluring Adam's apple moved rhythmically, exuding an indescribable allure. Yin Zhao unconsciously swallowed hard. After a moment's pause, the little zombie slowly rose to his feet. Yin Zhao crouched to fasten the anklet she had assembled for him. The chain was longer in the middle, with iron rings at both ends where she had removed and reattached the handcuffs, each hanging a bell, the keys safely stowed away by Yin Zhao. The chain itself was weighty, dragging along the ground and producing a sound, enhanced by the bells chiming. The combination of these elements created a jingling noise with every step he took, as long as he was nearby. Yin Zhao would be able to hear him. While she could not be entirely certain of their safety, it did provide her with a greater sense of reassurance than before. Chapter 18. Bullying the illiterate zombie, however. The little zombie did not seem particularly fond of her design. Standing on the ground, he looked down at the section of the iron chain that had touched the dirty floor, his brow slightly furrowed in distaste. Are you really complaining? Yin Zhao retorted, pursing her lips. And no matter how much you dislike it, you have to wear it. Otherwise, there will be no more candy. The little zombie appeared somewhat aggrieved despite his expression remaining stoic. After deliberation, she decided to placate him with a promise. How about this? If you behave, I'll give you at least 2 pieces of candy every day, and when the candy is gone, I'll help you remove the chains. What do you say? The little zombie hung his head in serious contemplation. Candy every day, and once the candy was gone, he would no longer have to wear the bothersome chains. After pondering for a moment, he surprisingly nodded in agreement. Children are so easily swayed that a pang of guilt washed over Yin Zhao. She had a staggering 10,000 pounds of just one type of milk candy in her space, with 2 large bags weighing a pound each, containing 20 smaller bags, which meant each pound had a staggering 40 pieces of candy. 10,000 pounds equated to 400,000 pieces of milk candy. Just the milk candy alone would last him a lifetime, not to mention the other varieties of candy. She had to finish it all. It would take thousands of years. Yin Zhao ruffled the little zombie's hair, feeling a twinge of guilt. Was she, in essence, bullying an illiterate zombie? The little zombie lowered his head as she ruffled his hair, his grayish-white eyes widening slightly. Yin Xiao inadvertently noticed the inscription on his black shirt. The collar bore two characters stitched in gold thread, quite small. Being half a head shorter than him, she couldn't see it clearly and had to grasp his collar and pull him down, forcing him to bend closer. The darkly colored lips were mere inches away, and she could see the frequent movements of his Adam's apple just out of sight. Yin Xiao, lost in concentration, read the two characters aloud. Lu Zhe, is this your name? She looked up to find the little zombie in a daze, slowly nodding in affirmation. What a lovely name, Yin Xiao murmured, rubbing her forehead. For some reason, she felt a strange familiarity with that name, yet could not recall where she had heard it before. Unable to figure it out, she soon grew drowsy and decided not to dwell further on it. Before sleeping, Yin Xiao established rules for the little zombie. You stay here and behave, and as long as you listen, I promise you will never go hungry. Point 1 must refrain from wandering aimlessly, from removing the shackles on one's own accord, and from using supernatural abilities to seize items from my space. You are prohibited from entering the room in the corner on the first floor, for therein reside my adversaries, whom I intend to personally punish. These are the thoughts that have crossed my mind thus far. Lu Zhe is likely to remain silent. Despite Yin Xiao's lengthy discourse, he offered no response. She lifted her gaze to fixate on his grayish-white pupils, extending a finger to sway before his eyes. Do you comprehend? He hesitated for a few moments before obediently nodding. Yin Xiao chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Considering his unique circumstances, she opted not to secure the door. Locking it would serve no purpose. The little zombie is capable of understanding human speech and is quite well behaved. When instructed not to run about, he genuinely refrains from doing so. That on the following day, Yin Xiao placed toiletries and daily necessities in the bathroom of his room, retrieving several new outfits for him from her space, teaching him how to wash his face and brush his teeth, as well as how to use hot water. That he proved to be rather intelligent. Grasping the lessons swiftly, Tio and Shuri remained clean. Yin Xiao resolved to allow him an hour each evening to remove his shackles, change clothes, and take a bath. That Tio be honest, having a newly adopted pet that does not shed and can manage its personal hygiene is quite satisfying for Yin Xiao. However, the zombie is not without its flaws. She soon discovered his most pressing shortcoming, that he refuses to eat. That a steaming spread of food lay before him. 3 dishes and a soup, all prepared prior to the apocalypse in a grand hotel. Visually appealing and aromatic. Yin Xiao herself salivated at the sight. Yet he merely sat there, staring blankly, his brow furrowing in discontent as he glanced between the food and Yin Xiao, indicating his disinterest in eating. Ordinarily, zombies are known to feast upon humans, yet Yin Xiao could not possibly resort to capturing individuals for him to consume. She forcibly placed chopsticks in his hands, half coaxing, half commanding. Just give it a try. It's delicious. That a zombie that doesn't eat will not grow. Lu Zhe held the chopsticks, remaining silent for an extended period. At last, he clumsily speared a piece of meat, managing to consume it. He chewed slowly, grimacing as he swallowed, as if he had ingested something exceedingly distasteful. After merely a single bite, he lost interest and turned to the little milk candy on the bed. Smack. Yin Xiao swatted his hand away. Candy will not fill you up. And what kind of zombie doesn't eat meat? No wonder you are getting thinner. She pushed a small bowl of preserved vegetable pork belly towards him. You must eat this. That if you cannot finish it, I shall never allow you candy again. Faced with her threats and temptations, Lu, who was quite principled, expressed his displeasure, tossing the chopsticks onto the table, refusing to eat, not even under duress. You still have a temper? Yin Xiao chuckled helplessly, sitting down across from him to serve herself. If you want to eat, I shall. When you grow thin and starve to death, I will simply discard you to nurture other little zombies. Whether zombies can starve to death is a question Yin Xiao could not answer. The zombies she had previously encountered were always ravenous for human flesh, never exhibiting such pickiness. However, witnessing his visibly diminishing form, she felt a twinge of concern. Lu's throat moved slightly, yet he still did not eat. Yin Xiao believed he had never tasted such food and thought he found it unpalatable. So she deliberately began to eat slowly, showing him the delectable dishes to entice him. She sampled nearly every dish. The radish meatballs were light and tasty, the chicken legs spicy and fragrant. And the braised pork was fatty, yet not greasy, offering immense satisfaction with each bite. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Xiao lost sight of her initial objective. She finished every dish, feeling quite pleased with herself. After her meal, the young girl contentedly patted her belly, crossed her legs, and casually held a toothpick before once again noticing the little zombie seated opposite her. Yin Xiao. They exchanged glances for several seconds. And to mask her eating prowess, she let out a forced laugh. I see you don't enjoy eating. We mustn't waste food. How about this? I have other dishes. Let us see if there is something you prefer. Subsequently, she retrieved from her space 4 happiness meatballs, steamed perch, pickled cabbage stew, spicy stir-fried rice cakes, and sweet and sour pork that as long as it was a dish available in her space, she presented it to him one by one. Upon noticing his lack of interest, she would retract it and try another dish. After an entire hour of this endeavor, Lu Zhe had yet to eat a single bite. Yin Xiao, having reached her limit, leaned back in her chair. What on earth do you wish to eat? Surely you cannot expect me to fetch 2 people for you. Lu Zhe paused for a few moments before slowly rising. He walked around the table, standing in front of Yin Xiao, bending down, his expression devoid of emotion as his handsome face gradually moved closer. His long, clean fingers gently brushed against her recently filled belly. Yin Xiao? Surely he does not wish to consume her. Chapter 19 Revised. His food, the zombie, possesses no body heat, its entire being cold to the touch, with a chill emanating from its fingertips that could still be felt through the fabric. Lu Zhe leaned in closer, his long, delicate eyelashes nearly brushing against Yin Xiao's face. His nose twitched as he took a deliberate sniff. Perhaps it was due to having spent a night at her home. But Yin Xiao did not feel particularly frightened. Rather, her ears turned a shade of crimson unbeknownst to her. Lu Zhe's fingers explored her waist, his fingertips rough and cold, sending shivers down her spine. It was an unfamiliar sensation, as though he had seized her very heartstrings, rendering her completely unable to resist, as if he were leading her along. Thump, thump, her heart raced wildly. She lowered her gaze, fixating on his beautiful fingers, and witnessed as his fingertip pierced through her body, retrieving something from an alternate dimension. Yin Xiao? She blinked in surprise, fearful that he might exert too much force and send the items crashing to the ground, and thus grasped his hand. You can't possibly want that, can you? Lu Zhe nodded. Yin Xiao. A few minutes later, the table was cleared, and Lu Zhe sat on the bed, waiting. Yin Xiao headed to the kitchen. The kettle boiled, emitting a hissing sound, steam rising in wisps. She never dreamed that one day she would prepare a meal for an adult male zombie who appeared to be of a similar age to herself. Zombies, after all, were unlike ordinary beings, so she could understand. Yet her zombie seemed distinct from others as well. Yin Xiao poured out the water, adjusting the temperature with cool water first, having frequently assisted Qin Qian in caring for her daughter in her past life. She was well acquainted with the process. She adjusted it to a suitable temperature of around 30 to 40 degrees, feeling slightly warm to the touch. After preparing the water, mixing hot and cold to achieve the appropriate warmth, she unearthed, indeed, it bore a preeminent name. She returned to the guest room to present it to Lu Zhe. Here you go. When purchasing it, she had thought of Ishi's little baby, with a bow design in the center. Exuding youthful charm, Lu Zhe obediently accepted it, initially bringing it close to his nose for a sniff, then examining its peculiar shape. Yin Xiao. Lu Zhe blinked, his eyelashes fluttering. After a few seconds, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. Feeling that drinking from it was unsanitary, he unscrewed the cap and began to sip slowly. Yin Xiao watched in anticipation. Lu Zhe lowered his gaze, his brow furrowed, appearing exceedingly docile. However, during his previous wanderings downstairs, Yin Xiao had not witnessed him consume anything. Thus, it was understandable for him to drink more now. After brewing 3 cups consecutively and finishing them, the entire zombie became quiet, clad in a new white shirt, denim jeans, and fresh sneakers, entirely different from the typical appearance of zombies outside. That on the 18th day of the apocalypse, October 22, temperatures soared to a peak of 45 degrees. Done on the 3rd day of confinement for Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha. Yin Xiao finally reopened that door. Upon entering, a dense, unpleasant odor assailed her senses. This room also had air conditioning, but Yin Xiao had not turned it on. Many of the delicacies on the table had spoiled. Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha sat feebly in the iron cage, their clothes reduced to mere rags due to the heat, drenched in sweat. Having gone without sustenance for an extended period, their lips were parched, dark circles under their eyes, appearing haggard and disheveled. Upon seeing the door open, Xiang Chen's eyes lit up as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. He grasped the iron bars of the cage with desperation, his raspy voice pleading for mercy. "Xiao Xiao, you're here. I knew you wouldn't let me die. You've kept us locked up for so long. Surely you've calmed down by now. I truly recognize my mistakes. Please let me out. I beg you, Xiao Xiao. I promise to treat you well from now on. I Xiao Xiao. We have been close friends for many years. That I implore you, in light of our past bond, to spare me this once. I beseech you. I truly do." Upon witnessing this, Xiangchen also knelt down. Yin Xiao approached, pinching her nose as she looked down at them from her elevated position. The small potatoes that were previously given to them and placed in a bowl had mysteriously vanished. Beneath their knees, traces of a puddle lay on the ground, and in the iron cage. They were unable to escape, forced to shamefully address their personal needs. Yin Xiao chuckled softly. "Once I release you, do not harbor any thoughts of escape." She then moved a chair beside them, distancing herself slightly, and remarked, "Xiang Chun, if you were to give Jiang Shasha a good beating right now, I might consider giving you both a bottle of water." Jiang Shasha looked up in terror. "Xiao Xiao," before she could plead for mercy. Xiang Chun, with his eyes aflame, seized her hair and delivered a resounding slap that in an instant. Jiang Shasha's face was swollen, the imprint of his hand starkly visible. As the temperature soared, the body's thirst for water intensified. Coupled with the resentment Xiang Chun harbored from having been struck by Jiang Shasha earlier, his fury was now laid bare. He swung his arms with increasing fervor, the sound of each slap growing ever crisper. Jiang Shasha screamed in anguish. "Ah Chun, please stop." She attempted to resist but lacked the strength to push him away, resorting instead to scratching him with her nails, soon drawing blood upon his face. This only fueled Xiang Chun's blows. Yin Xiao reveled in the spectacle of this canine conflict, her spirits lifted beyond measure. She tossed a bottle of water their way and, with a kind heart, selected 2 dishes from the table to place before their cage. Subsequently, she observed as the scoundrel and the shameless woman clashed fiercely over the scant food, leaving them bloodied and bruised. "How delightful!" Yin Xiao smirked, turning on her heel, and departed without a backward glance. Chapter 20. Urgent Rescue. Part 1. The weather was exceedingly peculiar. The day was stiflingly hot, yet with the rise of the moon at dusk, it felt as if autumn had returned, the chill penetrating to the bone. The drastic temperature fluctuations from day to night were particularly grueling on the 23rd day of the apocalypse, as Yin Xiao watered the plants on her rooftop early in the morning. She received a phone call from Tianming. His voice was laced with urgency. "Yin Xiao, I recall you purchased a great deal of medicine previously. Do you have any for infants? Xiaoxi's condition is alarming." Tianming would not have reached out unless absolutely necessary. Before the outbreak of the zombies, he had prepared an abundance of supplies, yet none for infants, as babies are delicate and require careful medication. Moreover, Tianming had been under the impression that only a simple heat wave was upon them. Believing that standard supplies would suffice, that if Xiaoxi fell ill, he thought it best to take her to a pediatric hospital. However, the situation had escalated dramatically. Xiaoxi had been running a fever for 3 days. Although there were adult cold medications at home, breaking a pill in half for her was hardly effective. Chen Qian was beside herself with worry, weeping as she cradled Xiaoxi. Friends nearby had been consulted, yet none had access to such specialized medications. It was rather ironic. Before the apocalypse, he had everything at his disposal. Yet now he found himself fretting over infant cold medicine that he had considered going to the hospital. But that was the epicenter of the outbreak, located in the city center where zombies lurked in droves. The streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, rendering it nearly impossible to navigate safely. Ultimately, with a sense of desperation, Tianming decided to call Yin Xiao. Admittedly, he felt a pang of shame. His knowledge of Yin Xiao's extensive purchases was not due to her own disclosure, but rather from having sent someone to discreetly investigate her expenditures after suspecting her identity following their dealings in gold. He pondered how to explain should she inquire. Yet Yin Xiao simply responded, "I have some. I will send you a picture. Let me know which ones you need." Tianming was taken aback. Yin Xiao sent a photo displaying a haphazard array of a dozen types of medication, all suitable for infants, including specialized cold granules. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He felt no need to maintain formality and quickly replied that it's the cold granules. "Where are you? I'll come to get them." Yin Xiao shared her location. He Tianming had only known that Yin Xiao lived in the southern part of the city, but he was unaware of her exact address. Upon checking the map, he felt a surge of joy. The southern area boasted several villa complexes, and their homes were relatively close, about a 40-minute drive. Given that they were in the suburbs, the number of zombies was certainly less than in the city center. Regardless, it was a far safer option than heading to a hospital or pharmacy. Everything was for the sake of the child. Without a moment's hesitation, Tianming informed Chen Qian and prepared to leave. Besides his family of 3, several of his loyal comrades resided in their villa. Having shared life and death together, he hesitated for a moment, fully aware of the dangers outside. Knowing he would likely be unable to handle things alone, he gathered them and earnestly asked who would accompany him on this venture. Several brothers exchanged glances and stepped forward, expressing their willingness to join him. Tianming felt a swell of gratitude and selected one of them. Nicknamed He Zi, who was tall and strong, as well as quite astute. The two changed into appropriate clothing. Despite the sweltering 45-degree heat, they donned thick protective suits and each retrieved a rifle and a handgun from the basement, along with ammunition. After years in the underworld, such supplies were not difficult to come by. 10 minutes later, they departed from the house, with He Zi driving and Tianming providing cover. Outside, a horde of 40 to 50 zombies surrounded them. He Zi located a path with fewer zombies and drove through, while Tianming opened the window and fired, hitting nearly every target in the head with precision. Their coordination was impeccable compared to other locations. The number of zombies they faced was relatively small, yet they were still a formidable challenge. The gunfire attracted more zombies from surrounding areas, converging upon them from all directions. After nearly 20 minutes, they finally made it out of the neighborhood and onto the main road. Beside the road lay a large construction site where many workers had been present before the outbreak. That fateful night, night shift workers had been attacked and many had subsequently turned. Now they staggered in the middle of the road. He Zi gritted his teeth and slammed the accelerator, plowing through 2 of them, their bodies crushed beneath the wheels. The car jolted violently as a zombie grasped the passenger door, opening its gaping maw toward them. He Zi, startled and panicked, veered the car toward an old tree on the roadside. Tianming quickly steadied the steering wheel, forcefully redirecting it to the right. In the instant of collision with the tree, the car changed direction, but it was still too late. Both the front and side were scraped, leaving a significant dent in the hood. He Zi, duck, Tianming shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, He Zi complied as bullets whizzed past him, striking a zombie hanging from the door's edge squarely in the forehead. The zombie collapsed, but the vehicle swayed precariously, struggling to regain control. However, misfortune struck again. The engine failed, smoke billowed from the hood, and the car could no longer accelerate as zombies lunged at them in relentless waves that were done for. He Zi lamented, filled with guilt. Big brother, I'm sorry that I'm so useless. Tianming pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The earlier noise had drawn more zombies to the roadside, although they were not as densely packed as in the city center. The sheer size of the horde before them was enough to instill despair. He clenched his fists and sighed. It is I who am sorry for dragging you into this, big brother, He Zi replied, deeply moved. That I will stop the car in a moment. You must hurry and escape, that I will draw the zombies away. One would flee while the other provided cover, yet the one left to cover had no chance of survival against such a dark tide of zombies. Tianming's expression changed as he shook his head. No, I cannot leave you behind. If we are to go, we go together. Big brother, I have no parents, no family. You are different. Your wife and Xiaoxi are waiting for you at home. In the face of crisis, the bonds of brotherhood were laid bare in stark relief. Tianming's eyes turned red, and a thought suddenly struck him. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. All right. He Zi grinned foolishly, closing his eyes as he barreled through several zombies, bringing the car to a stop behind a tree at the roadside. Just as he prepared to utter a farewell, Tianming suddenly rose from the passenger seat and seized him. Big brother, what are you doing? He Zi exclaimed in shock. Tianming flung open the driver's door and pushed him out, swiftly climbing into the driver's seat himself. He Zi, remember to bring back the medicine and take good care of Qian Qian and Xiaoxi for me. Upon concluding his words, he pressed the horn to attract the zombies, simultaneously reversing the vehicle. Chapter 21, Emergency Rescue, Part 2. The car had not traveled far before drawing the nearby zombies towards it. He Zi wiped away his tears, no longer hesitating, gritting his teeth and sprinting backwards. Under the 45-degree sky, the asphalt road exuded heat, and even through the soles of his shoes, the ground felt scalding. Heisey reached the intersection. Colliding head-on with a vehicle, startled, he had no time to ponder why there would still be someone driving amidst the zombie-infested chaos. Instinctively, he shut his eyes tight. His heart was heavy with guilt towards Tianming. Feeling he was about to perish here, unable to fulfill his promise. 1 second, 2 seconds. The anticipated pain never arrived. That it was only when the car horn blared twice that Heisey dared to open his eyes. Yin Xiao sat in the driver's seat, leaning out of the window. "Get in." Having seen Yin Xiao before, Heisey quickly recognized her and scrambled into the passenger seat. The air conditioning was on inside the car, and as he stepped in, a cool breeze swept through his hair, providing a sense of comfort and ease that he turned to look at Yin Xiao. The woman wore a white protective jacket and jeans, with her backpack opened and slung in front of her. Her inky black hair was pulled up into a neat ponytail, and despite a few beads of clear sweat dotting her forehead, her unadorned beauty was captivating. Yin Xiao had faced some challenges on her way over, and though she appeared slightly fatigued, her voice was gentle. "Buckle your seatbelt and hold on tight." Buckle the seatbelt? Heisey was clearly perplexed. In this apocalyptic world, who cared about traffic laws? Who was there to impress by fastening a seatbelt? Yet in the next moment, Yin Xiao accelerated sharply, swerving towards the horde of zombies where Tianming was located. The private car surged forth with the ferocity of a supercar. That moment, Tianming's vehicle had crashed into a tree, rendered completely inoperative, as zombies crawled over the trunk, the hood, and the windows. Gripping a gun, he prepared for a final stand when Yin Xiao's car collided with his, forcefully pushing his vehicle back over a meter. The tremendous impact sent all the zombies tumbling to the ground. Heisey finally understood the importance of fastening his seatbelt. It took him a moment to regain his senses before he leaned out the window, shouting, "Big brother, are you okay?" Tianming, however, did not appear unscathed. To ram through the zombies, Yin Xiao's earlier collision was merciless, causing his head to strike the steering wheel, leaving him dazed. The horde of zombies was momentarily scattered, but the fallen undead began to rise and advance towards them. "Hurry up and get in," Yin Xiao called through the window. Gritting his teeth, Tianming opened the door and stumbled out from the wrecked vehicle, staggering towards them. Heisey rolled down the window and fired to provide cover. Yin Xiao was not idle either. She retrieved firecrackers from her backpack, lit them, and tossed them in another direction. The moment the firecrackers hit the ground, they erupted into a cacophony of pops. These subpar firecrackers were loud and produced a significant amount of smoke, effectively drawing the attention of the zombies, most of whom were successfully lured away. Rather than a fight, it felt more like a game to Yin Xiao. Once Tianming was safely in the car, she immediately pressed the accelerator, crashing into several zombies in succession. Tianming took a moment to catch his breath, feeling a sense of disorientation from surviving such a close call. "How did you get here?" Yin Xiao replied, "I came to bring you medicine." Before she could finish, a zombie clawed at the window, reaching out towards her. The car she had acquired before the apocalypse had all its windows replaced with bulletproof glass, so she had rolled down the window to shoot earlier. Now, the zombie's hand was mere inches from her face. Heisey called out, "Be careful." He wanted to pull Yin Xiao down to shoot the zombie. But before he could act, he saw her swiftly stuff a firecracker into the zombie's mouth and ignite it. "Hold on tight," she exclaimed, and the car made a sharp turn, scraping past a street lamp and knocking the zombie down. The firecracker exploded a second later, blowing a hole through the zombie's mouth, while the scent of blood and the blast drew in nearby zombies. After several collisions, the steering wheel became unsteady, and Yin Xiao tossed the bag of firecrackers to Heisey, instructing, "Light them and throw them far away." With both hands gripping the steering wheel, she expertly navigated through the horde, relying on 5 years of experience in the apocalypse. Heisey gulped, taking a moment to process. When Tianming slapped him on the head, "What are you dawdling for? Share some firecrackers with me." Only then did he snap back to reality, and the two of them began tossing firecrackers in tandem, one in front and the other behind, one to the left and the other to the right. Though these firecrackers lacked lethal force, they were indeed loud, proving to be quite helpful, seizing the opportunity as the number of zombies dwindled. Yin Xiao timed her move perfectly, crashing through several zombies and effectively driving back to Tianming's villa. Upon arrival, someone opened the door, and the battered black car barreled inside. The door shut behind them, blocking the zombies outside. Chen Qian was in tears, and as they exited the vehicle, she tightly embraced He Tianming. "Husband, it's all right, don't be scared." He Tianming comforted her, casting a complex glance at Yin Xiao. He never would have imagined that this seemingly gentle girl could possess such courage, navigating through a swarm of zombies to escape unscathed. Heisey had been with them for quite some time and had seen his fair share of horrors. Yet he still trembled at the sight of zombies, making several driving mistakes and hesitating when confronted. But Yin Xiao was different. She remained calm, crashing into zombies, colliding with his car, and scraping past streetlights without a hint of hesitation. Perhaps only someone like her could thrive in this apocalypse. Yin Xiao stepped out of the car, took a sip of water, and upon feeling He Tianming's gaze upon her, smiled brightly, as if nothing had happened. "Yin Xiao, thank you so much this time that if it weren't for you, I might not have made it back." He Tianming expressed gratefully that you're too kind. "We're all friends here," Yin Xiao replied, attempting to lighten the mood. "However, since I've come all this way, my car is now broken." "Big brother you owe me a new one." He Tianming chuckled. "Sure, feel free to pick any car from my garage. It's a deal. By the way, how is she doing now?" Yin Xiao rummaged through her bulging backpack, handing over a collection of children's medications to He Tianming. "I brought some of the children's medicine I had at home. Keep it just in case. Even if you don't need it now, it might come in handy later." Though her words carried a somewhat ominous tone, they were spoken with genuine concern for the child. He Tianming was deeply touched, repeatedly thanking her. With no time to rest, they hurried upstairs to check on I in the nursery on the second floor. The baby she lay in her crib. Her little face pale, the once bright sparkle in her eyes now dimmed. Upon seeing her parents enter, she blinked, struggling to extend her chubby little arms, cooing in a weak voice that was barely audible unless one listened closely. Chun Qian, filled with concern, picked her up, kissing her forehead to check her temperature. "Why is it even hotter?" Yin Xiao gazed at her intently. After a moment, He Tianming stepped out to fetch the medicine. Leaving only the two of them in the room, Yin Xiao asked sister-in-law, "May I hold her?" "Of course," Chun Qian replied, carefully handing He over to Yin Xiao cradled the baby. Feeling her feverish forehead, she was startled by a strange current when her fingers brushed against the center of He Shi's brow. He Shi's symptoms were not simply a fever or cold. Rather, Chapter 22. He Shi awakens her abilities. It was a precursor to the awakening of her abilities that He Tianming and Chun Qian were ordinary people and could not see it. But Yin Xiao could clearly perceive the center of He Shi's brow lay a small, irregularly shaped stone, approximately the size of a quail egg, glowing faintly, when she used her abilities to touch it. The stone responded that it was undoubtedly an unawakened ability core. There was no mistake. Such a core would only manifest when the host was extremely weak, and only another ability user could see it. He Shi's current condition was perilous. But how could this be possible? Were not ability users supposed to emerge 2 years later? Why was it happening so early? The apocalypse had only just begun a month ago, and He Shi was barely over a month old. This was the youngest ability user Yin Xiao had ever encountered. No, she was not yet an ability user. The awakening of abilities was an excruciating process. One could imagine the ability core as a baby about to be born, constantly drawing nourishment and energy from its mother, and if the supply from the mother was insufficient, it would not awaken and would perish alongside her. Yin Xiao vividly remembered her own experience awakening her abilities, which had been a near-death ordeal. Awakening abilities was challenging for adults, let alone for a baby like He Shi. How could she possibly possess the nourishment and energy required for the core to awaken? Yin Xiao had no time to think further. She quickly concentrated her abilities at her fingertips, pressing them against He Shi's brow to transfer some energy. The baby, He Shi had no idea what she was about to face. She merely felt comfortable, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she reached up with her tiny hands, clumsily wrapping them around Yin Xiao's neck, giggling happily. Chun Qian exclaimed in surprise, "What's happening? Little, she seems to really like you. Ever since she saw you, her condition has improved." Yin Xiao pressed her lips together, feeling far from joyful. Her abilities were limited, allowing her to offer only a meager amount of assistance. The awakening of her supernatural powers was ultimately a journey she had to undertake alone. However, there was still another method to that moment. He Tianming brought over a cup of water, mixed with cold medicine. Yin Xiao placed He Shi back into the crib, glanced at the cold medicine, and shook her head, saying, "Brother this medication won't be effective for Shi's symptoms." He Tianming was taken aback, his expression turning anxious. Xiao, do you know something?" Yin Xiao nodded, looking at the nanny and security guard stationed outside the door, her expression wavering. He Tianming turned to look as well, quickly understanding the situation. He instructed them to leave and shut the door behind them. Now, only the three of them and Yin Xiao remained in the room. That he approached Yin Xiao, his tone sincere and earnest. Xiao Xiao, please tell me how to save Xiao Shi. Having witnessed Yin Xiao risk her life to deliver medicine and save his own, He Tianming had developed a deep trust in her. Yin Xiao no longer concealed the truth, stating plainly, blood, let her drink my blood. The specifics of the principle eluded her. She only knew that after awakening her powers, her blood possessed unique efficacy, capable of aiding those who were also awakening their abilities. This was a special power that only she possessed. And although the leader of the supernatural beings had once extracted her blood for research, they ultimately failed to provide a reasonable explanation. Due to the uniqueness of her powers, the leader valued her highly, reluctant to allow her energy to be spent on other supernatural beings. And this matter was kept under wraps. That He Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you certain? How could drinking human blood cure illness? Besides, you donated blood to Qian just a month ago. You are still in the recovery period and cannot donate again. That it's fine, I can. As she spoke, Yin Xiao suddenly fell silent. It seemed she understood the reason behind She's awakening of powers. It was because of her. The blood of supernatural beings was more special than that of ordinary people. It was healthier and stronger. That she was born after the blood donation. So something must have transpired for her to begin awakening her powers. That if that was the case, she truly ought to save Shi. Yin Xiao said, Brother He, you must believe me that I will be fine. But Xiaoxi's body is already very weak. If we do not treat her soon, she will be in real danger. That He Tianming stared at her. He had always been an atheist, disbelieving in the notion that human blood could save lives. Yet now, in this apocalyptic world filled with zombies, nothing seemed impossible. Moreover, he trusted Yin Xiao. The young girl had risked her life to come. She would not wish harm upon them. At this moment, Chen Xian tugged at his sleeve. Darling. He Tianming nodded, saying, Xiao Xiao, if you can save Xiao Shi, my life will be yours from now on. Yin Xiao had no need for his life, but gaining his consent was enough to achieve her goal. She instructed He Tianming to prepare several bowls, and she used a dagger to cut her wrist, letting blood flow into 3 bowls. Brother He, from today onwards, you must feed Xiao Shi a bowl of blood every day. She will surely recover within 3 days. That He Tianming, holding the bowl of blood, nodded with red-rimmed eyes, and in front of Yin Xiao, fed Shi the first bowl. Despite the rich metallic scent of blood, the baby seemed completely unaware, drinking obediently and smacking her lips after finishing. As if craving more, she nestled in Chen Xian's arms, happily extending her little arms for a cuddle. Her condition had indeed improved significantly compared to before. However, Yin Xiao felt less than well, after all the exertion and having given 3 bowls of blood. She was utterly fatigued. The sky was also growing darker. As He Tianming expressed his gratitude, he suggested, Xiao Xiao, why not stay here? We have plenty of supplies, and with so many people around, we can protect you. Although they had ample supplies, they certainly could not compare to what Yin Xiao possessed in her space. Yin Xiao smiled and politely declined. No, Brother He, I am accustomed to living alone. That He Tianming had witnessed her capabilities today and could surmise that she harbored secrets. He did not press further, merely nodding. Very well, you are welcome to visit any time, but you must stay tonight. It's too late, and it's unsafe for you to return alone. Yin Xiao hesitated briefly before not replying immediately. Seizing the moment to tend to her wound, she opened the monitoring screen on her phone. Xiang Chun and Jiang Xiaoxiao were still confined in that room on the first floor, lying on the ground in a pitiful state. As for the little zombie, Yin Xiao searched the area and finally found him on the sofa in the living room near the entrance, sitting there with his legs hugged, still shackled. The entire little zombie appeared quite forlorn, his head drooping as he occasionally lifted it to glance outside, resembling a small pet waiting for its owner to return home. She pressed her lips together, unable to bear the sight, carefully checking his body. His powers remained intact. Despite losing a few bowls of blood, it seemed he was unharmed. Moreover, she had promised the little zombie before leaving that she would come back soon and bring him candy. After contemplating for a moment, Yin Xiao made up her mind to return home immediately. Chapter 23. The milk bottle has been knocked over in the end. Yin Xiao decided to head home. Bidding farewell to He Tianming and Chen Xian, who attempted to persuade her otherwise that Tianming had no choice but to lead her to the garage and let her choose a vehicle to drive back. True to his status as a wealthy man in Ning City, the garage was vast, filled with a dozen luxury cars gathering dust. Yan Xiao casually selected a sleek, white, high-end business vehicle. A group of people accompanied her to the entrance, where He Zi was responsible for opening the door, his face slightly flushed as he said, "Thank you for saving me. Please be careful on your journey." "All right." Yan Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, driving away as Tianming instructed his men to provide cover from the wall. He Zi watched her leave in a daze, and once the door was closed, he hurriedly ran to the rooftop to observe from afar. The vehicle skillfully maneuvered through the horde of zombies, occasionally encountering minor obstacles, yet Yan Xiao handled everything with ease, soon disappearing from view. He Zi felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see Tianming standing behind him. That he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Worried about her?" "No," He Zi replied, his face reddening again. "She's very capable." Despite insisting he wasn't worried, 10 minutes later, he approached Tianming again. "Brother, has she made it home safely?" "Not yet." "How long has it been since she left?" He Zi responded with an "oh" and silently walked away. 5 minutes later, he returned to Tianming. "Brother, she still hasn't reached home." He Zi. Another 10 minutes have passed. When He Zi approached Tianming for the third time, he could no longer contain his impatience and handed him his phone directly. Allowing him to check for himself, Tio ensured Yan Zhao's safe return home. They had shared her location throughout the journey. The map showed Yan Zhao's position near the factory where they had just met, an area teeming with zombies. He Zi instantly felt a surge of anxiety, fixating on the screen. The little red dot on the map circled in place for several minutes before finally moving away. He kept his gaze glued to Yan Xiao until she arrived home and sent a message on WeChat confirming her safety, at which point he reluctantly returned the phone to Tianming. Tianming took back his phone, casually asking, "Are you fond of that young lady?" He Zi's face turned even redder as he hurriedly shook his head. "No, I'm not worthy of her." Tianming nodded. "Indeed. You are not." "He Zi," Tianming continued, "today, having narrowly escaped death, I have come to realize a crucial truth. The challenges we face now are 100-fold more dangerous than those we encountered in the underground gambling den. If we do not improve ourselves, we will merely become stepping stones for others. In this apocalyptic world, strength was paramount. If one lacked the power to match hers and relied on her for rescue each time, why would she ever take an interest in him?" Tianming cast a calm glance at him. "Gather all the capable men in the house. Starting tomorrow, each will engage in 6 hours of weighted training daily. In half a month, I will take you out to practice against zombies. Only those with sufficient strength had the right to speak in this world." He Zi immediately complied. "Understood, brother." When Yan Xiao returned home, night had already fallen. As soon as the sun set, the temperature dropped by several degrees, a pattern that had persisted in recent days. Sweltering heat during the day and relatively cool nights, though it would soon grow colder. She tightened her coat, shivering slightly as she entered the villa through the main hall, just in time to see Lu Zhe sitting on the sofa, obediently waiting with his profile turned toward her. Yan Xiao felt warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had waited for her at home. She slowly approached, saying, "Lu Zhe, I'm back." Lu Zhe lowered his head, ignoring her, seemingly sulking after waiting all day. "I'm sorry. I encountered some unexpected issues, which is why I'm late." "Are you hungry?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was drawn by an odd sound of laughter. She halted, looking down at Lu Zhe was sitting with his legs hugged, his gaze fixed on the coffee table, where a computer was situated. IT had been left on when she departed, forgotten in a rush. The screen was playing an animated episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, filled with uproarious laughter. SpongeBob's laughter seemed to mock her. "Hey, you silly," Yan Xiao thought to herself. So, the agonizing weight captured on the surveillance was merely a distraction to watch cartoons? Why had she rushed back that night? As the end theme of the animated show played softly from the computer, Lu Zhe finally had the opportunity to tilt his head and glance at her. He blinked, shifting his bottom slightly to the side to create space for her. Yan Xiao, feeling both exhausted and drowsy, found herself too lethargic to ascend the stairs. Thus she plopped down onto the couch. The two, one human and one zombie, began to watch a cheerful cartoon featuring a yellow sponge. A warm, golden halo illuminated the living room, while the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows rustled gently in the breeze, harmonizing beautifully with the laughter of the little sponge. However, Yin Xiao felt a chill enveloping her. Looking toward the source of the draft, she realized that she had forgotten to close the door upon entering. The main gate of the villa was securely shut, leaving only the door between the yard and the living room ajar, alleviating any concerns about zombies intruding. She rummaged through her belongings and retrieved a thin air-conditioning blanket. Snuggling into the couch, reluctant to rise, she poked Lu Ze's arm. "Lu Ze, could you please close the door?" Lu Ze cast her a sidelong glance, surprisingly obedient, and rose to walk toward the door. The iron chain clinked against the floor, each step accompanied by the soft jingle of a bell. After he closed the door and returned, he found Yin Xiao sprawled across his territory, lying horizontally with her hands clasped on her head. Sleeping lightly, half of the air-conditioning blanket lay atop her, while the other half had been kicked onto the floor. Liu stood at the edge of the sofa, gazing down at her in silence for a moment before crouching beside her to observe her face. With a tentative fingertip, he gently prodded her. At the instant his icy touch made contact, she curled into a small ball, her arms sleepily extending outward, that on her fair wrist was a wound bound with gauze. Presenting itself before him in stark clarity, perhaps due to her excessive exertion, blood was seeping out, staining the gauze a deep crimson. Liu Ze's pupils constricted, and he slowly leaned closer, that a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, inviting. Almost delectable that he opened his mouth, revealing the characteristic fangs of a zombie. Yet he merely observed from a distance, refraining from approaching. That in a short while, the whites of his eyes faded, transforming into a pure gray as he knelt on the carpet before the sofa. Hands pressed firmly on his knees, fixated on her injury, his throat bobbing slightly. Eventually, his gaze shifted elsewhere, and he rose to ascend the stairs. After he departed, Yin Xiao gradually opened her eyes. Ever vigilant, she had awakened the moment Lu Ze crouched down. Merely curious about his next move, that if Lu Ze were to succumb to his zombie instincts, she had the confidence to shoot him in the head at such close range. But it seemed that was not the case. He had no interest in her. Yin Xiao stood and followed him upstairs, finding him in the kitchen on the 3rd floor. The room was shrouded in darkness, and while zombies have keen eyesight, she struggled to see clearly. She located the light switch and turned it on, revealing Lu Ze cradling a carton of milk in his arms. Yin Xiao remarked, "I don't know why, but I feel a bit disappointed. Is my milk not tempting enough for you?" The moment the light flickered on, Lu Ze turned to her. His pupils now back to normal, he tilted his head slightly and extended the milk carton toward her. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking he wanted her to heat the milk up for him. It was a miracle if she didn't spill it all over him. Chapter 24. The zombie's icy cold bag. It was 10 o'clock at night. Lu Ze sat at the kitchen table, slowly sipping from a cup of freshly warmed milk. Yin Xiao stood by the window with her back to him, evoking a sense of an old father's weariness. Outside, the cold wind howled, accompanied by the mournful wails of zombies, their cries rising and falling in a terrifying cacophony. Unbeknownst to her, a shiver coursed through Yin Xiao as she turned and said, "I'm going to sleep now. You should finish your milk and get some rest too." Liu Ze watched her retreating figure, then glanced back at the milk in his cup, his brow furrowed slightly. The promised milk candy, she had forgotten that a night passed. Yin Xiao had perhaps been overly confident in her physical condition. After a day of exertion and the drastic temperature fluctuations, she had developed a high fever. She felt unbearably hot, and despite the air conditioning, the oppressive heat made her feel dizzy and lightheaded, each step she took feeling unsteady. Fortunately, her space contained everything she needed, including pre-prepared hot water. After taking some medicine, she sat groggily at the head of her bed, reflecting earnestly. She should not have acted so impulsively, mistaking her abilities for invincibility. The combination of rescue efforts and bloodletting would leave even a deity feeling unwell. However, abilities tend to recover quickly, and such minor ailments would resolve in less than half a day. Rubbing her temples, she snuggled back under the covers, intending to catch a bit more sleep. 10 minutes later, Lu Ze phased through the wall into her room, still holding a canister, his gaze fixed on her sleeping face. Momentarily lost in thought, that he placed the canister down and crouched at the head of her bed. Gazing earnestly at her, that he wanted to wake her to prepare a meal, but hesitated, not wanting to disturb her slumber. Caught in a dilemma, he was still pondering when Yin Xiao abruptly grabbed his wrist in her sleep. Lu Ze was yanked down to his knees, his eyelashes fluttering several times. Even with a high fever, the girl's strength was considerable, easily wrapping her arms around his and pressing them against her. How refreshing, she murmured. Liu Zhe found himself being embraced, his arm inadvertently brushing against soft curves, and an unusual blush crept onto his pale face. By the afternoon, Yin Xiao awoke, feeling rejuvenated as if all her fatigue had dissipated. As she opened her eyes, she realized Liu Zhe was kneeling at the head of her bed, and she had been clutching his icy arm all along. The only memory she had was of a soft, chilly ice pack in her dreams that in an instant, she comprehended the impropriety of her actions, having held onto his arm for so long. Her face flushed crimson as she finally released him. I am so sorry. I just felt a bit hot. So. Liu Zhe glanced at her, then stood up and turned away, walking toward the small cabinet by the door to retrieve the canister. Yin Xiao, after preparing a meal for Liu Zhe, glanced at her phone, realizing it was already 2 in the afternoon, that Tianming had called twice, and the community group chat was buzzing with activity, though they usually discussed trivial matters, so she refrained from checking. She casually prepared a bowl of noodles and returned Tianming's call. The phone connected swiftly, but there was a cacophony of noise on the other end. Xiao, have you just woken up? He asked, his voice uneven and slightly breathless, yet laced with uncontainable joy. She is feeling much better today. She drank a bottle of milk. That's great. Yin Xiao responded. Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Tianming, detecting her concern, laughed heartily. No worries. I'm still at home, leading everyone in some exercise. He then shared his thoughts, emphasizing that regardless of the circumstances, exercising to improve physical fitness could never go amiss. Yin Xiao felt relieved, exchanged a few casual pleasantries, and noticed her noodles were nearly ready. Hunger gnawing at her, she bid him farewell and hung up. Meanwhile, after Tianming ended the call, he turned around and was startled by the sudden close presence of He Zi. With a swift motion, he slapped the back of He Zi's head. What are you doing sneaking up on me? Have you rested enough? Do you want to add another 2 hours of training? He Zi stared at his phone, his face turning red as he hesitated to respond. Yet Tianming understood and bluntly stated, Yin Xiao is fine, so you need not worry. As for her, did she mention? He Zi hesitated, wanting to inquire if Yin Xiao had ever brought him up, but upon reflection, he realized he had no standing in her life, no right to be remembered. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing the question. He Zi turned away, focusing intently on his training. His brother was right. Only by becoming stronger would he catch her attention. 6 days later, she finished the last half bowl of blood that in the video. Her complexion was rosy and radiant as she held a small milk bottle, drinking with gusto, fully out of danger. However, Yin Xiao remained unaware of the nature and level of her awakened abilities. The powers of an ability user could either be discovered personally or measured 2 years later, when laboratories developed the necessary instruments. Others could not. The man completed his 423rd push-up, obediently rising to run over. Upon seeing the people on her phone, he immediately straightened his posture, his dark complexion slightly flushing. Miss Yin, greetings. After a long absence, the man appeared darker and thinner, with more pronounced facial contours. Yet he exuded an elegance greater than before. Yin smiled and politely nodded, always wearing a cheerful expression. Hello, Heizie's heart raced. In the video, Yin smiled, adorned in a pure white silk nightgown, her long hair cascading down. And her natural beauty was striking. Most importantly, she remembered him. Chapter 25, Network shut down, humanity exposed. Miss Yin, how have you been lately? Heizi looked quite excited, his words stumbling. Yin smiled, finding his behavior peculiar, yet unable to pinpoint why. She courteously replied, I'm doing well. That's good. That's good. In the video, Heizi stood upright, resembling someone reporting to a superior rather than chatting with a friend. I've been training my stamina with the boss. He said he'll take us out next week to practice against zombies. Miss Yin, may I come find you then? Before he could finish his sentence, the video signal suddenly froze. Moments later, the screen turned black, and communication was forcibly interrupted. Yin felt bewildered, unsure of what he intended to say, and checked her phone. The signal bars at the top had turned into an. The last message she received was from the National Signal Bureau. Dear citizens, the signal tower is currently under attack by a large number of zombies and will shut down the network in 5 seconds. Please remain at home and avoid going out to ensure your safety. So soon, Yin exited the message interface and reopened other applications, only to find that none were functional. Reflecting on her past life, she couldn't recall the exact date, but it seemed to be around this time. Yin silently retrieved an old-fashioned radio from her space, extending the antenna and placing it on the coffee table. The signal tower wasn't entirely destroyed. It merely suffered from weakened signals, making it impossible for her phone to receive them. However, this antique radio, relying on its antenna, still had a chance to pick up external information. With water and electricity still intact, and the landlord having sufficient provisions, along with ample video resources on her phone and computer, and a plethora of novels in her space to pass the time, there was no cause for alarm. Life could proceed normally, but of course, she feared she was the only one thinking this way. With the network down, those already struggling at home lost a platform to band together for warmth and comfort, leading to greater panic. Moreover, with the apocalypse having lasted a month, many were running low on food, and they couldn't simply starve at home. Thus, they began to venture out for survival, gradually revealing their true natures that in the villa area where Yen resided, harmony had prevailed due to the presence of a benevolent figure. Neighbors would request items in the group chat, and Gucci would send them via drone. However, after the loss of the network, everything changed in recent days. People have been shouting for Gucci on the rooftop, seeking supplies. Initially, Gucci responded to each request as those drones could still fly temporarily without a signal, although not very far. Moreover, the drones couldn't transmit video back, and controlling them became quite challenging, often resulting in collisions with walls, glass, or trees. After several attempts, Gucci abandoned this thankless task. When others called for her, she feigned deafness. The surrounding voices transformed from gratitude to pleas, and soon to curses. All within just a day or two, then on the 34th day of the apocalypse, November 7th, a vehicle rampaged through the villa area, ultimately crashing into Gucci's doorstep, demolishing the gate. The car blocked the entrance, and two men emerged. Yen observed clearly from the opposite rooftop. These two men were Zhang Cheng from Building 12 and Wu Fei from Building 15, the two who had previously expressed the most gratitude when Gucci delivered supplies. Back then, they had promised to repay Gucci in the future, yet now they forcefully intruded into her villa. The vehicle obstructed the entrance, barely blocking the zombies outside. The two men descended with tools, breaking in through the windows. Soon, screams from Gucci, curses from the men, and the sounds of struggle echoed. Yen sat on her own rooftop, splitting a watermelon she had retrieved from her space. One half was returned, while the other was handed to the small zombie to hold. Facing Gucci's house, she had the clearest view through the window of the unfolding chaos. The two men barged in, occupying the villa and threatening Gucci to surrender supplies. At first, Gucci refused, pleading for mercy. After enduring several slaps, she finally complied, retrieving the key to the basement. That Wu Fei grabbed her by the hair, and Zhang Cheng led the way as the three made their way to the basement. What transpired in the basement, including the specific supplies, was beyond Yan's view. She took back the watermelon from the small zombie's embrace. The half he had held was cool and faintly fragrant. A true zombie-style mini-refrigerator. That day, Gucci was not killed. 2 hours later, she knelt on the living room carpet, her eyes red and swollen, her clothes disheveled. Zhang Cheng and Wu Fei lounged on the sofa like lords, each holding a glass of red wine. With an array of delicacies spread across the coffee table, that Wu Fei sipped his wine and toasted Zhang Cheng, exclaiming, "This wretched woman actually hid so many good things. When we asked her for something before, she was stingy to the bone. She deserved to be robbed by us. What good is hiding it so well? Isn't it ours now?" Zhang Cheng seized Gucci, delivering 2 harsh slaps. But now isn't the time to relax. The gate of this villa is broken, and the windows on the first floor are shattered. The zombies will eventually get in. We need to leave quickly and find a safer place. Indeed, the main entrance was rendered useless, blocked by a high van, and the room with the broken window had been locked and barricaded with several pieces of furniture. It was utterly unsafe. If the zombies were clever enough, they could crawl under the vehicle and easily access the villa, smashing through the glass of other rooms. Even if the zombies were not clever enough to enter, it wouldn't be long before others set their sights on this place and invaded for supplies, putting them in danger. Damn it. Wu Fei cursed, kicking at Gucci. It's all this wretched woman's fault. If she had given us the supplies earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Cheng moved closer, raising his hand to strike her. "Please, don't hit me." Gucci cried in fear. "I beg you. Spare my life. I'm still useful. I can cook for you, do your laundry, anything you need." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng hesitated. During the day, they had enjoyed a meal together, and it was undeniable that the woman was attractive and her cooking was good. Gucci, sensing the shift, cast aside any notions of morality in her desperate bid for survival. I know of a place that is absolutely safe. It's the villa across from mine that I've observed it for a long time. Only one woman lives there, and her walls are electrified. All her windows are one-way, providing excellent privacy. The zombies definitely can't get in. Moreover, during this time, I've sent supplies in the group chat. And that woman has never asked for anything. She must have a stockpile, and she is quite beautiful. You'll surely like her. Chapter 26. Dinosaur-style zombie. Is what you say true? Wu Fei inquired. Gucci quickly nodded. Of course it's true. I have video footage from the drone that I can show you. The drone had recorded video while collecting supplies, and Gucci had intended to edit and post it for some online fame and pocket money. Little did she know that while the video never got posted, it briefly saved her life. The footage showed daytime, and from the drone's perspective, every window of the villa in Building 22 was dark, obscuring the view inside. The window of the third-floor balcony was opened, revealing Yin placing 2 packs of instant noodles into a box below the drone. The woman had her hair in a ponytail, without makeup, yet her complexion radiated health. Look, it seems there is something in her room behind her. Zhang Cheng paused the video and zoomed in. The room with the balcony was the third-floor living room, where half a watermelon and several unopened bags of chips lay on the coffee table, while a computer played the latest drama. Further back, the kitchen table held 2 or 3 plates of dishes. Though the specifics remained unclear, Zhang Cheng, infuriated, remarked, "She eats so well yet only offers us 2 packs of instant noodles. This woman is truly selfish." That Wu Fei nodded in agreement, a glint of greed in his eyes. Since she is so selfish and refuses to share, we can't be blamed for taking action. The Gu Chi secretly sighed in relief, feeling no guilt in her heart. Previously, she hadn't paid much attention. Now, seeing Yin's lavish lifestyle, she felt a moment of jealousy flood her mind. She hadn't eaten as well as that. But how do we get in? Wu Fei inquired. Since they wished to claim the villa opposite as their own and transform it into a sanctuary, they could not afford to act impulsively as before, nor could they shatter the door or smash the windows. Zhang Qing pondered deeply, fixating on the drone, seemingly struck by an idea. That night, while Lu Zhe was bathing, Yin Xiao stealthily slipped into his room. The bathroom door was wooden, preventing any view inside. His clothes and foot restraints lay atop a small cabinet at the door. Yin Xiao quietly swapped out his clothing, then feigned nonchalance as she dashed out to prepare dinner. The foot restraints featured a locking mechanism that did not require a key. A mere press would secure them. That Lu Zhe had learned to operate this mechanism, asking Yin Xiao for assistance in releasing the restraints prior to bathing, and would dutifully reapply them after his shower, emerging to allow Yin Xiao to inspect and then enjoy a glass of milk. After approximately half an hour, the milk was warmed, and at the kitchen entrance, the sound of chains dragging and bells jingling echoed. Yin Xiao turned to look that he stood at the door, clad in a fresh set of green dinosaur pajamas. The back of the shirt adorned with a fluffy dinosaur tail that drooped adorably against his leg. His pale complexion paired with the plush green dinosaur made him appear irresistibly cute. His hair slightly damp, droplets cascading along his chiseled jawline, exuding a tantalizing allure. Yin Xiao momentarily lost her composure, her heart racing irregularly, and after a significant pause, she thrust the milk bottle into his embrace, urging him to sit on the sofa while she nonchalantly retrieved a towel from the space, helping to dry his hair. During this process, Lu Zhe remained remarkably obedient, motionless as he awaited Yin Xiao to finish drying his hair. She gently caressed his fluffy short hair, placing the dinosaur hat from his pajamas atop his head. The dinosaur's head was deep green, complete with eyes, a nose, and teeth, amplifying his adorableness to an astonishing degree. Yin Xiao felt as though she had transformed into a whimsical ant on the brink of nosebleed, hastily adjusting Lu Zhe's pajamas before turning away to regain her composure. When she glanced back, Lu Zhe had lifted the cup and taken a gentle sip, his atoms apple-bobbing. Yin Xiao, help, he is too cute. She swallowed hard, ultimately unable to resist the urge to embrace the dinosaur tail, playing with it for quite some time. The following day, a knock resounded on the third-floor balcony window. When Yin Xiao approached to inspect, she discovered the drone hovering outside, accompanied by a letter below. Gucci stood on the balcony of the opposite villa. After a night, The bruises on her face had faded, yet her cheeks remained flushed, adorned with sunglasses that likely concealed swollen eyes. The Jiuchi commanded the drone to hover outside her balcony, persistently tapping against the window, as if attempting to deliver the letter. The letter was merely folded twice, obscuring its contents. Yin Xiao contemplated for a moment at the window, silently drawing the curtains before returning to continue watching the yellow sponge with the zombies. Her window was made of one-way glass, rendering Gu Qi unaware that Yin Xiao could see her as the drone knocked against the window for an entire afternoon. Zhang Cheng and Wu Fei, within the confines of Villa 22, had managed to gather some discarded wood from their home to awkwardly barricade the door. Under the blazing sun, their work was far from enjoyable, and upon ascending, they noticed Gu Qi had yet to send the letter. The two were incensed, seizing Gu Qi by her hair and dragging her back inside, delivering a harsh beating. Another day passed, in the morning. A paper airplane descended from the rooftop of Gu Qi's villa, successfully landing within Yin Xiao's courtyard. She noticed the paper airplane but made no move to retrieve it, having no desire to discern its contents. In the afternoon, the drone repeatedly collided with her windows, knocking on each one. Yin Xiao merely adjusted the curtains in the third-floor living room, spending her day nestled on the sofa. Beside her was a small humanoid refrigerator, providing comfort in the sweltering heat. She contentedly snatched strawberries from Lu Zai's embrace, simultaneously stuffing a blanket inside. When she retrieved it, the blanket had transformed into a cooling Gu Qi's villa. After 2 days of unproductive communication, Zhang Cheng was growing impatient. Damn, this woman must know what we intend to do. She is playing hard to get, that Wu Fei asked. What shall we do then? What can we do? If all else fails, we'll just break in. The house can be repaired, but we must secure the supplies and capture that wretched woman. Let us see if I don't deal with her. Wu Fei replied, but her walls are electrified, and that door looks quite sturdy. We likely cannot ram through it with a vehicle. Besides, the noise would attract zombies. This was indeed true. Zhang Cheng fell silent, inadvertently glancing at Gu Qi, cowering in a corner, trembling that an idea sparked in his mind. That night, Gu Qi, battered and bruised, emerged weeping, disheveled and barefoot, desperately pounding on Yin Xiao's door amidst the throng of zombies. Sister, please save me. They're trying to kill me, I beg you. Just open the door and let me in. I've earned a lot from my live streaming. Yin Xiao gazed down from the third floor, observing the approaching zombies, momentarily at a loss. She simply could not fathom how, as a woman, they thought to use Gu Qi as bait. Chapter 27. Expelling the intruders as the zombies drew near. Gu Qi produced a stick, thick as an arm, striking the door while fiercely defending herself, tears streaming down her face like pearls on a broken string. Witnessing her pitiable state, Yin Xiao felt a twinge of conflict within. As she contemplated snacking on chips while watching the spectacle, she wondered if she should indulge in tomato or barbecue flavor. She arranged 2 soft cushions by the window, sitting with Lu Zai atop them to enjoy the show. The gathering zombies grew in number. Gu Qi, failing to elicit help, became increasingly frantic, tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. Perhaps sensing her potential usefulness, Zhang Cheng and Wu Fei emerged to rescue her before she could be seized by the zombies. Zhang Cheng wielded a large axe in the lead, while Wu Fei brandished a kitchen knife, dragging Gu Qi by her hair. Useless wretch, why are you crying? Enough. We'll deal with you properly once we're inside. Zhang Cheng remarked. There is a vehicle over there. Let us drive it over and jump in from the roof. The vehicle he referred to was the one that Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha had driven when they first arrived, which had initially blocked the door but had been moved aside by Yin Xiao, leaving it relatively close. The 2 men, accompanied by the inept Gu Qi, fought off zombies, becoming drenched in blackened blood. Yin Xiao finally made her decision. Only children make choices. She would indulge in both flavors of chips. She opened a bag and placed it before her, sampling the tomato flavor before trying the barbecue. Ultimately deciding the tomato was superior, she stuffed the barbecue-flavored chips into Lu Zai's hands. Would you like to try some? Lu Zai lowered his head to sniff, making no move. Yin Xiao gently patted his shoulder. Give it a taste. Human snacks are quite delicious, as she spoke. She pinched a chip and offered it to him. Lu Zai blinked, taking the chip from her fingers and consuming it. It was delectably crunchy. Unknown to Yin Xiao, Lu Zai's aversion to food stemmed not only from his fastidiousness, but also from his history of anorexia prior to becoming a zombie. This was the first time he found chips so delightful. He gazed at the bag of chips in his hands, hesitating for a few seconds before quietly stealing a piece. Alas, it was dreadful that Liu Zhe furrowed his brow, suspecting that only the bag in Yin Zhao's possession was palatable, and stealthily reached for another piece. Yet again, it was equally unappetizing that Liu Zhe's frown deepened as he glanced between his own bag and Yin Zhao's, ultimately sulking in silence, resolving to eat nothing at all. His face, typically expressionless as a zombie, conveyed an unexpected depth of disappointment, leaving Yin Zhao puzzled by how he expressed his discontent so vividly. She poked at his slightly puffed cheeks. "Why are you sulking? Would you like some candy?" As the commotion below continued, Yin Zhao had no intention of departing just yet. With supplies at hand, she retrieved an entire bag of milk candies. Zhang Cheng had just managed to position the car at the entrance of the villa. All the exterior walls of her home were electrified. If they wished to climb in, they could only scale that door, leaping over it. However, scaling the door was no simple task. The stainless steel gate stood 3 meters high, devoid of any footholds, and a misstep would plunge one directly into the throng of zombies that moment. The three had ascended onto the car's roof. Wu Fei swung a baseball bat and axe at the zombies, while Zhang Cheng and Gu Qi focused on climbing higher. As the zombies multiplied, escape became impossible. Zhang Cheng seized Gu Qi, pulling her closer. "You filthy bitch, I'll help you climb up, but once inside, don't you dare open the door, or I swear I'll kill you." Zhang Cheng, tall and robust, hoisted Gu Qi, finally placing her precariously at the top of the door frame, urging her to grasp it. Having consumed most of the chips, Yin Zhao resolved to conclude this farce. She approached the balcony, opening the window, and with a swift motion, drew a handgun, aiming carefully as she effortlessly fired at Gu Qi's hand clinging to the door. "Ah!" Gu Qi cried out in pain, yet with the horde of zombies below, she clung on tenaciously. Raising her tear-streaked face, she pleaded with Yin Zhao. Sister, 3 individuals envisioned numerous scenes of laughter and camaraderie. Yet they had never contemplated that she might wield a firearm. Wu Fei's countenance shifted dramatically as he battled the zombies, pleading for mercy. "Beautiful lady, please allow us to enter and take refuge. There are zombies everywhere. How can we possibly descend?" Zhang Cheng chimed in, Yes, we merely seek shelter. Once the zombies have departed, we shall leave immediately." Yin Zhao aimed her gun at Gu Qi's forehead, her crimson lips parting. Bang. She merely mimicked the sound of a gunshot with her mouth, lacking any authenticity. Yet it terrified Gu Qi sufficiently that she released her grip and nearly fell into the horde of zombies below. Had it not been for the car cushioning her fall, she would have plunged directly into the throng of the undead. Zhang Cheng and Wu Fei began to hurl insults. Zhang Cheng exclaimed, "You foul woman, how dare you be so ungrateful?" Wu Fei added, "You vile creature, I give you one last chance to open the door. Otherwise, I shall force my way in and subdue you," with pleas falling on deaf ears. Threats replaced them. Yin Zhao, however, was unfazed. Having survived 5 years in this apocalypse, it would be absurd to fear 2 petty thugs. Without hesitation, she fired her weapon, the genuine sound echoing with a definitive bang. One moment, Wu Fei was cursing atop the car. The next, a small red punctured his forehead. His eyes widened, disbelief morphing into a vacant stare as he slumped back, falling into the horde of zombies. Zhang Cheng fell silent, paralyzed by fear, and after a few moments of shock, gritted his teeth and leapt back into the driver's seat through the car's sunroof. Trembling, he started the engine and, while the zombies feasted on Wu Fei's remains, managed to drive back to Gu Qi's villa. Gu Qi clung desperately to the car roof, and they were successfully brought back, though their home was not entirely safe. It was, for the moment, devoid of immediate peril. As Zhang Cheng exited the vehicle, Yin Zhao noticed the reflection on his pants. This large man had indeed lost control of his bladder. Coward. She scoffed internally as she closed the balcony door. Outside the villa, Wu Fei's corpse was consumed by the zombies, and in mere minutes, nothing remained of him. Zhang Cheng and Gu Qi, having successfully returned, experienced a fleeting sense of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Zhang Cheng, panting heavily, cursed, "Damn, that foul woman is truly ruthless." Gu Qi glanced at her right hand, which had been pierced by a bullet. Her expression darkened with intense hatred. Brother Chung, what shall we do next? How dare you ask me that? Zhang Qing kicked her harshly, sending her sprawling to the ground. If Yuan claimed that there was only one woman in her household, could Wu Fei have died? Would I have endured such humiliation? This is all your fault, you wretched creature. His dissatisfaction with Yin Xiao morphed into violence, his fists raining down upon Gu Qiu in the empty villa. Only the sounds of blows and her pleas for mercy echoed. Chapter 28. The death of Jiang Shasha after the ordeal. Yin Xiao recognized the vulnerabilities in her home's defenses. Indeed, it was that door devoid of electricity. She spent 3 days laboriously reworking the main entrance. It could not be fully electrified, for that would trap her inside. Thus, after careful contemplation, she constructed an electrified layer atop the door, further reinforced with a mesh of iron. Anyone attempting to climb over would inevitably touch the metal and receive a shock. However, this was not a long-term solution. After 6 months of global power outages, her precautions would become moot. Yet for now, attending to the present was paramount. In the following days, Zhang Qing utilized drones and footage from Gu Qi's previous livestream to scout for robust men within the community. It remains unclear what sort of agreement he reached with them, but he succeeded in rallying a small group, including Gu Qi and Zhang Cheng. Their team numbered 10, and they swiftly located a temporary refuge. Transporting supplies to Villa number 15 to the east, the Ji Yu Qi's resources were ample, and they worked in unison throughout the day. She had fallen from a position of savior to a mere servant for a group of men, enduring a life of starvation and servitude. Zhang Cheng orchestrated raids throughout the villa district, invading nearby homes to seize food, attempting to recruit the men, and taking attractive women back as slaves, while the elderly and children were unceremoniously cast to the zombies. However, Yin Xiao was oblivious to these happenings. The distance from Villa number 15 kept her unaware, and she preferred to avoid other people, only noting that the number of zombies outside was steadily increasing. On the 50th day of the apocalypse, November 23 RD, Yin Xiao felt that her injuries had largely healed. As an ability wielder, her recovery was notably rapid. That day, she armed herself with a knife and descended to the basement cells. She had occasionally thrown scraps of food inside, and the 2 occupants had not yet perished, though they were on the brink of starvation. Upon entering, she found Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha, both lacking strength, slumped within their cage, filthy and reeking. Yet the room itself was even more odorous, effectively masking their scent. Yin Xiao approached. Xiang Chun, on the verge of mental collapse, crawled to the cage, pleading, "Water. Xiao Xiao, please give me some water." Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This time, she decided to show some kindness, tossing a bottle of water their way. Only one bottle. Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha began to grapple for it, slapping and pulling each other's hair. Jiang Shasha, unable to overpower Xiang Chun, ultimately lost the water, which he drank down to the last drop. Yin Xiao observed from a distance of 2 meters, crouching down with an air of benevolence. "Xiang Chun, I intend to release you." Having endured the humiliation of being caged like a dog, Xiang Chun yearned to hear those words. Now that he had, he paused in disbelief. Really? Yin Xiao remained silent. He appeared overjoyed, kneeling before her with feigned sincerity. "Xiao Xiao, you're finally not angry with me, that if you let me go, I will do whatever you ask. I will love you forever and be loyal to you for life. Please let me go." "Very well." Yin Xiao rose, looking down upon him. "You understand, my previous quarrel with you was merely due to Jiang Shasha's presence between us, that I've come to realize that as long as she is no longer here, I will set you free." Jiang Shasha gasped, collapsing to the ground, her voice hoarse. "Xiao Xiao, I was wrong. I promise I will never appear before you again. Just let me go. Please don't kill me." Ignoring her, Yin Xiao tossed the knife to the ground before Xiang Chun. "Whether you can leave depends on your sincerity." Xiang Chun lowered his head. Jiang Shasha clutched his arm desperately. Chun. "Dante, listen to her. She only wants us to turn against each other. Even if you kill me, she won't spare you." Yin Xiao did not dispute this. Indeed, she intended to release Xiang Chun from the cage, but had no intention of letting him go altogether. The grudges of their past lives were now to be reckoned with. Xiang Chun remained silent for several seconds, trembling as he picked up the knife, still clinging to his persona of deep affection. "Xiao Xiao, I know you feel insecure, that if that is the case, I am willing to prove it to you." With that, he cast a lingering gaze at Yin Xiao before mercilessly plunging the knife into Jiang Shasha's body. Blood gushed forth, splattering Xiang Qin's face. Jiang Shasha's eyes widened as she looked down at her body, the blade piercing her heart with unerring accuracy. His strike was resolute, devoid of hesitation. She lost consciousness. Her body and mind growing numb, engulfed in pain. The man before her had once been her boyfriend, with whom she had shared meals and movies that he had once vowed to be with her for a lifetime. Now, in a desperate bid for his own survival, he had taken her life. She could utter not a single word, ultimately succumbing to the darkness behind her eyelids. Xiang Qin released the knife, once again kneeling before Yin Xiao. A sycophantic smile on his face. Xiao, see? I've killed her. Now, please let me go. Yin Xiao's expression remained impassive as she watched Jiang Shasha die, not stirred by the scene. She turned to exit, producing keys and handcuffs, gesturing towards the adjacent restroom. You have 3 days to clean this place up that I will return to inspect your progress. Once your tasks are complete, put on the handcuffs that do not even think about trying to cheat. There are cameras in the room, and I will see everything you do. She tossed the items to him and promptly shut the door before Xiang Qin could emerge. The door was of a special material. Even if he escaped the cage, he could not flee. After securing the door from the outside, Yin Xiao turned back and caught sight of a small zombie lurking around the corner of the hallway. Lu Zhe, clad in a dinosaur onesie, gently pawed at the wall with his slender fingers. Peeking around the corner, his eyes fixated on the door behind her, likely drawn by the scent of blood emanating from within. Yin Xiao reflected that sometimes, men were inferior to zombies. A small pet could serve as an ice pack or refrigerator, subsisting solely on milk without any demands, unlike certain scoundrels who judged her with disdain. Enjoying her affections while refusing to reciprocate, she approached and patted his short hair, asking, "Are you hungry?" Lu Zhe shifted his gaze from the door, lowering his head to receive her affection. After a month and a half of care, his hair had grown considerably. The bangs slightly obscured his eyes, affecting his appearance. Yin Xiao mused, "Shall I give you a trim?" She led Lu Zhe upstairs, finding a stool for him to sit upon. With Jiang Shasha deceased, half of her vengeance had been fulfilled. Yin Xiao appeared to be in good spirits as she retrieved a bundle of colorful hair ties, preparing to bind the dark strands atop his head in various hues. Before she commenced cutting, she fashioned a small braid into the zombie's hair. Some tasks needed to be accomplished while he remained unconscious. Chapter 29. Experimenting on a scoundrel. This was Yin Xiao's first experience cutting someone else's hair. To avoid any distractions, she had thoughtfully given Lu Zhe a piece of milk candy beforehand, instructing him, "Do not move." That Lu Zhe blinked innocently, sitting still as a statue. His hair was remarkably soft and well-colored, likely a result of Yin Xiao's nurturing during this period. Clean and pleasant to the touch. Unable to resist, she caressed it several times before picking up the scissors. Lacking specialized hair-cutting scissors, she settled for a pair of ordinary ones, believing they would suffice. Beginning at the edges, she snipped away. Hearing the satisfying sound of hair severing, that it appeared quite easy. She continued with relative success until she reached the bangs, bending slightly to position herself in front of the zombie. Unbeknownst to her, their faces drew alarmingly close, the sweet scent of milk wafting from Lu Zhe's body filling her nostrils. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, resembling perfectly shaped peach blossom petals, with drooping brows and grayish-white pupils that only enhanced his allure, exuding a faintly seductive charm. For a moment, Yin Xiao was entranced, failing to notice the scissors tilting in her grip. When she finally regained her senses, Lu Zhe sported an awkward side-swept bang that was, truth be told, quite hideous, resembling an irregular chicken's nest at first glance. Yin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully tapped the zombie on the head, exclaiming, "I told you not to move." Lu Zhe, the epitome of stillness, wore an expression of innocence and confusion. Yin Xiao began to rectify her blunder, yet the more she tried to fix it, the worse it became, and the shorter the hair grew. Ultimately, she succeeded in giving Lu Zhe a buzz cut. However, one could not deny his striking features. The buzz cut complemented him well, lending a clean and streamlined appearance that was, in truth, rather appealing. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she scratched her nose and, after finishing, reached out to pat Lu Zhe's head. Post-transformation, the once fluffy texture of his hair was replaced by a prickly sensation. Yet it remained quite comfortable that Lu Zhe showed little interest in his new hairstyle, instead bowing his head to nuzzle against Yin Xiao affectionately. Day 53 of the apocalypse, Yin Xiao observed through the surveillance that Xiang Chun had tidied up the room, placing Jiang Shasha's corpse in a corner, that he then stood beneath the camera, putting handcuffs on himself. Pausing the footage for a closer inspection, Yin Xiao noticed something unusual about the handcuffs, that a fine thread was cleverly concealed within the tiny lock. Nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely, she smirked derisively, closing the monitor and heading to the kitchen. There she selected a large bowl and chose strongly flavored dishes, boiled fish and spicy hot pot. The 2 dishes would suffice. Yin Xiao retrieved a fruit knife, closed her eyes momentarily, and made a small incision on her wrist, collecting the blood in the bowl. After donating blood to Qin Xian, she had discovered that Xiao Shi awakened her powers prematurely, leading her to this new idea. Now that she had regained her strength, it was time to conduct the experiment. The bowl filled rapidly with blood, its rich metallic scent attracting the attention of the nearby little zombie. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhe had silently approached from behind, his gaze fixated on the crimson liquid, his attractive Adam's apple bobbing as his grayish-white pupils gradually turned pure gray. His sharp little fangs could no longer be contained. In an instant, Yin Xiao turned her head, causing him to quickly lower it, curling his palms inward. "What is the matter?" she inquired gently. The Lu Zhe lifted his gaze once more, his pupils reverting to their grayish hue. Offering her a nearby, "Kinda, weren't you just given something to drink? Why are you hungry again?" Yin Xiao found his behavior peculiar, but merely muttered to herself before abandoning her task to heat some milk for him. The wound on her wrist was simply covered with a disinfectant gauze, still showing a red hue through the fabric, the bloodstains appearing rather enticing. Indeed, quite alluring to the zombie, that Lu Zhe turned his stiff body away. Yet the enticing aroma lingered in his nostrils, refusing to dissipate. Moments later, steaming milk was presented before him. "Here you go," Yin Xiao said, placing the cup in his hands, then tiptoeing to pat his head. Lu Zhe, having been patted, slowly turned around to drink from the cup. He could not resist glancing sideways, watching as Yin Xiao divided the blood in the bowl into 2 portions, mixing it into the spicy hot pot and boiled fish. Adding a few peculiar powders into the mix, she sprinkled in pepper and spicy powder to mask the blood's metallic scent. Once everything was prepared, she bagged the dishes and returned to watch her animated series. Later that evening, she approached the window of the room, coolly observing the interior. The room contained a bathroom with running water, alleviating concerns of thirst post-capture. Yet there was no food. Xiang Qin had resorted to consuming spoiled food just 3 days prior, suffering from an upset stomach, and now he was exceedingly hungry. The absence of air conditioning in the room left him sweating profusely as he awaited Yin Zhao's arrival. When he finally spotted her, he stumbled toward the window, speaking through the glass barrier. "Xiao Xiao, you finally came. Look, I've cleaned this place up, and I've even put on the handcuffs. Now, please let me go." The villa's windows were not one-way, but were robustly constructed, making escape impossible for Xiang Chun without Yin Zhao's assistance. She lowered her gaze, studying his hands shackled in silver. They were cleverly concealed, showing no visible flaws. Had she not seen the surveillance footage? She might have been deceived. She opened the window and tossed a new pair of handcuffs directly at his feet. Xiang Chun paused in confusion. "Xiao Xiao, what do you mean by this? I warned you not to be deceitful." "There are cameras in this room," Yin Xiao replied. "You need to swap your current handcuffs for the new ones." That a flicker of panic crossed Xiang Chen's eyes as he attempted to feign ignorance. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Not understanding is one thing, but if you lack sincerity, then there's no need for further discussion. With that, Yin Xiao turned away. Xiang Chen quickly faltered, finding himself in a passive position. Without a moment to ponder, he called out to her, "Wait." Biting down on the handcuff, he managed to extract the fine thread from the lock, and with a click, the cuffs fell away, clattering to the ground. He hastily picked up the new handcuffs before Yin Xiao, putting them on without any tricks this time. Yin Xiao observed the entire process, a smirk playing on her lips. Xiang Chen clenched his fists, suppressing his frustration, his voice as gentle as possible. "Xiao Xiao, can I leave now? Trying to deceive me while contemplating freedom? Reflect on your actions within. When I feel inclined, I may consider your release." Xiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yin Xiao, are you deceiving me?" Yin Xiao maintained an innocent expression. "You were the one who attempted to deceive me first." "Xiao Xiao, it's not like that. Let me explain. I only wanted to redeem myself and protect you after I got out. I never intended to harm you." that I killed Jiang Shasha for you and tidied up the room, waiting day after day. How could I wish you harm? Chapter 30. Drowning Sorrows. Truly, a scoundrel, adept at weaving elaborate explanations. Yin Xiao derided him internally, feigning hesitation on the surface. After a few moments, she replied, "Ah Chun, you've deceived me many times before, and I can't trust you." Xiangqin clung to the window, collapsing to his knees with a thud. When he looked up again, his face was streaked with tears. Having presumably bathed after his release, he appeared relatively clean, though his face bore a mixture of sweat and tears. Rather unappealing. Sensing that Yin Xiao would not relent, he resorted to a more conciliatory approach. "Xiao Xiao, you don't need to say anything that IT was my fault. I was deceived by Jiang Shasha, which led to my actions that hurt you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Your disbelief in me is entirely justified. Given that, I am willing to prove my sincerity through action. You may keep me confined for as long as you wish. I merely ask for a chance once your anger has subsided." Yin Xiao nodded. "All right." Sighing, she placed the 2 dishes she had prepared along with a serving of rice on the windowsill. During this time, "I have reflected deeply. I could have let you kill Jiang Shasha, yet I couldn't bring myself to take your life. Achin that Dio not disappoint me again." With that, Yin Xiao closed the window, feigning resolve as she turned away, only to feel nauseated by her own actions, nearly retching. Having once sacrificed a life to trust this scoundrel again would make her a fool. She composed herself and noticed Lu Zhe standing ahead. Gazing intently at her, his grayish-white pupils seemed to hold a new emotion. Yin Xiao approached him. "Weren't you watching that little yellow sponge upstairs? Why have you come down?" She held a fondness for her zombie companion. The days of solitary living, despite the presence of television dramas and novels to fill the void, inevitably brought a sense of loneliness. Fortunately, the arrival of the little zombie added a splash of color to her life. Contemplating this, Yin Xiao rose on her tiptoes, yearning to pat his head. However, Lu Zhe took 2 steps back, fixated on her bandaged wrist, his eyelashes fluttering. Her blood he could scarcely bear to consume, had been mixed in her dishes and offered to another man. With his brows furrowed and eyes cast down, Lu Zhe silently turned away, entirely disregarding Yin Xiao as he strode up the stairs with long strides that he moved so swiftly that the little dinosaur's tail quivered behind him. Yin Xiao stood there, puzzled. He had never refused her affectionate gestures before. What could be the matter? After a moment's reflection, she followed him upstairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he entered his designated guest room, coldly shutting the door behind him. The small sponge in the living room continued to play, yet he paid it no heed. Half a cup of milk remained on the coffee table, now slightly lukewarm. In the past, he would have consumed it entirely. Yin Zhao's curiosity piqued. She reached to push the door to her surprise. It did not budge. The door had been locked from within. Yin Xiao gasped in shock. Lu Zhe has learned to lock the door by himself. Standing at the threshold, she couldn't help but ponder how, at some point, he had become increasingly human-like. Apart from his refusal to eat, his mannerisms were becoming ever more akin to those of a person. Just as she was deep in thought, the door suddenly swung open from the inside, and Lu Zhe emerged with an expressionless face. Yin Xiao, bewildered, asked Lu Zhe, "Is something wrong?" He bypassed her and approached the coffee table, bending down to lift the remaining half cup of milk before silently retreating to his room, coldly shutting the door once more. Yin Xiao mused. What could have caused him to be upset for no apparent reason? She lingered outside the door, contemplating for an extended period. The mind of a zombie is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, exceedingly difficult to decipher. Strange sounds emanated from within, clattering and clinking, prompting her concern that the little zombie might be distressed. Ultimately, she located the key to the door and opened it from the outside. Upon entering, she discovered a glimmering silver object on the carpet beneath the bed. Leaning down, she saw it was the shackles that had been on Lu Zhe's feet. The silver ring had been forcefully pried open, causing a small bell to tumble out and become entangled with the iron chain. Discarded haphazardly. Yin Xiao frowned. Who told you to remove the shackles? After nurturing him for so long, she was no longer particularly worried about Lu Zhe harming her. This foolish zombie couldn't even warm milk. How could he possibly inflict harm? Instead, she felt disheartened that her painstakingly crafted, one-of-a-kind shackles had been so carelessly dismantled at that moment. Lu Zhe sat by the window, not turning to look at her, her words. He merely paused for a brief moment before returning his gaze to the blood-red moon. Tilting his head back to take a sip of milk, truly, a means of drowning his sorrows with milk. Yan Xiao stood quietly behind him, waiting for nearly 5 minutes, yet he did not glance back. Once he finished drinking, he clutched the cup, sulking with his head bowed. Soon, Yan Xiao's patience waned, and without uttering a word, she turned to leave. Perhaps feeling a bit irked herself, she closed the door with a loud bang. After she had shut the door firmly, Lu Zhe turned to look back, his gray eyes dim, conveying an inexplicable sense of grievance that in the dead of night, as the cold wind howled, Lu Zhe utilized his unique ability to pass through walls and entered Yan Zhao's room. The lights were off, and darkness enveloped the space. In the zombie's night vision, everything appeared in shades of gray and white. At night, everything appears in shades of gray and white, while during the day, it transforms into a vibrant world. All things are draped in gray and white, yet only Yan Xiao stands apart. The specific reason is known to Lu Zhe. He recalls the moment he reunited with Yan Xiao, when a soft white light enveloped her, a light that remained constant through day and night. But now, at this very moment, that white light has begun to dim. Yan Xiao lies on the bed, and even in sleep, the fatigue etched across her brow and eyes is unmistakable. It is no wonder. Having lost so much blood, her body must be exceedingly fragile, the to avoid pressing against her wounds. She has deliberately extended her arm while sleeping, where a bandage, soaked in antiseptic, wraps around her wrist, that Lu Zhe feels a deep ache, unable to articulate the source of his pain. The entire zombie radiates a sense of grievance and helplessness. He stands by the bedside for an indeterminate time, inhaling the faint metallic scent of blood mingled with medicine in the air, his fingers curling and uncurling. This is all because of that man. That foul-smelling man. He brought her food and drank her precious blood. Her unique lifeblood. It is because of that man that she was injured. Ultimately, Lu Zhe clenches his fingers tightly, turns, and departs, descending the stairs with his keen night vision. Arriving outside the room that Yan Xiao has always forbidden him to enter. Inside, it has been cleaned by Xiang Chun, yet an unpleasant odor still lingers. Xiang Chen's whimpering drifts from within, almost as if taunting him. Lu Zhe passes through the wall without obstruction that he intends to kill him. Chapter 31. The zombie's pursuit of his beloved upon entering. He sees Xiang Chen curled up in the corner, weak and with eyes closed. Lu Zhe approaches, looking down from a height. Xiang Chun continues to whimper, perhaps feeling the cold, his body curled tightly, his pale face barely breathing, but he appears as if on the brink of death. Yet he was not like this during the day. Lu Zhe observes coldly, his gaze drifting to the side where boxes of pickled fish and spicy hot pots sit, all consumed without a trace. Even so, the scent of Yan Zhao's blood remains pervasive. The girl's warning echoes in his ears. You must not enter the room in the corner on the first floor. It contains my enemies whom I must personally punish. Enemies' personal punishment. Xiangchen seems to be in increasing distress. Trembling and biting his lip, his soft moans growing fainter. After observing for a while, Lu Zhe turns and exits the room. The following day at 10 a.m., Yan Xiao finally awakens. Her biological clock has always been precise. But her fatigue has led her to wake late. She rubs her head, washes up, and changes the dressing on her wrist before stepping outside that Lu Zhe is already waiting at the kitchen table. Sitting upright, facing a deformed can of milk powder, and he still wears that dinosaur pajama set, although he is no longer constrained by foot bindings. Yan Xiao, a person who holds grudges, recalls the damaged shackles upon seeing him. Her anger is still unresolved. She does not confront him, but instead sits on the sofa in the living room outside the kitchen, retrieves a bun from her space, and begins to eat while working on her laptop. Lu Zhe watches her from a distance, lowering his head, the entire zombie appearing filled with grievances. After a moment, he stands, takes the electric kettle from the kitchen, and mimics Yan Zhao's earlier actions, attempting to boil water. Lu Zhe clumsily pours milk powder into a cup. 1 spoon, 2 spoons, 10 spoons, 11 spoons, filling the cup 3/4 full of milk powder. Once finished, the water is boiled. He slowly reaches for the kettle, but just as he is about to touch it, Yan Xiao appears and swats his hand away. Without uttering a word, she searches for another cup, divides the milk powder from the original cup, her head bowed as she carefully adjusts the water temperature. After preparing the milk, she places the cup on the countertop and returns to the sofa to continue with her laptop. That Lu Zhe stands dazed, poking the prepared cup of milk, the temperature just right. Suddenly, he feels a surge of happiness. As his grievances dissipate significantly, he obediently carries the cup to the edge of the sofa. Yin Xiao, who had been lounging like a lord in the center, glances up at him and shifts over, making room for him. The video feed on her laptop displays the room on the first floor, where Xiang Chun remains curled in the corner, trembling that Lu Zhe's body stiffens. He realizes that Yin Xiao has accessed the surveillance, knowing it can be replayed, and recalls his unauthorized intrusion yesterday, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, Yin Xiao merely checks briefly before shutting off the monitor and placing her laptop on the coffee table. Switching to a cartoon featuring a yellow sponge, Lu Zhe quietly breathes a sigh of relief and sits down on the opposite end of the sofa, discreetly watching the cartoon with her. From day to night, Lu Zhe's grievances resurface. She has not spoken a word to him all day, nor has she given him any milk candies, which he used to receive at least 2 of every day. At 2 p.m., Yin Xiao stands up, retrieves the cup, and prepares lunch for the zombie that he drinks with a sense of grievance, sneaking glances at Yin Xiao occasionally. After finishing, he notices the empty cup and suddenly has an idea. He stealthily hides the cup, thinking that if he conceals it, Yin Xiao will ask him where it is the next time she prepares milk powder. Lu Zhe eagerly awaits the evening, when it is time for dinner. Yin Xiao indeed searches for the cup, but after a brief hunt, she loses interest and casually retrieves a new cup from her space at Lu Zhe, before returning to her room for the night. Yin Xiao glances at the surveillance again, finding that Xiang Qin's condition has worsened. Though he should survive for the time, being that a faint light gathers in the center of his brow, which surprises Yin Xiao. After drinking blood, Hishi's awakening of abilities took over 20 days, yet Xiang Qin seems poised to awaken his powers within just a day. However, it is not entirely unexpected among all the ability users. Adult males typically awaken their powers the fastest, and the higher the abilities level, the earlier the core manifests. She believes that in a few days, Xiang Qin's core will successfully coalesce. Initially, she spared Xiang Qin's life, refraining from killing him the moment he entered the villa, partly for the sake of torment and partly for this core. Ability users are already rare, and B-level ability users are even more precious. Out of over 1,000 individuals, only a handful possess B-level abilities. With such excellent material for advancement, how could she easily let it go? After all, in her past life, Xiang Qin sought to seize her core, leading to their mutual destruction. In this life, taking Xiang Qin's core would be true revenge. Yin Xiao shuts off her laptop and heads to the bathroom. Due to the wound on her wrist, she cannot immerse it in water, so she simply rinses off before wrapping herself in a towel and stepping out. The bedroom is illuminated with warm yellow light, complemented by pink curtains, creating a gentle ambience. Lu Zhe stands at the bathroom door, and upon seeing her draped in a white towel, he clearly freezes, his throat moving with suppressed emotion. Yin Xiao, momentarily taken aback, retreats, returning to the bathroom to close the door behind her. She tosses her clothes into the washing machine and, in a moment of urgency, steps into her space to change into a silk nightgown before re-emerging. She walks past Lu Zhe and sits on the bed. Her voice icy. "Who allowed you to enter?" Leave it as she speaks. Water trickles down her hair, mingling with the fabric of her nightgown, inadvertently revealing her exquisite figure. Lu Zhe's throat constricts further, remaining rooted in place. He lowers his gaze toward Yin Xiao. She looks down, noticing that shackles have been reattached to the zombie's ankles. The silver rings forcibly bent back into shape, now severely deformed, with the broken ends twisted together. After all this, the silver rings have shrunk considerably, no longer loose but appearing as if embedded in his ankles in an effort to restore them to their former state. Lu Zhe has even hung bells on them, the rings pressing against his flesh, leaving a red mark around his ankles. Although a zombie's sensitivity to pain is diminished, it is still perceptible. Yin Xiao's expression hardens. Remove them, that Lu Zhe remains unmoving. She approaches, squatting down, grasping the inner edge of the iron ring, and as gently as possible, she removes the shackles once more, snapping them in two, rendering them irreparable. Chapter 32. Xiang Qin's demise and the absorption of the core. Fortunately, the damage has been managed in time, resulting in only slight redness that will heal in a couple of days. Yin Xiao squats on the ground, observing his self-destructive behavior with increasing dissatisfaction. However, due to his attempts to appease her and admit his wrongs, Her anger has diminished significantly, that Luz remains rigid for a moment before also squatting down, holding the broken shackles, a picture of grievance and confusion. He pats his body, extending his hand toward Yin Xiao, that in his palm rests some milk candy. His hand trembles slightly, betraying his owner's anxiety. Seeing this, Yin Xiao feels her anger has mostly dissipated. She takes the candy, clenches it in her hand, stands up, and with a still, icy tone, says with a hint of pride, "You broke my belongings. Don't think this will let you off the hook." Dear Zay, in a state of bewilderment, lifted his gaze to her. With the cognitive abilities of a zombie, he pondered momentarily before resuming his search through his belongings. .1 milk candy, .2 milk candies. Like a little hoarding hamster, he extracted a multitude of milk candies from his person. Upon reaching the final one, he sniffled, displaying a hint of reluctance. Dear Zay presented all the milk candies to Yin Xiao. Upon witnessing this, Yin Xiao's anger dissipated entirely, and without hesitation, she collected his entire stash into her space. Confiscated. If he did not learn his lesson, he would remain oblivious to who truly held authority in this household. Yin Xiao pointed towards the wall. "Go stand by the wall." Dear Zay complied, obediently moving to face the empty wall in contemplation, all the while clutching the shackles around his ankles. Yin Xiao followed, removing the shackles and placing them in her space. Adjusting his stance, he stood upright, his head bowed, his little dinosaur tail drooping, appearing both pitiful and endearing. Yin Xiao remarked, "From now on, you needn't wear the shackles. Just behave yourself. Also, you must not recklessly destroy the gifts I give you. And you cannot ignore me any longer. Do you understand?" She herself was unsure of her feelings. Regardless, the destruction of Dear Zay's shackles and his indifference towards her the previous day left her feeling quite unsettled. Dear Xiao Zay nodded in agreement. Yin Xiao huffed in a haughty manner, stepping out to prepare a cup of milk for him to balance on his head as a form of punishment. Since she was not particularly tired, she settled on the bed, continuing to watch episodes of The Little Yellow Sponge on her phone. Time passed slowly. Dear Zay, balancing the cup, was enveloped by the fragrant aroma of milk, accompanied by the distinctive laughter of the little sponge behind him. His throat twitched as he yearned to drink, yet lacked the courage. After watching 5 episodes of The Little Sponge, Yin Xiao finally felt a touch of fatigue and yawned. "All right. You may return to sleep." The zombie turned around slowly, cup in hand, staring at Yin Xiao from the corner. After nearly a minute of waiting, he approached her with a pitiful expression, half squatting by the edge of the bed. Yin Xiao put away her phone and inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" He hesitated for a moment, leaning his clean little head closer, almost pressing it against the back of Yin Xiao's hand. She was momentarily taken aback, but then reached out to pat his head. 3 days later, on a bright morning, Yin Xiao prepared food for Dear Zay and habitually opened the surveillance feed, which froze on a haunting image. Xiangqin had gone 3 days without food and had fallen gravely ill, barely clinging to life. At the center of his forehead, there resided a golden supernatural core. This was what she had been waiting for. Yin Xiao shut down the computer, descended the stairs, and entered the room. Xiangqin, too weak to lift his head, could only see her shoes as he pleaded, "Xiao Xiao, save me. I feel so unwell." Yin Xiao crouched down to face him. This time, she was unconcerned about Xiangqin escaping. The door to the room was ajar, and Dear Zay stood at the entrance, observing her delicate fingertips as they touched the filthy man's forehead. Yin Xiao declared, "Xiangqin, let us settle our grievances today." Xiangqin, misunderstanding her intentions as forgiveness, eagerly nodded in agreement. She rose in a previous life. "I fell for him and met a tragic end. However, in this lifetime, I shall not be so foolish again." Xiangqin lay unseeing in death, the air thick with the scent of blood. The little zombie outside the door wrinkled its brow and took a few steps back, clearly disapproving. Upon his demise, a golden spiritual core emerged from the center of his forehead, gently landing in Yin Xiao's palm. She held the core, gazing at the 2 corpses in the room, finally avenging her great grievance. That afternoon, Yin Xiao discarded the bodies, witnessing the zombies converge upon them, dismantling them until only bones remained. She locked the room once more, finding it too filthy to enter again. Fortunately, she had previously utilized Xiangqin to clean the space, sparing it from any foul odors. Once the spiritual core separates from its host, it must be absorbed within 3 hours, or it loses its efficacy. After the zombies finished feasting on Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha, Yin Xiao ascended the stairs and returned to her room, idly toying with the golden spiritual core. Xiang Chun possessed an offensive metallic ability, rendering the core even more potent, classified as B grade. The higher the grade of the core, the more challenging it is to assimilate. In her past life, she had only managed to absorb a C-grade zombie core, barely escaping with her life. However, having been granted a second chance, her abilities had also upgraded significantly, allowing her to take a gamble. After pondering for a considerable time in her room, Yin Xiao ultimately crushed the core. The golden radiance eagerly surged into her being. Accompanying this influx was an intense sensation of pain as her meridians were cleansed. Akin to being engulfed in flames, an indescribable heat. Midway through the broadcast of the yellow sponge, Lu Zhe lifted his head, puzzled by Yin Zhao's room, but he had left his milk unfinished, casually setting it aside as he stood up and passed through the wall. Yin Xiao lay curled up on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her body flushed, appearing to be in considerable distress. The heat was overwhelming. The room was stifling that Lu Zhe furrowed his brow as he gazed at her. Sensing something within her body colliding and gradually merging, that he extended his hand, making contact with Yin Zhao's form, only to be pulled closer, finding himself sprawled atop her, in her unconscious state. Her strength was formidable. Clinging to his arm without relent, from the zombie's body, she felt a touch of coolness that eased the turbulence within her. Lying on her side beneath him, her cheeks plump, eyelashes fluttering, she appeared to be in a deep slumber. Exuding an alluring charm, Lu Zhe, with one hand caught in her embrace, propped himself up with the other, tearing the collar of his dinosaur pajamas in a fit of fervor that he stared blankly for a moment before regaining his composure. Lying beside Yin Xiao, he placed her hands and feet upon himself to cool down. Yin Xiao felt as if she were nestled against a large ice pack, soft and yielding, providing immense comfort. Clinging tightly to Lu Zhe, the two spiritual cores within her, a supportive and an offensive type, began to interact harmoniously. Then on the 58th day of the apocalypse, December 1 SD, a black van came to a halt outside Yin Zhao's home. The occupant was He Zi, who had been training under He Tianming's leadership during this time, battling zombies and enhancing their physiques. The young man now appeared more mature, his skin a healthy wheat tone, visibly leaner, and his features sharpened, making him quite handsome. After extensive training, today marked the first time He Tianming had permitted him to act independently, with the task of successfully slaying 5 zombies before returning. Upon completing his mission, He Zi hurried to this place, not daring to inform He Tianming, sneaking over instead. It had been over a month since their last encounter, and he missed Yin Xiao dearly. He gazed at the electric fence on the wall and the sturdy gate, admiring the meticulousness with which the young girl operated. As zombies surrounded the area, he found himself unable to exit the vehicle or enter the premises. Repeatedly pressing the horn, eagerly awaiting her appearance. Simultaneously, he felt a rush of nervousness, contemplating what expression Yin Xiao might wear upon seeing him. He had brought her a gift, a bouquet of roses pilfered from He Tianming's home. He wondered if she would appreciate it. The villa was fortified by Zhang Cheng's group, whose strength had grown considerably over this period, and the nearby zombies were relatively few, rendering the area quite safe. Yet, after a series of horn blasts and waiting for over 20 minutes without sight of Yin Xiao, disappointment crept in. As the number of zombies around the vehicle increased, he reluctantly pressed the accelerator. Leaving with a sense of regret, he continually reassured himself that perhaps Yin Xiao was preoccupied and had not heard him, or that the tinted windows had obscured his presence, preventing her from coming out. He Zi concocted several excuses for her absence, ultimately comforting himself with the belief that he would have another chance to see Yin Xiao. Indeed, Yin Xiao had not heard him. The entire villa was constructed with high-grade soundproofing materials. And even in a conscious state, her enhanced auditory abilities due to her powers would only allow her to perceive faint sounds. Moreover, in her current state of unconsciousness, she remained oblivious. She had been in a coma for 3 days. Awakening on the night of December 2 ND. Upon opening her eyes, an indescribable sensation of refreshment enveloped her. Lying on the bed, she stared at the ceiling, her vision significantly clearer than before, even discerning the fine patterns on the whitewashed walls. Her hearing and sense of smell had also sharpened. Yin Xiao clenched her fist, stretching out her fingers, tentatively channeling her abilities, the tips of her fingers glowing faintly with golden light. Overjoyed, she realized that after absorbing the spiritual core, she had successfully claimed Xiang Qin's powers as her own. His was a metallic ability, enabling him to render his body metallic. When mastered, he could envelop himself in golden light, impervious to bullets, and his offensive capabilities would be greatly enhanced. In her previous life, Yin Xiao, as a supportive abilities user, had required protection, and despite possessing a unique space ability, she was looked down upon, ultimately betrayed by Team 3. Now, she wielded both offensive and supportive powers, ensuring she would not repeat past mistakes. Yet, she remained uncertain about the strength of her abilities at this nascent stage of integration. Eager to test her newfound prowess, she pushed herself up from the bed, only to discover a cool arm resting on her abdomen, unmoving yet comforting. Curiously, she turned her head to find the little zombie's bewildered gray-white eyes gazing back at her, that he lay beside her. The collar of his dinosaur pajamas torn, revealing his delicate collarbone and pale skin, the muscular contours of his body subtly visible beneath. Yin Xiao felt a rush of blood to her cheeks, her mind exploding with vibrant memories, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the sky. She recalled the final moments before her unconsciousness, feeling hot, dizzily seeking a source of coolness, and clutching the little zombie's hand to hold him close. Inadvertently tearing his pajamas in the process that it had been her doing. As the memories flooded back, her face flushed crimson in embarrassment, unsure of how to react, her toes digging into the imaginary sands of a seaside villa. Lu Xiaozhe, having awaited her awakening, drew closer with delight, gently nuzzling her shoulder, more affectionate than before. Yin Xiao felt increasingly bashful, murmuring, "Lu Zhe, thank you. Thank you for staying by my side." The little zombie instinctively withdrew his limbs from her embrace, sitting up as well. In doing so, the exposed skin at his collarbone became even more pronounced. Yin Zhao's heart raced, and she quickly retrieved a new set of dinosaur pajamas from her spatial pocket, slapping them onto the bed. "You should change first. You must be hungry, right? I shall fetch some milk powder for you." With that, she rose to her feet, feeling a bit disoriented after her prolonged slumber, nearly losing her balance. After a brief stumble, her swaying form was steadied by Lu Zhe. The zombie remained expressionless as always, yet Yin Xiao sensed an unspoken concern reflected in his pale, gray pupils. Her heartbeat quickening as the fireworks of her thoughts reignited, now more vibrant than before. Chapter 34. Astonishing. Lu Zhe consumed food. Yin Zhao's throat fluttered as she swallowed hard. When he had steadied her, her small hand instinctively pressed against his chest. She curled her fingers slightly, unable to suppress the urge to descend, her touch grazing the flawless lines of his abdominal muscles. It was as if her heartstrings were tugged, a sweet sensation blossoming within her. After a few minutes, her cheeks flushed crimson as she stood up in his embrace, murmuring, "Thank you. I'm all right now." That moment, an odd sound emanated from the stomach of a certain young girl, her abdomen quivering in protest. The two looked down in unison, and Yin Xiao froze, her face growing even redder. 10 minutes later, the kitchen lights flickered on, revealing a human and a zombie seated side by side at the dining table. In front of Lu Zhe sat a steaming cup of milk, while Yin Xiao's table was adorned with cola chicken wings, oil-braised shrimp, braised pork ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried onions with meat, 4 happiness meatballs, and Crucian fish tofu soup. The dishes included those she had previously purchased from a restaurant, nearly all of which she had set out. Of course, Yin Xiao was aware that having just awakened, she should refrain from indulging in rich foods, opting instead for vegetable porridge as her staple. The delectable dishes were served in small bowls, just enough for a few bites to savor the flavors. After 3 days of unconsciousness, having absorbed the spirit core and expended considerable energy, she was now famished. She devoured the rice heartily, having consumed only a modest amount of the dishes, but finished 3 bowls of vegetable porridge to quell her hunger. In contrast, Lu Zhe maintained a calm demeanor. Clad in fresh dinosaur pajamas, he gracefully sipped from his milk cup, exhibiting an air of elegance. Yet he too felt hunger pangs, having drained 2 large cups of hot milk, which were insufficient. Lu Zhe poked Yin Xiao, extending his empty cup, signaling his desire for a 3rd serving. Yin Xiao naturally obliged, refilling it for him. Before handing it over, a whimsical thought struck her, and she pointed to the unfinished dishes. "Lu Zhe, would you like to try some?" Previously, the little zombie had shown distaste for food, only compelled to take a bite of the braised pork when threatened. However, last time, he had indulged in a chip she offered. Yin Xiao believed he had made progress and encouraged him to experiment further, that he was far too thin. Unlike a newborn needing minimal nourishment, he was a fully grown zombie who required sustenance. Lu Zhe hesitated, his fingers pausing as he gazed at the dishes on the table. All were served in small bowls, and Yin Xiao had taken a few bites herself. Now, there was only half a meatball, a piece of rib, and a shrimp left, along with a small bowl of tomatoes and potatoes. The zombie's sensitive nose detected the mixed aromas, which were not particularly pleasant. Fortunately, the quantities were small enough for him to manage. He stared at the food for a long while, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Yin Xiao placed a bowl in front of him, offering 4 happiness meatballs while imparting a lesson. When I was in the orphanage, I met a peculiar boy who simply refused to eat. They said he had anorexia. He was about the same size at 6 as a 3-year-old. Those wanting to adopt children all turned him away. Eventually, something happened, and I never saw him again. As she spoke, Yin Xiao felt a pang of guilt as she scratched her nose. She indeed had known such a boy in the orphanage, one who was anorexic, withdrawn and isolated himself in a corner, licking his wounds. However, she had not lost track of him because he starved. He had been adopted, and the orphanage had undergone relocation, which was why she never saw him again. Yet she spoke nothing but the truth. Liu Zhe remained silent for a long time, a complex emotion flickering in his pupils. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he lowered his head and clumsily picked up the happiness meatballs with his chopsticks. Taking a bite, Yin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Her Lu Zhe could finally consume food. He could finally eat. However, her joy was short-lived, for Lu Zhe consumed only half of the happiness meatballs before setting down his chopsticks and slowly reaching for his cup. Lu Zhe, would you like to try some of the others? Yin Xiao pushed the bowl of braised ribs towards him. This time, Lu Zhe merely glanced at it and lost interest. Never mind, a little is better than none. Yin Xiao sighed, stroking his head. There would be plenty of time ahead. Time returned to dusk at He Tianming's residence. Those who ventured out for the first time were now back, gathered in the courtyard. Standing in line to report their achievements of the day, that He Tianming was meticulous in his work and held high expectations of his subordinates, that he required each of them to individually slay 5 zombies and bring back a left hand as proof. Almost everyone had fulfilled the task, presenting the severed hands to He Tianming before discarding them. Only one person stood out. After waiting for an hour, He Tianming grew concerned and contemplated searching for him. Finally, He Zi returned, looking dejected. Seeing that he was unharmed, He Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Assuming that he had failed his mission, that he approached him and patted his shoulder. What's the matter? Did you fail? Don't be too downcast. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. This task will be the same every day. With more practice, you'll succeed. He Zi gloomily handed over the bag he had brought back. Inside were precisely 8 severed zombie left hands. He Tianming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impressive. You did well, slaying 8 zombies. But why the long face?" He Zi opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent. Previously, he had often mentioned wanting to see Yin Xiao or deliver supplies to her, only to be rebuffed by He Tianming. Thus, he felt that voicing his desire to seek Yin Xiao would earn him scolding, prompting him to keep quiet and shake his head. "Big brother, I'm not unhappy. I am just exhausted and want to return to rest early." He Tianming regarded him with curiosity, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before nodding. "All right, get some rest and we'll continue tomorrow." Yes, that night He Zi lay in bed, unable to eat or drink, his arm cradling his head, his mind filled with images of Yin Xiao. He recalled her courageous demeanor when she rescued him, her fearless presence, and the way she smiled. So innocent and lively, he extended his hand, gazing at the back of it. During their time apart, He Zi found himself yearning for her more and more, longing to see her, to express his feelings, to repay her kindness, and above all, to protect her. Little skit. Xiao Xiao placed the food in a Lu Xiao Zhe's bowl. Liu Xiao Zhe, eat, eat, eat. No matter how unappetizing, you must eat. Xiao Xiao pushed the bowl of food towards Lu Xiao Zhe. Lu Xiao Zhe, I won't eat. I find it distasteful. Chapter 35, Mental Abilities. After finishing his milk, Lu Zhe obediently returned to wash up and sleep. For reasons unknown, he differed from other zombies. While they seemed to possess boundless energy and did not require sleep, he resembled human beings in his lifestyle. Over the past few days, holding Yin Xiao and restraining himself, he had grown somewhat fatigued. Having finished her meal, Yin Xiao ascended to the rooftop alone, beginning to concentrate her abilities. Starting from her fingertips and extending to her arms, a faint golden hue began to manifest. The golden light spread toward her body. Initially, it spread swiftly, enveloping her entire arm, then her shoulder, and eventually her chest. However, as it reached her waist, the pace slowed, and extending further became somewhat laborious. That it appeared that in her first awakening of abilities, the metal transformation could cover at most half her body. Of course, it was not necessary to begin covering from her hands. She could also start from her feet. Yin Xiao's choice to begin from her hands was merely a test. The golden light lingered on her body for only about 5 seconds, as she felt it becoming too much to bear and began to retract her powers. The more of her skin that was transformed into metal, the greater the consumption of mental energy. With her current capabilities, she could maintain it for approximately 5 seconds. After a brief rest, she reconcentrated her abilities, this time focusing solely on her right hand. Clenching her palm into a fist and striking the railing of the rooftop, that a dull thud echoed as the steel-reinforced railing was deformed by her blow. Yin Xiao had not struck with all her might, and yet the impact was substantial, indicating that her abilities possessed considerable offensive power. While she could not guarantee much at present, she was confident that a knife would not be able to cut through. Wishing not to disturb the resting zombie, she temporarily concluded her experimentation, feeling satisfied with her progress. Yin Xiao tidied up the rooftop floor, retrieving a pillow and bedding from her space, laying it out, and reclining to gaze at the moon. Not long after, the door behind her was suddenly pushed open. She looked up to see the dinosaur zombie standing at the rooftop entrance. "Come here." Yin Xiao beckoned. Lu Zhe obediently approached, stepping in front of the bedding. Yin Xiao, not yet ready to sleep, lay on the bedding with the blanket folded neatly beside her. She shifted over slightly, patting the empty space beside her. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, then removed his shoes and sat beside her. "Did I wake you?" Yin Xiao inquired. He shook his head, accidentally sitting on the tail of a small dinosaur, feeling a discomfort beneath him, prompting him to lift the tail. The little green triangle at the tip of the tail was carelessly fidgeted within his hand. Outside the glass dome, the cold wind howled, and layers of frost clung to the branches. Yet, within the glass dome, a different scene unfolded. Yin Xiao had installed air conditioning in every room, including this terrace, encased in glass, thus alleviating concerns about draft. That moment, the air conditioning was set to a cozy 28 degrees. Beneath her was a soft quilt, and beside her was the obedient and handsome little zombie. After more than 50 days, many of the plants on the terrace had taken root and sprouted, green shoots emerging from the soil, radiating warmth. Yin Xiao relished this tranquility, unlike her previous life filled with frantic escapes, forced to mingle with strangers, enter bases, and accept perilous missions. She had fought valiantly for the ability user's base, only to meet her end at the hands of those very comrades. The clarity of a direct attack is easy to evade, yet the treachery of hidden threats is far more daunting. Scarred by her past, Yin Xiao carried an unresolved knot in her heart, having confined Xiang Chun, longing to seize his powers. This desire had lingered for quite some time. Perhaps metal abilities were not the mightiest in offense, but their unparalleled defensive capabilities offered her a sense of security. Yin Xiao stretched languidly, feeling a wave of contentment wash over her. She picked up the little dinosaur's tail, playing with it in her hand, and said with a light laugh, "Lu Zhe, I am quite happy." Lu Zhe tilted his gaze, reaching out to touch the strands of hair that had fallen beside her pillow. Yin Xiao gazed at the blood moon for a moment before suddenly standing up. The strand of hair pressed down by Lu Zhe remained on the pillow. Losing just a single hair did not bother her. She rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Let us celebrate." With that, she retrieved a box of beer, a barbecue grill, baking trays, and various skewers of meat and vegetables from her space. That on the opposite side of the terrace stood several generators. Their movement was limited to this small patch of ground, half the size of a room, already occupied by the bedding. However, this did not hinder her preparations. Yin Xiao set up coal, ignited the fire, brushed on oil, and placed the skewers on the grill. While grilling, she offered Lu Zhe a bag of milk candies and a cup of warm milk, but he seemed a bit full, cradling the milk cup and remaining still for a long while. That in his palm lay that soft strand of hair, treated as a treasure, secretly cherished. Yin Xiao was not particularly skilled at barbecuing. She had merely observed others before, and this was her attempt at replicating the steps that on her first try, she accidentally added too much coal, resulting in a roaring fire that charred several skewers, some even burnt to a crisp, appearing rather unappetizing. In summary, they were not particularly appealing. She tossed the skewers into a plate, mumbling to herself in self-reassurance. "It is not bad. It's my first time grilling." Unintentionally, a nearby zombie overheard her, curious, tilting its head as it approached, mimicking her actions by picking up a skewer and sniffing it. After a few seconds, it opened its dark, cracked lips and took a small bite. When Yin Xiao turned around, she found that Lu Zhe had already consumed most of his skewer. She stared in surprise and asked, "Is it good?" Lu Zhe could not speak, but his actions spoke volumes as he took another small bite. Yin Xiao smiled, her eyes curving with delight. "Thank you. However, these are my failed attempts. I haven't added any seasoning yet. If you want to eat, wait a moment, and I'll give you this skewer." Lu Zhe, confused, sniffed the air. During the time Yin Xiao grilled, he devoured the remaining skewers of her failed creations, with only a slight char. The taste likely wasn't too unpleasant. Yin Xiao comforted herself internally, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. That evening marked the first time she witnessed Lu Zhe consuming so much food, an array of skewers leaving his mouth greasy. Yin Xiao had always thought that such a fastidious zombie would have no interest in human barbecues. Yet to her surprise, he seemed to truly enjoy it, devouring one skewer after another without pause. The more she grilled, the more spirited she became. She grilled a considerable amount, knowing that even if they could not finish, she could store the leftovers in her space. When she finally tasted her barbecued food, she did not find it particularly fragrant. It paled in comparison to what was sold in shops, the flavor rather mundane. Nevertheless, she felt joy. Yin Xiao opened a bottle of beer, cheerfully raising it. "Lu Zhe, I toast to you." Lu Zhe regarded her with curiosity, and after a few moments, raised his milk cup in response. The terrace was enveloped in a grand glass dome, with air conditioning to boot. Yet the aroma of barbecue wafted through the crevices, drawing a horde of zombies below. Encircling the area, in the distance, at Villa number 15, 3 figures stood. Zhang Qing peered through binoculars, frustrated that he could see nothing through the glass dome, and angrily slammed the wall. "Damn it, that wretched woman is even enjoying barbecue. I've looted so many things, yet I haven't had a chance to savor barbecue." The 2 men beside him were new recruits under Zhang Qing's wing, tasked with guarding the area that night, both feeling ravenous and envious. The man to the left suggested, "Chenggu, should we raid that villa? All the supplies inside would then belong to you." They had arrived late and were unaware that Zhang Qing had already attempted a raid, albeit unsuccessfully, costing him one of his men. Now, thinking of Yin Xiao's gun, he felt a shiver of trepidation, feigning calm. "There's no rush. You've seen how well guarded her villa is. There are electric currents outside the walls. And that wretched woman has a gun. If we want to break in, we need a solid plan." The man on the right, oblivious to the events that had transpired, expressed curiosity about the inhabitants of the villa, casually proposing, "What is so scary about electric currents? Didn't we loot several sets of electric-proof suits last time? We could wear them while she is asleep, sneak in, and open the door for the brothers." With our numbers, Yin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to open the door. As she reached for the door lock, Tianming stopped her, saying, "There is no need to open the door. We are merely passing by and have other matters to attend to shortly." Yin Xiao quickly withdrew her hand and nodded in agreement. Outside, the hordes of zombies loomed large. He, despite his strength, found himself at a disadvantage against 4 hands, having fought off a few, but was forced to retreat to the front of Tianming's vehicle. Fortunately, clad in protective gear, he had escaped being bitten. Yin Xiao, feeling a pang of compassion, pleaded on his behalf. "Brother," Tianming raised a hand, signaling her to remain silent, and only when He was close to collapsing did he open the car door to let him in. He bowed his head again towards Yin Xiao, expressing his apologies before driving away swiftly. He, seated in the back, gasped for breath alone for a considerable time. From the rearview mirror, he noticed Tianming's grim expression and instinctively knelt down. "Brother," he addressed. Tianming's tone was stern. "Do not call me brother." As they departed, he pushed the car He had driven far away, ensuring it did not obstruct Yin Xiao's home before circling back. It was then that Tianming noticed the red roses on the passenger seat. "Brother," How romantic. He remained kneeling, feeling a swell of anxiety at being addressed as brother. Duh. You need not say anything more. Tianming interjected. They barreled through the streets, colliding with several zombies, and arrived home safely. Upon their return, Qin approached, cradling Hishida. Tianming gestured towards the gravel path in the garden. Kneel there. Rise only when you realize your mistake. That He bit his lip, turning away to kneel upright. After Tianming left, Yin Xiao returned to the rooftop. That Lu Zhe was fast asleep, lying on his side, his cheeks puffing adorably as he slept. Yin Xiao tiptoed over, gathering the disheveled barbecue grill and stove. She organized the skewers of meat and vegetables, placing them in bags to store in her space. Having indulged in a bit of alcohol the previous night, she had slept heavily, and the skewers had not been put away immediately, now having grown cold. However, this did not detract from their flavor, as they were never particularly appetizing. Chapter 36. Boyfriend? Note: the previous chapter has been revised. Readers may wish to revisit it as I have added much content. After cleaning up the leftover barbecue skewers, Yin Xiao collected them as the ones used by zombies could not be reused for food. Not out of disdain, but because the saliva of zombies is a notorious vector for viral transmission. She had not discerned which had been used and which had not, so she gathered them all, reasoning that the thin, long iron skewers might still prove useful. She set the barbecue grill aside to wash. She reflected on the events that had just transpired, the inexplicable visit, the roses delivered, and He's anxious demeanor. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow, finally coming to an understanding. That night, a cold wind howled. He remained kneeling on the pebble path in the garden, having been there for 10 hours now. His knees were tormented by the stones, and the pain was intense, though he had decent stamina. He began to wobble, his entire weight pressing down on his knees, while the ice-cold ground kept him alert. During the day, he had worn a short-sleeved shirt beneath his protective gear, and now, having not changed, he was chilled to the bone, shivering slightly from both cold and hunger. Not far ahead, on the first floor of the villa, Tianming dined with a group of people. His affluent family allowed him to enjoy meat now. The enticing aroma wafted towards him. He inhaled deeply, yet he stubbornly refused to admit his fault. Another hour passed, and at 10 o'clock, Tianming finally emerged. He tossed a thick down jacket at He, who did not catch it, allowing the coat to fall to the frigid ground. Tianming frowned, looking down at him. Haven't you knelt long enough? He straightened his posture with effort. I merely went to see someone I like. I don't believe I did anything wrong. Someone you like? Tianming scoffed at your idea of affection honking outside her door and attracting zombies. He turned away. It's just a few zombies. I can protect her. And she's inside, behind a door. What danger could there be? Do you have any idea how many zombies you attracted? Tianming replied that a total of 23. I instructed you to handle the situation. Yet you only killed 6 before you could fight no more. Who exactly can you protect? Yes, Yin Xiao is at home. But have you considered that if the number of zombies increased, she might open the door upon seeing you in a horde? He was struck silent. He had indeed not contemplated these questions, having only thought about how to see Yin Xiao and deliver the roses. Noticing He's dawning realization, Tianming pressed on, since communication ceased. I have consistently refused to let you seek her out. Have you pondered why? If it were you, where would you consider the safest place during an apocalypse? Confused, He replied, of course at home. There's food, water, weapons, and brothers to protect each other. It's the safest option. Precisely at home. Yin Xiao feels the same. She believes her home is the safest place, where there may be secrets or things that comfort her. You are not well acquainted with her. Without permission, you suddenly show up with useless roses. She wouldn't view it as romantic, but rather as a danger, causing her to be wary of you. Recalling Yin Xiao's cold response during the day, He's heart quivered. That seemed indeed to be the case. Yin Xiao had not uttered anything excessive, yet her expressions and tone conveyed her rejection of him. He lowered his head in guilt, murmuring, what should I do then? Communication is down, and I can't just go find her. That I merely wanted to tell her I like her. Tianming fell silent for a moment. Sighing, you are still inexperienced. Such an approach will only make others uncomfortable. Brother, I understand my mistake. He admitted that's good to hear. Rise now. Go home and write an apology letter. Tomorrow, I will take you to apologize. He felt a glimmer of hope as he unsteadily stood, the pain in his knees piercing. "That I understand. Thank you, brother. Also," Tianming hesitated, giving him a heads up. "Do not hold too high hopes. Yin Xiao does not like you." From the details of the day, it was evident that He was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head again, that if she doesn't like him, then so be it. He had not liked her at first either. Feelings could be nurtured over time. That night, He returned to his room without eating, sitting at his desk and writing fervently. Each time he felt dissatisfied with what he wrote, he would tear up the paper and start anew, producing numerous drafts until finally achieving a satisfactory one. The next day, around 10 o'clock, Tianming drove him over. He extended his hand toward He. The apology letter. He hurriedly retrieved it from his pocket. The delicate envelope was fragrant with perfume and adorned with a rose. That Tianming understood his intent immediately, stopping the car and opening the sunroof, crumpling the envelope and tossing it into Yin Zhao's villa. He remained silent as Tianming intended to drive away. But just before leaving, Yin Xiao appeared at the door, calling out, "Brother, wait." She opened the door, inviting, "Come in and have a seat." He seated in the passenger seat, straightened his back, eyes alight with excitement. Tianming observed Yin Zhao's expression, noting her lack of resistance, and thus nodded in agreement. The car parked outside, and they exited directly into the yard as soon as He landed. He nervously bowed to Yin Xiao. "Miss Yin, I apologize for my reckless behavior yesterday. I'm truly sorry." That he bent low, keeping his head down. "That it's all right. I simply didn't react in time." Yin Xiao replied, her tone notably calmer, devoid of the previous day's aloofness. That He's heart soared with joy as he straightened his posture, eager to confess. "Miss Yin, brother Yin Xiao interrupted, feigning nonchalance as she smiled. "I would like to introduce you to a friend." She turned around at that moment. The two noticed a tall, slender man standing in the living room on the first floor. Lu Zhe was wearing sunglasses and a mask, concealing his zombie-like features. That He's heart sank. The only men in a girl's home were the two of them, alone together in a room, and the implications of their relationship loomed. Yin Xiao introduced earnestly, "This is my boyfriend. We have been living together for nearly 2 months." That He was bewildered, while Tianming stared at Lu Zhe, trying to discern something beneath his mask. He was filled with questions. Before the apocalypse, when Yin Xiao had asked him to sell gold, he had privately investigated her situation and was aware that the young girl was single, that if what she claimed was true, and they had indeed been together for nearly 2 months. Then why had he not seen this man the last time Yin Xiao came to deliver medicine to He? A couple who has already been living together should not have the heart to allow one another to face danger alone. Chapter 37. Bribing her, flattering her, becoming her boyfriend. For instance, when Xiaoyang visited yesterday, he honked the horn outside for quite some time, yet only Yin Xiao emerged. Her so-called boyfriend made his first appearance today. Despite the many doubts swirling in Tianming's mind, he ultimately refrained from voicing them, fully aware of the implications behind Yin Zhao's actions, regardless of whether her boyfriend was genuine or not. It was evident that the young girl held no regard for Xiaoyang. Given this, what was the point of asking further? Tianming nodded with a smile, saying, "Xiao Xiao has a boyfriend now. That's good. That it's only right that a man should protect you when you're home alone. That I want to linger with Xiaoyang. I brought some firearms for you, and I'll move them down for you. They may come in handy." That as he spoke, Tianming turned away and tugged at Xiaoyang. Only then did Xiaoyang snap back to reality, feeling a chill seep into him as he fixated intently on the interior. You have a boyfriend? How can you have a boyfriend?" His tone was rigid, as if Yin Xiao had committed some wrongdoing against him. Tianming gave Xiaoyang a sharp slap on the forehead, retorting, "Does she need to report to you whether or not she has a boyfriend? Hurry up and come help me move things to the car." Yin Xiao retracted her smile, coldly stating, "Xiaoyang, I respect you, which is why I allowed you to enter. That I'm explaining this to you today, but I believe you have no right to interfere with my private life." "But Yin Xiao, I like you," Xiaoyang blurted out. Tianming, exasperated, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him at his friend's infatuation, and he turned to Yin Xiao to apologize. Xiao, Xiaoyang is a bit slow on the uptake. Don't worry, I'll have a serious talk with him when we get back. That he won't disturb you again." "All right." Yin Xiao acquiesced, granting Tianming face as she addressed Xiaoyang, saying, "I do not like you." She had pondered this for a long time the previous night, and although she initially thought she might be overreacting, she ultimately resolved to make it clear that she wanted him to give up. Having experienced unrequited love herself, having liked Xiang Chun for 5 years, she understood the feelings of yearning for someone unattainable, especially since Xiang Chun had always kept her dangling, enjoying her affection without remorse. She did not want to become someone like Xiang Chun. She would be forthright in her rejection. There was no need to maintain any semblance of courtesy. Such matters only lingered when left unresolved, and it was far better to handle them cleanly and decisively. However, this approach did indeed wound He Xiaoyang's heart. The young man, looking utterly dejected, stared at Yin Xiao, his eyes brimming with moisture, his fists clenched tightly. Veins protruding, he exclaimed, "What can he do? I'm confessing my feelings to you like this. And he doesn't even dare to show himself, hiding behind a mask and glasses, afraid of being seen. All frail and weak. How can he compare to me?" He Tianming, with a cold expression, halted him. "He Xiaoyang, what are you saying?" He seized He Xiaoyang and delivered a hard slap, admonishing, "You lack manners. Go back to the car." He Xiaoyang, incredulous, could hardly believe that the brother he had followed into life-and-death situations would strike him for a stranger, that he glanced at He Timing, then back at Yin Xiao, and finally at the man behind her. Falling silent for a moment before angrily retreating to the car, He Timing sighed with relief, repeatedly apologizing. "Xiao Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect him to." "It's all right, he Dage," Yin Xiao replied. "You should go back now. Stay safe." Once again, she issued the order for him to leave. With no other choice, He Tianming apologized twice more before returning to the car, hoping to present the firearms he had brought as an apology, only to find that Yin Xiao had already closed the door at his side. Driving away, He Xiaoyang knelt behind the car, silent, no words escaping his lips to He Xiaoyang. He Tianming urged, "You saw it for yourself. Since Xiao Xiao has someone she likes, it would be impolite to pursue her further. Let her go, and I'll find you a better girl in the future." He Xiaoyang shut his eyes, recalling how Yin Xiao had saved him. Her demeanor so valiant, her actions decisive, that a woman of such courage and intellect, who had captured his heart, would surely be irreplaceable. Having experienced his parents' divorce due to his mother's betrayal, he had lost his fondness for women since then. Over the years, Yin Xiao had been the only woman he had ever liked. He did not want to give up. A man as frail as Lu Zhe was simply unworthy of her. He Xiaoyang bowed his head, his eyes filled with obsession and madness. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe was not afraid to show himself. He was merely ordered by Yin Xiao to stand still, unable to move. Yin Xiao returned to the living room, helping him remove his sunglasses and mask, gazing into his grayish-white pupils. Though they appeared similar to before, for some reason, she sensed a hint of joy. She rewarded him with 2 milk candies and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you happy?" Lu Zhe nodded. As Yin Xiao turned away, the young man finally spoke for the first time, his voice slightly hoarse, slow, and clumsy, uttering just 3 words, "Boyfriend." Yin Xiao halted her steps. Glancing back and sensing the little zombie's joyful emotions, for some reason, she did not feel the same aversion as she did towards He Xiaoyang. She patted his head and patiently explained, "Lu Zhe, I am sorry. I only said you were my boyfriend to make He Xiaoyang give up." That he pursed his lips, repeating, "Boyfriend." His second attempt at speaking was much more fluid. Yin Xiao was not surprised. In her past life, many intelligent zombies gradually learned to speak, that Lu Zhe's ability to articulate now signified his growth, and she believed that one day he would possess the cognitive abilities of a normal person, capable of identifying and solving problems. She smiled, playfully ruffling his hair. "Do you want to be my boyfriend? It's not as easy as just saying it." Lu Zhe tilted his head, seemingly deep in thought. A minute later, he presented the 2 milk candies that Yin Xiao had just given him, bribing her, flattering her, striving to become her boyfriend. Though it was a meager offering, given that Yin Xiao had previously confiscated his candies. These 2 had become his entire world. Yin Xiao chuckled softly, finding that she did not respond to Lu Zhe with the same decisiveness she had shown towards He Xiaoyang. Perhaps there was a small part of her that entertained the thought. She had killed Xiang Chun and was now single. If she encountered someone who stirred her heart, she would naturally consider the possibility. Living a second life, she desired happiness, regardless of whether the other was a human or a zombie. She accepted the candies, her delicate fingertips poking at the little zombie's forehead. "When you have the ability to think like a normal person, if you still wish to be my boyfriend, I will give you a chance. How does that sound?" Lu Zhe blinked, a faint blush gracing his pale cheeks as he nodded, repeating 3 times, "Boyfriend." Chapter 38. Revised, uncertain of what to title this. By dinner time, Lu Zhe was acting up again. Despite having consumed a great deal of barbecued skewers yesterday, now, faced with a table full of delicacies, he merely frowned and refused to eat a single bite. Yin Xiao rested her head on her hand, locking eyes with him, their gazes lingering. After several seconds, she reached for her cup. Despite the time that had passed, he remained as scrawny as ever. His features were sharply defined and exquisite, and a little weight would only enhance his appearance. Lu Zhe looked down. Yin Xiao tousled the little red tip of his dinosaur hat, saying, all right, aren't you my boyfriend? Boyfriends should listen to their girlfriends. Lu Zhe shook his head slightly, feeling frustrated for a few seconds before shifting his position back, staring at the food as if he bore some deep-seated grudge against it. Slowly, he reached for the nearest dish, which was a plate of scallion-tossed tofu, and a spoon was placed beside it. He took the spoon, scooped a spoonful into his bowl, then decided it was too much and discarded half of it. His utensils were specifically designated, so he was not concerned about spreading germs. He leisurely brought the half-spoonful of tofu to his mouth, eating at an agonizingly slow pace. Not tasty, don't like it, he thought, feeling wronged. Yin Xiao remained silent for a moment before trying a small spoonful herself, finding it quite delicious. These dishes had been specially chosen from the restaurant for their flavor. Sighing, she asked, "What do you actually like to eat?" Suddenly, she recalled the leftover barbecued skewers from yesterday and retrieved them from her space, offering them to him. "Do you like this?" The small barbecue had cooled. Sitting in a plastic container, Lu Zhe leaned in to sniff, his eyes seeming to brighten as he reached for a skewer. The oily skewer did not bother the cleanliness-obsessed zombie. He devoured it one after another. Yin Xiao took back the container, saying, "It's a bit cold. Wait until later to eat." She carried the container to the kitchen, turning on the stove, and suddenly recalled Lu Zhe's peculiar eating habits from the past few meals. After some thought, she decided to quickly whip up a simple fried rice with the rice and skewers, returning to the dining table with a plate of sauce-covered eggplants, artfully heating them in the pan. A bowl of fried rice and a plate of sauce-covered eggplants were presented before him. Steaming hot, Lu Zhe leaned down to sniff each dish, instinctively picking up chopsticks, clumsily yet successfully starting to eat. Yin Xiao sat beside him, falling into contemplation. Initially, the zombie would only eat the dishes she served him. Then he only ate the skewers she grilled. And now, this progression had led to the current moment. Yin Xiao finally reached a conclusion. It seemed he only wanted to eat the food she prepared or fed him. In order to substantiate her thoughts, Yin Xiao scooped a spoonful of scallions mixed with tofu using a communal spoon and offered it to Lu Zhe with his exclusive small spoon. Lu Zhe, "Give this a try." He opened his mouth and devoured it in one bite, devoid of any unpleasant expression. Yin Xiao remarked as expected. She then fed him several different dishes, and the zombie obediently consumed them all. Yin Xiao sighed. However, even so, Lu Zhe's appetite remained quite modest. He was not fond of human food. He barely finished half a bowl of fried rice and only took a couple of bites of the stewed eggplant, which was akin to the portion of a small cat. After consuming that little bit, he set down his chopsticks, bowed his head, and furrowed his brow in contemplation, as if he had reached his limit. Yin Xiao twitched the corners of her mouth. Well, at least he can eat. With another soft sigh, Yin Xiao returned the leftover food to her storage space, saving it for him to eat next time. After all, with the space available, nothing would go to waste. Yin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. "Haven't you eaten enough?" Lu Zhe slightly pursed his lips, appearing somewhat troubled. It seemed he wanted to say something, but struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately remaining silent for a long while before handing his empty cup to Yin Xiao. That was insufficient. Yin Xiao felt quite helpless. However, upon further reflection, aside from his fussiness regarding meals, Lu Zhe was quite agreeable. He had a severe case of obsessive cleanliness, yet he did not shy away when Yin Xiao touched him. The skewers from yesterday were not particularly successful, having been tainted by charcoal dust. Yet he did not mind and found them rather tasty. Recalling these thoughts, Yin Xiao successfully comforted herself. What else could she do but indulge him? It was yet another frigid night. The wind howled outside, and Yin Xiao found it difficult to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. She recalled the time she had been unconscious and thought about the events of the previous day. She had never relied on anyone to such an extent. Not even on Xiang Chun, whom she had once cherished. Lu Zhe possessed a unique, almost magical quality that provided her with a sense of security while simultaneously drawing her in. Time passed, and in a drowsy haze, Yin Xiao kept her eyes open. Suddenly, she noticed a white light emanating from the corner of the room, and a green dinosaur head poked through. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly shut her eyes. The zombie crept forward quietly, stealthily observing her from beside the bed. What is he doing? Yin Xiao wondered, still pretending to be asleep. After a few minutes, the luxurious mattress at the foot of the bed caved in slightly as he slowly climbed onto the bed. Lying beside her, a chill swept over her as his icy breath enveloped her. The air conditioner was on, and although his body was cold, it was not uncomfortable. Rather, it provided a sense of comfort to Yin Xiao. Lu Zhe lay on his side, lifting a finger to gently brush her eyelashes, seemingly pleased. Inching closer to her point, one of his arms slowly reached above her body, gradually lowering itself, that he was careful not to wake her. Each movement executed with great caution. Just as he was about to make contact, a piercing scream from outside shattered the silence. Da-da! Lu Zhe quickly withdrew his arm, his body instinctively recoiling. After waiting a few seconds, when Yin Xiao did not awaken, he blinked and leaned closer once more, seeking a hug, but still failed to make contact. Another agonizing scream echoed from outside, muffled by the thick soundproofing. Along with it came curses and the sounds of a struggle. Useless. You can't even climb a wall. What good are you? The voice was familiar to Yin Xiao. Her excellent memory quickly recalled it as Zhang Cheng's voice, the very individual who had intruded upon her villa and was driven away by her. Climbing a wall? Was he attempting to scale her home's wall? Yin Xiao felt a surge of curiosity and decided to investigate. Before she moved, she opened her eyes. Lu Zhe lay beside her, appearing guilty and awkward, as if he had committed a misdeed. With his arms suspended above her, that moment. Retracting it felt inappropriate, and letting it rest there felt equally so. She blinked, remaining silent, waiting for his next move, contemplating that allowing him to embrace her would not be out of the question. However, the bashful zombie, after a few moments of dazedness, descended from the bed, barefoot, and stood facing the wall, bowing his head in a self-imposed punishment. Yin Xiao? She was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Silly zombie. Yin Xiao approached and gently embraced him from behind. Chapter 39. The midnight intruder. As her arms encircled him, his body stiffened abruptly. Staring down in a daze at her fair hand resting on his waist, not forgetting to pinch the soft flesh at his side. His Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out to poke her hand. Really? A gentle voice came from behind. Behave yourself and stand still. Wait here for my return. Understood? Lu Zhe nodded, his throat dry, slowly managing to utter a good boy. Yin Xiao withdrew her hand, her fingers gliding precisely over his abdominal muscles. Downstairs, the villa's entrance was besieged by 3 black armored vehicles. The cars and the door formed a triangle, shielding against the encroaching zombies. Zhang Cheng stood within the safety of the triangular area, accompanied by more than 10 individuals, 2 of whom wore electric shock-proof suits, one of which had been torn in the middle. It was likely that in their earlier panic, one had snagged it on barbed wire while climbing, resulting in a shocking scream. The other individual's suit was sturdy, and he was nearing the top of the wall. Yin Xiao descended to the living room on the first floor. That individual had just successfully scaled the top and locked eyes with her. He was a moderately built man. Upon seeing Yin Xiao, he quickly informed those outside, "Boss, she's in the living room, but she doesn't have a gun." Zhang Cheng commanded, "There is only one woman in this house. You need to go down and open the door for us to enter." Yin Xiao stepped out into the living room. The man hesitated for a moment. "Boss, she has come out. What are you afraid of? She doesn't have a gun, does she?" The man thought it over. As a strong and sturdy male, it should be an easy task to deal with a fragile woman. He envisioned that once he succeeded, he would stand out within the small team, gaining access to the best resources, indulging in meat and drink. With that in mind, he leaped down from the wall, landing securely in the courtyard. The outer iron gate had gaps, and Zhang Cheng and his group were watching intently. Zhang Cheng's expression turned ferocious as he commanded through the door, "Feng Shui, don't be careless. Open the door first." The man named Feng Shui nodded, disregarding Yin Xiao, and approached the door, facing outward, his fingers just brushing the door lock. Suddenly, with a loud bang, he froze, looking down to find a gaping wound through his chest, blood gushing forth, the scent drawing the zombies into a frenzy. The vehicles that had been blocking the zombies began to sway precariously, with the driver in each car desperately trying to control them. "Boss, we can't hold them off. There are too many zombies." One shouted inside, but received no reply. Zhongcheng Xiao Lu, come quickly and lend a hand. Xiao Lu is a woman who recently surrendered. She was previously a nurse that a few individuals were flustered, scrambling to locate medicine and bandages. She meticulously cleaned and disinfected with a small knife, trembling as she extracted the bullets. The conditions were harsh, devoid of anesthesia, and Zhang Cheng cried out in agony, soon losing consciousness. Xiao Lu proceeded to extract bullets from the other two individuals. Perhaps it was fate. Their wounds were in less critical areas, and the bullets had not penetrated deeply. Though the extraction process was painful, they did not faint. They complained while cursing the unconscious Zhang Cheng. This wretched creature only knows how to save himself. If I hadn't fled swiftly ahead of him, I would have become a zombie too. Have you seen Xiao Qi? His foot was caught in the vehicle, and Zhang Cheng pulled him out to shield him from gunfire, leading to his untimely death. He truly is no man. Listening to their grievances and the grim truth of their fallen comrade. The remaining individuals were filled with righteous indignation. Jiu Chi's gaze flickered as she surveyed the remaining teammates in the crowd, and a thought began to form in her mind. Chapter 40. Wishing to sleep together with Xiao Xiao after nearly half an hour of tidying up. Yan Xiao finally ascended the stairs. Concerned that the stench of blood on her might be too overpowering, she deliberately sought out a small guest room with a bathroom to wash up before returning to her own room. Donning a fresh set of sleepwear at 2 in the morning, the warm yellow light illuminated the bedroom on the third floor, with the air conditioning providing a cozy ambience. The room was adorned with a thick plush carpet, meticulously cleaned. Dressed in dinosaur pajamas, Lu Zhe faced the wall with his head bowed, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, lost in thought. Before entering, Yin Xiao prepared a glass of milk and approached him, saying, "Here for you." Lu Zhe stood upright, not daring to move without Yin Xiao's command. His gray pupils momentarily froze as he extended his hand to accept the glass. He did not drink but cleverly balanced the milk atop his head. Continuing to stand at attention, Yin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, tugging at a small zombie's tail, pulling him out. All right, finish your milk, and then it's time for BD." Lu Zhe was yanked from the corner and plopped down onto the bed, gazing up at her. The red plush little monster pajamas swayed with two small pom-poms at the collar, the outfit connected to a hood adorned with two tiny black horns, and a triangular tail that was quite adorable. It matched the dinosaur material of his own pajamas, purchased together. The vibrant red fabric accentuated her fair skin, which was not the sickly pallor of a zombie, but rather a healthy, delicate glow. Lu Zhe momentarily gazed in awe, cautiously reaching out to touch the swaying pom-pom on her chest. "That's so cute, truly adorable." His gray pupils sparkled with evident brightness as he alternated between touching her pom-poms and hugging her tail. Yin Xiao felt a tinge of shyness, and after a few minutes, she swatted his curious hands away, commanding, "No more playing, drink your milk." Lu Zhe lowered his head, clutching the glass in his palm, the warmth of the milk scent wafting around his nose. Since the last time he held Yin Xiao for 3 days, it was as if he had gained some intelligence, becoming slightly more aware and developing his own thoughts that he contemplated that after finishing the milk, he would go to sleep and return to his room. However, he did not wish to go back. He wanted to sleep with the little monster. Yet, bound by Yin Zhao's command, the boyfriend zombie had to obey. With a forlorn expression, he slowly lifted the glass to his lips, taking tiny sips. For the first time in his undead life, he found the milk so difficult to swallow, not because it tasted bad, but because he struggled with the act itself. Lu Zhe drank at a glacial pace, the milk level in the glass decreasing imperceptibly. He held onto the little devil's tail while drinking. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, quickly deducing his thoughts and playfully tugging on his tail, feigning seriousness. "Finish it within 3 minutes, or I shall never wear this sleepwear again." Lu Zhe surveyed her adorable little monster pajamas, which closely resembled his own. How could she not wear it? Feeling threatened, he whimpered slightly, raising the glass higher and gulping down the milk with renewed vigor. Yin Xiao tore off a couple of tissues to help him wipe his mouth clean. As she did so, Lu Zhe obediently tilted his head back, his fingers stealthily moving behind her, once again grasping the little devil's tail, following Yin Xiao as she disposed of the wet tissues and rinsed the glass in the kitchen before returning to the bedroom. At the bedroom door, Yin Xiao paused and turned to face him, that Liu Zhe hung his head low, tightly grasping the little monster's tail, aware that he should return to his room and sleep obediently. Yet reluctant to do so, Yin Xiao stood on her tiptoes and stroked his head. "Do you wish to stay here and sleep?" Liu Zhe hesitated, lifting his head, his gray pupils widening, sparkling with excitement. He eagerly nodded. Yet, Yin Xiao feigned ignorance. "If you don't speak, then you must not want to. I might just close the door." Instantly, the little zombie pressed down on the doorknob, his lips parting as he awkwardly attempted to speak. "I want." Yin Xiao, eager to teach the little zombie to speak, continued with a smile. "What do you want, Liu Zhe? You need to articulate it clearly." That Liu Xiaozhe became anxious, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him in distress, Yin Xiao hurriedly reassured him. "Take your time, no rush, that I'm listening." With a blink of his eyes, he slowly and awkwardly articulated his request. "I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao." His raspy voice possessed a unique charm, low and intoxicating, that as he spoke so much for the first time, he sounded somewhat clumsy. With more practice, it would surely become melodious. Yin Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight as she ruffled his hair in reward. "So good." She stepped aside. "Come in." His eyes gleamed brightly, radiating happiness as he clutched her tail and slipped inside, promptly removing his shoes and climbing onto the bed. Yin Xiao turned off the light and joined him, leaving half the bed for him, retrieving a new blanket from her space. "Sleep now." The bed was spacious enough for two, allowing for rolling about. That Liu Zhe blinked, pausing for a minute, after Yin Xiao turned her back. He unceremoniously tossed the new blanket onto the floor, lying beside her, and inching forward he reached into her blanket, feeling for the little monster's tail. Noticing that Yin Xiao offered no resistance, he grew bolder, stealthily extending one hand, then two legs, ultimately embedding his entire zombie form within her blanket. The rustling sounds were quite disruptive to sleep. Yin Xiao helplessly turned to face him. "Liu Zhe, if you don't sleep obediently, I will kick you out." That he froze for a moment, his zombie brain processing the implications that if he did not sleep obediently, he would be expelled. Therefore, if he remained compliant, could he stay here indefinitely? The zombie blinked, momentarily confused by his own realization, feeling quite content as he lowered his head to nuzzle Yin Xiao's hair scattered on the pillow, obediently closing his eyes. Truly, he remained motionless that in sleep. Even his breathing became shallow. Fearful that Yin Xiao might deem him disobedient, the surroundings fell silent, enveloped by the familiar scent of milk, which brought Yin Xiao comfort, and soon she fell into a deep slumber. Zhang Cheng had been shot, losing a significant amount of blood, and remained unconscious for a full 3 days. Upon waking, he found himself kneeling in the basement of Villa number 15, surrounded by darkness and dampness. His hands were bound by iron chains, the other ends affixed to the pillars on either side. The chains were not very long, forcing his arms to be raised, causing blood to rush back, leaving his arms numb and swollen. That he glanced around, instinctively trying to stand, only to discover that his right leg was completely devoid of sensation. Chapter 41. The formation of the Yin Luo team. Panic surged within Zhang Cheng as he shouted, "Help! Help! Is anyone there? Please save me!" He called out for what felt like an eternity until the basement door creaked open, sunlight filtering through the gap. Several men entered, one after another, the leader being a tall man in his 30s. Wearing glasses and appearing quite refined, Zhang Cheng recognized them. The 4 individuals before him were indeed members of his own team. "Quick, help me unchain my hands. What has happened? Why can't I feel my leg?" he implored. The 4 stood still, unmoving. The bespectacled man, Su Changyu, sneered, "Your leg? It's already crippled." Zhang Cheng was taken aback, finally grasping his predicament, that he momentarily set aside his leg's condition. "What do you mean by this?" The man to Su Changyu's right replied, "Zhang Cheng, you abandoned your brothers and fled alone. You no longer deserve to be our leader. Now we all follow Brother Yu." "Brother Yu," Su Changyu. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "I was the one who gathered you all together, the one who provided for your food and drink. Without me, you would have perished long ago in a crisis. I sacrificed a few for the greater good. How can you treat me this way? Pa, what are you? The resources you distributed were all contributed by us collectively." Another individual, filled with righteous indignation, stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to his shoulder, aggravating the wounds on his body and jolting him back to consciousness. Su Changyu approached, casting a condescending glance at him. Zhang Cheng, you have become utterly useless, and no one will come to your rescue. Logically, you should be discarded to feed the zombies for abandoning your comrades. However, for the sake of our past friendship, I am willing to grant you one last chance. That he seized Zhang Cheng's hair and forcefully pulled his head back, compelling him to meet his gaze. Where is the key to the warehouse? The team's supplies were stored within, and Zhang Cheng had hidden the key. Over the past few days, the team had thoroughly searched the villa but found nothing. Zhang Cheng glared at him, hatred simmering within. After a moment, he laughed. You think I would tell you where the key is, leading to my own demise? The fingers gripping his hair momentarily stiffened. Zhang Cheng continued, Su Changyu, do you truly believe I am foolish? In this apocalyptic world, only those with supplies possess the right to speak. You may temporarily gather them, but if you fail to secure resources, you too will be betrayed. Just like me, Su Changyu appeared unfazed, adjusting his gold-framed glasses, and replied with a smile. Do you genuinely think that possessing the key will ensure your survival? We have plenty of time. We can break down doors or smash through walls. The reason we are inquiring now is simply to avoid wasting manpower. Since you were so stubborn, so be it. That he released Zhang Cheng and addressed his subordinates. Take good care of the former captain. Silence him, but do not let him die. That I want him to witness me acquiring the supplies and inheriting his team. Zhang Cheng knelt on the ground, panic filling his heart. One of the henchmen produced a waterlogged whip, advancing step by step towards him. Indeed, the door lock could be pried open, and the walls could be demolished. Their temporary refuge lacked adequate defenses. Fear gripped Zhang Cheng as he cried out in desperation. Brother you, I was wrong. I will tell you where the key is. Please spare my life. The key is. His words were cut short as a subordinate stuffed a foul sock into his mouth. The stench nearly made him faint, and the whip struck him mercilessly. The waterlogged whip was remarkably resilient, tearing into his flesh. The two men tortured Zhang Cheng in the basement, knocking him unconscious before reviving him with salt water. In the days that followed, he existed in a state of torment that on the 65th day of the apocalypse, December 8th, a loud crash echoed from Villa 15 as the warehouse wall was breached. Successfully opening it, the remaining members of the team stood outside, one by one entering the space. They were aware that Zhang Cheng had hoarded a significant amount of supplies, yet they were unprepared for the extent of it. Mountains of rice and flour, boxes of snacks like bread and ham, pots, pans, cutlery, ropes, disinfectants, painkillers, band-aids, gauze, and medical kits were piled high. These supplies were the result of collective effort. Coupled with their recent plundering, the accumulated resources could sustain all team members for a month or two. Gucci linked her arm with Su Changyu, speaking softly with delight. Brother you, all these supplies now belong to you. Su Changyu smiled faintly, adjusting his glasses. No, they belong to all of us. He turned to his teammates, articulating his intentions. I plan to reorganize the team and name it the Yinluo Squad. Everyone present will become the elders of this team, and we shall collectively decide on the distribution of resources. The tragic fate of Zhang Cheng had imparted a vital lesson to Su Changyu. The futility of acting alone. With their current limited power, collaboration was essential. That afternoon, the Yinluo Squad was officially established. Su Changyu utilized a drone to apologize to Yin Xiao and extend an invitation. Learning from Zhang Cheng's mistakes, he made a point to open the letter and displayed it to Yin Xiao through the window. Yin Xiao indeed saw it. She furrowed her brow, surprised, as she had not anticipated that the ones who had once invaded her villa would become the notorious Yinluo Squad in the future. She recalled that the later captain was named Su Changyu, a formidable figure who led a group through the apocalypse, monopolizing resources and standing against the ability user base. Her own third squad had battled them multiple times. In this new life, Yin Xiao was reluctant to re-enter the ability user base, but was equally unwilling to join the Yinluo Squad. This group engaged in arson, murder, and plunder, behaving no differently from the zombies in the apocalypse. Reflecting on their past misdeeds, she even felt a surge of combativeness, as Su Changyu's abilities appeared quite impressive. She drew the curtains, contemplating her thoughts deeply, and as she turned, she accidentally bumped into Lu Zhe's chin. The sharp pain snapping her back to her senses that Lu Zhe, holding an empty cup, blinked and raised his hand, his cool fingertips brushing against her slightly flushed forehead. She looked up slightly, his dark lips parting as a chill exhaled from his mouth. Wafting against her forehead, the refreshing breeze alleviated her pain. leaving her cheeks rosy and her heart racing, momentarily lost in thought, as if a tiny zombie had ignited fireworks in her heart, colorful and dazzling. Regaining her senses, Yin Xiao blushed and playfully tapped his forehead. Let this be a lesson. She picked up the empty cup and headed towards the kitchen, but he grasped her little devil's tail, following her step by step like a shadow. Yin Xiao turned on the faucet to boil water. The water did not flow as smoothly as usual. After a few seconds, the faucet gurgled ominously. Moments later, murky yellow water gushed forth, splattering into the basin, stirring up fine yellow sediment. Chapter 42. Water Contamination. Yin Xiao stared at the water, which had been running for 2 to 3 minutes, but remained murky. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. She turned off the faucet, retrieved water from the stream in her space, and poured it into the kettle to boil. While the water heated, Yin Xiao ascended to the rooftop, using binoculars to survey the east. Outside the water station, 2,000 meters away, a throng of zombies roamed, the scene littered with debris, indicating a recent fierce battle that a van was parked outside, likely having been a refuge for someone who had unfortunately been besieged by zombies, leading to the water station's destruction and the failure of its central purification system. Through the binoculars, she spotted several youths fleeing in all directions, one of whom was drenched in blood, his arm bitten. Yet still conscious, stumbling towards the control center, he fled above the main waterway, pursued by 4 or 5 zombies. Struggling, he inadvertently tumbled down alongside several zombies. The blood and saliva of zombies carry a chance of indirectly transmitting the virus. And having fallen into the water meant, Yin Zhao's heart sank, and she dared not dwell on it, quickly locating the main water valve in her home and shutting it off. Though the water station's area was not extensive, it affected a nearby region, including Yin Zhao's and He Tianming's homes. She turned off the water valve, repeatedly reassuring herself that perhaps she was overthinking it. However, reality proved that her concerns were not unfounded. That afternoon, the surrounding area experienced widespread water contamination, turning formerly potable tap water murky. At T Villa 15, someone noticed the change in the faucet water and informed Su Changyu. They gathered to observe, filling a basin with the water, which appeared a murky yellow. After a while, the impurities settled at the bottom, leaving the top relatively clear, but a layer of fine sediment lay below. Ji Yuqi inquired, "Can we still drink this?" Su Changyu scrutinized it, furrowing his brow as he scooped a cup. "Everyone should refrain from touching this water for now. Let us test it on Zhang Cheng. If he survives, then we can drink it." The others nodded in agreement, using Zhang Cheng, who was still being whipped in the basement, as their test subject. That he had endured nearly 3 days of beatings, his body a patchwork of injuries, and had been fed and watered with refuse trampled by the team. His consciousness had become hazy, and he drank the cup of water without resistance to prevent him from perishing before the experiment concluded. Su Changyu generously paused the whipping, granting him a brief respite. By nightfall, a subordinate reported that Zhang Cheng had completely lost his sanity, that Su Changyu led a group to investigate. In the basement, he remained shackled, kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide as he glared at the newcomers, emitting low, beast-like growls while baring his teeth. His body was pale, limbs cold, pupils a lifeless gray, and his lips an ashen hue, classic signs of a zombie. Ji Yuqi hid behind Su Changyu, not forgetting to flatter him. "Brother Yu, it's fortunate you ordered an experiment with Zhang Cheng, or we all might have turned into zombies after drinking that water." Another person asked, "What do we do now? Without water, we cannot survive. No matter how many supplies we have." Su Changyu furrowed his brow in thought. "We escape. We need to find a safer refuge." He instructed someone to bring over the map, marking areas near the water station that were no longer safe for habitation. Faced with the urgency of survival, they united in their efforts, ultimately selecting a location. Su Changyu stated, "The warehouse contains only half a box of bottled water. With so many of us, we can't last a day. Our immediate priority is to leave quickly. Everyone, start packing tonight and take whatever supplies you can carry. We will depart early tomorrow morning." The group nodded in agreement. Someone suddenly remembered and asked, "Brother Yu, what about that woman from Building 21? They are all aware that Yin Xiao possesses an abundance of supplies." Su Changyu pondered seriously. With the water source now depleted, she must be contemplating an escape from this place. A solitary woman, even armed, would find it impossible to confront such a multitude of zombies. That if she wishes to flee, she will have to rely on our strength. Ji Yuqi, tonight you will pilot the drone to inquire if she desires to leave with us. Should she agree to accompany us, she must prepare her supplies accordingly. Only once she has relinquished her provisions and boarded the vehicle shall we settle our previous accounts. The Jiuqi nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, what if she doesn't see it or refuses to come out? In that case, we shall disregard her. She cannot endure alone for long. After some time, we shall return to collect her supplies directly. The water station was suddenly attacked, and Su Changyu doubted that Yin Xiao could have been prepared in advance, stockpiling water while continuing to hide away in her home. Even if she were fortunate enough to have stored some water beforehand, it would ultimately be futile. Water is a consumable resource, and it will eventually run out. The nearby water station has been operating autonomously, lacking workers for repairs, and will no longer supply water in the future. If Yin Xiao insists on remaining here, it would spell her doom. That night, Gucci maneuvered the drone to make one last invitation to Yin Xiao. She positioned the drone at the third-floor balcony, tapping firmly on the window, beneath which hung a letter. Through this letter, Yin Xiao reaffirmed her thoughts. The water was tainted with the zombie virus, and consuming it would lead to dire consequences. However, this bore little relevance to Yin Xiao, for the stream within her space was crystal clear and perpetually flowing. Possessing spatial abilities, she effectively had access to a low-grade water manipulation power. Her water supply was undoubtedly sufficient. Remaining here now seemed the safest course of action. As nearby survivors discovered the water issue, they would surely begin to leave, including the Yin Luo team, temporarily alleviating any threats to her supplies. Yin Xiao gazed at the letter, contemplating earnestly. Ultimately, she drew the curtains, returned to her bed, and embraced the small zombie to continue her slumber. Jiuqi remained unaware of whether Yin Xiao had seen the letter. She controlled the drone for 3 to 4 hours until its battery was nearly depleted, at which point she commanded it to return, seething with frustration as she buried herself in Su Changyu's embrace to complain. Brother Yu, look at her. We kindly offered her a chance for survival, yet she clings to her pride. She deserves to die of thirst and hunger. With their mission set for the following morning, none of the Yin Luo team members slept that night, each preoccupied with their own tasks. Su Changyu held her close, adjusted his glasses, and softly reassured her. All right, Chi, do not be upset. When the opportunity arises, I will definitely bring you back to claim this woman's supplies for ourselves. The Jiuqi remained irate, whispering, what if she takes advantage of our absence and escapes with her supplies? We would be left with nothing. That will not happen, Su Changyu replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. That I have a plan. Even if we cannot acquire her supplies, she will not survive. Chapter 43. Escape. In the dead of night, a cacophony echoed. Yin Xiao found herself unable to sleep comfortably, too lethargic to rise. She understood that the Yin Luo team, eager to depart, would not act against her during the night, as it would only squander their manpower. Their capabilities were limited to a few options. Having clashed with Su Changyu numerous times in her past life, Yin Xiao could almost predict his movements, choosing to ignore them and continue her slumber. Their actions would have little impact. Moreover, this approach would allow them to lower their guard and leave, ultimately benefiting her. She silently opted for indifference. As the noise persisted, she buried her head beneath the covers, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the small zombie's cool, firm abdomen, which felt quite pleasant. After enduring the disturbance for a while, she fell back into a deep sleep, cradling the soft, fragrant little zombie, and did not awaken until dawn. Upon rising and freshening up the next day, Yin Xiao discovered that the Yin Luo team had already departed. The villa area lay in disarray, with the bodies of zombies severed in half on the ground, their upper halves still writhing, surrounded by others that feasted upon them. The gruesome scene testified to a bloody battle that had transpired that morning. Yin Xiao circled the villa area, pausing at the locked vehicles outside. All of them, including those parked nearby, had been vandalized, with not a single one remaining intact. Su Changyu was a man who left no escape routes. He would undoubtedly have left Yin Xiao a parting gift. The vehicles had been smashed, and if she guessed correctly, the fuel within them had likely been pilfered as well. Counting from the inside out, there were a total of 25 vehicles, 5 of which belonged to her. Such a considerable exertion was indeed quite taxing. She pondered silently, uncertain whether to commend the other's cunning. In the basement, there remained a vehicle, 5 off-road motorcycles, and within her space, 20 vehicles and 10 motorcycles, all operable on diesel. And she just so happened to have stockpiled 20 tons of it. Though this remaining supply was not abundant, it would certainly suffice that Su Changyu could not have fathomed the existence of her spatial abilities. Nor could he have guessed that she possessed vehicles or an endless water supply. The water from her space was inexhaustibly available, though she could no longer use the water heater. The process of collecting and replacing water was too cumbersome, and Yin Xiao was too lazy to heat water for bathing, settling instead for cold water. However, this was of little concern. Possessing dual abilities rendered the cold water inconsequential, and the small zombie naturally lacked body heat. Typically bathing in cold water. Aside from occasionally preparing milk powder for a certain zombie or indulging in tea, she rarely needed hot water. Yin Xiao had nevertheless prepared several barrels of hot water, storing them in her space for future use. She had placed 2 large water barrels in her home, alongside a basin, so that she could utilize the water as needed as long as there was water. Other issues would be easily resolved. Within 3 days of the water contamination, over 20 nearby families had fled, leaving fewer and fewer survivors. That He Tianming was also preparing to depart. His household was large, comprising not only his family of 3, but also more than a dozen subordinates, along with their families, totaling 36 individuals, including the weaning Hishi baby. In recent days, the little baby had also suffered. No one could have anticipated the water contamination. With only 3 barrels of water for 36 people, they had to ration it carefully. The frequency of preparing milk powder for she was forced to decrease. Yet the baby appeared relatively healthy for the time being. Chen Xian, having given birth amidst the apocalypse, had not recuperated well and lacked breast milk. Under such circumstances, He Tianming grew increasingly anxious, fearing for the child's well-being, prompting him to gather supplies and prepare for departure. His family was substantial, with 15 vehicles in the garage, their supplies neatly divided and personnel allocated sensibly, with 1 or 2 robust men assigned to each vehicle to safeguard the elderly. Sick and weak at this juncture, He Tianming had not forgotten about Yin Xiao. He intended to visit her to see if she wished to leave with them. The day before their departure, He Tianming set out alone in a larger business vehicle. Donning protective gear and carrying 2 fully loaded handguns, along with an extra box of ammunition. Just before leaving, Hazy suddenly obstructed his path. "Brother, let me go with you." He Tianming had prepared some gifts, stored in the back of the vehicle, but without turning around, he coldly refused. "No, you act too recklessly. That I won't cause any trouble. I promise to sincerely apologize to Miss Yin and invite her to escape with us." Hazy spoke earnestly. "Brother, just give me a chance to make amends." He Tianming hesitated briefly, but ultimately declined. He sighed. "Hazy, since Yin Xiao already has a boyfriend, you must not interfere in her relationship. Remember to maintain your distance. Now, return. I will go alone." Hazy wished to say more, but in the next moment, He Tianming climbed into the vehicle. Departing without a backward glance, he remained silent, biting his lip. His eyes filled with obsession and madness. He Tianming navigated his way to Yin Xiao's residence with ease. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yin Xiao was tending to plants on her 3rd-floor balcony and spotted him approaching. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to meet him. Although she had encountered some conflict with Hazy, it had no bearing on her relationship with He Tianming. The small zombie sat on the sofa, engrossed in a cartoon featuring a yellow sponge. The yellow sponge and a pink starfish were happily frolicking together. Yin Xiao approached the sofa and stood behind him. Liu Zhe tilted his head back, blinking his eyes, and shifted his bottom slightly to leave her the best viewing spot. Yin Xiao said, "A friend of mine has come over. I must go and see him. You stay here and behave. Do not go downstairs." Liu Zhe tilted his head but did not respond. Knowing he understood, Yin Xiao gently patted the little zombie's head before turning to descend the stairs, leaving him alone on the sofa to ponder. A friend? The yellow sponge's show had just reached the end credits. He donned a dinosaur hat and stealthily followed after her. Upon reaching the 1st floor, Yin Xiao found only He Tianming waiting. She genuinely regarded him as a friend and, without hesitation, opened the door to let him in. This time, He Tianming did not decline her invitation. The journey had been arduous, especially under the midday sun, leaving him drenched in sweat upon arrival. Yin Xiao invited him to sit in the spacious living room on the 1st floor and poured him a cup of warm tea. He Tianming was indeed thirsty and drank it in one gulp. The tea was strong, its mild flavor calming, capable of dispelling his restlessness. A rare and fine brew. Yin Xiao intended to pour him another cup, but he shook his head in refusal. "Water resources are precious now. You should keep its all right. I have plenty of water at home, all pre-stocked and untainted." Yin Xiao poured another cup for him, that he held it in his hands and said earnestly, "Xiao Xiao. The water station nearby has been attacked by zombies, and the water is severely contaminated, that it contains the zombie virus, and can no longer be consumed, that I plan to move to the south of the city, where I own several properties. I came to ask if you would like to accompany me." Chapter 44. He Tianming saw the zombie Luze. "Would you like to come along?" Yin Xiao heard his question clearly and was momentarily taken aback. Her heart warmed. She had been invited by a group from the Yin Luo team before, but they were solely interested in exploiting her for their own gain. Tianming, however, was different. Yin Xiao could sense his sincerity. Even in this time of crisis, he thought of her, which made their long-standing friendship worthwhile. Deeply touched, Yin Xiao still declined his invitation. "Brother He, I don't plan to leave for now." Tianming furrowed his brow, resembling a concerned older brother. "Xiao Xiao, this is not the time to be willful. Even if you have stored water, how long will it last? Sooner or later, you will have to leave this place. And by then, you will be in even greater danger." After a moment of silence, he spoke gently, cautiously broaching the subject. "Is it because of the incident with Heizi that you feel embarrassed to come? You need not worry. I will ensure he behaves. You and your boyfriend can come, and he won't disturb you. That's not the reason." Yin Xiao interrupted him, smiling. "Brother He, I have my own plans, but rest assured, I am capable of taking care of myself, and will not put myself in danger. Please take good care of sister-in-law, and Xiao Shi, that if I ever find myself in need, I will certainly seek you out. Just don't disdain me then." Without a moment's hesitation, He Tianming replied, "You have saved my family's lives multiple times. I could never disdain you." With the conversation having reached this point, He Tianming realized that Yin Xiao truly did not wish to escape with him. The young girl had her own secrets, and he, as an outsider, had no right to pry further. Nevertheless, he asked her twice more, but Yin Xiao gave the same answer. She would not leave, could protect herself, and would not act recklessly. With that, He Tianming had nothing more to say. That he sighed and said, "Very well, I understand you have your own secrets, that I will leave you the address of my new home. Fully Bay. Building C, Unit 16, in the south of the city." That he asked Yin Xiao for paper and a pen, noting down the address of his new residence, and then thought to leave the addresses of his shops and other properties as well. He Tianming was always considerate in his actions, that he owned several shops, and the keys were hidden nearby. Some of his residences had coded locks, and he freely shared the codes and key locations without reservation. In this apocalyptic world, real estate held little value. What mattered was having a sturdy refuge. He wrote a substantial note and placed it on the coffee table, repeatedly advising Yin Xiao. After the apocalypse began, "I arranged for someone to secure these places. They should be safe inside, though I do not know the current situation. I believe there will be something that can aid you. If you encounter any danger, you must come find me, my wife, and I will always welcome you. I guessed you wouldn't come with me this time, so I brought you some gifts that you simply cannot refuse." He Tianming said sincerely. They prepared to part ways. One was in the east of the city, and the other in the south. Though not far apart, the horde of zombies lay between them, and it was uncertain when they would meet again. He Tianming stood up, exited the living room, opened the door to his car, and retrieved boxes of supplies from the trunk. There were several rifles, a large box of ammunition, protective gear for combat, and several large machetes. A box of hospital-grade protective suits that could temporarily withstand zombie attacks. 6 transparent containers filled with dumplings made by Qin Xian and the elderly at home. He Tianming had monitored Yin Zhao's financial transactions and knew she had purchased food, medicine, and various daily necessities. He was aware she lacked nothing. These items were carefully compiled after much thought. Firearms were difficult to procure, and he guessed Yin Xiao would not have many, which is why he offered them. While not a large quantity, it was a gesture of goodwill. The dumplings were packed by Chun Xian, who wanted Yin Xiao to have a taste. After the apocalypse, sharing dumplings with friends and family had become particularly precious. Yin Xiao gazed at the gifts, her heart brimming with gratitude. She found it impossible to refuse such sincerity. That He Tianming wiped his brow and smiled slightly. "My capabilities are limited. I can only share these with you. That I hope you do not mind. Think about what you might need, and if I have it, I will bring it to you before I leave tomorrow." "These are more than enough," Yin Xiao replied, sniffing back her emotions. "Brother He, I cannot accept your gifts without giving something in return. Please wait a moment." Thinking she intended to share her own supplies, He Tianming quickly waved his hands. "Xiao Xiao, since you plan to stay here, do not waste resources, and these items are given voluntarily. You need not be polite. Yin Xiao interrupted him. Rest assured, brother my supplies are still plentiful. I bought some clothes for Xiao Shi before, and Haven Tea had the chance to deliver them. They will make a suitable return gift. Upon hearing they were baby clothes, Tianming no longer declined. After all, these items were not something Yin Xiao needed at the moment. Moreover, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as he indeed lacked any clothes for his Shi. Baby clothes were easy to soil and hard to clean, and the ones he had on were not particularly clean. Tianming did not stand on ceremony with Yin Xiao. He would be quite glad to receive baby clothes if she had any. Yin Xiao invited him to rest in the living room, while she went into a guest room on the first floor, closing the door to retrieve something from her space. After 5 or 6 minutes, when she had not yet returned, Tianming inadvertently caught sight of a dinosaur tail peeking out from the staircase corner. Tianming felt a moment of caution, but soon relaxed, dressed in pajamas at home. It surely could not be an outsider. It must be Yin Zhao's boyfriend. That he rose, faced the staircase, and politely bowed his head. Hello, I am Tianming, a friend of Xiao Xiao. When he looked up, he was completely taken aback. The person before him was not wearing sunglasses or a mask this time. His exquisite features were fully revealed. Delicate eyebrows and eyes, a straight nose, and overall strikingly handsome features that rivaled those of top male stars in dramas. However, the man was clad in a complete dinosaur onesie, wearing a green hood, with grayish-white pupils that appeared somewhat vacant. His skin was pale, and his lips were a dark shade. Tianming immediately recalled that previously Yin Xiao had driven out alone to support them, mentioning that she had been cohabiting with this man for 2 months, yet he had never seen him on video. Additionally, during the last encounter, he had been wearing sunglasses and a mask, waiting outside the window. Even when Yin Xiao had quarreled with Haizi, he had not come out to help. All these peculiarities finally connected in his mind. The boyfriend Yin Xiao spoke of was, in fact, a zombie. As he locked eyes with the zombie, Yin Xiao finally emerged, pushing a large box. Reaching the center of the living room, she saw the scene before her. Yin Xiao exclaimed, "Oh no, the zombie Lu Zhe has been discovered." Chapter 45. Lu Zhe was punished to stand on the washing board. Her eyelids twitched as she bypassed Tianming and ascended the staircase to stand before the little zombie. "Did I not tell you not to come downstairs? Why are you not listening again?" Lu Zhe glared at the unfamiliar man who had entered their home, then glanced at the large box Yin Xiao was pushing. He had overheard their previous conversation and felt no jealousy toward this departing man at first. However, now, a familiar scent wafted from the box, causing the little zombie to curl his palms, lowering his head as he stood motionless at the staircase corner, his demeanor radiating displeasure. Yin Xiao reached out and tapped his forehead. "What are you thinking about again?" She did not want to delay Tianming, so she gently coaxed, "You go back and wait for me. Just a few minutes, it will be quick, that be good." Lu Zhe ignored her, remaining still. Yin Xiao rubbed her brow, realizing she would have to leave the little zombie here for the moment. She turned to Tianming and apologized. "Brother I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you." Tianming, barely coming back to his senses, with a complex expression in his eyes, shook his head. "No, it's fine. That's good. I prepared some gifts for sister-in-law," she said. Yin Xiao pushed the large box towards Tianming. Within this substantial container, several smaller boxes were nestled. Yin Xiao, finding it cumbersome to transport each individually, had decided to bring them all together. Inside, there were over 20 cans of milk powder, 2 boxes of baby clothes, 5 boxes of sanitary napkins, 20 cigarettes, 10 cans of tea, and 2 vintage antenna radios. The milk powder and clothing were intended for Shi, while the sanitary napkins were meant for the women in his household. Yin Xiao recalled that in her previous life, when Tianming had taken her in, their stock of these items had been rather meager. With 4 women to cater to, their supplies depleted swiftly, leading them to resort to using toilet paper instead. In this life, she had kept that memory close, hoping to find an opportunity to gift some to Qin Xian. Yet the moment had lingered until now. While it might feel awkward to present sanitary napkins to a man in the midst of an apocalypse, such concerns seemed trivial. The cigarettes and tea were gifts for Tianming, who relished tea though smoked sparingly. Both items would hold significant value in the future, and offering them would prove advantageous. The radios were an impromptu addition, as they required minimal power, functioning on batteries that could last several months. Yin Xiao advised him to turn on the radio upon reaching his new home, as it would allow him to stay informed about news or military updates. Had she not noticed the ample space in his trunk moments ago, she would have considered sending even more to He Tianming, acknowledging the necessity of these items for his family, accepted them with gratitude, understanding that Yin Xiao currently had no use for the milk powder or clothing. While the cigarettes and tea were not essentials, as for the sanitary napkins, his household was sufficiently stocked, and as a straightforward man, he was unaware of their importance. Yin Xiao mentioned that she had plenty at home. So taking a couple wouldn't be an issue, to He Tianming's eyes. Taking these items would not disrupt Yin Xiao's life, but he expressed his thanks as they stood together in the courtyard. He cautiously glanced inside, catching sight of a figure lingering at the corner, and hesitantly inquired, Xiao, what about him? Yin Xiao, assuming his concern stemmed from unease, quickly reassured him, Brother, do not worry that I have been cohabitating with him for 2 months now. He is well-behaved and poses no threat, today as long as you are safe. That is what matters. He Tianming sighed deeply that I won't tell anyone else. Xiao, I understand your situation. Yin Xiao was taken aback by his words. He Tianming continued, if it were Qian who had turned into a zombie, I might make the same choice as you. I would choose to keep her by my side. Initially skeptical of the notion of a boyfriend, believing it merely an excuse Yin Xiao used to dismiss Heizi, he now found himself compelled to accept her reality that if she did not genuinely care, who would willingly endure the dangers of living with a zombie? He Tianming chuckled. It appears Heizi has no chance now. However, Xiao, if you are worried about him being a zombie and fear being discovered, I can understand that if you need, I can assist you in moving to a safer location without informing anyone. If you still wish to remain, I shall say no more. Please take care. As your elder brother, I sincerely wish you happiness. Yin Xiao gazed at him, fully aware of his thoughts, and choosing not to argue. She nodded, Brother we will find happiness. Her response indicated her reluctance to leave. He Tianming, at a loss for words, nodded and began loading the items Yin Xiao had given him into his vehicle, with her assisting as well. Once the items were loaded, He Tianming glanced back at Yin Xiao. Xiao, I truly see you as a sister. Should you ever encounter danger, you may bring him to me, and I will protect him. All right, thank you, Brother Yin Xiao felt warmth in her heart that a true friend is one who wholeheartedly considers her well-being, even accepting the zombie she cares for. That, of course, she understood that He Tianming's notion of protecting Lu Zhe would only be feasible if he himself were not in danger. He might even resort to restraining Lu Zhe. Nevertheless, his intentions to protect were genuine, and that was sufficient. He Tianming drove away, and Yin Xiao closed the large door, returning to the staircase corner where the little zombie awaited. Facing Lu Zhe, her expression turned serious. Why are you upset? Lu Zhe lowered his eyes, his lashes fluttering slightly, and after a moment of silence, he turned away, facing the wall, pouting in a display of grievance. Have you lost your ability to speak? Yin Xiao frowned. If you cannot speak, then go back and face the wall. That Lu Zhe's back stiffened as he turned to bypass her and ascended the stairs. Clad in his little dinosaur pajamas, his silhouette walked swiftly and silently, radiating a sense of dejection. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, he removed his shoes and, with practiced ease, stood in the corner. Facing the wall, Yin Xiao followed, easily discerning his unhappiness from his posture. She raised an eyebrow. Are you still sulking? Approaching him, she tossed a washboard onto the carpet. Stand here. Lu Zhe turned to look at her, his gray irises widening slightly. After a few seconds, he averted his gaze and stepped onto the washboard, silently enduring the punishment. The washboard was new, its sharp edges cutting into the soles of his feet. While a zombie's sensitivity to pain was muted, he still felt discomfort. Despite the pain being bearable, it left him feeling quite wronged. Yin Xiao had a deep fondness for Lu Zhe, but that did not mean she would indulge his childish behavior. After waiting in silence and receiving no response from him, she left the room to check on the yellow sponge in the living room, leaving Lu Zhe alone to contemplate his actions while standing on the washboard. The slight ache in his soles caused him to feel flustered. He was upset because Yin Xiao had given that man the milk powder, the very item he needed most. The little zombie's mind was not entirely clear. He was still in the process of growing, and his thoughts did not extend far, leading to feelings of jealousy and childish reactions. However, as he calmed down, he realized that the milk powder was not as important as Yin Xiao. He could forego the milk powder, but he could not bear to lose Yin Xiao. He had just realized that he might have made her unhappy. Chapter 46. Heizi's confession and threat. Tianming arrived home without incident. As he stepped out of the car, he was greeted by Heisey rushing towards him. "Brother, you're finally back." Heisey helped open the car door, stealing a glance inside, only to feel disappointment when he did not see the figure he had been hoping for. "Brother, where is Miss Yin? Is she busy sorting through things at home and unable to come? Should I offer my assistance?" "She won't be coming," Tianming replied, moving past him to open the trunk and unload the items within. He removed a pack of cigarettes from what Yin Xiao had given and sat at the front of the car, taking a moment to smoke. That it had been a while since he had indulged in this brand. And while he did not have a strong craving for cigarettes, he found himself missing them. After enjoying one, he offered another to Heisey. "Yin Xiao has her own plans and will not be joining us." Heisey's anxiety surged. "What plans? What can she possibly do? It's too dangerous. Brother, you must persuade her. Miss Yin is too stubborn, but she is still a girl. That a little encouragement should help." Before he could finish, Heisey's voice dwindled as he fell silent under Tianming's gaze, that he recognized that he had perhaps said too much and bowed his head in apology. "Brother, I'm sorry. I only meant Heisey. You must understand your position." Tianming stated firmly that he had always regarded Heisey as a younger brother, but Heisey, lacking emotional intelligence, often found himself in trouble. That in the past, Tianming would smooth things over and then guide him on how to navigate relationships. However, this time, Tianming spoke with unwavering clarity. "Yin Xiao does not harbor feelings for you to to her. You are merely an outsider with no right to intervene. That I'm just concerned for her." Heisey stammered. Tianming placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You and she are not on the same wavelength. Let it go." Heisey felt a sharp pang in his heart. Lowering his head, Tianming recognized that this was not an easy conversation. But he needed to curtail any lingering hopes Heisey harbored in his mind. Yin Xiao's willingness to harbor a zombie and live with it signified her deep affection for that being. A love so profound that she would risk danger to remain together. Such sincere devotion was beyond Heisey's reach, and rather than allowing him to continue nursing false hopes, it was better to encourage him to relinquish them sooner rather than later. After delivering his harsh words, Tianming could not bear to look at Heisey any longer. He turned to call over two others to help sort through the items that Yin Xiao had gifted. He joined in the effort, leaving Heisey standing alone, head bowed in the sweltering sun. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, falling to the ground, their crystalline nature indistinguishable as either sweat or tears. A few minutes later, Heisey forced a smile, his palms clenched, nails digging into his flesh. 6 in the evening. The weather took a strange turn. The days grew shorter while nights became colder. That be why the time Heisey reached the villa. The sun had set, and a blood moon hung high in the sky, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. He switched to a black car that was nearly impossible to see into from the outside unless the windows were down. And he pressed the horn outside the villa. Yin Xiao heard the sound and descended the stairs, stopping in the courtyard without immediately opening the door, instead waiting for someone inside the car to roll down the window. It wasn't Tianming. Had it been him, he would have opened the window long ago to reveal himself. Feeling a sense of wariness, she discreetly retrieved her gun from her space while keeping her hands behind her back. Heisey, unable to wait for her to open the door, rolled down the window and identified himself. "Miss Yin, it's Heisey." Yin Xiao's brow furrowed instantly. "What do you want?" The woman's instinctive retreat and the palpable sense of detachment in her words tightened a knot of sorrow in Heisey's heart. He clenched his palms, his voice tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Miss Yin, I harbor no ill intentions. That it is my elder brother who suddenly recalled that he has something to give you, and he has sent me to deliver it to you overnight." The notion of Tianming sending something indeed seemed plausible. However, he was a person well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. After Heisey's unsuccessful pursuit of Yin Xiao, he would undoubtedly refrain from arranging a private meeting between the two. Moreover, with night having fallen, it was impossible for him to allow Heisey to deliver any goods. Yin Xiao, perhaps due to her excessive vigilance, regarded Heisey's words with skepticism. Coupled with the frustration she had endured from a certain zombie earlier in the day, her mood had soured considerably, prompting her not only to refrain from opening the door, but to retreat even further. "I do not need anything. Please go back," Yin Xiao stated firmly. Heisey insisted, "My brother is worried for your safety, Miss Yin, and he has instructed me to ensure that you receive these items. Please, open the door and accept them. Otherwise, I will have difficulty reporting back." His insistence only deepened Yin Xiao's suspicions that I will not open the door if there truly is something for me. "I kindly ask that your elder brother delivers it personally," she declared, Her skepticism toward Heisey unmistakable that a profound ache gripped his heart as he silently tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Xiao, do you not trust me at all? Mr. Heisey, I believe we are not yet well acquainted. Please refer to me as Yin Xiao or Miss Yin, and refrain from such familiarity. Heisey, thoroughly incensed by her demeanor, shouted, Yin Xiao, I am sincere in my feelings for you. Do you not sense it? His eyes, reddened, resembled those of a bloodthirsty beast in the night. Remaining here poses a danger to you. Come with me. We have ample resources and many people. You would certainly be safer with us than in the company of that frail man. Xiao, trust me, I genuinely love you as long as you accompany me. I will strive to fulfill your every wish. Xiao, please leave this place with me. Will you? By the end, Heisey's voice trembled, his words dripping with humility as he gazed at Yin Xiao with deep affection. It was madness, sheer madness. Yin Xiao fell silent, forcibly suppressing her discontent that I will not go with you, nor will I ever harbor feelings for you. Please return. Let us pretend tonight never occurred. Xiao, as she turned to leave. Heisey, in a fit of desperation, exited his vehicle and momentarily shielded himself from the approaching zombies. Grasping the gate's railing with both hands, he pleaded, the gate is electrified at the top, separated by a protective net. Only those who climb atop will face the risk. As long as I hold onto the gate, I am safe. Xiao, please allow me entry so we can discuss this further. Otherwise, I will remain here until the zombies devour me. You are kind-hearted. Surely you cannot bear to witness my demise, can you? Yin Xiao found his words bewildering and was even less inclined to let him in. With Tianming absent, his solitary arrival posed a risk. If he entered her home, she feared he might attack her from behind, attempt to abduct her, or even harm the little zombie upstairs. Moreover, that Heisey would threaten her life was intolerable. She detested being coerced. In her past life, she had little interaction with him, and in this life, she had merely saved his life during a rescue. Now, he clung to her like an unwelcome leech, eroding any remnants of her goodwill. Were it not for Tianming, she might have been driven to eliminate him. Turning her back on the man, she resolved to leave. After taking a couple of steps, the abrupt sound of emergency brakes echoed behind her. Yin Xiao turned to see Tianming driving up, halting his vehicle behind Heisey's, that he had stealthily slipped out, casually dismissing the guards with a few words, relying on their trust to make his escape without alerting Tianming. Upon returning home, he had kept company with Chun Qian and He Shi until dinner, when he realized Heisey was missing. Not having eaten, he hurried to this location, having surmised from his familiarity with his brother that he would likely come here. As reality unfolded, he was proven correct. However, witnessing Heisey threaten Yin Xiao with his life for the first time left him feeling estranged. This man, who had once shared life and death experiences with him, and whom he regarded as a younger brother, now appeared incomprehensible to Tianming. Chapter 47. The Little Zombie Kneels on the Washboard, Part 1. Tianming's expression darkened as he commanded, Heisey, come here. That Heisey's body stiffened, his fists clenched tightly, yet he did not act immediately. Come here, Tianming reiterated. Heisey pressed his lips together. Elder brother, I only wish for Xiao to come with us. It is not safe for her to remain here, that if you still regard me as your elder brother. I will count to 3 that you will come over and get in the car, or I will leave you here to fend for yourself. Tianming began counting coldly. 1. Heisey glanced between Tianming and Yin Xiao, his lips moving, yet no words emerged, his eyes filled with pleading. 2. He straightened his back, yet remained unmoving. 3. Having completed the count, Tianming silently shifted gears and began to reverse the vehicle. Elder brother. Heisey finally panicked, fearing Tianming's disappointment and unwillingness to intervene. Without time for further thought, he found himself seated in the car. Tianming quickly locked the doors, seizing Heisey's hands and binding them behind his back. What are you doing? Heisey exclaimed. Without answering, Tianming produced a length of rope from seemingly nowhere, deftly binding him while simultaneously confiscating any weapons he possessed. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Through the window, Tianming apologized to Yin Xiao. Xiao, I am sorry. It is my failure to manage him properly that I assure you, such a situation will not occur again. Yin Xiao nodded. Thank you, Hidage. For your efforts to as he had done previously. Tianming pushed Heisey's car away, clearing the entrance to Yin Xiao's home, that he pressed the accelerator, ignoring Heizi's protests, his face set in a determined expression as he drove away. Once outside the villa area, Heizi's voice finally reached him. Xiao Xiao will be in danger if she stays here, but we should take her with us. She trusts you. She will listen to you. Please persuade her. I beg you, elder brother. Bound and tear-streaked, Heizi's face reflected his desperation, but Tianming remained silent, his hands trembling in anger as he struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel, but he was uncertain whether Yin Xiao would indeed be in danger if left behind. But he was now convinced that had she opened the door or agreed to accompany them, peril would have surely ensued. During the search, he had discovered a tranquilizer gun and a real firearm on Heizi. Determined, he resolved to take Yin Xiao away. He feared that if he delayed even a moment longer, the tranquilizer's dart would find its mark in her. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. His lips quivering as he questioned, Heizi, what has become of you? Heizi froze, perceiving the profound disappointment in his elder brother's gaze. Panic surged within him as he opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to articulate a response. 2 minutes later, the vehicle rolled over a zombie's body, splattering dark blood onto the windshield. With a low chuckle, Heizi, tears streaming down his face, asked, What about you, elder brother? Why have you changed so? In the past. Both he and his sister-in-law had fretted over his romantic endeavors, eager to introduce suitable young women to him, none of whom he desired. Now, having finally found a woman he cherished, his elder brother sought to tear them apart. Did he still consider him a brother? Tianming tightened his grip on the steering wheel, causing the car to wobble slightly, but he gazed ahead, sneering, If I did not regard you as my brother, I would have allowed you to be devoured by zombies just now. You have someone you like. We will not obstruct that. However, you cannot interfere in another's relationship. Have you forgotten how your parents divorced? Heizi's pupils dilated. Tianming continued, I will not permit my brother to become a third party who disrupts others' affections. For the next few days, you will remain bound until you come to terms with this. I will not allow you to run amok. Heizi lowered his head, his nails digging into his palms. Drawing blood, he understood his elder brother's intent. Yet, the thought that Yin Xiao did not belong to him filled him with despair. Seeing Heizi's silence, Tianming, once calm, now earnestly advised, Heizi, listen to me. Forcibly taking what is not yours will yield no sweetness that if you compel Yin Xiao to leave with you, separating her from her beloved, she will surely come to despise you for it. I believe you do not wish for that outcome. Do you? Heizi trembled slightly, the memory of Yin Xiao's cold gaze causing his breathing to falter. Calm yourself, that I ask your elder brother. I sincerely hope you can let go of this unreciprocated affection. He fell into a profound silence, bowing his head, ensnared in a lengthy and painful reverie. The arrival of Heizi overwhelmed Yin Xiao with a surge of negative emotions. In short, she felt exceedingly vexed by the man. After returning home, she first took a cold shower, seizing the opportunity to boil some hot water while bathing, and casually prepared a bowl of noodles. Serving a portion to the little zombie, Liu had a pitifully small appetite. He could hardly finish such a bowl. However, he had a separate stomach for milk, consuming a large cup with every meal. Lest he feel deprived, Yin Xiao routinely prepared milk for the little zombie, and as the fragrant aroma filled the air, she was reminded of her anger towards him, while he remained in silent contemplation against the wall. Calculating the time, it had nearly been 2 hours. She rubbed her temples, placing the small bowl of noodles and the milk on a tray, and carried it into the room. Upon switching on the bedroom light, she beheld a green figure standing before the wall, barefoot upon the washboard, head bowed, back straightened, dutifully enduring his punishment. Yin Xiao paused at the doorway for a few seconds, upon hearing the door open and catching a whiff of the familiar scent. His fingers curled, and he instinctively straightened his back even more. Liu had a commendable physique, broad shoulders, a slim waist, long legs, and a small dinosaur tail dangling behind him. Quivering slightly, It was his first time enduring such a long punishment. An anxiety gnawed at him. Yin Xiao, feeling equally irritable and somewhat fatigued, did not wish to transfer her negative emotions to the little zombie. She simply placed the tray on the bedside table and softly instructed, Liu, come and eat. Liu Xiao turned his head and slowly descended from the washboard. After standing for 2 hours, the skin on his soles felt as though it had sunk into the washboard. And lifting his feet brought a sharp pain that he hesitated for a moment but ultimately walked over, standing barefoot before the bedside table. Finish everything, Yin Xiao commanded, Liu Xiaozi crouched down, his hat slipping off. His head nearly resting on her knee, he squatted there, picking up his chopsticks to eat the noodles, subtly inching closer to Yin Xiao, yearning for her to pat his head. The little zombie, consumed by his thoughts while eating, took longer than usual to finish. However, after an extended wait, even after he finished the noodles and drank the milk, Yin Xiao had not yet patted his head. He presented the empty bowl and cup to her. Yin Xiao glanced at them and replied, "Just leave them there. I'll clean up later." Leaning against the headboard, she contemplated the blood moon outside. Thoughts about the upcoming days filled her mind. He Tianming moving away. The Yin Luo team departing, friends leaving, and enemies also vanishing. She pondered her future plans. Meanwhile, the little zombie grew increasingly anxious, lowering his head to press it against her hand. Was Yin Xiao no longer fond of him? He stared at her fair hand, his trembling eyelashes betraying his agitation. After enduring a moment of suffocating frustration, he dismissed such thoughts. Yin Xiao still prepared milk powder for him and cooked noodles. So she must not dislike him. She was merely still upset. Yes, that had to be it. He needed to console her. With the limited intellect of an incomplete zombie, Liu Xiaozi reflected for a while. Recalling the scenes from their shared moments watching television, he quietly stood up. His movements were too pronounced, finally catching Yin Xiao's attention. She tilted her head, observing as the little zombie returned to the wall, picked up the washboard and brought it to the bedside, placing it at her feet. The zombie wore a look of grievance, straightening his back as he slowly brought his knees down onto the washboard. "Yin Xiao?" The little zombie knelt on the washboard, tilting his head back, his grayish-white pupils momentarily frozen, but he knelt with perfect posture, betraying no sign that it was his first time doing so. In fact, he appeared quite adept. Liu lowered his head towards Yin Xiao again, leaning in closer. Yin Xiao still did not pat him and asked, "What are you doing?" He stiffened momentarily, adjusting his kneeling position with a look of grievance. Grasping the small monster tail, resting on her lap, and awkwardly attempted to apologize that "I am sorry. Yin Xiao, please don't be angry." That it was a rare occasion for him to articulate so many words. His voice, though youthful, was pleasant to hear. Yin Xiao had already calmed down when he had brought the washboard over to appease her. She huffed in a playful manner, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. "What did you do wrong?" Liu Xiaozi bowed his head in thought. "That I shouldn't have ignored you. And I shouldn't have been angry with you." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao felt curious and inquired, "Why were you angry?" He lowered his head, tightly clutching the small monster tail. "Yin Xiao, milk powder, gave it to someone else." "Milk powder?" Yin Xiao recalled the 20 cans of milk powder she had prepared as a gift for Tianming. So that was the reason. Did he feel upset because he believed his rations were given away? But in her space, she had stockpiled 20,000 cans of milk powder, considering what he had consumed during this time, along with what she had given to He. It hardly amounted to 50 cans. Yin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, lightly swatting him. "How can you be such a big zombie and still be so petty?" He took the hit squarely, lowering his head to kneel properly, accepting his reprimand. "That I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yin Xiao, please don't be angry." That Liu Xiaozi's clumsy attempts at appeasement were indeed effective. After a few seconds, Yin Xiao ruffled his hair. "All right, as long as you behave from now on, I promise to treat you to milk for a lifetime." "Okay." The little zombie had waited so long, finally receiving a pat on the head, that the familiar sensation returned. He felt reassured, his eyelashes fluttering downwards, lips curving slightly upward as he leaned into her palm, nudging her gently. Yin Xiao indulged him for a while before withdrawing her hand, issuing a stern command. "Kneel properly." He immediately straightened his back obediently, pressing his entire weight onto the washboard, lifting his head to gaze up at her with eager eyes. Yin Xiao asked, "What else? What else did you do wrong?" "Something else." The little zombie tilted his head. "What else?" He found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 48, Revised. The little zombie kneels on the washboard. Part 2. Liu Zhe pondered for a long while, genuinely unable to recall. His knees were tormented by the washboard, a faint discomfort brewing. Though the sensation of pain was dull for a zombie, it was still perceptible that Liu Zhe was kneeling uncomfortably, subtly shifting his position. Yin Xiao poked his forehead again, commanding, "Kneel properly." He understood he had erred and that he had upset the young girl, so he adjusted his kneeling posture with a sense of grievance, lifting his fingers to rest on her hand, shaking her delicate fingers gently. The gesture was unmistakably one of affection. His kneeling position, head tilted back, showcased his well-defined Adam's apple, rising and falling in a manner that bore an unspoken allure. Yin Xiao swallowed, her gaze drawn to the tip of the zombie's nose. "Have you thought it through? Where did you go wrong?" Lu Zhe lowered his head again. "I can't think of it." The young girl's glistening fingertips pressed against the zombie's forehead, urging him to raise his head to meet her gaze. "Did I ever say you were not allowed to go downstairs?" Finally reminded by Yin Xiao, Lu Zhe's face flushed with guilt as he nodded. "You did." He clearly did not grasp the severity of the issue. Yin Xiao pressed her fingertips harder against his brow, leaving a faint red mark, her expression serious as she lectured. "He Tianming carries a gun. If he shot here, the bullet would pierce through your zombie brain, and you would die instantly. Do you realize how dangerous it was during those few seconds you were alone with him? I wasn't there, and if he had acted, the next time you wanted something to eat, I could only offer it to you at your grave. That I end the apocalypse. The concept of death was not foreign to them." He instinctively tilted his head back, covering his brow with his hand as his gray eyes narrowed, clearly shaken by her words. Yin Xiao reflected on her own fears. At that moment, she had been gathering supplies for He Tianming, never considering that the foolish zombie would venture downstairs. They had locked eyes for mere seconds, yet that brief moment was ample time to shoot a disobedient zombie. Fortunately, the person downstairs had been He Tianming. Had it been Haizi or anyone else, the outcome could have been dire. Yin Xiao dared not dwell on it further. Before her knelt Lu Zhe, someone who would watch cartoons and television series with her, accompany her to eat barbecues, cuddle her to sleep, and take the initiative to apologize after quarrels. Though their acquaintance had only spanned 2 months, he had already woven himself into the fabric of her life. Yin Xiao brushed aside his hands, smoothing the slight furrow of his brow, sincerely stating, "Lu Zhe, I don't want anything to happen to you." He remained silent for a moment, striving to kneel properly once more as he bowed his head towards Yin Xiao. "I am sorry. Recognizing your mistakes is a good start." Yin Xiao patted his head. "However, you still managed to make me unhappy, and for that, you must face punishment, understand?" Lu Zhe gently nudged her hand with his forehead, tilting his head in confusion upon hearing her words. 10 minutes later, the bowls and cups were thoroughly cleaned. The bedside table was adorned with an array of milk tea and snacks. Yin Xiao changed into a pair of short pajamas, comfortably leaning against the headboard while holding a bag of chips. Leisurely watching the yellow sponge on her phone, Lu Zhe remained on his knees at the washboard, his back straight as he inched closer, lowering his gaze and furrowing his brow, both hands raised. The young girl, who had previously taken on part-time jobs under the sun, appeared dark and thin due to the harsh conditions, but after awakening her powers, her skin gradually improved, now glowing with a radiant whiteness, and she had grown a few centimeters taller, her long legs exquisitely shaped. Her delicate feet were glossy and well-maintained, free of any calluses due to the influence of her abilities. Perhaps feeling relaxed from watching the cartoon, her little feet swayed behind her. That moment, the yellow sponge emitted its characteristic laughter from the phone. Lu Zhe, feeling a sudden rush of anxiety, instinctively withdrew his hand, accidentally bumping his arm against the bedside table, causing the snacks to tumble and the milk tea to wobble precariously. In the next instant, he steadied the milk tea, and Yin Xiao supported him. The young girl snapped out of the animated world, grasping his arm and pulling it toward herself. The milk tea shook a few times, but was firmly held in his grip, bringing it to Yin Xiao's side. Leaning forward, Lu Zhe's fluffy sleeves slid up, revealing his elbows. Concerned by the earlier noise, Yin Xiao carefully inspected him, only to find it was a false alarm. His arm bore only faint red marks, likely less severe than the redness on his knees from kneeling on the washboard. Lu Zhe blinked, and upon seeing he was unharmed, Yin Xiao released his wrist and took a sip from the milk tea cup. The little zombie lowered his head, instinctively picking up the fallen snacks and placing them back in their spot. Lu Zhe, are you tired? Yin Xiao inquired. He shook his head, adjusted his position, and resumed kneeling, placing his hands on her legs. He had been kneeling for nearly half an hour. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiao felt it was about time. However, the pressure of his massage was just right, providing immense comfort. She wished to indulge a little longer. It's too dangerous with the cabinet over there. Come up here, Yin Xiao urged. Lu Zhe slowly stood, cautiously embracing the washboard and placing it on the bed. Yin Xiao chuckled, tossing the washboard into the corner. We won't need this. He finally grasped the situation, his eyes lighting up with a sparkle, his gray irises shimmering like stars, as he climbed onto the bed and obediently knelt beside Yin Xiao. She continued watching the cartoon, naturally resting her legs on his. The air conditioning kept the room at a comfortable temperature, and the little zombie's body felt cool to the touch, refreshing rather than cold. Lu Zhe continued his work with precision, yet, as Yin Xiao draped her legs over him, he instinctively tilted. The episode of the yellow sponge concluded, and as Yin Xiao savored the taro balls in her milk tea, she finally sensed something amiss. Her zombie Lu Zhe, who was usually cool to the touch, had a damp forehead. Could zombies sweat too? Lu Zhe also noticed something was off. He smiled at her, but the scent emanating from him had changed, now carrying a strange yet familiar aroma, one that captivated zombies. Chapter 49. The little zombie sleeps on the sofa. Lu Zhe appeared somewhat uneasy, his fingers pausing, his gaze drifting toward her pajama shorts. A hint of concern crossing his face. What's wrong? Are your hands tired? He asked softly, taking a slight sniff. Blood? Blood? What blood? Yin Xiao felt bewildered and, after a few seconds, realized the situation, sitting up abruptly that a small red spot remained on the bedsheet. But it was caught in time, and not too much. After becoming an ability user, her menstrual cycle had lengthened significantly, and it was no longer as uncomfortable as before. She hadn't even noticed it herself. Yin Xiao discreetly glanced at Lu Zhe. His gray pupils widened, the faint glimmer in his eyes dimming, his fists clenched, and his lips pressed into a straight line, mistaking the little zombie's concern for her well-being. Yin Xiao felt a warmth in her heart as she patted his head, reassuring him, "It's all right, it's normal. Women have a few days of discomfort. Just drink some hot water, and you'll be fine." She asked Lu Zhe to step outside while she changed the bedsheets and pajamas, tossing the dirty clothes into the washing machine. When she emerged, she found the little zombie standing in the kitchen, the kettle plugged in and hissing. Touched, she felt tears welling up, realizing her little one had grown up. After casually mentioning to drink more hot water, he had taken it to heart and was boiling water for her. Concerned that the little zombie might scald himself, Yin Xiao leaned against the kitchen door, waiting. Once the water boiled, Lu Zhe turned, tilting his head toward her, his pupils appearing somewhat eerie in their grayish hue. Yin Xiao gazed into his eyes, reminiscent of the mindless zombies outside. She hesitated. Lu Zhe, what's wrong? Lu Xiaozhe opened his mouth slightly, revealing two small canine teeth that were sharp and elongated. After becoming a zombie, his teeth had taken this form. However, Yin Xiao had seen the teeth of ability users before, which appeared normal when not in attack mode. The elongated teeth were a sign of aggression. He opened his mouth but quickly shut it again, pressing his lips together tightly. His demeanor flustered as he turned away, grabbing his designated cup along with the canister of milk powder placed on the kitchen counter. "So, you boiled water just to have milk?" Yin Xiao remarked expressionlessly, observing the little zombie clumsily scooping milk powder from the canister, his hands trembling for some reason, causing powder to spill onto the counter. She rubbed her forehead and approached, snatching the canister and cup from him, skillfully preparing the milk. Just as she moved closer, the little zombie recoiled as if faced with something terrifying, stepping back twice. His pupils shifted, gray overtaking his irises, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Something was amiss. Very amiss. Yin Xiao handed him the prepared milk. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Zhe accepted the cup, gulping down the contents rapidly. Within seconds, he finished, leaving a ring of milk around his mouth, his pupils constricting and returning to their previous grayish hue, his sharp canine teeth shortening. His hands ceased trembling, and he stopped sweating. Soon he transformed back into that obedient little zombie. Yin Xiao finally pieced together the puzzle, realizing that drinking milk could suppress the little zombie's anomalies, and prepared another cup for him. "Lu Zhe, do you feel better?" He held the cup, his fingers quivering slightly. Yin Xiao continued. "What happened earlier?" The little zombie lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. After spending so much time together, he had evolved from ignorance to a slight understanding of his identity. He was a zombie, one that craved human flesh and blood. Lu Zhe felt a surge of panic, not wanting Yin Xiao to discover his bloodthirsty nature, fearing she'd find out he had become agitated from sensing her blood. If she knew, it wouldn't be terrifying to be killed by her. After death, one would remember nothing. What truly frightened him was the thought of her rejecting him. After much hesitation, he quietly replied, "I don't know." Yin Zhao's almond-shaped eyes lifted, locking onto his gaze as she recalled the earlier events. The little zombie's abnormality began when he caught a whiff of blood. She found the answer in her heart. Choosing not to speak it aloud, she tiptoed and gently ruffled his hair. As long as you're fine, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. All right. The two had been sharing a bed for several nights now, and tonight was no different. Yin Xiao felt exhausted as she climbed into bed and turned off the light. Lu Zhe, good night, good night. The little zombie lay on the other side of the bed. Watching the room darken, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, not overt but always detectable, that he lay stiffly, while Yin Xiao turned to her side. Usually at this hour, he would snuggle closer, but tonight, he shifted in the opposite direction. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his brow furrowed. The longer he lay there, the stronger his bloodlust became. Luze. Yin Xiao waved her hand in front of his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered, and he feigned calmness as he replied, Observing him, Yin Xiao confirmed her suspicions. The little zombie was frightened, and she could guess what he feared. Did he worry that his zombie nature would be exposed and that she would shoot him? However, as a zombie with a craving for blood, it wasn't such a difficult thing to accept. After some contemplation, she decided not to confront him. I can't touch anything cold during my period. You're too cold. How about you sleep in your room for a few days? Once I'm better, you can come back. The little zombie blinked, and with her soothing words, his anxiety began to dissipate, but he was oblivious to the underlying meaning. Feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped a calamity, Luze obediently nodded. Okay. He obediently wrapped himself in the blanket and returned to sleep, lying on the long-forgotten cold bed. The metallic scent of blood had receded, no longer as pungent as before, barely suppressing his bloodthirsty urges. Yet he tossed and turned, finding sleep elusive. The bed remained vast and soft, but it lacked the unique fragrance that belonged to Xiao Xiao, devoid of her comforting embraces. Even the blanket felt inferior compared to the one they shared. Just 10 minutes had passed, and he found himself missing Xiao Xiao. However, he could not approach her. Once his bloodlust was stirred, discovery would be inevitable. Lu Zhe buried his face into the blanket in silent frustration. Finding it less soft than Xiao Xiao's presence, that he rose and stepped out of the room. Standing outside Yin Zhao's door, he extended his hand, effortlessly penetrating the barrier of the door. If he took just a step further, he could enter without disturbing Yin Zhao's rest. Luze wrestled with himself for a long while, ultimately withdrawing his hand and settling onto the sofa in the living room. Curling up in the spot Yin Xiao favored most, enduring the long night on the couch. The following day, preparations were underway at He Tianming's residence for departure. After packing their belongings, he instructed his subordinates. Bring Haizi out. Let him ride with me. Haizi had been bound and confined for an entire night. He Tianming was somewhat concerned for his brother. Had it been anyone else, he would have long ceased to care about their disobedience. One of his men acknowledged the order and went to find Haizi. After a wait of 5 or 6 minutes, he rushed back. Boss, Haizi is missing. Chapter 50. Brothers at odds. He Tianming's eyelids twitched as he turned back. How can he be missing again? Wasn't he supposed to be watched closely? The messenger followed behind, equally perplexed. Last night, Haizi was tied up in his room. The door was closed, and the brothers were guarding outside without noticing anything amiss. But when I went to open the door just now, I found the ropes cut, and he was gone. Tianming halted, realization dawning upon him as he furrowed his brow. Are the brothers still stationed outside? The subordinate shook his head. As soon as we discovered Haizi was missing, we split up to search. They went to look for him while I came to inform you. This was troubling. He rubbed his temples in frustration, abandoning the thought of checking on Haizi's room and instead heading in another direction. Where are our vehicles parked? Hurry, we need to check. Inform the guards that no one is allowed to leave from this point onward. The rope binding him was merely coarse twine, which he could likely untie. However, the door to the room could not be opened. He Tianming had many enemies, and the security at his residence was stringent, with doors made from the strongest materials that could not be opened without a key. Moreover, there were guards outside, and Haizi's room was a pitch-black cell with no windows, surrounded by walls. He could not have escaped while being watched unless he had remained in the room all along. Now that the guards outside believed he had fled and were searching for him, it inadvertently granted him an opportunity. That moment, a decision was made to evacuate. The elderly, frail, and were already waiting in the underground garage. Chun Qian held He in her arms, surrounded by the women of the household, chatting cheerfully. Sister, are we really leaving? Asked a girl in her early 20s named Mo, who had relied on her brother since childhood and was later taken in by He Tianming. Now, she was responsible for taking care of Chun Qian and He. Though young, she was mature and capable, and Qin Xian liked her very much. Yes, we must leave. Qin Xian gazed reluctantly at her surroundings. The villa estate where she had created many memories over the years, that it's a pity, she sighed. Leaving now, I don't know when we'll be able to return, that we probably won't come back. Mo replied. Water is the source of life. Without it, we can't survive even if we return. Little Shi, nestled in the swaddling, sucked on his pacifier, a mere 2-month-old baby who understood nothing, reaching out to touch his mother's face. Once he finished his milk, Mo helped take the bottle, cheerfully saying, Sister, don't overthink it. All we can do now is to survive, and who knows what the future holds? Perhaps one day the zombies will be eradicated, and the water station will be restored. We could move back then. The young girl was indeed optimistic. Qin Xian smiled softly. All right, let us hope. So as they chatted, hurried footsteps were heard approaching from behind. Everyone turned to see Haizi running toward them, but he was not confined and strolled over with an air of ease, causing Qin Xian to feel a pang of confusion, though she thought little of it, assuming he Tianming had released him. After all, there were no enduring grudges between brothers. They usually reconciled after a night of quarrels. Haizi, why are you in such a rush? Qin Xian inquired. Haizi averted his gaze. Bending slightly, sister-in-law, the eldest brother asked me to head out first to pave the way. Upon hearing this, her brow furrowed in concern. Tianming always informed Qin Xian of any matters. There were no secrets between them. Previously, Haizi had repeatedly disrupted Yan Xiao. Even after learning that the young girl had a boyfriend, he had stubbornly pursued her. Qin Xian was well aware of these incidents. Understanding her husband, she knew that given Tianming's character, he would not allow Haizi to act alone at this critical juncture. Embracing little Shi tightly, Qin Xian contemplated seriously. Paving the way was not an urgent matter, and her suspicions grew. Before Tianming arrived, she needed to stall Haizi. Unfortunately, the car keys are with my husband. Didn't he give them to you? Mo, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Sister, before she could voice her questions, Qin Xian shot her a glance. And she understood, obediently falling silent and subtly stepping back to tighten the grip on Qin Xian's backpack. Haizi's expression shifted in panic as he glanced around, noticing the nearby vehicles were all locked. In the distance, a few of Tianming's men were busy, and with the situation as it was, he could not ask Tianming for the keys. Attempting to pick the lock and steal a car would also be unfeasible. Wait, something's off. The nearby women, who were just engaged in lively conversation, had now fallen silent and were looking at him with curious eyes. These people, whom he saw often, should not have such expressions. Upon further reflection, with their impending departure, it was unlikely that Tianming would leave the keys on him, considering that many needed vehicles for various tasks. That if he was not mistaken, the remaining car keys in the garage were likely in Qin Xian's possession. After pondering for a moment, Haizi clenched his fist discreetly and bent down. I must have forgotten to take them. I'll go find the eldest brother. With that, he stood and turned away. Qin Xian felt a wave of unease. Just as she was about to call out to him, she noticed him feign a stumble before swiftly advancing toward them. The remaining group consisted of the elderly, weak, and sick. Even united, they could not contend with a battle-hardened Haizi. He exhibited no interest in fighting, instead directly snatching Shi from Qin Xian's arms and retreating a couple of steps. Little Shi. Qin Xian exclaimed in alarm. Haizi, what are you doing? Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I don't wish to harm you. Just give me the keys, and I'll return little Shi to you. The commotion attracted the attention of the men working in the distance, who began to gather. But it was too late. Haizi held the infant, and they dared not act recklessly at that moment. Tianming arrived, quickly grasping the situation, that he approached Qin Xian. Husband, little Shi. Tianming was furious, but endeavored to soothe his wife gently. It's all right. I'm here. Don't worry. That he then moved toward Haizi. With each step Tianming took, Haizi retreated one step, until he found himself backed against a wall. Haizi looked around, unable to comprehend how he had come to such a point with his respected elder brother. Tears welling in his eyes, that he suddenly dropped to his knees. Brother, I beg you. Tianming bit his lip, having fought alongside these younger brothers, painstakingly climbing to their current status. They had shared life and death together. Tianming regarded them as true brothers. Even amidst the apocalypse, he had ensured to share his rations with their families. He felt he had done enough. And for the first time in his life, he found himself rendered speechless by a family member's betrayal. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a trembling voice. I'll give you a vehicle. Just go. Chapter 51. He Tianming's disappointment. Haizi looked up. Meeting He Tianming's reddened eyes, feeling a sharp pang in his own. Brother, don't call me brother. He Tianming turned away and returned to Chun Qian's side, seizing the backpack behind him and tossing it to Haizi. The keys are in here. Take your pick. The commotion was rather loud, rousing the slumbering He, who was swaddled in his blanket. The infant, confused, opened his eyes and upon seeing the person holding him shift from his mother to Uncle Haizi, did not feel fear. Instead, he reached out with his tiny hands, babbling in delight. Haizi knelt on the ground, his knees aching slightly, his head bowed low, tears falling upon the face of the little one. Just moments ago, he had been in a state of sheer panic, now beginning to feel regret that he had believed that a heartfelt apology would suffice, that his elder brother would still consider him a sibling. Yet, He Tianming's gaze had been icy and unfamiliar, filled with profound disappointment that a man approached quietly from the other side of the garage. As Haizi wallowed in remorse, the man swiftly seized his hand, snatching away the baby He. Brother, I have retrieved Xiao, he announced. Haizi was pinned down, yet offered no resistance. Harboring a flicker of hope within, he wished for He Tianming to strike him, to scold him, to treat him once more as a beloved younger brother. However, He Tianming's expression remained impassive. Release him. The man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately loosened his grip on Haizi's hand. He Tianming approached, crouching before him, unzipping his backpack. Haizi was now utterly alarmed. Ignoring him, He Tianming rummaged through, eventually tossing the selected car keys before Haizi. You may go. This car is my gift to you. From now on, we are no longer brothers. With that, He Tianming stood up. Haizi stared at the keys, an overwhelming chill coursing through him, that he recognized those keys. They belonged to the car he had once driven to rescue He Tianming from danger. They had fled together for 4 hours, both slightly injured but laughing and drinking until dawn. Afterward, He Tianming had repaired and refurbished that car, promising that it would be used to take Haizi to his wedding one day. Memories flooded back, causing Haizi's heart to ache painfully. He realized his mistake. He had been so consumed with his desire for Yan Xiao that he had lost sight of what truly mattered, his most important person. He Tianming, having finally calmed his rage, cradled He in his arms, who, upon seeing his father, joyfully wrapped his tiny arms around his neck. The return of his child offered a semblance of comfort. He Tianming carried Xiaoxi back, handing the infant to Qin Qian. Husband, I am fine. His voice sounded weary, and he did not look back. It is late, we must depart. He then lowered his voice. Tell the brothers to leave him a gun. This is my final gift as an elder brother. The last gift. Tears streamed down Haizi's face as he scrambled forward, pleading, Brother, I recognize my wrongs. Please do not abandon me. The man stiffened, raising his foot to enter a car. Brother, I was wrong. Haizi knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, causing his forehead to redden. The onlookers, not being He Tianming, felt no such emotional pull. Some sighed, pitying him, but remaining silent as they climbed into their vehicles. Others felt he deserved it, their teeth grinding in anger, wishing to confront him. The man who had taken He, named Mo Ran, was the brother of Mo. He retrieved a handgun, 2 bottles of water, and a small box of bullets, coldly tossing them to Haizi while muttering, Ungrateful wretch, your brother treated you well, yet you threatened his 2-month-old daughter. You deserve to be alone. Haizi continued to bow his head, repeatedly declaring, I was wrong. Although it was broad daylight and the temperature soared above 40 degrees, he felt an icy chill envelop him that He Tianming, seated in the car and awaiting everyone to board, found his gaze drawn to the rearview mirror, observing the man weeping bitterly, his emotions a tangled mess. Qin Qian, sitting in the passenger seat, held He and suggested, Husband, why not let him come with us? After a silence of several seconds as everyone boarded their vehicles, He Tianming returned his gaze to the road, his hand resting on the steering wheel that he hesitated briefly before starting the engine. Forget it. I regarded him as a brother, so I could forgive his previous actions, but he should never have threatened Xiao X. I did him. Why wife and daughter are my final boundaries that a convoy of cars lined up. Departing the villa in succession to as they left, He Tianming ordered the gate to be closed, at least preventing the zombies from entering, granting Haizi a momentary sense of security, concerned about what the man might do next. He instructed Qin Qian to write a letter that he had his subordinates proceed ahead while he and 3 other vehicles took a detour. Upon arriving at Yan Zhao's doorstep, He Tianming opened the sunroof and honked the horn. Yin Xiao, hearing the noise, looked down from her window, puzzled to see him. Before she could open the door, He Tianming tossed a crumpled piece of paper from the sunroof, landing it deftly at her feet. As several cars collided with nearby zombies, they accelerated away. Yin Xiao picked up the paper, unfolding it to read attentively. The letter detailed the recent events and included He Tianming's request that he implored Yin Xiao to ensure that if Heizhi had indeed committed any wrongdoing, she would allow for a proper burial, so that he would not be devoured by zombies. This was his final act of compassion. Yin Xiao read the letter thoroughly, folding it carefully before stowing it away. On the 72nd day of the apocalypse, December 15 in the ensuing days, many residents had unwittingly consumed tainted water. While the water contained only a small amount of zombie virus, many could resist it. Yet some succumbed and transformed into zombies, especially around the factory area, where two affordable housing complexes were densely populated with residents, many of whom had mutated. Faced with dire circumstances, households began to evacuate. Many unsure of their destinations, yet compelled to leave. The temperature dropped rapidly, the days cooling from over 40 degrees to a mere 25, with nights growing even colder. The stench of blood had completely vanished from Yin Xiao, while a particular zombie awaited eagerly, only to be disappointed as the day slipped into night without her allowing him to return to her room for sleep. After dinner, she routinely took her dishes to wash. Lu Zhe intercepted her, snatching the utensils from her hands with a serious expression, declaring, "I will wash." Yin Xiao was momentarily stunned, her eyes blinking in disbelief as she watched the little zombie carry the dishes into the kitchen. Yin Xiao thought to herself, what happened to this zombie's cleanliness obsession? Lu Xiaoza mimicked her previous actions, first retrieving a basin of water, placing the dishes inside, and squatting beside it, staring for several seconds. After a while, he tentatively dipped a finger into the water. "Come on, wash the dishes. Once you're done, you can sleep with Xiao Xiao," he encouraged himself. His movements were slow, clearly still resistant, yet he diligently washed the dishes. A single thought echoed in his mind: to please her, to care for her, to accompany her in sleep. Remembering the warmth of being held by Yin Xiao, Lu Zhe sniffled, suddenly finding that washing dishes was not so hard to accept, especially since they were her used utensils. Although Yin Xiao was unaware of his thoughts, she found it a good thing that the little one was learning to do housework. One task often leads to another. And perhaps in time, she could entrust him with sweeping, mopping, and dusting, allowing her to lounge at home leisurely, in their respective thoughts. The human and the zombie shared a harmonious atmosphere. Soon, the little zombie finished washing the dishes, placing them on the rack and pouring out the dirty water before eagerly running to Yin Xiao, gazing at her with anticipation, much like a puppy awaiting praise from its owner. Yin Xiao reached out to ruffle his hair, generously complimenting him. "Well done, Lu Zhe. You're amazing." That Lu Xiaoza hung his head, his short hair having grown slightly longer and softer to the touch. After petting him, she rewarded him with 2 pieces of milk candy before returning to the sofa to watch a cartoon. Behind her, Lu Zhe still had not received the instruction to sleep together that night, causing his head to droop slightly. After a few seconds, he scampered back over and plopped down beside Yin Xiao. He lifted her legs, resting them on his own. "What are you doing?" Yin Xiao inquired. Lu Zhe blinked, his cheeks flushed, his voice soft and soothing, giving Xiao Xiao a leg massage. "Yin Xiao?" The little zombie lowered his gaze, his profile appearing innocent and well-behaved. His slender fingers gently massaged her calf, applying just the right amount of pressure, his fingertips cool against her skin, creating an overall soothing sensation. Though she was unsure of the sudden change in his behavior, Yin Xiao sensed that he was attempting to please her. She internally sighed, shifting her position to unreservedly place her other leg on his lap. For the next half hour, they exchanged no words, the only sound in the living room being the laughter of the cartoon. Lu Xiaoza remained focused, alternating between massaging her left leg and right leg. After several days, he finally had intimate contact with Yin Xiao again. And even if it was merely a leg massage, he was elated, putting in his utmost effort. Yin Xiao reveled in the comfort. She finally asked, "Is there anything you need help with?" Dear Xiaozha paused momentarily, blinked his eyes, and gazed at her with eager anticipation. He pinched her calf, his fingertips pressed a bit harder, revealing his nervousness that he intended to express his desire to sleep alongside Xiao Xiao. But in his anxiety, the order of his words faltered and transformed into, I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao. Yin Xiao lifted her gaze towards him, noticing the spark in his gray eyes, his cheeks shifting from a soft pink to a deep crimson. His lips pressed together in a subtle expectation as he locked eyes with her. Sleep? Was that the implication he intended? Yin Xiao felt her ears grow warm, momentarily doubting her hearing, and rubbed her ears. What did you say? With utmost sincerity, Lu Zhe replied, I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing his correction, Yin Zhao's heart, which had been racing like a machine gun, gradually calmed. She did not wish to misinterpret his words and inquired repeatedly. You want to come to my room to sleep, right? The little zombie obediently nodded. She secretly sighed in relief, yet inexplicably felt a tinge of disappointment, pressing her fingertip against his forehead with a gentle poke. Silly Lu Zhe, wanting to sleep with me is not the same as wanting to sleep. That was a close call. She almost thought her purity was at stake. Liu Xiaozhe winced, tilting his head in confusion. Curiously asking, isn't it the same? Yin Xiao raised her hand to don the red monster hat from the back of her shirt, pressing it down to obscure half of her face, feeling a bit guilty as she murmured. It should be the same, right? Lu Xiaozhe responded with an "oh," contemplating the two statements seriously. That I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao, that I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao, that aren't they the same? Seeing his earnestness, Yin Xiao felt her heart flutter, bending her knees and resting her delicate feet against his icy legs. Don't lose focus. Wanting to come to my room to sleep isn't just about charming me. As she moved, her long legs drew closer into view. Her knees nearly brushing against his chin. Liu Zhe blinked, his fingers grazing the soft fabric of her pajama pants, his throat bobbing slightly. That he had successfully been distracted, forgetting that not long ago, when Yin Xiao had asked him to return to his room, she had mentioned he could come back after her period ended. Believing he needed to make an effort, he clumsily inquired, what should I do? From now on, you'll be responsible for washing the dishes at home. And you must help me with chores. Yin Xiao proposed an unequal treaty, feeling a bit guilty after saying it. She thought that even if Lu Zhe disagreed, he could still sleep in her bed, wondering if she was perhaps being a bit unfair to the zombie. But before she could argue with herself, she noticed Lu Zhe's eyes brightened, and he nodded firmly, responding without hesitation. All right. Yin Xiao thought. Perhaps she had set the bar too low. Liu Zhe, feeling a bit tricked, still appeared exceptionally happy, lowering his head to rest his face against her knee, nuzzling it softly. His hands embraced her legs with an earnest and sincere demeanor. Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, observing his dependent gesture, her heart blossoming with joy, and she suddenly felt that even if her demands were lessened, it mattered not. Ultimately, through his own efforts, the little zombie finally managed to sleep in Yin Xiao's room. He appeared particularly exhilarated, and while Yin Xiao was showering, he happily lounged on the bed, clutching her pillow, boldly nuzzling it, inhaling her scent. The fragrance in the girl's bedroom was far more potent and pleasant than the sofa he had slept on in recent days, lulling the zombie into a tranquil state. Clearly, this particular zombie had not been sleeping well lately. When Yin Xiao emerged, he was already fast asleep, cradling her pillow, lying on his side with his cheek pressed against its edge, hugging it tightly. The pink pillow reflected on his pale skin, casting a rosy hue, and as he slept, his cheeks puffed rhythmically, his brow unfurling, the dark shade of his lips slightly rising, as if he were dreaming of something sweet and soft. Yin Xiao turned off the light and climbed onto the other side of the bed. She contemplated reclaiming her pillow, but the little zombie had embraced it too tightly, and not wanting to disturb his rest. She reluctantly gave up, feeling quite helpless. Silly zombie, you could hug me too. Why must you cling to the pillow? As night deepened, the cold wind howled that an almost abandoned car came to a stop outside the villa area. A man disembarked, carrying a simple backpack. He was the Black One. Abandoned by he tightened his clothing, utilizing his combat experience to nimbly navigate through the horde of zombies, slipping into Villa No. 22 across from Yin Zhao's home under the cloak of darkness. Chapter 53. Lu Zhe's new ability, Zombie King. On the 73rd day of the apocalypse, December 16, the daytime temperature dropped to a comfortable 22 degrees. It was a pleasant temperature with no strong winds, and the sun cast a warm glow. Through recent observations, Yin Xiao concluded that there were likely no other living people left in the villa area. Having abandoned her previous lethargy, she had breakfast and began her exercise routine in the small courtyard. First, she aimed to restore her physical fitness, and in a few days, she planned to venture out to practice her skills against zombies. After gaining her abilities, her physical prowess had significantly improved. Running, push-ups, frog jumps, and squats were part of her morning routine, and she felt no fatigue whatsoever. In front of the courtyard, she placed a clean, soft mat on a set of steps, where Lu Zhe sat, curiously watching her bounce around. Perhaps captivated by the spectacle, he slipped on his shoes, a little green dinosaur following her, leaping in tandem. Yin Xiao sensed something amiss, halting her movements to look around. There appeared to be nothing unusual. Just as she paused, the little dinosaur zombie, caught unaware, leapt onto her. She herself did not notice, feeling a dizzying whirl, and by the time she realized it, she found herself pinned on the lawn before the villa. The faint scent of grass and milk combined created a unique and exquisite aroma that Liu Xiaozhe propped himself up with one hand, his palm touching the grass beneath him, becoming soiled. Yet, he seemed unbothered. Fixating on the girl beneath him, their bodies closely entwined, feeling that soft touch, his throat subtly moving, the cold white skin of the zombie flushed once more, his ears turning a translucent red. Yin Xiao blinked. And he blinked in response. The little zombie leaned in slightly, his handsome face inching closer, his dark lips only a mere 10 centimeters from her crimson ones. The milk scent wafting from him, cool and refreshing, brushed against Yin Xiao's face. Her cheeks burned, and her gaze darted around in a fluster. In her distraction, she caught sight of a glint from the rooftop of the villa across from them. The abilities of an ability user granted her keen eyesight, and she noticed a reflection aimed at them. Danger. There was danger. She had no time to react. She grasped Lu Zhe's shoulders and forcefully flipped them over. Bang, the trigger was pulled. The bullet whizzed through the air, landing just above them. In an instant, Yin Xiao activated her metal ability, turning her upper body metallic. The bullet struck her shoulder with a dull thud. The force of gravity caused her to roll with Lu Zhe across the lawn, coming to rest behind a nearby wall for cover. Both of them were now dirtied. Liu Zhe knelt on one knee, trembling fingers reaching for her shoulder. Yin Xiao reassured him, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt at all." Though it did hurt a bit, her timely activation of her metallic form had prevented the bullet from penetrating. Akin to a pebble striking her, Liu Xiaozhe was unconvinced, his small paws, now covered in grass, tugging at her shirt to reveal her shoulder. A red, swollen mark with purplish edges marred her fair skin. Undoubtedly painful. Xiao Xiao is hurt. Xiao Xiao got hurt protecting me. His fingers trembled as he touched her, his gray eyes reddening for the first time, gripping the collar of her shirt, trembling as he inadvertently tugged it down further. If he hadn't appeared so abnormal, Yin Xiao might have thought the zombie was being lewd. Thankfully, she had acted in time. That bullet had been aimed at the little zombie's head. The thought alone terrified her. And she hugged him tightly, comforting him, "As long as you're okay, Lu Zhe, as long as you're fine." The shooter, frustrated by their failure to hit their target, fired erratically into the yard, striking the flowers in the corner and piercing the wooden steps in front of the courtyard. The zombie in her embrace continued to tremble, his body unexpectedly warm. Yin Xiao felt both worried and pained. At that moment, she wished to confront the shooter, yet her concern for the little zombie held her back, leaving her uncertain about what to do. Within less than a minute, the little zombie lifted his head from her embrace. His peach blossom eyes had turned a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of a blood moon in the night sky. He opened his mouth, his small canine teeth elongating and sharpening. The little zombie tilted his head back and let out a roar towards the sky. Outside the door, an uncountable number of zombies echoed his furious cries. Yin Xiao widened her eyes. Her little zombie no longer seemed frightening, yet she sensed something within him, a powerful aura of high-level abilities. Rumbling. The cacophony of vibrations from outside intensified, with the zombies clamoring more fiercely than before. As if driven to madness, Liu Zhe maintained a kneeling position, cradling her in his arms as he gradually made his way into the villa's grand hall from the corner. Yin Xiao momentarily lost her train of thought. Wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling an unprecedented sense of security, Liu Zhe gently placed her onto the sofa. Meanwhile, she finally caught a glimpse of the chaos outside. In the opposite villa No. 22, zombies swarmed from the first to the third floors, moving as if under some malevolent control, collectively rushing towards a rooftop, demolishing anything in their path. A man ascended to the terrace, and Yin Xiao recognized him at a glance. It was Heizid. He peered down from a distance, presumably looking in her direction. But due to the one-way glass she had installed, he could not see inside. That Heizi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. He gritted his teeth. And before the zombies could reach him, he leaped off the fourth-floor terrace. The view was obstructed by the wall, and Yin Xiao could neither see nor wish to witness what transpired next. She pressed her lips together, feeling a small zombie's hand brushing against her shoulder. Just now, she was certain that Liu Zhe had used his powers. Astonishingly, he possessed another ability apart from passing through walls. She had heard of the existence of a king among zombies. One who could command thousands with a mere gesture, and it seemed to be just that. Rather than fear, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How remarkable! The zombie she nurtured was a zombie king. Would there be a throng of zombie minions serving her tea and attending to her every whim in the future? No, serving tea was sufficient. The massages and pampering should be left for Liu Zhe. The ideal was simply too enchanting, and Yin Xiao momentarily forgot her pain until a cold liquid trickled onto her injured shoulder. Yin Xiao shivered and quickly turned her head. She observed that the small zombie seemed to have reverted. Its sharp teeth were gone, its body returned to being cold, and its pupils turned gray, though its eyes remained red and glistening. Yin Xiao touched his eyes, a wave of emotion swelling within her. "Why are you crying?" "I'm fine," Liu Zhe responded with a low sound, his indifferent face nuzzling closer, seeking comfort and affection. Outside, after Heizi landed, he tumbled several times in a disheveled state, but miraculously remained unscathed. He scrambled to his feet, crawled outside, and clambered into a nearby vehicle, stumbling away into the distance. After a struggle, he finally reached a safe place. The man felt sore all over, his eyes ablaze with rage, and he slammed his fist against the steering wheel that he saw it clearly, unmistakably. Yin Zhao's so-called boyfriend was a zombie. Chapter 54. Heartache for Xiao Xiao. What a farce. In her heart, he ranked lower than a mere zombie. Zombies were humanity's adversaries. They only inflicted harm and suffering. How could they possibly deserve to be with her? Yet, recalling how Yin Xiao had recklessly turned to shield that damned zombie from gunfire on the lawn, Heizi trembled with rage. The distance was not great, and the bullet was too swift for him to see clearly. All he heard was a clang, likely striking some metal, failing to injure Yin Xiao or penetrate the zombie's skull. Heizi pounded the steering wheel in fury that he had done so much for Yin Xiao, exerting himself to train. Following he Tianming to hunt zombies to improve himself, willing to sacrifice his life for her, enduring several punishments from his elder brother, ultimately disappointing him and being abandoned here, that he had done so much. Why on earth would Yin Xiao prefer a zombie? This couldn't stand. That Heizi's eyes turned fierce as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, making a sharp turn back into the Villa District, with the situation as it was. He had no retreat. He would slay the zombie and take Yin Xiao to find Tianming. His elder brother was merely upset with the girl. As long as he obtained her, his brother would surely forgive his previous actions. Everything would return to the way it once was. Yin Xiao exerted herself, finally lulling the small zombie to sleep. That in the reception room on the villa's first floor, he wore his little dinosaur pajamas. Still dirty, with mud on his palms and back of his hands, his face pale and frail, lying on the sofa with his arms wrapped tightly around her slender waist. Delicate droplets hung from his eyelashes. Quivering even in sleep, while his lips bore a deeper shade of blue, as though he were unwell, he pressed his face against her abdomen, nuzzling her as if terrified that she might vanish at any moment. Yin Xiao looked down, stroking his short hair, her thoughts swirling. In 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such a feeling of being cherished and cared for, stirring emotions within her heart. Who said zombies were heartless? Liu Zhe was far more tender than those so-called human companions. Some people, no matter how hard she tried to get close or win their favor, would ignore all her efforts, betraying and abandoning her at the last moment, like Xiang Chun, like Jiang Shasha, and even her former teammates from the third base of supernatural beings. Yet the small zombie did not waver. He stayed by her side when she was gravely ill, comforting her when she was unhappy. She had often caught the whiff of blood, the zombie's instincts suppressed to avoid harming her, but he exhausted himself using his powers to protect her, collapsing in her embrace. Though the zombie lacked warmth, he was more comforting than anyone she had ever known. Suddenly, Yin Xiao pondered. If there came a day when the small zombie was no longer by her side, would her life lose all meaning? Perhaps it would. She seemed unable to live without him. That Liu Zhe, however, was restless in his sleep. Burying his face too forcefully, struggling to breathe, he shifted slightly, nuzzling her abdomen again, inhaling deeply, almost suffocating himself in the process. Yet his arms clung to her tightly, emitting a muffled whimper of grievance. Yin Xiao smoothed his brow, softly asking, "Lu Zhe, will you betray me?" He likely did not hear her, for even after shifting positions, he remained uncomfortable, persistently nuzzling against her abdomen, seeking the scent that enveloped her. Yin Xiao froze for a few seconds, then smiled in understanding, gently caressing his lips. "Good boy, sleep now." She leaned down, placing a tender kiss on his forehead. The kiss seemed to possess a sort of magic. The small zombie relaxed, and his soft whimpers became far more melodious. With the clingy zombie holding her, Yin Xiao found it impossible to return to her room to sleep. Instead, she kicked off her shoes and nestled beside him on the small sofa. The living room lights remained on, casting a warm yellow glow through the small gap at the door, becoming glaringly bright in some eyes, like a knife piercing the heart. The following day, night passed, yet daybreak arrived rather late. The sun was obscured by thick clouds, casting a gloomy atmosphere, with flashes of lightning interspersed, ushering in a rainstorm. The gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. Boom, boom. In her drowsy state, Yin Xiao sensed the small zombie was frightened. Desperately burrowing into her embrace to half awake, she closed her eyes, searching for the zombie's head, patting and soothing. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The small zombie seemed truly reassured, nestled closely, his cool breath brushing against her face, tickling her. Forced to open her eyes, Yin Xiao suddenly found herself confronted by an enlarged, handsome face. So close she could see the fine hairs on his skin, the zombie's dark lips hovering just above her nose. She blinked, and Lu Zhe blinked in unison. His grayish-white pupils had returned to normal, clear and innocent, as if nothing had transpired. During the night, the small sofa had become too cramped, and they had unknowingly rolled onto the floor, lying atop a plush carpet that, while warm, was rather awkward. Yin Xiao realized she had somehow entangled herself like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around the zombie. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she met Lu Zhe's gaze, that a flash of lightning illuminated the room, momentarily brightening and darkening everything in sight. Casting light on his pallid, cold-faced, that a wave of panic washed over Yin Xiao, and she instinctively averted her gaze. Her lips brushing against his chin, that Lu Xiao Zhe momentarily froze, his gray eyes glimmering. "Why are you still staring at me? Get up." The voice of the still sleepy girl held a hint of playful reproach, tinged with allure. The small zombie stared blankly for a few seconds, then leaned his face against her fragrant shoulder, reluctantly rising to kneel on the carpet. As he bowed his head, he noticed his hands were dirty, his body unclean, with mud lodged beneath his nails. The entire zombie fell silent, his brow furrowing deeply in distaste for himself. Yin Xiao quickly tidied her clothes, and as she moved, the pain from her shoulder wound flared up sharply, instantly rousing her senses. She quietly rubbed her shoulder and stood up, saying, "You should take a shower. I'll prepare breakfast." Still preoccupied with his dirtiness, Lu Xiaozhe did not immediately act upon her words, continuing to stare at the back of his hands. "Stop staring." Yin Xiao found it amusing and playfully poked his forehead. "Hurry up and wash up." Finally, he snapped back to reality, standing up in a daze and trudging upstairs. After a few steps, he turned back, returning to Yin Xiao. "What is wrong?" she asked, puzzled that Lu Zhe glanced down at his fingers, rubbing the clean part of his dinosaur pajamas against her injured right shoulder. Yin Xiao felt warmth bloom in her heart. "I am fine. You don't need to worry." That he gently massaged the area, his fingertips brushing against the swollen spot, easily sensing her discomfort, and with a soft sniffle, he looked even more aggrieved than she. Yin Xiao affectionately stroked his head. "Just wash up first, and later could you give me a massage?" After a brief moment of coaxing, Lu Zhe finally followed her upstairs, returning to the room to take a shower. Chapter 55, Heisey Goes Offline. During this time, Yin Xiao boiled some water and casually cleaned herself up, slipping into a fresh set of pajamas that by the time the water was ready. The little zombie had also changed into a white leisure outfit. He stood on the balcony of the third floor, gazing blankly down below. Directly beneath him, a few zombies were wailing softly in the rain, their cries growing weaker with each passing moment. Yin Xiao prepared some milk powder and called out, "Lu Zhe, come and eat." His fingers curled slightly, and he did not act immediately. Instead, he listened to the zombie's low growls, which translated to the fact that the person from yesterday had not perished and had managed to escape despite being surrounded. Lu Xiaozi pinched his fingers and let out a low growl. The zombies below reacted slowly, scattering in all directions, that he then slowly turned and walked to the kitchen. Breakfast was simple. Yin Xiao had 2.5 buns and a cup of soybean milk, while Lu Zhe had half a bun and a large cup of milk. The little zombie had a notoriously low appetite, usually satisfied with her leftovers. Yin Xiao propped her head on her hand. Watching him eat, he finished his milk first, then began to pierce the bun with chopsticks, clumsily taking a small bite and chewing slowly, his cheeks moving up and down in an endearingly cute manner. Suddenly, Yin Xiao thought that having a boyfriend like him was quite nice. At least she wouldn't have to worry about leftovers in the future, after they had eaten and drunk their fill. Both the human and the zombie returned to the sofa that Lu Zhe stood behind her, his hands resting gently on her shoulders, his fingertips softly massaging her. The coldness of the zombie's fingers served as an excellent remedy for swelling. And he was exceedingly careful, causing Yin Xiao no pain at all, only comfort. Time passed, and just as Yin Xiao was enjoying the massage, a deep voice from behind her suddenly broke the silence. "I'm sorry." She was momentarily stunned, tilting her head back to rest against the sofa, looking at Lu Zhe behind her. "What did you say?" Lu Zhe blinked in confusion, pausing for half a second before resuming his massage. Yin Xiao thought she must have misheard, that in truth, she had merely been struck by a bullet. After 5 years in the apocalypse, her body bore numerous wounds, many of which had been far more severe than this one. All endured alone with gritted teeth. Now, with a zombie by her side, she felt somewhat self-indulgent. She ordered him to wash the dishes, sweep the floor, and tidy up the house. Even at night, it was the little zombie who took the initiative to spread the blankets. Sleeping beside her cautiously, afraid to embrace her lest it lead to complications. After a day of being unproductive, Yin Xiao fell back into her slothful routine, which was even worse than before. Night fell again, and the rain continued to pour outside. She checked the calendar, calculating the time, and soon drifted off to sleep. At 1 in the morning, the wails of zombies reached a crescendo, mingled with the sound of gunfire. Lu Zhe opened his eyes, tucked her in, and quietly rose to his feet, using his ability to pass through walls to effortlessly exit the villa. Outside, more than 10 zombies awaited him. The leading zombie approached. Lu Zhe cast a fleeting glance at him, and he immediately halted, even taking a step back. Several zombies surrounded him, forming a circle, growling softly. After a few seconds, he nodded slightly. The zombies in front parted to clear a path, leading him to the nearby Villa 18, close to Building 21, that the villa's front door was destroyed, and there were still 2 or 3 zombies inside, with numerous zombie corpses strewn about the floor. Black blood washed away by the rain. Lu Zhe looked up and saw a man standing not far ahead, exhausted and captured alive by 2 zombies. Heisey was covered in blood, his gun empty, and without food to sustain him. He had just been surrounded by the horde. The zombies charged at him relentlessly, and this time, he was not as fortunate, unable to evade capture. Strangely, despite being covered in blood from his injuries and still being human, the zombies did not kill or bite him. Upon seeing Lu Zhe, Heisey's pupils constricted. Although unsure of the reason, he could guess. "Is this your doing?" Lu Zhe approached slowly, standing before him. His expression devoid. The umbrella was rather small, making it somewhat cramped for 1 person and 1 zombie. The wind outside was fierce, and the rain fell diagonally, soaking her coat, which was pure white and now drenched. Lu Zhe's lips moved slightly as he shifted his position to stand in the wind's path. As the rain and wind lashed against him, the mud on his clothes inevitably splattered onto her. The scent of humanity was thick in the air, and the nearby zombies began to encircle them. He clenched his fist and let out a low growl, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. The zombies beside him immediately recoiled. Yin Xiao was taken aback, looking up at him with her sparkling eyes filled with mirth. And she poked his hand playfully. "Let's go home. I'm so cold." Lu Zhe withdrew his hand, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his downward gaze as he stood there momentarily, before responding softly with a nasal sound of agreement. Yin Xiao continued to smile at him, stubbornly grasping his dirty hand, and turned to dash toward home. Upon entering, she thrust the umbrella into the dazed Lu Xiao's hands, freeing one hand to lock the door. while she led him through the doorway into the living room. The warm, soft light illuminated the surroundings. The air conditioning was on, creating a cozy, bright atmosphere. Both of them were soaked from the relentless rain outside. Yin Xiao, clad in pure white, had her coat clinging to her form, her youthful figure subtly discernible. She conjured 2 long towels from thin air, wrapping one around herself while holding the other, and on tiptoe. She gently wiped the droplets from his hair, and he did not resist. His head bowed stiffly in compliance. His grayish-white pupils stared at her, filled with emotions that were difficult to decipher. His hair was short, making it easy to dry, and once she finished with his hair, the towel descended to wipe the blood from his face. "What did he say to you?" Earlier, she had indeed seen something on the rooftop. Observing the crimson-eyed He Zi bellowing at him, but the distance was too great, and the sound of the rain drowned out any words Yin Xiao could hear. The little zombie stiffened for a moment. His thin lips pressed into a straight line that don't want to talk. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, sensing his despondency, and tried to comfort him. "Why don't you take a shower first? You can tell me when you feel ready." Liu Zhe remained motionless, standing there vacantly, his gaze toward her cautious. Yin Xiao was at a loss as to what had caused him to act this way. She simply stood beside him for a while. Thankfully, it was only for a brief moment before the little zombie spoke in a low voice, carefully asking, "Will you abandon me?" "Huh?" Yin Xiao was taken aback. "Why would I ever abandon you?" He lowered his eyelashes, resembling a child who had done something wrong. "I killed someone. I am a zombie, so that was it." She paused for a moment, piecing together his thoughts. Was he worried that because he had taken a life, she would despise him and cast him aside? How could that be? Yin Xiao felt a mix of pity and anger. She extended her index finger to press against his forehead, giving him a gentle poke to force him to meet her gaze. The mist in his grayish-white pupils indicated his evident fear. "Liu Zhe, I don't think you did anything wrong. You simply wanted to avenge me, right?" His pupils contracted slightly, a glimmer of starlight appearing, and he responded with a pitiful Yin Xiao stroked his short hair earnestly. "Liu Zhe, it's not a big deal that I've killed before too, remember? Xiang Chun and Jiang Shasha, who were locked up in the house, and several outsiders who tried to invade. I shot them dead. Even if you hadn't acted against He Zi, I would have found a chance to eliminate him. Some people are destined to oppose us. If we don't eliminate them, we will be in danger. Everything you did was to protect me, and that is entirely right." The starlight in Liu Xiao's eyes brightened a little more, successfully comforted. As he lowered his head, his short hair brushing against her palm, nuzzling against her gently, he had been frightened, but now he was easily placated. After being soothed by Yin Xiao, he felt much happier. As long as he wasn't abandoned, as long as he could stay by her side, he would be content. Even if they couldn't be boyfriends, he could still accompany her as a little pet or a sidekick. Sensing his emotional shift, Yin Xiao withdrew her hand, her almond eyes still sparkling with joy, her fingers playfully tapping his forehead. "All right, now that we've clarified this matter, let us discuss another issue." The little zombie tilted his head in confusion. She pinched his ear tip, gently yet firmly rubbing it a couple of times. "Who told you to sneak out by yourself?" Liu Zhe immediately lowered his head again, though his demeanor was slightly improved. He at least learned to struggle a bit, his little dirty hands rubbing against his clothes before they grasped Yin Xiao's index finger, shaking it in a playful manner. Quite the handful. Yin Xiao internally sighed, watching him act cute without making any moves. After a few moments, Liu Xiaoza realized this tactic was ineffective. He sniffled and, with a downcast expression, circumvented her to head upstairs. Yin Xiao, not going to be coaxed. She suppressed her curiosity and followed him upstairs, entering the main bedroom on the 3rd floor with him. Shortly after, the little zombie dove into the bathroom, emerging with a wooden washboard. Yin Xiao. Liu Xiaoza returned to her side, skillfully and instinctively placing the washboard on the ground. Chapter 57. The Army in Peril. Yin Xiao to the rescue. Unable to contain her laughter, Yin Xiao found herself chuckling. She hadn't been angry in the first place, so how could she genuinely punish him? At the moment he knelt down, she pressed her fingertip against his forehead, gently poking him. "Consider this a pass. But don't let it happen again." Liu Zhe stood upright in a flash, appearing even more delighted, his gray eyes sparkling. However, Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to look behind him, from the bedroom to the doorway and down the long corridor. There were dirty shoe prints, some even mixed with blood, both human and zombie. The plush carpet in the bedroom was also sullied. Liu Xiaoza, Watching him shrink back into a timid expression, Yin Xiao's eyes curved with delight as she lightly tapped his forehead 3 times. First, go take a shower. After you're done, we'll clean this up together. Liu rubbed his forehead and turned toward the bathroom. Wait, the young girl blocked his path, lifting her hand to ruffle his short hair. A smile gracing her face, her eyes blinking playfully, done on tiptoe. She slipped her arm under his and tightly hugged the dirty zombie. That Liu's eyes went blank, his dark lips quivering uncontrollably. Yin Xiao pressed her face against his collarbone, her breath warm and soft. Liu, as long as you don't betray me, I will never abandon you. Not ever. His trembling body, soothed by her words, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Hidden from Yin Xiao's view, after a long moment, he shakily returned her embrace, his arms enveloping her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. His once anxious heart finally found solace. At the end of that day, the little zombie, having received a hug, worked diligently to clean the villa, ensuring every dirty spot was addressed. After Yin Xiao finished her shower, he pushed her onto the sofa to watch cartoons. He swept the floor and even washed the carpet, and afterward, he happily approached her to massage her shoulder, being exceptionally obedient. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days, finally ceasing in the early hours of the 20th. The external electric fence had succumbed to the relentless assault and was damaged, but fortunately, the circuit had been repaired, leaving the villa unaffected. After the rain, the temperature dropped to 14 degrees, with daytime chilliness and even colder nights. Yin Xiao instructed Liu to manage the surrounding zombies, quickly climbing the wall to retrieve some wire, spending half a day to construct a new electric fence, sturdier than the previous one. During these days, Liu had sent nearby zombies to search, and now the villa district was truly left with only her. Once completed, Yin Xiao sat atop the wall, observing the zombies aimlessly wandering below, blissfully ignoring her presence as a living being. She never imagined she would one day coexist harmoniously with zombies. It was quite surprising. The wall was too filthy, so the little zombie refused to come up. Standing firmly below, Yin Xiao gazed up at the sky. While he gazed up at her, the young girl tilted her head. Her fair neck was revealed, her skin flawless, devoid of any scars. Everything perfectly beautiful. Boom! A startling sound echoed from the sky, black smoke billowing in the distance. Finally, it had come. Yin Xiao witnessed the unusual sight and leapt down from the wall. The zombies on the ground opened their arms wide, and she landed right into their embrace, soft and fragrant, a delightful sensation. Yin Xiao patted his head, grasping his hand to run back, locking the door behind them as she hurried up to the rooftop. Using binoculars to scan the northern area, that a plane had crashed at the site of the recent explosion, its wings damaged, making an emergency landing on a nearby factory lawn, the aircraft too large. Colliding with adjacent buildings, through the binoculars, she saw a group of young soldiers in uniform surrounding an elderly man in a white lab coat, who was tightly guarding a box in his arms. The commotion attracted zombies from all directions, the soldiers armed, engaged in battle. The factory had long been abandoned, its interior filled with electrical circuits. It was unclear who fired the bullet that triggered an immediate inferno. Yin Xiao set down the binoculars and gently stroked Liu. Liu, I need to go out for a bit. You stay here and wait. After saying this, she turned to leave, that Liu grasped her hand, worry evident in his eyes. Yin Xiao turned back with a smile. It's all right. I'm very capable that as the apocalypse loomed, she relinquished a safer refuge to reside in this secluded villa community, primarily due to its sparse population and her desire to await the object held by the elderly man. Yin Xiao had heard numerous mentions of it in her past life, fully aware of its significance. With it in her possession, coupled with her current abilities, she could navigate this dystopian world with ease. The thought of it further solidified her resolve, prompting her to attempt to free herself from his grasp. Liu tightened his hold, utilizing both hands as he earnestly implored, I will assist you. Yin Xiao paused, turning to regard him. After a brief moment of contemplation, she smiled in understanding. Can you obey? I can. He replied eagerly that I will do as you say and will not act impulsively. Good. She recognized that arguing with him was futile, and she could sense that even if she disagreed, the rebellious zombie would inevitably follow. Rather than resisting, it would be wiser to keep him close from the outset. 10 minutes later, the two, one human and one zombie, set off in a vehicle. Liu Ze was compelled to don a mask and a bulletproof helmet. As Yan Xiao emphasized that the helmet must remain on, as long as his head was unharmed, he could survive. She herself was not heavily equipped, relying on her metallic abilities to withstand a few bullets. And if necessary, she could retreat into her spatial refuge. As they traveled, she observed Liu Ze's powers at work, the zombies parting in their wake, allowing them to reach the factory unscathed. Inside the factory, the 4th Air Force was in dire straits, tasked with escorting Mu safely to the newly established underground base in Yi City. They had encountered unforeseen circumstances and found themselves trapped. Misfortune had indeed befallen them. For the factory was overrun with zombies, nearly 1,000, counting those outside. The military contingent comprised only 12, protecting an elderly man. Despite their experience in weaponry, they appeared woefully outmatched. The commander, Meng Jiangli, was fortuitously the vice commander of the former abilities headquarters and had previously taken a particular interest in Yan Xiao, often promoting her and extending her special consideration that I end this life. Yan Xiao wished to avoid entanglements with any ability bases, yet she felt compelled to repay Meng Jiangli's past kindness at that moment. He and his soldiers were besieged, with one soldier having been bitten by a zombie, forcing Meng Jiangli to deliver a fatal shot to the man's head, ensuring his honorable sacrifice, though he himself had sustained minor injuries. Meng Jiangli raised his weapon and shouted, "Escort Mu to safety." Upon receiving the command, the troops exerted themselves against the relentless zombies. Should any of them fall victim to a bite, they would immediately report it, continuing to fire until their consciousness faded. Meeting their end with dignity at the hands of their comrades. One by one, they began to fall. By the time Yan Xiao arrived, 5 had already perished, and the bullets were running low as Meng Jiangli and the remaining soldiers fought valiantly. Just as they were on the verge of despair, contemplating a noble sacrifice, a black vehicle crashed into the throng of zombies from outside. Chapter 58. Call me Lei Feng. Once inside the factory, Yan Xiao swiftly urged Liu Ze to exit the vehicle, assigning him a more crucial task, leaving her alone in the car, from a distance. Meng Jiangli noticed that the driver was a woman clad in a white tracksuit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, her features bright and spirited, executing her maneuvers with precision as she mowed down a dozen zombies. Flames engulfed the factory, and Yan Xiao dared not approach too closely, parking the vehicle in a relatively safe location. She rolled down the window and called out to them, "Hurry, get in." The soldiers exchanged glances. One inquiring, "Captain, who is she? Can we trust her?" Meng Jiangli paused momentarily before decisively stating, "Staying here will surely lead to our demise. We might as well take a gamble and escort Mu into the vehicle." "Yes." The soldiers complied without hesitation, moving toward the car as Yan Xiao provided cover fire. However, her aim seemed less than precise, managing only to hit the bodies of the zombies, not their heads. Being a girl, it was understandable. Zombies relentlessly obstructed their path, and with his ammunition depleted, Meng Jiangli discarded his firearm, resorting to his sword to combat them. Each strike aimed at the zombies' heads. The anguished cries were harrowing. But several managed to reach the car, only for Dr. Mu's case to tumble from his grasp amidst the chaos. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Ah, the vaccine," and attempted to retrieve it, only to be confronted by the looming face of a zombie, causing him to recoil in fright. As a zombie clambered atop the vehicle, Yan Xiao swiftly dispatched it, annoyance etched on her face. "Hurry up!" Yet Mu remained fixated on the case. With determination, Meng Jiangli grasped him and urged, "Doctor, as long as you are alive, you can create more vaccines. Your life is paramount." With zombies converging in greater numbers, the group had no choice but to abandon the fight and hastily board the vehicle. Once they were all safely inside, Yan Xiao floored the accelerator, deftly maneuvering through the horde of zombies. Meng Jiangli, seated in the passenger seat, gasped for breath in relief and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save us?" Yan Xiao replied evasively, "There are some firecrackers under the back seat. Open the windows and throw them into the flames." The vehicle was spacious enough, accommodating over 10 individuals across 3 rows of seats. The soldiers in the last row peered down, discovering a pile of subpar red firecrackers. One voiced his disdain. "What good can these do? And why should we listen to you?" Yan Xiao retorted sharply, "You may choose not to listen, but if you do, you can stay alive. Outside, it's teeming with zombies. Stepping out is tantamount to suicide." The soldier fell silent at her words. Meng Zhongli shot him a glare and commanded, "Follow this young lady's instructions. Act now and hand me some of those firecrackers." With their leader's words, they complied, swiftly distributing the firecrackers and, using their training, accurately tossing them into the flames through the open windows. The inferior firecrackers ignited upon contact with fire, producing a cacophony that, while ineffective against the zombies, successfully drew their attention. The outermost zombies were lured away, reducing the immediate threats they faced, and no one dared to belittle the firecrackers any longer. Meng Zhongli regarded Yan Xiao with newfound admiration, realizing that her earlier gunplay indicated she was no soldier and had likely never trained with firearms. Yet, her audacity to venture alone into the fray during such dire circumstances commanded respect. The vehicle swayed as they collided with several zombies. Breaking free from danger, they distanced themselves from the peril. Meng Zhongli inclined his head slightly towards Yan Xiao, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. I am Meng Zhongli, captain of the 4th Air Force. May I ask for your name?" Before he could finish, Yan Xiao successfully exited the factory and made a sharp turn, replying, "Not important. You can call me Lei Feng." Uncertain of her motives for so fiercely aiding them, yet maintaining a strong sense of caution, the slender man seated directly behind her spoke gently. "Young lady, rest assured, we will not harm you. You have saved us." Yan Xiao caught his gaze in the rearview mirror and smiled wryly. "Could you lower your weapon before you say that?" The man glanced down, realizing he had unconsciously aimed his gun at her, and quickly stowed it away, his expression slightly embarrassed. "I apologize. It's all right." Yan Xiao held a deep respect for these soldiers. After the apocalypse, military forces had assembled to combat the zombies, prioritizing the protection of civilians above all else. Though she wished to avoid further entanglements with ability bases, she bore no ill will towards these soldiers that they distanced themselves from the areas swarming with zombies. The vehicle stabilized and a somber silence enveloped them. The soldiers, grappling with the loss of their comrades, bowed their heads, unwilling to display their sorrow before outsiders. Meng Zhongli removed his heavy protective helmet, rallying them. "Cheer up. As long as we're alive, there is hope that in the future, I will lead you all back to avenge our fallen brothers." They understood the sentiment, but the reality of their comrades, now reduced to zombie fodder, weighed heavily on their hearts. Meng Zhongli sighed, shifting the conversation. "Young lady, where are you taking us?" Yan Xiao gazed ahead. "There is a parking lot to the east. There should still be usable vehicles that I will take you there. The rest is up to you." Nearby lay a small shopping center that had shuttered before the apocalypse, yet the parking lot had remained filled with cars. After all this time, the remaining vehicles might not be in great shape. But that was of little concern to Yan Xiao. Previously, the Yinluo squad had destroyed several of her vehicles left outside. Now, her options were limited. Meng Zhongli expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." Truly, he understood that a stranger doing so much was already beyond what could be expected. It was unreasonable to ask her to escort them further. After all, they were grown men. How could they allow a young girl to take care of them? The journey proceeded smoothly until they reached the parking lot, an area characterized by its sparse population and a lamentably low number of zombies. Merely a dozen or so, which were effortlessly dispatched. The vehicles in the open-air parking lot bore signs of damage, with visible dents and scratches. The group divided their tasks, each searching within a designated area, and eventually they discovered a van that appeared to be sturdier than the rest. Meng Zhongli stumbled upon a bottle, which he utilized to scour the vicinity, procuring engine oil from other vehicles for future use. Although the motor vehicles lacked keys, they could still be operated with a little ingenuity, a skill many of them possessed. In Chapter 59, Vaccine Acquired, it took less than 10 minutes for the van to be successfully started. Several soldiers lined up, with Meng Zhongli standing at the forefront, issuing a command and saluting Yan Xiao. He remained curious about Yan Xiao, yet refrained from inquiring further, instead expressing his gratitude earnestly. "Young lady, we will be heading to the shopping center in the southern part of Yecheng, where a temporary underground base has been established, housing numerous soldiers and civilians. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Yan Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right." She moved to the rear of her vehicle, opening the trunk to reveal a stash of supplies. 2 boxes of water and 5 boxes of bread. Yan Xiao remarked, "I have nothing further to offer you. Please take these." Meng Zhongli was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her generosity, did I in the wake of the plane crash. Their resources were scant, and these provisions were undoubtedly a lifeline. An invaluable gift far exceeding mere currency. They were in dire need of such supplies. However, after a brief hesitation, Meng Jiangli declined. "Young lady, you have saved our lives. I cannot accept your belongings." Yin Zhao's thoughts drifted to Lu Zhe, who remained in the factory. Although she knew the zombies posed no threat to him, she couldn't shake her concern, worried that the foolish zombies might wander off, lost and unable to find their way home. At that moment, she chose not to linger with them, instead placing all the supplies on the ground. "You have more pressing tasks at hand, and many people are awaiting rescue from the military. You need these provisions more than I do. The journey to Yecheng is long, and you cannot afford to starve along the way." She neatly arranged the supplies on the ground, closed the trunk with efficiency, and promptly returned to her vehicle, departing with a casual yet spirited farewell to Meng Jiangli. "Good luck." The vehicle accelerated away, leaving Meng Jiangli speechless, watching it vanish. The others felt a lump in their throats. These soldiers, who had fought tirelessly for months to protect the people, were for the first time being safeguarded by the very citizens they had defended, warming their hearts and granting their previous efforts newfound significance. Meng Jiangli, leading them in the direction Yin Xiao had departed, once again rendered a military salute. Only after her vehicle had completely disappeared did they begin to transport the supplies. A tall, lean youth lifted 2 boxes of bread, one heavy, the other light. Confused, he opened the boxes after loading them onto the vehicle, exclaiming, "Bullets, Captain! There are so many bullets." The group rushed over to inspect. The boxes, initially filled with bread, were now brimming with ammunition, both rifles and handguns, amounting to over 40 boxes. Bullets were far more precious than provisions, as food could potentially be scavenged from abandoned malls and supermarkets, while ammunition was irreplaceable in this apocalyptic world. It represented security and was truly a means of survival. They refrained from questioning how Yin Xiao had come to possess such a significant cache of bullets, their emotions a complex tapestry of gratitude and astonishment. "Captain," Meng Jiangli mused, glancing at the sky, a relieved smile gracing his lips. "Let us proceed. The young lady has granted us a chance at survival. We must not betray her expectations." The soldiers behind him stood at attention, their eyes glistening, responding in unison with fervor. Yes, from a distance, they spotted Yin Zhao's vehicle approaching, devoid of any passengers. That a small zombie, concealed within the factory, brightened at the sight, clutching a box as he stood by the roadside. The vehicle halted before him, and he obediently climbed aboard, presenting the box to Yin Xiao, his eager expression begging for praise. Yin Xiao accepted the box into her spatial realm, extending her hand for a high five with the zombie. While driving, she glanced over, her brow furrowed with concern. "Lu Zhe, are you all right?" The small zombie's complexion appeared even paler than before, his lips tinged with a deeper shade of bluish-black, his zombie traits becoming increasingly pronounced. Lu Zhe pressed his lips together, shaking his head, his voice barely above a whisper, "Tired." His control over the zombies was limited, and the sheer number in the factory had proven overwhelming. After a failed attempt to manage them entirely, he had stealthily infiltrated, hiding in a small storage area not far behind Yin Zhao's vehicle during the earlier skirmish, attempting to manipulate the nearby zombies, striving to avoid harm, and merely seize the boxes. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lu Zhe fidgeted with his clothes. Prior to entering the factory, Yin Xiao had cautioned him against going inside, deeming it too perilous. He had sneaked in against her wishes. Instinctively shrinking back, anxious about being discovered, fearing he might face punishment or, worse, be excluded from future outings. Fortunately, Yin Xiao remained oblivious, cooing to him, "You've worked hard. Once we return, make sure to rest well. Today, you can have as much milk powder and milk candy as you desire." Lu Zhe blinked, genuinely touched by her generosity, and happily reached out to scratch her hand. The journey home from the factory was considerably less fraught with danger, with Lu Zhe's unique abilities at play. The zombies kept their distance, and they returned home safely. Yin Xiao stored the vehicle within her spatial realm, relieved that this time it had not sustained damage and could be utilized once more, embodying a resource-saving ethos. Once inside the factory, Lu Zhe, with only a smidgen of dirt on him, felt the urge to wash up and promptly ascended to the upper floors for a shower and a change of clothes. Yin Xiao prepared his milk powder, retrieving the box, The aluminum container was locked, but she easily pried it open, revealing a vial of pale blue serum inside. This was the vaccine developed over 3 months by several esteemed researchers from the National Academy of Sciences. Designed to combat the zombie virus in her previous life. Yin Xiao had heard Meng Zhongli mention that during the vaccine's development, their secret laboratory had been besieged by zombies, leading to the deaths of elderly researchers one after another. While Meng Zhongli had been tasked with escorting D.Mu and the vaccine to Yecheng for safety in her past life, they too had encountered a plane crash in Ningxing, with only Meng Zhongli and another soldier surviving, inadvertently leaking the news. This information had reached the ears of the Yinluo squad, and ultimately the vaccine had been seized by Su Changjiu.D.Mu had perished in that battle, while Su Changyu emerged as the sole individual immune to the zombie virus, enabling the Yinluo squad to flourish and become a dominant force in the apocalypse in this life. Yin Xiao had cunningly utilized the zombies, orchestrating a ruse to steal the vaccine. She felt no remorse. Rather than relinquishing it to a villain like Su Changyu, it was far better suited to her. Moreover, her intervention had ensured that the lead researcher, Dr. Mu, remained alive, and several soldiers had also survived. Now they possessed food and ammunition. Their secret safe, and with the military's capabilities, escorting D.Mu to the underground base in Yecheng was certainly feasible, providing them with an opportunity to produce more vaccines. Before administering the vaccine, Yin Xiao conducted a simple experiment. Donning gloves, she ventured downstairs to procure a sample of zombie blood, which she placed in a disposable cup. She then added a drop of her own blood to the vaccine, mixing the two together. The wait for a reaction felt interminably long. Having finished a shower, Lu Zhe emerged smelling fresh and sweet, drawn by the scent of milk to the kitchen. His keen nose detected the faint metallic odor of blood emanating from Yin Xiao. And upon turning, he noticed her delicate fingers had been pricked. Lu Zhe's gaze sharpened, and he approached her slowly. In Chapter 60, Drunkenness, Yin Xiao turned at the sound, greeting him with a smile. All cleaned up? Come have some milk. I've prepared it for you. He ambled closer, taking the cup, his eyes surreptitiously glancing in her direction, fixating intently. Yin Xiao, sensing his gaze, reassured him with a smile. It's all right. I'm merely conducting an experiment with blood. See? The wound is healing quite quickly. Realizing Lu Zhe might feel uneasy at the sight of blood, she promptly applied a band-aid, perfectly concealing the cut. Exhausted from expending too much energy in the factory, Lu Zhe felt fatigue that moment. He struggled to maintain control, his pupils darkening, the gray color intensifying, his zombie characteristics becoming evident. Mere seconds later, he forced himself back to his normal state. The small zombie pressed his lips into a thin line, his nostrils quivering as he turned away from Yin Xiao, clutching the milk cup and taking a hefty gulp. The echoes of Black Z's final words rang in his ears. He was a zombie, one that consumed flesh and drank blood. Yin Xiao had merely sustained a minor injury, yet even the faintest whiff of blood was enough to unsettle him. The hunger for her blood lingered within him. A virus-ridden zombie. How could he possibly remain by her side? He drank the milk in silence, his discontent palpable. After finishing one cup, Yin Xiao prepared another, curiously observing. What's wrong? Are you unhappy again? No, Lu Zhe replied, accepting the new cup of milk while gazing out the window, continuing to sip quietly. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, Yin Xiao perceived a profound weariness etched upon the face of this once innocent zombie. In the midst of his contemplation, Lu Zhe finished his second cup of milk. He lowered his head, his voice muffled. Yin Xiao's milk is delicious. Yin Xiao couldn't help but smirk, refilling his cup. Indeed, it's the milk I prepared that is delightful. In a couple of days, when time permits, I'll teach you how to read. The milk from Xiao Xiao Chong is exceptionally delightful. Lu Zhe cradled the warm cup of milk, feeling increasingly despondent, unsure of how much longer he could indulge in it. Thus, that afternoon, from the kitchen to the living room on the 3rd floor, the little zombie consumed cup after cup of milk. Yin Xiao had promised him unlimited servings today, and said little more. After all, there was plenty at home, so it seemed inconsequential to give the child more, as she prepared 1 cup of milk powder after another for him. After drinking 7 or 8 cups, the little zombie felt both weary and drowsy, resembling a state of intoxication from milk. Just as he finished half of the last cup, he set it down and lunged toward Yin Xiao, hazily wrapping his arms around her waist, pressing his cold face against her chest with an expression of indifference. Perhaps sensing the softness and comfort, he nestled in closer. Yin Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment as she pressed her forehead against his. Yet upon seeing his unusually pale complexion, she couldn't bring herself to push him away. Softly, she inquired, "Lu Zhe, are you all right?" The zombie's belly was swollen, and a sloshing sound echoed from within as he clung to her. As if feeling wronged, he let out a couple of soft whines. "Don't abandon me." Yin Zhao was taken aback. "When did I say I would abandon you?" He felt uncomfortable, nuzzling closer without responding. Yin Zhao stroked his short hair, pondering deeply for a long while. She assumed he was upset because he had been made to disembark from the vehicle at the factory and had to wait a long time before being picked up. Leading him to believe he might be discarded, that a sense of guilt unexpectedly welled up within her, and she gently patted his back, soothing him. "Lu Zhe, I will never abandon you." The little zombie mumbled a response, buried in her comforting embrace, and eventually fell asleep. Even in slumber, he was restless, clutching tightly to her clothing, determined to hold on. Seeing his exhausted appearance, it was no wonder. Using psychic abilities was indeed taxing. And he had just controlled so many zombies. Yin Zhao kept him company for half an hour, her mind still preoccupied with the experiment, and stealthily retrieved a large teddy bear from her space for him to hold. Seeking a way to extricate herself, he lay on the sofa, clutching the toy. He seemed less comfortable, sniffing the air, his brow furrowing slowly. Yin Zhao, oblivious, took this opportunity to check the experimental results. The black zombie blood in the paper cup gradually dissolved into the water, rendering the entire cup a dark hue. Yet her single drop of blood appeared to be encased in a protective barrier, remaining vibrantly red and intact. This was it. Yin Zhao's heart raced as she rolled up her sleeves and directly injected the vaccine reagent. With only a small vial of reagent, there was no way to conduct experiments on others. She could only rely on her memories from her previous life and take a gamble. The reagent entered her body without any noticeable change. Returning to the sofa, she quietly reclaimed the teddy bear and nestled herself in a Lu Zhe's embrace. As midnight approached, a cold wave swept in, causing the zombie in her arms to tremble oddly. Yin Zhao was jolted awake, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a flushed, handsome face. She had never seen Lu Zhe so red before. His expression bore shyness, embarrassment, and a hint of discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, they had once again rolled onto the carpet. The air conditioning in the living room remained on, yet the temperature was insufficient for a comfortable night, compounded by the icy touch of the zombie beside her, leaving Yin Zhao's hands and feet cold. Puzzled, she withdrew her hand from underneath Lu Zhe's waist, her almond-shaped eyes blinking curiously. "Why did you wake up at this time? Are you cold?" "It shouldn't be." "How could a zombie feel cold?" Lu Xiaoza opened his mouth, but failed to articulate a response that in less than a second. He sat up stiffly, turned, and walked away. Yin Zhao. The little zombie strode quickly towards the bathroom in the master bedroom. Yin Zhao. The young girl felt her face heat up, diverting her gaze, and began to assess her own condition upon waking. It seemed there was nothing unusual. She was alive, and her abilities remained intact. Yin Zhao's gaze drifted upward, and she suddenly noticed half a cup of the milk Lu Zhe had consumed earlier, now cold. His designated cup likely harbored the zombie virus, having already injected the vaccine. She felt compelled to test its efficacy, so with a decisive resolve, she picked up the cup and drank the remaining milk. This taste, not pleasant at all. Oh, how could the little zombie consume so much milk to the point of needing a bathroom break in the middle of the night? Yin Zhao rose to wash the cup. Just then, Lu Zhe emerged from the bathroom. Noticing her by the kitchen sink, the milk in the cup had vanished. The little zombie didn't think much of it. Assuming Yin Zhao had poured out the leftover milk, he had been awoken by the urge to relieve himself, and feeling embarrassed to have been roused while in her embrace, he curled up in the corner of the sofa. Clutching the tail of his little dinosaur costume, donning the dinosaur hat, lowering his head to hide his face, not daring to make a sound, he wished he could disappear into the sofa. Chapter 61. A confrontation with the Yinluo team, seeing the little green ball curled up. Yin Zhao found it quite adorable and smiled as she asked, "Lu Zhe, do you want more milk?" Lu Xiaoza stiffened, pulling his hat down forcefully that he couldn't forego the milk. The formula suppressed the bloodthirst within him, making it essential. However, being asked about it now was somewhat embarrassing, and he truly didn't want to recall the fact that such a large zombie could get intoxicated from milk. Well, It wasn't a big deal. It was all perfectly normal. Yin Xiao, in her attempts to console him, leaned closer, playfully poking here and there, and spent quite some time rubbing the tip of his little tail. The little zombie, feeling gloomy, gradually began to perk up, slowly peeking his head out and eventually grasping her fingertip. His gray eyes sparkled as he leaned in and nuzzled against her, transforming back into the cheerful Lu Xiaozi. Once fully awake, the two settled on the sofa as usual to watch cartoons, and they continued for nearly 4 hours. Yin Xiao still detected no abnormalities, convinced that her vaccine injection had been successful, her heart brimming with joy. During this time, Lu Xiaozi made 5 trips to the bathroom. She worried about him holding it in, so she refrained from embracing him while sleeping, allowing the little zombie to get up at any time. However, from Lu Xiaozi's perspective, this was a significant failure in the life of a zombie. In the days that followed, he limited himself to just 3 cups of milk daily, never consuming more than on the 80th day of the apocalypse. December 23, a heavy snowfall blanketed the streets of Ningqing, the pure white flakes concealing the previous chaos and bloodshed. The snowfall was not particularly heavy, but the cold was biting. A BY day, the temperature plummeted to -8 degrees. And at night, it fell to over -30 degrees. The outer electric fence had sustained damage once again. The frigid weather, coupled with strong winds and persistent humidity, meant that once snowflakes settled on the electric wires, they would sustain slight damage, and Yin Xiao could not continually repair them, leaving her with no choice but to temporarily abandon the task. After 2 days of this, in the dead of night, 4 armored vehicles invaded the villa district. Su Chanyu of the Yinluo team had taken advantage of the snowfall to infiltrate. The armored vehicles were of high quality, carrying nearly 30 robust men, several of whom were armed, clearly indicating that their power had expanded significantly during this time. Su Chanyu stood at the front of the vehicle, gazing up at the 22 villas, adjusting his glasses slightly, and gestured to his subordinates. Yin Xiao witnessed the entire scene from the rooftop, fully aware that she could not escape, so she opened the rooftop's protective shield, found a secure spot to hide, and readied her weapon. Aiming at the men scaling the walls, she fired shot after shot, each bullet finding its mark in their heads. One by one, they fell, yet Su Changyu remained unfazed, merely lifting his gaze toward her. From a distance, he spotted Yin Xiao aiming her gun and smirked. "Finally, I see your true self." Ironically, during Zhang Cheng's tenure as captain, Su Changyu had never participated in battles here, and since the formation of the Yinluo team, they had not confronted Yin Xiao directly. This was his first clear view of her. Since moving away from the villa district, he had been thinking about Yin Xiao, not out of desire for a woman, but rather for the resources and equipment she possessed. With firearms, provisions, and now a stable water source, it was evident she was a valuable asset for survival in the apocalypse. Su Chanyu picked up a long gun, pointing it skyward before adjusting his aim slightly downward, targeting Yin Xiao's shoulder. But if he was correct, this woman could very well be a secret weapon for surviving in the apocalypse, and he was quite eager to seize her for himself. Before acquiring that asset, he would not kill her. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yin Xiao turned around and fired a shot at him. Su Chanyu was taken aback, tilting his head aside as the bullet grazed his bulletproof helmet. Such precision and marksmanship could not have been honed in just a day or two. That his curiosity intensified, momentarily suppressing his anger, and he pressed his finger against the wound, commanding, "Get in there. We must capture her alive." With the electric fence damaged, a group of aggrieved young men scaled the walls, and Yin Xiao realized she could not handle so many foes, so she focused her attention on the few before her. Firing with lethal accuracy, occupying the high ground, she swiftly eliminated 7 or 8 of them. Below, the attackers began to retaliate, firing back at her. Liu Zhe crouched beside her, his fingers curling as he attempted to howl at the sky. But Yin Xiao stopped him. "No, there are too many of them, that if you call the zombies now, it would only lead to your demise. Leave this to me." She held her gun in one hand while placing her other hand on Liu Zhe's helmet. Smiling gently, "Liu Zhe, I will protect you." Liu Zhe appeared visibly stunned, his eyes fixed on her without a blink. Observing her serious profile as she single-handedly retaliated, it seemed futile. Amidst her gunfire, others seized the opportunity to intrude, racing to the door to allow their reinforcements to follow. Yin Xiao inwardly clicked her tongue, cursing the tenacity of their adversaries. Grasping Liu Zhe's hand, she pulled him behind her, incessantly admonishing him that if danger arises, "You must jump from the building first. You cannot allow anyone to see you as a zombie, nor can you remove your helmet. The rooftop is on the 4th floor. Zombies 1T die from the fall. Yin Xiao switched to a different machine gun, rising to fire in rapid succession, no longer aiming for heads, knowing that the abundance of ammunition afforded her this recklessness. She managed to take down several foes amidst their wails. Simultaneously, she cut off the main power supply to the villa, plunging everything into darkness. The villa's doors had been newly installed with bulletproof and crash-resistant glass, rendering any immediate breach impossible. As the number of assailants diminished from 30 to fewer than 15. Su Changyu's expression darkened. Just as he was about to speak, Yin Xiao shot him in the right hand. Clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, exposed skin was scant. Thus, he had to settle for less. Opting to shoot back rather than succumb to defeat, in agony, he discarded his weapon and instinctively recoiled. The next moment, his exposed right foot was hit by another bullet. Su Changyu crouched down, gazing upwards with a ferocious glint in his eyes, brimming with murderous intent. "Brother Yu, what should we do?" The team began to panic, turning back to report. The doors and windows cannot be breached. As soon as that declaration was made, the speaker was struck down by a bullet. Su Changyu gritted his teeth, fully aware of the difficulty in breaching this location, yet never anticipating it would prove to be such a formidable challenge. He bellowed, "Retreat!" Several members hurriedly assisted him, but they were met with more gunfire from Yin Xiao. When they finally departed, they bore numerous wounds that Su Changyu had not expected that with a 30-member elite squad, they would be outmatched by a mere girl. The Yin Luo team had arrived with high spirits, only to leave in utter disarray. Yin Xiao instructed Lu Zhe to summon the zombies while she stealthily observed their positions. The injured survivors would surely not venture far and would likely rest nearby. Initially, she had no intention of stirring up trouble. However, with repeated provocations and the presence of supplies, she could no longer feign ignorance. The armored vehicle had caught her eye, and when they had left, they had refrained from firing upon it. Thank you, dear readers, for your attention. A brief clarification. The main storyline of this book revolves around a sweet romance, and some unnecessary plot points will be glossed over, such as why the female protagonist refrains from scavenging for supplies post-apocalypse. I feel it unnecessary. She possesses enough provisions to last several lifetimes and sees no need to compete with ordinary people for resources. Wouldn't it be kinder to leave them some supplies for survival? Primarily, I am too lazy to write it out. In the later chapters, she will collect firearms and trade supplies, but that will not occur just yet. Chapter 62. The pink box low-level zombies move sluggishly but are highly sensitive to the scent of blood. The Yin Luo team, having sustained injuries, was successfully tracked by the horde to their temporary hideout. Returning to report to Lu Zhe, located 800 meters from the villa area, was a logistics company with a sturdy semi-underground warehouse, containing enough supplies to last a week. This time, the Yin Luo team's objective was not merely Yin Xiao, but the surrounding area, where residents had evacuated early, leaving behind more resources than other locales. Su Changyu had been keen on this aspect, diligently searching nearby, and they had fortuitously stumbled into an underground black market, trading supplies for several firearms. After a prolonged wait, they had previously scouted post-rain and discovered that Yin Xiao had installed a new electric fence, prompting their retreat. When the snow fell, Su Changyu devised a plan to attack. Yet, Yin Xiao proved to be a difficult opponent. They lost half their men and sustained injuries without acquiring anything. By the time they returned to the warehouse, dawn was approaching. Su Changyu collapsed to the ground. While the few uninjured members collaborated to guard the entrance, treat wounds, and tally their supplies, one individual, after accounting for the provisions, grimly reported, "Brother Yu, we lost 7 guns, and we only have 3 boxes of ammunition left." Su Changyu's right hand and foot had been pierced. He was currently receiving treatment, groaning in pain as his gold-framed glasses fell to the ground, shattering beneath him. Outside, someone noticed something strange and entered to report. "Brother Yu, I just saw several zombies, but curiously, they merely watched us from a distance before leaving." How could zombies possess the cognitive ability to assess strength and weakness, determining whom to confront and whom to avoid? Upon encountering humans and detecting such a strong scent of blood, they would surely charge forward. Su Changyu's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. Even neglecting to secure the bandage, he commanded, "We cannot rest. We must leave now." Although he was unsure of the reason, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, suggesting that these zombies were being controlled by someone. The Yin Luo team had barely rested for 5 minutes in the warehouse before hastily packing their belongings and departing like lost dogs. When Yin Xiao stealthily approached, the warehouse was left desolate. The zombies reported back to Lu Zhe, chattering away. Listening intently, he translated for Yin Xiao. "They've fled." Yin Xiao inquired, "Do you know where they went?" Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment, curling his fingers around her index finger, his nasal tone heavy, too far. His ability could not extend that far to control the zombies. The warehouse was stripped bare, save for a shattered gold-framed pair of glasses on the floor. The snow outside continued to fall heavily, and the tire tracks gradually faded. It was certain they could not be pursued. Yin Xiao pressed her lips together, gently ruffling Lu Zhe's hair. "It's all right. Let us head back." Upon returning to the villa, Yin Xiao rummaged through the corpses around the house, salvaging any useful items that in total. She retrieved 7 firearms and 5.5 boxes of ammunition. One individual had a backpack containing unopened bread and water, 2 boxes of cigarettes, a bundle of climbing rope, and several boxes of cold medicine, likely collected recently and appearing new and clean in a world overrun by zombies. Obtaining clean supplies was a remarkable feat. This backpack seemed quite decent, and Yin Xiao accepted everything, considering it a late-night gift delivered right to her door. The large backpack featured a small front pocket, which Yin Xiao overlooked while emptying its contents. Shaking it slightly to her surprise, several pink boxes sprang forth, startling her. One of the pink boxes bounced as it hit the ground, perfectly landing on Lu Xiao's lap. He perceived it as something unsavory, and his attractive brows immediately furrowed in distaste. He picked up a blanket from the sofa, using it to retrieve the box, intending to return it to Yin Xiao. The pink box was securely sealed, adorned with images of small balloons, and emblazoned with an eye-catching slogan comprising 8 large characters across 4 rows. Curious, Lu Xiao glanced at the text, and drawing upon the knowledge Yin Xiao had imparted, as well as subtitles from television shows, he managed to read it aloud. Super, thin, granule, sustained. That he was unable to decipher the last 2 characters, staring at the first with many strokes for several seconds, unable to recognize it. With a childlike curiosity, he handed it to Yin Xiao and asked, "What does this mean?" Yin Xiao immediately tucked the pink box away, rubbing her nose awkwardly, appearing quite unnatural. "What a coincidence. I don't recognize it." Lu Xiaoza tilted his head, his large, curious eyes blinking. Thinking that there was something even Yin Xiao did not know, that he made a mental note to remember that character, innocently believing that once he learned its meaning, he could teach it to Yin Xiao. That a few minutes later, Yin Xiao stored all the gathered supplies in her spatial pocket, including the pink box. Upon receiving the firearms, she noted that each gun bore a small insignia at the base of the grip, that it was a G encircled. Yin Xiao paused, deep in thought after securing the guns. She recognized this emblem. It belonged to the most powerful faction of the apocalypse. Had they already begun to take action? She seemed to realize where Su Changyu would head next, and if that were the case, she could not let him escape. But Su Changyu led his team on a frantic escape, pursued by zombies until they finally returned to their true sanctuary the following night. That in their haste, they could only tend to their wounds on the road while facing the undead. By the time they returned, Su Changyu's right hand was relatively unscathed, still functional, but his right foot was crippled, a tendon severed, making walking a laborious task. He gazed at the gruesome wound on the sole of his foot, a gaping, bloody hole. Clenching his fists tightly, that Jiu Chi sobbed as she helped him change the dressing. "Brother Yu, that wretched girl has gone too far. What are we to do?" Su Changyu donned his spare glasses, replying vehemently, "We must kill her. We absolutely must kill her. How much supplies do we have left?" As the only woman in the team, Gu Qi was responsible for inventorying supplies, wiping away her tears. She presented a detailed report, listing everything meticulously. Though the supplies were sufficient for survival in the apocalypse, they could not satisfy Su Changyu's ambitions. That he closed his eyes, commanding, "Duan Jiang, you will take 20 brothers tomorrow morning to trade supplies for guns and ammunition. And each person must obtain a set of bulletproof helmets and vests. Duan Jiang, you go. If we proceed with this exchange, the resources we can utilize for weapons will be significantly greater than what is required. If we comply with this proposal, their food supply will dwindle considerably." Su Changyu's gaze was fierce. "Follow my instructions. That woman shoots without hesitation and possesses ample ammunition. Her home is fortified, and her supplies are undoubtedly abundant. Capturing her alive will certainly yield a profit." accelerating the writing process. The remaining 2 words for Little Umbrella are left to your imagination. Chapter 63. Lu Zhe's initial entry into the space upon seeing the patterns on the firearms. Yin Xiao decided to temporarily step outside for a few days. She knew that if the Yin Luo team was not dealt with, she would be restless throughout the night. The doors and windows of her home were securely locked. Yet the electric fence outside remained damaged, that if Su Changyu were to arrive while she was away, he could easily breach her defenses. After careful consideration, Yin Xiao packed all usable items into her space, ensuring that no one could access her supplies before her return. Thus, on the night the Yin Luo team departed, she tidied up from the first floor of the villa to the rooftop, even packing the washing machine, sink, and several motorcycles from the generator room into the basement. The little dinosaur zombie did not sleep either, following closely with its tail wagging, resembling a shadow that never strayed far. Yin Xiao did not wish for anyone to sleep in her bed and intended to store it in her space as well. However, just as her hand brushed the bed, the zombie behind her suddenly rushed forward and plopped down at the head of the bed. Yin Xiao had no time to react and ended up pulling him into the space along with her. Staring at the now empty carpet before her, her heart raced, and she hurriedly followed suit into the space. Inside the vast area, supplies were neatly arranged, her bed placed in the temporary storage zone, while the little zombie remained seated upon it. With its back turned to Yin Xiao, it stealthily clutched its designated pillow, gathering the milk candies hidden beneath it. Unaware of Yin Xiao's intentions, it assumed she was there to take the candies away, thus instinctively protecting its precious stash. Yin Xiao, the little zombie, sensed something amiss, turning back with the candies in hand, only to freeze at the sight of Yin Xiao's petrified expression, in order to please Xiao Xiao and win her affection. Every time she rewarded him with the little milk candies, any he managed to hide away ultimately returned to her as a form of betrothal gift that Lu Zhe had finally accumulated a decent amount of milk candies, only to be discovered by Xiao Xiao. He did not want her to think he was stingy, so he sniffled and slowly offered her a handful of the small candies. Yin Xiao did not accept them. Her concern lay not with the candies, but with Lu Zhe's intrusion into her space. After a moment of silence, she cautiously asked, "Lu Zhe, how do you feel? Are you unwell?" Lu Xiaozhe blinked, shaking his head in confusion. Yin Xiao, this was the first time she had seen Lu Zhe enter her space. Previously, he had only reached in twice to take something, never stepping fully inside. It just so happened that the space was imbued with a vast amount of mental energy, making it inhospitable to living beings. Yin Xiao had always believed that Lu Xiaozhe could not enter. Yet the reality was that he could, and it appeared he could remain for quite some time. Yin Xiao fell silent, suddenly recalling the incident when He Zi had attacked. Had they entered the space together then, she would not have sustained her shoulder injury for a week. Seeing her deep in thought, Lu Xiaozhe began to ponder seriously as well. Realizing she might not want milk candies at the moment, he quietly withdrew his hand, placing the candies into his dinosaur pouch. That night, Yin Xiao conducted a test. She discovered not only could he enter the space, but he could also come and go at will without her assistance. Moreover, he could stay for an extended period. She had no time to check precisely how long, only knowing it was at least longer than her own. Having absorbed the spiritual core of Xiang Chun, she could only remain in the space for 40 minutes. Any longer would lead to unbearable mental pressure, risking her life. Yet Lu Xiaozhe, who was ordered to sit on the bed, remained for over an hour without any adverse effects, even appearing comfortable. Yin Zhao's heart ached. This was her space, and no one else had stayed as long. However, as the owner of the space, she held the privilege to expel Lu Zhe, albeit he could also return at will. The space and the outside world were interconnected in a sense. Within it lay a screen through which she could see outside. Similarly, within her mind was another screen displaying the interior, allowing for communication between those inside and out. This proved quite convenient, as Yin Xiao contemplated how to keep Lu Zhe close without drawing attention. She rummaged through the baby supply section, finding a half-meter baby guardrail, which she combined into two to create a play area for Lu Xiaozhe beside the bed. Given the presence of numerous flammable and explosive materials in the space, he could not be allowed to roam freely. Yin Xiao prepared extra milk candies, mixed some formula, and placed her laptop on the bed, playing an episode of A Cheerful Yellow Sponge to stave off boredom. She also found a children's 3-layer puzzle cube for him to play with, issuing numerous reminders. Stay here and play nicely. While in the space, Do not leave the guardrail. That if you feel uncomfortable or wish to exit the space, let me know. Luz was quite intrigued by the newly acquired puzzle cube. Bending down to fiddle with it, Yin Xiao pinched his cheek, compelling him to look up. Do you understand, Lu baby? Luz paused for a moment, his gray eyes sparkling as he happily nodded. She called me baby. I am her baby. The little zombie was generally well-behaved, and with Yin Xiao able to monitor him at all times in the space, she felt reassured, unsure of how long Luz could remain. She decided to let him out for now, planning to return him to the space when truly necessary. After a brief 2-hour rest, she prepared ample formula and drove out, locking the door behind her. Luz successfully took his seat in the passenger side. Before leaving, he changed into a clean white shirt and denim pants, appearing more mature than in his little green dinosaur pajamas. As Yin Xiao drove, the mature zombie focused intently on the puzzle cube. Despite his efforts, he could not restore the 6 colored squares to their original arrangement. Yin Xiao glanced over, amused, and retrieved the prepared milk from the space, offering it to him. Drink this before you think. After all, it was growth milk powder. She had heard it was beneficial for cognitive development. What if it worked? Frustrated by the puzzle cube, Lu Xiaozhe took a big gulp of milk, then resumed his efforts to solve it, determined not to give up. Yin Xiao reclaimed the cup and pulled over to the roadside, instinctively wiping the milk from the corner of his mouth before continuing on their way. With Lu Zhe beside her, the zombies by the roadside kept their distance, allowing them to easily navigate through the horde. After a 4-hour drive, they arrived at the entrance of an underground mall near Ningxing University. From a distance, she could see 7 armored vehicles parked outside the entrance, along with over 20 armed guards keeping watch. Yin Xiao hesitated, parking the car at a distance and reassuring Lu Zhe to enter the space. Though they had previously agreed, upon reaching this location, Lu Zhe, still clutching the unsolved puzzle cube, stubbornly refused to go inside, that he was unaware of the danger, wanting to remain to protect Xiao Xiao. Chapter 64. Xiao Xiao kissed him. The individuals ahead were clearly members of the Yin Luo team, some of whom she recognized. This place was perilous. She possessed metal abilities to withstand bullets, yet zombies could not survive a shot to the head. Yin Xiao did not want him to face any harm, and her tone grew more resolute. He had to return, and there was no room for negotiation. Be good. If you don't listen, do you believe I will spill your milk bottle and never let you drink again? Lu Zhe pouted, glancing between the guards and Yin Xiao, before he suddenly lunged toward her. Placing the puzzle cube on his lap, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, refusing to let go. His face nestled against her abdomen. He nuzzled affectionately, displaying a determination not to part. Yin Xiao understood that Lu Zhe merely wished to stay and protect her. She empathized with his feelings. Even if she forcibly sent him to the space, he would likely find a way to return. She rubbed her temples, stroking his short hair, patiently explaining, Lu Zhe, you are a zombie, that if someone were to kill you, you would no longer be able to protect me. Lu Xiaozhe stiffened momentarily, taking a few seconds before raising his head to glance at her, only to bury his face once more. Yin Xiao continued to soothe him. Hide for now. When I am in danger and need you, you can appear. That if they see a zombie suddenly appear, it will surely startle them, and it may help me. That Luz lifted his head again, resting on her lap. Blinking his eyes, Yin Xiao grasped the nape of his neck, forcing him to sit up, her fingers pinching his cheek as she gently rubbed. Lu Zhe, you are my secret weapon. You must take care of yourself and only emerge to assist me at the critical moment. Understood? Fortunately, he possessed little education and was easily coaxed by her few words. After hesitating for a few seconds, he eventually nodded. Then remember to find me, Yin Xiao said with a bright smile that to cheer Lu Zhe up. She leaned in, her rosy lips pressing against his cool forehead, planting a resounding kiss. The soft, bouncy sensation instantly touched his heart, causing Lu Xiaozi to widen his eyes in surprise, his otherwise dull gray-white pupils suddenly sparkling with clarity. As he sat there in a daze that he had been kissed by Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao had kissed him. He felt as if he were bubbling with happiness, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her expression radiating joy, as if she had tasted the sweetest candy in the world, the sweetness gradually spreading at the corners of her lips, merging into her very being. Shyly, she turned her head away, her heart racing wildly, and handed the Rubik's cube she had placed on Lu Zhe's lap back to him. If you have nothing to do, why not solve it? I'll reward you if you manage it. Lu Xiaozi remained in a stupor, and after a considerable time had passed, he realized that Yin Xiao had transported him into a space, the Rubik's Cube now in his hands, that he sat on the bed. Turned around and embraced the small pillow Yin Xiao used for sleeping, rolling about joyfully twice, while fiddling with the cube and gazing at the outside scenery. Yin Xiao had also stored the vehicle she had brought into the space. And while he was secretly reveling in delight, she had quietly crept away, that as she approached, two men emerged, prompting Yin Xiao to quickly hide. They exchanged greetings, leaving only 5 guards outside, while the rest began unloading boxes of supplies from the armored vehicle, methodically moving them into the underground market. After a while, they brought out new boxes to load into the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Xiao stealthily slipped into the armored car, carefully opening one of the supply boxes they had exchanged. Inside, she discovered a large box filled with G-marked ammunition, along with grenades. The boxes stood about half her height. It seemed that Su Changyu had truly invested heavily this time. The G-mark indicated a burgeoning force in the apocalypse known as the G Alliance, which had branches in every city. They refrained from engaging in battles, yet commanded respect and fear, being the largest suppliers of resources in the post-apocalyptic world, with control over various firearms and nuclear weapons. They had attracted countless high-level supernatural beings, collaborating with both the supernatural base and the Yin Luo team, as well as various factions of varying sizes in the apocalypse. The Ningqing branch of the G Alliance was located within this underground street. Prior to the apocalypse, Yin Xiao had been unable to purchase many firearms, and she had thought of this force back then. She was unaware of when the G Alliance was established, originally planning to wait a couple more months to exchange her resources for firearms. But it seemed that would no longer be necessary. With a flick of her mind, she sent all the ammunition into the space, leaving the box empty. She then nestled herself inside it, with ready-made firearms available. Why bother purchasing? Stealing them was the obvious choice. The members of the Yin Luo team remained oblivious to the fact that a person had infiltrated their hard-won weapons, diligently continuing their labor. During this interval, Yin Xiao, feeling rather bored, quietly observed Lu Zhe. He, in turn, was also watching her, ensuring she was unoccupied. The little zombie finally relaxed, obediently remaining in the small area Yin Xiao had designated for him within the space. He sipped half a cup of milk, spending the remainder of his time fiddling with the Rubik's Cube. Using his exceptional intelligence, Lu Zhe managed to solve one face of the cube, only to find the other 5 faces still scrambled. That he twisted and turned the cube, but could only manage to align one side. That in addition to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he felt frustrated with the cube's disarray. And with a determined effort, the 3-layered cube disassembled into 26 small pieces and a core ball, scattering across the bed. Startled, he attempted to adjust his dinosaur hat, only to realize he was wearing a white shirt, devoid of any hat. Because Yin Xiao accessed the space through her mental abilities, the zombie was unaware she had already seen everything. That he hurriedly gathered the pieces and devoted himself to reassembling the cube, naively believing that if he completed it, he would remain undetected and earn a reward from Xiao Xiao. Yet, all his actions were visible to Yin Xiao. That it was merely a Rubik's Cube. Even if it broke, it was of no consequence, as there were plenty more at home for him to play with. Yin Xiao watched him meticulously arrange the pieces of the cube with matching colors, assembling them one by one, and found his earnestness somewhat charming. After silently admiring him for a while, the outside crew finished exchanging their weapons. The process of exchanging firearms was resource-intensive. They had brought 7 armored vehicles, all filled to the brim with supplies. By the end of it, the guns and ammunition exchanged barely filled one armored vehicle, all neatly stacked beside Yin Xiao. 25 men in total. They climbed into the vehicles, which then roared to life. Departing the underground market point, 3 men sat in front of the vehicle where Yin Xiao was, engaging in a complaint. What a ripoff! With so many resources, we could live for 2 years. And guess how many we exchanged? Just 50 guns, 200 boxes of ammunition, and a single box of grenades. Another chimed in, and this was at a friendly rate because we're regular customers. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have managed to exchange this much at all. Honestly, I think Hugo must be driven mad. For a mere girl in a villa, did he really need to trade for so much? Don't underestimate her. That I was there yesterday. Her villa is well fortified. The glass must be bulletproof. No gun could break through. What kind of girl has such formidable defenses? Plus, she is quite adept with firearms. She has at least two, one handgun and one submachine gun with plenty of ammunition to spare. Killing someone wouldn't bother her in the least. Damn, hoarding all those good things without sharing. When we break in, I'll definitely make her pay. Feeling a bit hungry, Yin Xiao pulled out a cup of iced fruit tea, which lacked a strong flavor, and nestled herself in the box, eavesdropping on their complaints while sipping slowly. After lingering in the cardboard box for an hour and a half, she was finally transported to the Yin Luo team's quarters. Situated within a large kindergarten, the iron gates were tightly shut, and the yard was vast, with the previously placed children's toys cast outside. 3 armored vehicles were parked inside, and with the ones returning, there were a total of 10. That Yin Xiao gazed at them with longing. These vehicles were sturdy and durable, with reinforced bodies and tires, spacious interiors capable of holding numerous supplies, and the ability to accommodate people at the back. An ideal vehicle for traveling in the apocalypse. She felt a pang of regret, wondering why she hadn't rented a few of these vehicles at that time. There had been too many items to purchase, and she had overlooked this aspect. Now was the perfect opportunity to rectify that. The vehicles came to a halt in the yard, and several men approached to unload the supplies. Yes, they did. Yin Xiao was inadvertently delivered to the Yin Luo team's storage area. They placed the boxes down and turned to fetch more items. Seizing the chance, Yin Xiao emerged, wary of being discovered, and returned the ammunition and grenades she had previously stored in the space. Finding a hiding spot for herself, the warehouse was spacious, filled with countless boxes and a vast array of items. She couldn't help but admire Su Changyu. In less than a month, he had expanded the Yin Luo team from a handful of individuals to its current scale. Amassing such abundant resources, they had consumed a significant portion of their supplies in exchanging for firearms and ammunition today, yet the remaining stock still appeared quite impressive. Bags of rice and flour were stacked high. Barrels of water piled like mountains, and various tools and weapons cluttered the space. Countless in number, that in this chaotic apocalypse, one could only acquire such resources with a certain degree of genuine strength. 10 minutes later, the warehouse door swung open, and Su Changyu limped in, surrounded by others. That he inspected the weapons one by one, nodding in approval. Well done. After dinner, distribute the guns and ammunition to the remaining brothers. We must raid the villa again. She must be captured alive. With enough weapons at their disposal, the group's morale surged, and they unified in a loud response, yes. Yin Xiao couldn't help but click her tongue, waiting until they had vacated before stepping out of the warehouse. Rather than immediately storing the items away, she sat atop a box and contemplated for a moment. The supplies within the warehouse were easy to obtain, but the vehicles outside were not so easily seized. She didn't want to raise any alarms and preferred to gather all the resources first, leaving them without vehicles or escape routes. After careful consideration, Yin Xiao rose and peered through the crack in the warehouse door to observe the outside. That it was nearly dinner time, and the kitchen wafted with enticing aromas, indicating that the meal was quite satisfactory. With that in mind, she decided to make her move during their dinner. She called out to Lu Zhe. The moment the little zombie landed, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at her. Much like a beloved pet awaiting its owner, he handed over the Rubik's cube he had assembled. It should be noted that he had disassembled the cube, meticulously reassembling it according to the colors of the pieces. Yin Xiao smiled warmly, accepting the cube. Excellent work. I'll reward you later, Lu Zhe. Right now, I need your help. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight, and without waiting for her to continue, he nodded enthusiastically that a smile from her was all he desired. That innocent expression he wore seemed to convey that he would be willing to endure anything for Yin Xiao. Of course, Yin Xiao had no intention of selling him out. She peered through the glass window, noting that the patrolling guard had just moved out of sight, and quickly urged Lu Zhe forward. You need to pass through the wall and help me open the window. But be quiet. The warehouse door was securely locked, the key held by the Yin Luo team, with guards stationed outside. Yin Xiao did not plan to exit from there and opted for the side window instead. The window was quite small, too narrow for even a child to squeeze through. Hence it had not been closely monitored, simply shut from the outside and blocked with bricks. That Lu Zhe effortlessly passed through the wall and stared at the red-brown bricks, which were covered in dirt, his fingers curling slightly. That he recalled Yin Zhao's words about needing his assistance. Without hesitation, he grasped the bricks with his bare hands, although his handsome face displayed a look of disdain. With his brows furrowed in distaste, he successfully completed the task. The window was now open. Yin Xiao extended her hand through the window, gently ruffling his hair before stepping forward as if no one were present. This was a new application of his wall-passing ability she had conceived after witnessing it a while back. Since space and the outside world were interconnected, she could exploit this connection that as long as a part of her body reached the destination. She could transition into space and emerge successfully at the intended location, thus acquiring a new skill in wall passing. However, the prerequisite for her to pass through walls was that she needed to stretch out a hand or even a finger in advance. Since the window was completely sealed, it was necessary to rely on Lu Zhe's strength. Having successfully exited the warehouse, Yin Xiao surveyed her surroundings and took hold of Lu Zhe's hand at Lu Zhe. "You must stick closely to me," she whispered. Lowering his head, Lu Xiaozhe looked at his right hand that had touched the bricks, now grasped by her without a hint of disdain, and his furrowed brow finally relaxed. Yin Xiao guided him skillfully around the patrolling guard and towards the back of the kitchen. There a pile of firewood was stacked high. She instructed Lu Zhe to hide within, while she crouched outside. Her soft, jade-like palm covering the small zombie's lips, the Lu Zhe's gaze drifted downward, falling upon her flawlessly smooth neck. She wore a fitted black hoodie, their bodies pressed closely together in the cramped space. The neckline of the hoodie was slightly loose, and Lu Zhe caught a glimpse of her cleavage. The small zombie's throat bobbed as Yin Xiao restrained him, causing him to involuntarily swallow. Curiosity piqued. Yin Xiao glanced over, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and focus on the firewood behind him. Unbeknownst to him, his zombie visage had turned a delicate shade of pink that Lu Zhe, "What's the matter? Are you hungry?" Yin Xiao inquired gently. Before she could finish, the nearby patrolling personnel heard the commotion and turned with vigilance. "Who goes there?" Chapter 66. The reckless little zombie provokes. Xiao Yin Xiao swiftly embraced Lu Zhe, pulling him close as they retreated into the space together. From Lu Xiaozhe's perspective, he found himself closer to Xiao, his head pressed against her chest, and he made no resistance that resulted in an intimate encounter. Soft and fragrant, and incredibly comfortable that in her haste, the young girl had exerted more force than intended, resulting in them tumbling to the ground within the space, with a small zombie sprawled atop her. His head nestled against her chest that Lu Zhe blinked, grasping the hem of her clothing and instinctively rubbing against the plush area that Lu Zhe. Yin Xiao was completely overwhelmed, lying on the ground of the space with a sticky little zombie atop her. A strange sensation blossomed in her heart, spreading through her limbs. She felt shy, but ultimately did not push him away, allowing him to rub against her for several seconds. Yin Xiao, shy above the space. A mirror connected to the outside world reflected the scene, revealing patrolling personnel hastily approaching, both armed. They had conducted a thorough search of the area, finding nothing. One of them relaxed, muttering, "There's nothing here." "You must have misheard." The other glanced around before departing, still murmuring, "Strange, I distinctly heard someone speaking." With their duties to attend to, they gradually moved away. As the two retreated, Yin Xiao felt a slight relief and playfully tapped the zombie's head. "Have you had enough of that? Get up. You're freezing." Although her tone was teasing and playful, Lu Zhe stiffened at her words, taking several moments before sluggishly kneeling up, his lips forming a slight pout. He felt cold. He had been scorned by Xiao. Lu Xiaozhe, kneeling with his head bowed, touched his face with his clean left hand. Wondering just how cold he was his dismay, he found that his body was entirely cold. His cool hand against his cool cheek revealed nothing. The small zombie was somewhat disheartened, drifting away quietly. Yin Xiao did not exit immediately. She utilized her abilities to survey the space, locating the medical supplies area, where she retrieved 2 bottles of potent laxatives and a small empty vial. After lingering in the space for nearly 10 minutes, she ground the laxatives in a powder and filled the empty bottle. Finally satisfied with her effort, she clapped her hands and announced, "Lu Zhe, we are heading out now." Before she could finish, she fell silent. Having been too engrossed in her task, she failed to notice the little zombie beside her. Upon entering the space, Lu Xiaozhe had unwittingly wandered off, not knowing where he had gone. Yin Zhao's eyelids twitched as her abilities searched the space, quickly pinpointing the zombie's location in the far eastern section. She gasped at the sight of the myriad of items strewn across the ground and hurried over. As the owner of the space, she possessed the privilege to traverse every corner effortlessly, taking no time at all. Lu Xiaozhe was crouched on the ground, fiddling with a small box. Yin Xiao rushed forward. seizing the matches from his grasp and lightly tapping his head with moderate force. "Who told you to come here? You know little zombies can't play with fire." Lu Zhe lowered his head, his fingers curling up, looking utterly dejected. The space contained many flammable and explosive items. Lighting a fire was strictly prohibited, especially since she had perished in her past life by igniting a bomb within the space. The items were categorized into various regions, and aside from frequently used items, there were many she herself was unfamiliar with. She had a self-drawn map that she occasionally needed, and even with that, she struggled to locate things here. How could this foolish zombie wander in here? While it was inconsequential if he burned something, if they blew up the space, they would all perish. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, giving him another light tap on the head. Just as she was about to reprimand him, a voice echoed from outside. "The meals are ready. Go inform everyone to come eat." Forced to halt, she gripped his wrist with one hand, unwilling to leave him unattended in the space before successfully educating him, her voice cold and firm. "When we return home, you can find a washboard to kneel on." He sensed her displeasure and pouted, saying nothing. Yin Xiao led him outside, just in time to glance through the kitchen window, which revealed an empty room that a large pot simmered with steaming potatoes and meat. Suddenly recalling Lu Zhe's unusual behavior earlier, it seemed he might be hungry. Having not given him any milk upon returning to the space, and no longer hesitating, she decided to act swiftly, instructing Lu Zhe to remain outside as she slipped through the window into the kitchen. She poured the entire contents of the laxative bottle into the large pot and stirred it thoroughly with a ladle. Footsteps approached from outside, not too far away but growing clearer as they neared. Yin Xiao stirred a few more times, restoring the kitchen to its previous state before exiting through the window, pulling Lu Zhe back into the space once more. This time, she directly brought the little zombie to the area he was supposed to occupy, instructing him to sit at the head of the bed. The mirror above the space displayed the outside, where several women entered together, serving food and chatting cheerfully as they walked out. Yin Xiao picked up a cup she had prepared earlier and handed it to Lu Zhe. Her tone still icy, unmistakably angry. "Drink this." That Lu Zhe's eyelashes fluttered, his thin lips forming a straight line as he reached for the cup. His long fingers barely brushed it before he cradled it with both hands, lowering his head to sip slowly. After being in the space for over 10 minutes, Yin Xiao began to feel unwell, the oppressive spiritual energy of the space making it hard to breathe, further souring her mood. Once the kitchen occupants departed with their meals, and after ensuring Lu Zhe finished his milk, she once again led him outside, taking advantage of the night to enter the warehouse. In a classroom of the kindergarten, transformed by the Yinluo team into a dining area, small tables have been pushed together, forming 6 large tables, accommodating over 40 people, apart from the 2 guards outside and a few team members dispatched on missions. The rest were all present as Su Changyu sat at the center table, his right hand and foot wrapped in bandages. The Jiu Chi sat beside him, serving him food and offering several pieces of meat. "Brother Yu." "Here, Dung," he replied in a subdued manner, not immediately commencing his meal. With one hand, he adjusted his eyeglass frame, his brow knitted in a frown, exuding an air of gloom. Jiu Chi assumed that his right hand was incapacitated, making it difficult for him to eat, and proactively offered, "You go. If your right hand is unusable, shall I assist you?" Su Changyu shot him a glance, calm and unperturbed. "Are you implying that I am now a worthless individual who cannot even feed myself?" Chapter 67. Gucci logs off. Gucci was taken aback and quickly stood up, repeatedly apologizing. "You go. I'm sorry. I misspoke." Previously, in her quest for revenge against Zhang Cheng, she had colluded with Su Changyu to seize control of the resources of the Yin Luo squad, and the two were now considered a couple. While others might not understand, Gucci knew that Su Changyu harbored a dark disposition. He appeared genteel, but was ever ready to stab others in the back. His temperament was already notoriously poor, and with his hands and feet rendered useless by Yin Zhao's gunfire, his disposition had worsened further. Jiu Chi was genuinely frightened, bending over and looking down. She dared not lift her gaze as long as Su Changyu remained silent. After what felt like an eternity, despite the cold weather, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Internally, she cursed Su Changyu and blamed Yin Xiao, thinking that had she been able to eliminate the man yesterday, they would not be in such a predicament now. That Su Changyu sat rigidly, his right hand bound in bandages, cautiously testing the movement of his fingers. After a painstakingly faint response, he lifted his left hand and coldly commanded, "This shall not happen again. Eat." Gu Qi sighed in relief, offering another apology before daring to sit back down. With only his left hand to use, Su Changyu struggled with the chopsticks and resorted to a spoon. Yet one could not deny the elegance with which he managed to serve himself a piece of meat, just as he was about to place it in his mouth. The man across from him suddenly exclaimed in pain. Clutching his abdomen, "Oh, my stomach hurts," he instinctively glanced over, finding the meat still intact in his mouth, uneaten. After a moment of rubbing his belly, he could no longer contain himself, stood up, and announced, "I'm heading to the restroom. I'll be back for more food. Don't touch my meat." Someone nearby scolded, "Got it, hurry up and go. Don't create a scene during mealtime." Seizing the opportunity while the man was gone, Su Changyu unceremoniously consumed the meat meant for him. After a brief pause, as he chewed and swallowed the morsel, the man who had left clutched his stomach again. "What is happening? My stomach hurts too." Soon after, the others at the tables began to groan in pain. The Jiuqi had yet to take a bite, her complexion changing drastically as she immediately discarded her chopsticks. Someone remarked, "There is something wrong with the food. Everyone, don't eat." In a room of 40 individuals, 34 were burly men who, while they claimed to be a squad, were merely a band of marauders in this apocalyptic world, devouring their meals with reckless abandon. By the time they realized the food was tainted, it was too late that a chaotic scramble ensued as they rushed toward the restroom. Fortunately, the large kindergarten had 2 designated restrooms, providing ample space, or else they would have been unable to accommodate themselves. Su Changyu had taken only one bite. Remaining as he spoke, he raised his gun and fired twice in that direction. Yin Xiao skillfully evaded the shots and turned back to fire at Duan Jiang, hitting his hand directly. Duan Jiang winced in pain, causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. Guns were a precious resource within the team, aside from Su Changyu and Duan Jiang, who carried their weapons at all times. Only those on patrol were armed, while the remaining guns were stored away in a warehouse and retrieved only when necessary. With Duan Jiang's gun now disabled, the others were left defenseless, presenting little threat to her. However, she refrained from immediate action, knowing that single-handedly confronting 40 individuals was an insurmountable task. Yin Xiao quickly dashed outside. "Hurry, chase after Duan Jiang," she shouted. The others, realizing the situation, sprang into action. 2 members responsible for managing the warehouse hurried back to retrieve weapons, while the rest followed suit, racing outside. Yin Xiao reached the entrance and lunged towards the approaching Lu Zhe. Grasping his hand, she swiftly turned it to a nearby corner. That moment, the horde of zombies outside ceased their feasting and surged towards them. Upon exiting, the team was met with a throng of zombies lurking in the shadows. Densely packed and menacing, Lu Zhe's current abilities allowed him to control up to 100 zombies within a range of 1,000 meters, which was adequate for the time being. The Yin Luo squad found themselves besieged in the kindergarten, each member's face etched with pain and terror. "Where did all these zombies come from? Everyone retreat," a frantic voice called out. "Brother Duan, all the supplies in our warehouse are gone." The individual responsible for retrieving weapons scrambled back to report. Yet in the chaos, they had failed to notice Duan Jiang's absence. He raised his voice to ensure everyone heard. The group huddled together, unarmed and vulnerable against the zombies, a wave of helplessness washing over them. Yin Xiao climbed atop the wall, utilizing the moonlight and the snow-covered ground to survey the scene. Bullets flying one after another, did I end their panic? They fled, but the effects of the laxative began to take hold. One by one, they doubled over in pain, unable to run far before collapsing, rendering them live targets for Yin Xiao. A few who narrowly escaped the gunfire were seized by zombies, bitten mercilessly. Within a mere 10 minutes, the members of the Yin Luo squad lay sprawled on the ground, the air saturated with the stench of blood. Crimson blossoms of fresh blood blooming across the snow. The zombies squatted on the ground, voraciously gnawing on the corpses, their consumption rapid, transforming the victims beyond recognition in just 2 or 3 minutes. Yin Xiao, unwilling to leave room for anyone to feign death and seek revenge later, conducted a thorough check, only to discover that Duan Jiang was missing the back of the kindergarten, a fire escape corridor. Typically a storage area for cleaning tools such as brooms and shovels, had been overturned, a fresh handprint of blood adorning the door, indicating that someone had escaped in the chaos. Beyond the fire escape lay residential streets filled with numerous alleys and houses. It was now too late to pursue. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow and secured the door. Regretting now would be futile. The stench of blood in the kindergarten was overwhelming, and remaining any longer would surely attract zombies from several kilometers around. At that point, Lu Zhe would be unable to maintain control, making the situation even more dire. With little time to spare, she swiftly checked every room, collecting all usable supplies to store in her space. She had already gathered a substantial amount from the warehouse, but now only small items remained. The kindergarten's backyard contained several rooms. The two largest were boys' dormitories, filled with only some cigarettes, alcohol, and a few concealed tools like pliers and wrenches. In a girls' dormitory, much cleaner than the boys', Yin Xiao took all the clean bedding, pillows, clothes, and pants, reasoning that even if she would not use them herself, they could be gifted or sold later. Additionally, she stumbled upon a treasure trove of gold jewelry, likely discarded by women who deemed them useless in the apocalypse. Having lived through a rebirth, she understood the significance of gold and collected it all. Another room was more sparse than the previous two, containing merely a bed, desk, chairs, a coffee table, and a television, resembling a semblance of normalcy. This was Su Changyu's room. In this space, Yin Xiao discovered several useful items. Beneath the desk lay a box of ammunition, and hidden behind the sofa were 3 firearms: a handgun, a rifle, and a submachine gun. Having navigated the apocalypse for 5 years, she had evolved from a naive girl into someone knowledgeable about military equipment. Recognizing that these 3 weapons were of exceptional quality, far superior to those in her possession, in one of the desk drawers, she found a thick notebook containing a golden card embossed with the letter G. And the back of several pages bore maps: Ningxing, Yeqing, Mengsheng. There were 8 pages in total, each marked with a G. Yin Xiao had encountered such a card in her previous life. She had owned one too, though hers had been destroyed in an explosion. This was a gift from the G Alliance to its premium members, granting them shopping discounts. The cities marked on the maps represented the expanding influence of the G Alliance. It was astonishing to realize that merely 3 months into the apocalypse, they had already established stores in 8 cities, demonstrating remarkable growth. Yin Xiao tucked the notebook away just as a noise echoed from outside. Both doors of the kindergarten were shut, with zombies densely packed within and outside, and the numbers were only increasing. The zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, began to pound on the doors, eager to break in. Peering through the window, Yin Xiao knew it was time to conclude her search for supplies and hastily packed all the furniture from Su Changyu's room into her space, including the bed and the coffee table. Fortunately, the room was tidy enough for her to tolerate. Had it been as filthy as the boys' dormitory, she likely would have refused to take anything. Within seconds, the room was left barren, and Yin Xiao grasped the hand of the zombie, saying, "Lu Zhe, you go into the space first, be good." The little girl's hand was soft and warm, a stark contrast to the cold grasp of the zombies. Lu Zhe glanced down at their intertwined fingers, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, and he offered no resistance as she guided him back into her space. Yin Xiao hurried to the fire escape, where the majority of the zombies were congregated at the main entrance, leaving this area relatively less crowded. She pushed the door open and, in that instant, summoned a small black vehicle from her space, crushing 2 zombies in the process. With agility, she climbed into the vehicle, turned the ignition, and barreled through the horde of zombies, departing the kindergarten. Chapter 69. Lu Zhe's education in the car in a room on the 4th floor of the residential building across from the kindergarten. Duan Jiang smoked, his gaze unwavering as he meticulously observed the scene. Moments ago, as Yin Xiao collected supplies, he had been unable to discern her actions from his angle. Now, however, the clarity of the moment caused his brow to furrow. How did she manage to accomplish that? Su Changyu lay on the bed behind him, a conspicuous hole in his forehead oozing blood. The vibrant red liquid flowed out, yet after a short while, it darkened to black as it soaked into the sheets. Once they reached a relatively safe location, Yin Xiao immediately released Lu Zhe, instructing him to sit obediently in the passenger seat. Her primary concern was the rebellious zombie potentially playing with fire, a dangerous endeavor. Perhaps due to the earlier fright, Lu Zhe now appeared somewhat despondent, sitting upright in the passenger seat, his head bowed, hands resting on his thighs, his right hand nervously pinching the fingers of his left. Yin Xiao recognized that she might have been too harsh with him. Although he appeared to be around her age, becoming a zombie meant losing all memories that he was just beginning to grow, and she felt it was necessary to comfort him. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her right hand towards him. Lu Zhe's gaze fell upon her delicate, fair hand, which held a piece of candy. The youthful hand, pale yet vibrant, radiated health, while his own was pallid and devoid of color. The stark contrast was striking. Deleuze paused for a moment. "Here, have a candy. You were very good just now." "You did great," Yin Xiao encouraged. Yet he felt as though he had done nothing remarkable. The little zombie tilted his head in confusion, recalling only that he had managed to control a few zombies to participate in the fight. Ensuring they did not harm Yin Xiao, that he had merely followed her during her supply search, and that was all there was to it. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, Lu Zhe accepted the candy with a brightening demeanor. He skillfully peeled back the candy wrapper, his cool fingertips grasping the sweet treat as he offered it to Yin Xiao. She opened her mouth to accept the candy, her soft lips brushing against his fingers, sending a shiver of electricity coursing through him. After this exchange, the little zombie appeared dazed, retracting his hand and gazing at his fingers with a hint of newfound happiness. Deleuze, he tugged at his lips. And upon noticing, Yin Xiao also unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it into his mouth, all the while steering the vehicle and educating him. Deleuze, I didn't mean to be harsh with you. I have many flammable and explosive items in my space, and playing with fire can be dangerous. Deleuze blinked slowly, digesting her words with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Yin Xiao sought to clarify further. Do you remember the factory we visited last time? A significant fire broke out there that if you had played with fire in the space today, it could have resulted in a similar disaster. Lu Zhe vividly recalls that fire. It was the first time Xiao Xiao had taken him out, but he hid within the warehouse, watching as the flames devoured several zombies, nearly singeing Yin Xiao in the process. He felt a flutter of anxiety as he stole glances. Reflecting on that moment, the small zombie straightened up a bit, clearly frightened. Fire is indeed terrifying. Yin Xiao reached out to gently stroke his head, saying, "It's all right if you burn a few things, but I wish for your safety and well-being that oh, please refrain from playing around in the space from now on, all right? There are many dangerous items inside. And I'll let you play once you understand." Deleuze's discontent faded entirely. The little zombie nuzzled against her palm, sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry." Yin Xiao smiled gently. It's okay to be by the time they emerged from kindergarten. It was already past 10 at night. She had no intention of returning home just yet, and instead sought out a nearby location, the small warehouse she had rented before the apocalypse. At that time, she thought it might come in handy and kept the door ajar to avoid drawing attention, leaving it empty except for the walls, ensuring that others would not be tempted to loot it. As expected, 3 months into the apocalypse, supermarkets were stripped bare, chaos reigning supreme, while this place remained remarkably intact. The warehouse was relatively close to the underground street, yet devoid of residential buildings, with a large gas station nearby. When Yin Xiao glanced over, she found it completely devoid of fuel and people. She drove into the warehouse, shut the large door, and locked it from the inside, deciding to spend the night there. The surroundings were grimy, dust-laden, and adorned with tattered cobwebs, with a few tiny bones scattered on the ground, presumably from mice. As Lu Xiaozhe exited the vehicle, he expressed his disdain. So dirty QAQ. Having experienced much in her past life, and having slept in far filthier places, Yin Xiao was unperturbed. She fetched a broom to clear the cobwebs and sweep away the dust, turning to Lu Zhe and saying, "Let me tidy up a bit. You wait in the car for me." Lu Zhe observed her silently, pursing his lips, obediently following her without leaving. Noticing his compliance, Yin Xiao ceased her urging, quickly tidied up, and returned to the car. While outside was dirty, the inside remained clean, with ample space in the back containing 2 rows of seats. She turned on the air conditioning, folded down the middle row of seats, and spread a clean bedsheet, transforming it into a makeshift double bed. Deleuze stood outside, astonished by her magical transformation of the car into a sleeping space. With the limited height of the vehicle, Yin Xiao climbed onto the bed, kneeling as she extended her hand towards Lu Zhe. "Come up." He blinked, obediently removing his shoes and kneeling beside her. The makeshift bed was not particularly comfortable. Hard and somewhat chilly, Yin Xiao took out some food, casually preparing a simple dinner of 3 dishes. Beef stew with potatoes, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried greens. Lu Zhe sipped milk beside her. She offered him a piece of beef with her chopsticks. "Want to try some?" The little girl's pink chopsticks seemed enchanted, making the food she offered bring him delight, that he eagerly took a large bite, savoring the deliciousness. Once they finished eating, Lu Zhe suddenly realized that he had used the same chopsticks as Xiao Xiao. Would they carry the risk of her being exposed to zombie saliva? Would she be in danger? His eyelashes fluttered as he looked up at her. Yin Xiao continued her meal, seemingly unfazed by his concerns. Sensing his gaze, she thought he wanted more and offered him another piece of meat. Lu Xiaozhou lowered his eyes, eating cautiously this time, ensuring his lips did not touch the chopsticks. Although the little girl had turned into a zombie and was now like him, he didn't worry about being abandoned again. Yet Lu Zhe understood the torment of becoming a zombie and wished for Xiao Xiao to remain healthy and safe. Chapter 70. Providing warmth to the zombie as he ate, his cheeks puffed out adorably, reminiscent of a little hamster. Yin Xiao, finding his antics endearing, continued to feed him several pieces, and he obediently consumed them without letting his lips touch the chopsticks again. By the eighth bite, Lu Zhe discreetly patted his belly, signaling that he had reached his limit. His appetite was rather small, and Yin Xiao did not press him further, yet she was quite pleased with his behavior that day, unable to resist pinching his soft, cool cheeks. After their meal, she retrieved a blanket and pillow. Given the confined space of the car, she opted for a single thick blanket, knowing they had shared warmth before. After a quick wash-up, Lu Xiaozhou climbed into bed, arranging the pillow neatly and snuggling under the covers. Unlike being at home, the garage posed potential dangers. They could be interrupted by someone breaking in while they slept. Thus, they chose not to change into sleepwear or take showers, simply washing up quickly as it was only for one night, making it unnecessary to be overly particular. Nevertheless, the little zombie diligently washed his face and brushed his teeth before changing into a clean jacket. Doing his best to rid himself of the grime from the day, as he lay in bed, he gazed at Yin Xiao, his eyes blinking innocently, subtly rubbing his backside against the bed, hoping to warm up when she joined him under the covers. However, no matter how he wiggled, a zombie lacked body heat and remained cold. After a while of cocooning himself in the blanket, feeling the chill, he tucked his head inside, curling into a ball. The warehouse had lights. Yet the electrical system was malfunctioning, leaving the surroundings dim. Yin Xiao could only retrieve a small night light from her space, placing it beside the bed to illuminate the area. As she settled down, she caught sight of the bundled-up zombie. Lu Zhe, are you cold? The little ball stirred a bit, and upon hearing her voice, it seemed to give up its struggle, slowly poking its head out. Its dim gray eyes were filled with grievance. Yin Xiao paused, having always assumed zombies were impervious to the cold, especially since they had bathed in cold water back home without issue. The little girl was unaware that her earlier remark about him feeling chilly had inadvertently triggered his discomfort. Lu Xiaozhou, feeling a bit sulky, was reluctant to admit that he, a sizable zombie, was unable to find warmth under the covers. He huddled deeper into the blanket, positioning himself just in front of the nightlight. With his back turned to Yin Xiao, he curled up, the soft glow of the light casting a faint white halo around him, portraying a figure that seemed weak, pitiful, and helpless. Seeing him like this, Yin Xiao genuinely believed he was freezing, perhaps due to the snowfall outside and the car's air conditioning being less cozy than home. It seemed reasonable that he might feel cold. After pondering for a moment, she fetched a packet of warming patches from her space. Lu Zhe, come here and lie down. I have a way to warm you up. Her words seemed to hold a magical allure as the little zombie turned his head, his eyes blinking curiously at her as she applied the warming patches to the bedding, layering several on top. She patted the covers, all set. It'll be warm and it. Lu Zhe leaned in closer, intrigued, examining the rectangular patches, white on the outside, black on the inside, feeling them with his hands, yet finding them unremarkable. He obediently lay down, pressing his back, waist, and legs onto the patches. Yin Xiao sat beside him, gently stroking his head. Within less than a minute, the little zombie's eyes sparkled as he looked up at Yin Xiao with eager eyes. Warm. Warm. Yin Xiao smiled down at him. I'm glad it's warm. Now sleep. I have a few things to tend to. In her right hand, she held a piece of paper, precisely the one that Tianming had left behind when he departed, which bore the address of their current residence. Yin Xiao had endured betrayal in the past, rendering her somewhat indifferent to the notion of camaraderie. At times, she felt that being a lone wolf in this apocalyptic world was rather appealing, with just a small zombie companion by her side. However, this was not a moment for sentimentality. She intended to seek assistance from the G-Commerce Alliance to exchange for supplies, as her individual capabilities would undoubtedly fall short. She required help in comparison to others. Yin Xiao had greater faith in Tianming. According to the location he had provided, it was not far from here, approximately a 40-minute drive. Planning her route, an itinerary for the following day. Yin Xiao bid farewell to Lu Zhe and retreated into her space to begin allocating supplies. Much of what she retrieved from the Yin Luo team was secondhand, which she planned to trade directly for firearms, along with the items that remained uncollected in Su Changyu's room. While still alert, she took the opportunity to thoroughly search through Su Changyu's belongings once more. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhe had stealthily followed her, clutching half a pack of warming patches. Following Yin Zhao's earlier instructions, he tore one off and affixed it to his clothing. That it was delightfully warm. Lu Zhe recalled Yin Xiao mentioning that he felt cold. Tilting his head in contemplation, he quietly placed a warming patch on his belly. Su Changyu's desk was rather nice, and Yin Xiao decided to utilize it within her space, clearing out its contents to make room for her own. To the right of the desk were 4 compartments. The first 3 were easily accessible, containing various tools such as scissors, wrenches, and disinfectant gauze. She claimed them all for herself. The 4th compartment was locked. Not wanting to damage the lock or the desk itself, Yin Xiao fiddled with a wire for quite some time before finally managing to pry it open. Her heart brimmed with anticipation as she hoped to uncover the hidden treasures of an apocalypse magnate, only to find 6 pairs of gold-framed glasses and half a drawer filled with colored contact lenses. Indeed, colored lenses, all without prescription and entirely black. Yin Xiao twitched her lips, utterly perplexed as to why a grown man would possess such an abundance of colored lenses, especially since Su Changyu wore glasses. Wearing gold-framed glasses over colored lenses would hardly enhance his appearance, leaving her even more bewildered. The gold-framed glasses were also without prescription. Yin Xiao, I don't understand. Those useless colored lenses and glasses left her utterly baffled regarding their purpose. Yet for reasons unknown, she hesitated to discard them and simply set them aside. Beyond these, she rummaged through Su Changyu's coffee table and cabinet, fortuitously uncovering 2 unopened bottles of white liquor and finding 4 rifles in the cabinet, all appearing to be in good condition. Beneath the cabinet lay a box of ammunition, presumably Su Changyu's secret stash. Under the sofa, she discovered 2 compartments for storage and eagerly opened them, revealing 2 boxes brimming with items. They bore the same brand as those she had previously found in the backpacks of the Yin Luo team members. Yin Xiao, a curious Lu Zhe, was dazzled by the array of pink items and reached out to touch them. The familiar 4 rows of words greeted him, that he read them aloud. And upon reaching the final row, his brows knitted in confusion. I don't recognize this. Yin Xiao swatted his little paw away, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, hastily covering the box and pushing it back. Why are you here again instead of sleeping? Lu Zhe tilted his head, patting his little belly, which was already warm, that he grasped Yin Zhao's hand and placed it on his stomach, his gray pupils filled with earnestness. Xiao Xiao, I am warm. Yin Xiao felt the warmth of the patch and touched it, realizing it was indeed quite warm. Her mind raced, nearly overwhelmed. Wait, something seemed amiss. Yin Zhao's gaze fell upon his clothing, where a warming patch had been affixed. However, she hadn't touched that area. Instead, she had touched a lower region where the warming patch was not placed. Where did you stick it? Yin Xiao furrowed her brow, lifting his shirt without hesitation. Such warming patches were highly effective, but they should not be applied directly to the skin. A layer of clothing was essential for safety. Yet Lu Zhe, unaware of this, had placed it directly on his abs, the edges slightly reddened, already causing some mild burns. Yin Xiao cautiously peeled back a corner. He felt a slight sting but paid it no mind. His thoughts elsewhere, he was preoccupied with the idea that Xiao Xiao was looking at his body. In dramas, one was expected to take responsibility when someone looked at their body. With these thoughts, it seemed he felt no pain at all. Instead, he felt quite pleased. Yin Xiao half squatted in front of him, slowly removing the warming patch, noting the large red mark on his pale skin. Fortunately, she had caught it in time. Only a few small blisters had formed in the center, and it wasn't very serious. Frustrated, Yin Xiao stood up and tapped his head. Who told you to stick it directly on your skin? Doesn't it hurt? Lu Zhe blinked in confusion, his expression innocent and bewildered, not comprehending her words, and smiled at her with utmost cuteness. His well-defined abs subtly quivered with each breath, the warm red hue captivating. Yin Xiao instantly felt her irritation dissipate. She pressed her lips together in silence for a moment before finding a chair for him to sit on. She retrieved some burn ointment from her space to apply to him. Dipping her fingertips into the ointment, she evenly spread it across his abs, Liu must have been quite athletic before becoming a zombie. Given those abs and lines. Yin Xiao. His injury was not severe. A simple application of ointment would suffice. She applied it with great care, ensuring it was thoroughly absorbed, not withdrawing her fingers. Her gaze unwavering as she meticulously rubbed it in. While applying the ointment, she gently admonished him. Liu Zhe, warming patches should not be applied directly to the skin. See, you could get hurt, and I don't wish for you to suffer. At this point, Liu Zhe had not yet felt much pain. Rather, the area of his abdomen that had been away from the warming patch still felt warm. The girl's fingertips seemed to carry a warmth that gradually permeated into his world. Liu Zhe didn't quite understand but recognized that everything Xiao Xiao said was right. He nodded vigorously, his head bobbing rapidly. Yin Xiao fell silent, continuing to diligently tend to his injury. 3 minutes later. The ointment had completely absorbed into his skin, leaving a moist sensation. 5 minutes later. The texture of her fingers felt somewhat drier, no longer as smooth. 10 minutes later. Yin Xiao clicked her tongue, crouching down as her fingers reluctantly released their hold, instructing him to put his clothes back on. The treatment was complete. Only when her fingers withdrew from his body did Liu Zhe catch a whiff of the scent, a rather unpleasant medicinal aroma. Lowering his head, he sniffed it earnestly, his brows knitting together in mild distaste for himself as he sat there dazed for a while. After Yin Xiao finished organizing Su Changyu's supplies, Liu Zhe obediently followed her as she stood up. Yin Xiao returned the chair to its original position and once again caught sight of the lingering pink box, which made her cheeks flush involuntarily. With a discreet kick, she sent it beneath the sofa, leading Liu Zhe out of the space and into the car. Together, the girl and the zombie lay on the bed, the warm pad beneath the covers still radiating heat, creating a cozy atmosphere. Not only was it warm, but there was also a touch of heat. Yin Xiao lowered the air conditioning temperature, letting her hands and feet rest against the zombie's body to cool down. There were 4 small night lamps in total. She turned off 3, leaving 1 at their feet, casting a soft, inviting glow within the vehicle. The cool Liu Xiaozhe, through his own efforts, managed to make the bedding warm. He felt elated being held by Xiao Xiao, but before drifting off to sleep, he contemplated the day he could transform into a warm zombie to keep Xiao Xiao's bed cozy. The car was not spacious, and their inability to roll around made their embraces tighter that a peaceful night ensued. The next morning, the snow had ceased, leaving the world draped in silver white. Yin Xiao set off in her car. Before departing, she securely locked the warehouse door. It remained empty, but at the entrance, she left a small hole, just large enough for a hand to reach through to eye in the back seat. Liu Baobao donned a white hoodie, layered with a coat, and the hoodie was adorned with a warming patch. He sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with yesterday's Rubik's Cube, happily playing while occasionally rubbing his warm little belly. Upon arriving at the location that Tianming had mentioned, Yin Xiao sent him back into the space after a gentle coaxing. She prepared milk in advance, along with milk candies and a phone to watch SpongeBob. This time, Liu Zhe dared not play with fire. He obediently stayed within the protective barrier, gazing up at the mirror to catch sight of her. With a slight warmth in his abdomen, he recalled how Xiao Xiao had seen him bear. Realizing he was now her exclusive zombie, appearing both obedient and self-aware today that Tianming's new residence was situated behind Ningxing Park, with a vast area of unfinished buildings to the east and a river to the west. He resided in a residential building surrounded by 5 connected structures, all his property, enclosed by a fence. Every day, armed patrols roamed outside, ensuring ordinary residents dared not approach. Rich individuals certainly had their advantages. Even in the apocalypse, they still had numerous places to dwell. While Yin Xiao pondered this, she drove to the gate of the fence. 2 men clad in black approached, brandishing guns and warning her. "Who goes there? Outsiders are not welcome here. Leave at once." These 2 men were familiar to Yin Xiao. She had seen them at his previous residence. Recognizing her, she rolled down the window, poking her head out with a smile. "Hello, gentlemen. I am Yin Xiao, here to see he did go." The men remembered her and acknowledged her close relationship with the owner, considering her one of their own. The one on the left approached joyfully to open the gate. "Little girl, you're still alive. Wait here. I'll notify the boss." Chapter 72. Reunion with Tianming. As the car came to a stop, Tianming descended from the upper floor, followed closely by Qin Xian. That had been nearly a month since their last meeting. During this time, He Tianming had expanded his influence around his new home, growing from a group of over 30 to now more than 100, even forming a small team that in the absence of police stations during the apocalypse. They developed at a faster pace, albeit with greater dangers. Former enemies from the shopping mall had now become foes in this new world, leading to frequent skirmishes that as Yin Xiao traveled, she noticed many injured individuals. Though their separation had not been long, they had both faced perilous experiences that He Tianming expressed his relief. Seeing you safe brings me peace of mind. Chen Qian grasped her hand tightly, her beautiful eyes reddened. Voice choked as she inquired about recent happenings. They shared a mutual understanding, not questioning Yin Zhao's intentions for coming, but rather insisting she join them at home, filling her heart with warmth that He Tianming's new abode was the central building. With a ground floor and a basement, accompanied by a small garden, that she had grown slightly larger than before, now able to crawl, and was surrounded by several women attending to her. Upon spotting Yin Xiao, she babbled excitedly, clumsily reaching out to crawl towards her. Yin Xiao bent down to lift her, noticing the little one had gained some weight, clearly recognizing her, and snuggled against her neck, feeling soft and warm. Chen Qian remarked, "Look, Xiaoxi misses you too." Yin Xiao returned her a smile, about to say something when a sudden noise interrupted in the space. Lu Xiaoze witnessed the scene, and with a tense flick of his finger, the Rubik's Cube shattered again. Discontent washed over him as he was once more forbidden from exiting the barrier or the space, forced to curl up at the foot of the bed. Sullenly sipping from his milk cup, he turned his back to the mirror, presenting a petulant silhouette to Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao. Are you jealous? The perceptive girl, intuitively sensing the zombie's emotions, worried he might lose control and escape. She gently patted He's back, returning the soft little one to her place. Simultaneously, she used her powers to converse, soothing Lu Zhe for a while. Brother I brought some gifts for you, all placed in the car. The items were selected from the space that very morning. When visiting someone's home, it was only polite to arrive with offerings that He Tianming did not hesitate, gratefully accepting, and instructed a subordinate to retrieve the gifts. He invited Yin Xiao to sit, exchanging a meaningful glance with Chen Qian. Understanding the unspoken cue, she picked up Xiaoxi, quietly arranging for the household staff to vacate the premises and discreetly closed the door behind her. The living room was left with just Yin Xiao and He Tianming. He poured her a cup of tea and, after a moment's hesitation, asked Xiao about Zi. Yin Xiao anticipated his question, biting her lip before responding honestly. He has passed away. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. He Tianming lowered his gaze, exhaling deeply. How did he die? Yin Xiao. He attempted to ambush me, but after fleeing was bitten by a zombie. The details evidently pained her, and He Tianming refrained from pressing further, expressing his guilt. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. It is I who should apologize, Yin Xiao replied. Previously, you asked me to leave him intact. Yet I failed even to fulfill that request. He Tianming, with a firm moral compass, shook his head. You cannot blame yourself for this. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely with my inadequate guidance. His fingers trembled as he sighed again. That day, Zi threatened me with Xiaoxi, and in a fit of anger, I provided him with a gun, a vehicle, and left him some supplies, severing our brotherly bond. However, after he departed, I reflected on the matter and realized the grave error of my ways. His intention had been to keep her safe, yet he unwittingly armed her adversary. I intended to visit you afterward, but encountered an old nemesis. Our groups fought for nearly half a month, leaving me no time to come see you. Yin Xiao paused, surprised by his sense of guilt. It's all right. Brother look at me now. I'm fine, aren't I? Gazing into his tea, he smiled in relief. Yes, as long as you are well. By the way, during your visit, is there something you wish to discuss? Returning to the subject, Yin Xiao appeared serious. Brother I have a few matters I would like your assistance with. Absolutely. She was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Aren't you going to ask what it is? He Tianming replied. It's not important. As long as you speak, I will do my utmost to help. Yin Zhao's surprise lingered, and she felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she slowly articulated her purpose. 3 months had passed since the apocalypse began, and the G Alliance had expanded rapidly. Yin Xiao had observed just yesterday, realizing that the Yin Luo team was not new to exchanging weapons at the Alliance. They must have established themselves there for some time. Surely, Other factions were aware of it as well. The alliance was a sanctuary. Conflicts within its walls led to lifelong blacklisting by the G Alliance, and few dared to engage in such disputes. However, the outside world was fraught with danger, with many eyes coveting those resources that if she ventured out alone, she would inevitably become a target for robbery. She possessed space and metallic powers, but was cautious about revealing them in front of too many people, as the presence of ability wielders had not yet become widespread. After careful consideration, she resolved to request He Tianming's help in exchanging supplies. Upon hearing her request, He Tianming looked at her in astonishment. The G Alliance? I am indeed familiar with that place, that I exchanged some firearms from there not long ago. But now the cost of supplies is steep. What do you wish to trade for? If I have it, I can share some with you. Yin Xiao shook her head. Rest assured, brother He, I have prepared the supplies needed. I wish to exchange for bullets, grenades, and smoke bombs that I in the G Alliance. Military weapons held the highest value, requiring an even greater quantity of supplies for exchange. Grenades were the most expensive, while smoke bombs were relatively cheaper. In the apocalypse, few could afford to trade for both, which explained the concern over being targeted. Having interacted with her enough, He Tianming recognized that she held her secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he did not press further and nodded decisively. Very well, you saved Xiao Xi's life before. It is only right that I assist you. The man, possessing a high emotional intelligence and sound principles, refrained from asking any inappropriate questions, thereby enhancing Yin Zhao's fondness for him significantly, prompting her to express her gratitude repeatedly. After resting at Hejia for over an hour, He Tianming organized numerous individuals to keep watch over Mo Rant's residence, personally driving her for this journey. They traveled in a convoy of 10 vehicles, first arriving outside Yin Zhao's warehouse. Seizing the moment as she opened the door, Yin Xiao reached inside, using the plastic to transfer the prepared supplies onto the vacant floor of the warehouse. Once the door was ajar, He Tianming instructed his subordinates to keep watch while he entered alone, only to be greeted by a warehouse brimming with supplies, stacks of rice and flour reaching the height of the walls, and alcohol and tobacco piled into small mountains. Even a man as worldly as he was momentarily taken aback that I in Chapter 73 of the G-Commerce Alliance's transaction of supplies, had this been before the apocalypse. Such provisions would have seemed trivial to He Tianming. However, after enduring 3 months of resource scarcity, the food stored in this warehouse represented life itself. The supplies of his entire team paled in comparison to what was contained within. He couldn't help but pick up a bottle of wine, exclaiming in admiration, "This wine is quite good. You've preserved it excellently." Yet he still refrained from inquiring about the source of the supplies. Yin Xiao was pleased with his reaction and smiled. "Brother He, if you like it, feel free to take a few boxes back. There is more than enough here, and the remainder will suffice for weapon exchanges." He Tianming chuckled heartily. "Then I shall not be courteous." Although he said this, he only took 2 bottles from a box, instructing over 20 of his subordinates to stand guard outside the warehouse, while the rest accompanied him in the vehicle to the G-Commerce Alliance. One commendable aspect of the alliance was the abundance of manpower. If a seller required many items in exchange, they could facilitate door-to-door pickup, although this was contingent on having a sufficient quantity. For instance, yesterday, the Yin Luo team delivered 7 truckloads of supplies, but did not qualify for this privilege. Yin Xiao followed He Tianming into the underground marketplace. The marketplace was brightly lit, with neatly arranged men in black, holding firearms to maintain order. There was a security checkpoint at the entrance of the G-Commerce Alliance. Anyone wishing to enter for transactions was required to pass through security, which was meticulous. Machines scanned thoroughly, while personnel checked on either side, prohibiting any weapons. After successfully passing through security, they finally entered. Fortune favored their timing, as there were no other patrons inside, that a young woman approached them with a smile. "Is this not Mr. He? Here again to exchange supplies? Come, let me serve Mr. He some tea." The woman, Cheng Jin, was the manager of the G-Commerce Alliance in Ningxing. Yin Xiao had encountered her in her previous life and held a vivid impression of her. He Tianming found a seat and got straight to the point. "Miss Cheng, I am here today to introduce a friend who wishes to exchange supplies with you." He stated this per Yin Zhao's request before their departure. After much deliberation, she decided to sell the supplies under her own name, believing that this might facilitate future dealings with the alliance without needing to rely on He Tianming's assistance, as she felt somewhat embarrassed to always seek help. Cheng Jin turned her gaze toward Yin Xiao, her phoenix eyes lifting slightly as she paused for a few moments before smiling and inquiring, Mr. He's introduction must be trustworthy. Did I ask this your first time here? Young lady, I am Chung Jin, the manager here. What would you like to exchange? The G-Commerce Alliance had an unwritten rule not to inquire about customers' information or the source of their supplies. So Ching only introduced herself. Yin Xiao nodded, offering a brief self-introduction and proposing to exchange supplies for weapons, her demeanor calm and gracious, leaving no room for criticism. Upon hearing the volume of supplies she intended to exchange, Chung Jin was momentarily taken aback, but out of professional integrity, she refrained from further questioning, nodding and arranging for someone to assist. She trusted that the person Tianming brought would not be fooling around. To toy with the G-Commerce Alliance meant being eternally blacklisted, a risk no one dared to take. The alliance was not far from the warehouse, and Tianming designated someone to go. His subordinate recognized this person, ensuring they could inspect the supplies. After nearly an hour of waiting, someone returned from outside, respectfully handing Chung Jin 3 cards. The cards bore numbers, one valued at 2,002 at 500. The G-Commerce Alliance assessed supplies beforehand, providing a point-based purchase system, which could then be used for exchanges. The supplies from Yin Zhao's warehouse were appraised by a professional evaluator, resulting in a total of 3,000 points. Although this may seem modest, it was significant, considering that yesterday, Su Changyu had exchanged 7 truckloads of supplies for only 800 points. Thus, 3,000 points was indeed a substantial transaction. Chung Jin's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she tucked away the cards. Displaying even more respect, Miss Yin, you may proceed to exchange your supplies. She prepared a premium membership card along with a notebook indicating the alliance's location, similar to the one found in Su Changyu's room. The membership card stored points through a special method, with all transactions recorded in the background, allowing any unused points to be utilized in future exchanges. Yin Xiao contemplated briefly before stating, Miss Chung, I also have another card. Could you assist me in transferring the points? Producing Su Changyu's card, she caught Cheng's momentary surprise, who respectfully accepted it with both hands and dispatched someone to check its contents. Discovering it contained 256 points. Such cards were not tied to any names. In the apocalypse, whoever possessed the card was entitled to its points. However, upon seeing the number, Chung Jin immediately recalled Su Changyu, who had just completed a supply exchange yesterday. Remembering the exact remaining figure of 256 that she retrieved the card, her mind racing with curiosity about this young woman that a staff member brought over a booklet detailing the prices of supplies. Hand grenades at 300 points per box. Smoke bombs and regular bullets at 100 points per box, with various firearms ranging from 50 to 500 points. Ultimately, the entirety of the warehouse's supplies would only yield a maximum of 7 boxes of hand grenades. A truly extravagant exchange. Yin Xiao pondered before successfully acquiring 8 boxes of hand grenades, 3 boxes of smoke bombs, and 4 boxes of bullets, leaving her with a balance of 156 points. The staff began preparing her requested supplies. Concurrently, several robust men entered from outside, hauling bags of grain, precisely what had been transferred from the warehouse. Thanks to Tianming's assistance, the entire operation proceeded smoothly. This transaction took 2 hours with the grenades, smoke bombs, and bullets loaded into Yin Zhao's vehicle. Given that Tianming had enemies in the area and was concerned for his wife and children after being away for so long, he quickly bid Chung Jin farewell after Yin Xiao completed her transaction and left with her. Once they had distanced themselves from the G-Commerce Alliance, reaching a relatively safe area, Yin Xiao expressed her desire to return home. Tianming inquired once more, Xiao, have you considered coming to my place? Yin Xiao remained silent, and he understood her meaning, patting her shoulder. Very well, you have your own secrets, and I can respect that. However, whenever you change your mind, you are always welcome. All right, thank you, brother He. The two parted ways again, with Tianming driving home. After traveling a short distance, one of the younger men in the back remarked, Brother, there is something in the trunk. That Tianming paused, instructing, let us take a look. The trunk was connected to the cabin, and they soon retrieved a cardboard box, opening it to find the hand grenades Yin Xiao had just exchanged. Nearly half a box remaining, that Tianming pressed his lips together, a smile of understanding spreading across his face. This young girl, I really wonder how she managed to get these items through on her return journey. Yin Xiao suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she felt a chill and rolled up the windows on either side of the car. The snow had ceased, but the cold wave had only just begun. In Chapter 74, the zombies once again knelt in submission. Yin Xiao released the still pouting Lu Zhe, allowing him to occupy the passenger seat. He clutched half a cup of unfinished milk, his cheeks puffed out like a little pufferfish as he held his breath. Zombies were inherently cold, and now sitting there, he exuded a low pressure, sulking as he sipped his milk. After finishing the remaining half cup, he coldly wiped his mouth and glanced at Yin Xiao. His gaze drifting down to where the little baby had nudged her, his fingers curled in discontent. Yin Xiao held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other produced a bag of chips from her lap. Sensing his gaze and offering the bag, "Would you like some?" Lu Xiaoza coldly shook his head, but inadvertently let out a fierce burp. "Cough!" Yin Xiao exclaimed, choking on the chips, coughing several times as her fingers fumbled, causing the car to come to a sudden stop at the roadside. They had already exited the city limits, navigating a rural path, where the nearby zombies could sense Lu Zhe's presence, but dared not approach. Ensuring their safety, after several coughs, she retrieved a bottle of green tea from her space, taking a large gulp to clear her throat, her lips curling into a gentle smile at the overly cute zombie. Lu Xiaoza, perceiving her amusement, felt even more aggrieved, placing his little cup in front of him and turning toward the window, awkwardly refusing to look at her. Yin Xiao reached back to pat his head, soothingly saying, "All right, don't be upset. You're such a big zombie. How can you be jealous of a little baby?" Lu Zhe, still not having turned to look at her, instinctively nuzzled his head into her palm. With a sense of resignation, she unfastened her seatbelt and knelt on the driver's seat, leaning closer to him, that in the confined space. She made an effort to wrap her arms tightly around his shoulders. While Yin Xiao embraced her zombie from behind, that Lu Zhe gazed out of the car window, observing the series of actions through the reflection, his rigid spine gradually relaxing under her soothing touch. With his back to Yin Xiao, he was unable to turn around, so he could only watch through the rear-view mirror as his long fingers brushed against her warm little hand, that in the mirror's reflection. The girl's charmingly vibrant red lips gently pressed against the side of his face beneath his ear. The zombie's ears turned a bright shade of red in an instant. After embracing for a minute, Yin Xiao finally released him. Lu Zhe turned his head slowly, his face and neck tinged with a hint of pink. Yin Xiao reached out to pat his head, cheerfully coaxing, "I won't hug Xiaoxi anymore." "All right." At this moment, Lu Zhe appeared quite perceptive, deducing her implication. She worried he might feel jealous after hugging the little baby, so was this a way to compensate him? He certainly wasn't the type to be a jealous and petty zombie. Furthermore, merely hugging wasn't enough. The little zombie pondered for a moment, then reached out and boldly wrapped his arms around her waist, his handsome face slightly flushed. He rubbed against the spot where she had nuzzled. Inhaling her fragrant scent deeply, soft and delightful, that Lu Zhe successfully dismissed his earlier unhappiness. Following this exchange, the green tea placed in front of the car swayed a couple of times before crashing down below. Yin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the embrace. Her hands hung suspended in mid-air. It was only then that she swiftly grasped the green tea that was about to land on the zombie's back, helplessly placing her hand on his back to smooth his hair. "All right, we've lingered for quite some time. It's time to head home." Deep down, Lu Zhe was not particularly eager to return home, yet he nuzzled against her a couple more times before slowly straightening up. He stared at her red lips, momentarily entranced, his throat bobbing slightly. Yin Xiao reached out to tidy his clothes, placing the empty milk bottle back into storage, and handed him the chilled green tea she had been drinking. The little zombie obediently cradled the small green tea as they made their way home. From the afternoon drive until 6 in the evening, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze. The branches by the roadside adorned with frost, and a thin layer of ice coated the surface of the river. Thankfully, it hadn't snowed heavily. Otherwise, returning would have been quite a hassle by the time they arrived home. Night had completely fallen. Entering the dimly lit room from the first-floor living area, it felt as cold as the outside. Yin Xiao rubbed her hands together, ascended to the rooftop to switch on the circuit breaker, and tidied up the house a bit, retrieving the items she had previously stored away. Upon returning home, Lu Zhe seemed to harbor some concerns, becoming particularly clingy, trailing behind Yin Xiao like a little tail, steadfastly following her. While putting the household items back in place, some required plugging in, and Yin Xiao, worried he might get hurt, had no choice but to shoo him away. "Lu Zhe, go take a shower and change into your pajamas. Then wait for me in your room." Lu Zhe looked at her for a moment, his dark lips moving slightly, yet he said nothing, sniffing with a hint of grievance before turning away, dejectedly lowering his head as he left. Seizing this opportunity, Yin Xiao dismantled the iron wires of the outer electric fence. With the impending cold wave, the wind and snow would be relentless, rendering the electric fence ineffective. Fortunately, apart from Duan Jiang, who had managed to escape by chance, the rest of the members of the Yin Luo team had perished. Currently, not many knew her whereabouts, and the nearby water pollution had yet to recover, ensuring that no living souls would rush to this area, making her residence here relatively safe. However, despite removing the electric fence, Yin Xiao felt an unsettling lack of security. She pulled several lines near the edge of the yard, stringing them through the house to hang bells. Should anyone intrude, they would ring. She also intended to have Lu Zhe call a few zombies to guard outside, yelling if someone approached. Perhaps they could even deter intruders. Certainly more effective than the bells. Once the traps were set, she went upstairs to find Lu Zhe. Just as she pushed the door open, Lu Zhe, Yin Zhao's words halted, her gaze frozen at the doorway. She saw the little zombie, freshly cleaned, donned in a fluffy dinosaur pajama, kneeling at the washboard facing the wall, with the dinosaur tail trailing on the carpet. The entire zombie appeared exceedingly pitiable, having just bathed. His body was still damp, his hair not yet dried, droplets gliding down his skin and tracing along the contours of his perfect jawline, skimming over his Adam's apple and collarbone. Faced with such a scene, Yin Zhao's mind struggled to process it, taking a moment to recall that she had once told the little zombie to find the washboard and kneel on when he played with matches in the storage space. No wonder he was so resistant to the idea of returning home during the day. Upon coming back, he had been so aggrieved, constantly rubbing against her, fearing punishment all along. After a brief moment of dazedness, Yin Xiao slipped off her shoes, padding barefoot across the carpet to approach him from behind. Sensing someone nearing, the little zombie straightened his posture, lowering his head, his hands pressed against his sides, looking exceptionally well-behaved. Yin Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Who could resist such a docile zombie? She fetched a towel and placed it upon his head, gently drying his short hair until it was dry. Then grasped the back of his neck, compelling him to stand. Do you understand your mistake? Yin Xiao inquired. Chapter 75. How did you know I am allergic to mangoes? The warm light from the overhead bulb illuminated her clean, healthy face, her cheeks slightly flushed as if she had taken a sip of wine. Liu Zhe was momentarily dazed, then nodded earnestly, lowering his gaze to reply, I understand my mistake. Yin Xiao pointed at the washboard. Stand on it. Standing on the washboard was somewhat more comfortable than kneeling, as the soft flesh of his soles cushioned the discomfort. Liu Zhe obediently complied, standing on the washboard. Yin Xiao was very close, his back pressed against the wall, and he lowered his head slightly, noticing the delicate collarbone of the young girl, while his Adam's apple began to bob restlessly. The room was warmed by the air conditioning, creating a cozy atmosphere. Yin Xiao removed her outer jacket, revealing a white sweatshirt underneath. Having returned home without the chance to shower or change clothes, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Several dirty marks marred her shoulder, her collar flipped outward, exposing a glimpse of what lay beneath. The innocent zombie found such sights difficult to bear, his cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue as he slowly raised his hands, hovering in front of her waist. Pausing for 2 seconds, mustering the courage to embrace her. However, Yin Xiao mercilessly swatted his hands away. You're standing in punishment. So be serious. Liu Zhe, who had initially felt fortunate, soon discovered that this standing punishment was even more uncomfortable than kneeling. While kneeling faced the wall meant he couldn't see anything, standing while facing Yin Xiao, particularly with the washboard beneath him, provided a clearer view. Yin Xiao looked up at him, taking hold of his soft, cool jaw, her fingers gently squeezing it several times. Her voice took on a stern tone. If you play with fire again, I'll throw away your milk powder. Do you understand? Lu Zhe blinked his eyes in response, muttering a muffled in acknowledgement. Once she felt satisfied with the pressure on his face, she withdrew her hand, beaming as she said, All right, your punishment is over. You can come down now. In the next moment, the zombie before her lunged forward with the fervor of a large dog greeting its master, swiftly enveloping her waist and burying its face in the crook of her neck, pressing against her with fervent affection. Yin Zhao's hands hovered in the air, frozen for a brief instant. After a few seconds, she smiled and lowered her hands to rest on his back, believing he felt wronged by being made to kneel or stand as punishment. gently caressing his spine in silent consolation. Despite having eliminated the Yin Luo squad, a knot remained in Yin Zhao's heart, that of Duan Jiang. However, there was no means to ascertain the man's whereabouts in the vast expanse of Ning City. With the network down, searching for an individual felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Utterly futile. This matter would have to remain quietly nestled in her heart. As the weather grew increasingly frigid. The daytime temperature plummeted to -15 degrees Celsius. Then on the third day after Yin Xiao returned home, a heavy snowfall blanketed Ning City once more. This time, the snow was particularly voluminous, within just a single night. The accumulation on the roads reached half a meter and continued to fall down on the 85th day of the apocalypse, December 28th. At dawn, Yin Xiao made her way to the rooftop, where she prepared a modest barbecue. Just as she was halfway through cooking, the incandescent lights flickered and extinguished, plunging the villa into sudden darkness that a power outage had occurred. She filled the diesel generator with fuel, activating it while temporarily shutting off the lights downstairs, leaving only a single lamp on the rooftop. Using a pair of binoculars, she surveyed her surroundings. The distant landscape was shrouded in darkness as well, and since no one else resided nearby, she was uncertain whether they too were experiencing a power outage. Logically, a complete blackout should have happened after a month and a half. The darkness was overwhelming, and the heavy snowfall made it impossible for her to ascertain the situation. Fortunately, the presence of a generator alleviated her concerns, making the lack of electricity a minor issue for the time being. Yin Xiao chose to ignore the outage and continued with her grilling, considering that the generator was situated on the rooftop. Operating it while dining there could pose a danger. Therefore, she relocated her utensils to the first floor, continuing her barbecue in the living room. Having grilled once before, she was now adept, the small skewers sizzling with a crispy exterior and tender interior, oozing with savory juices, each bite bursting with flavor. Clad in her red monster-themed pajamas, while Lu Zhe donned a green dinosaur-themed ensemble, they sat together on a small stool. Yin Xiao took charge of the grilling, and Lu Zhe assisted by sampling the flavors. The air conditioning was not particularly well ventilated. The living room door stood open, and outside, there was little wind, just the falling snow. Inside, with the air conditioning running, the cold was hardly felt. Yet, the zombies outside suffered, as earlier Yin Xiao and Lu Zhe had conspired to gather the zombies in this vicinity for their protection. Now, a throng of zombies lingered outside, their expressions vacant as they peered in, irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma, yet too timid to approach. Yin Xiao placed the skewers on a rack, cautioning Lu Zhe not to fidget. She then stepped to the doorway and tossed some raw meat from her spatial storage to the zombies outside, considering it a reward for their diligent guardianship during this time. Upon returning to the living room, a snowflake had settled in her hair that Lu Zhe reached out to touch it, and at the moment of contact, the snowflake melted under the warm breeze of the air conditioning. The girl's dark, fragrant strands brushed against his fingertips. He slowly withdrew his hand, placing his fingers to his nose and sniffing curiously. Yin Xiao remained unaware of the unusual moment. She retrieved a slice of 8-inch mango cake from her spatial storage and placed it on the adjacent coffee table, her smile radiant as she declared, "Lu Zhe, today is my birthday." As an orphan, the only thing she possessed was the cold, numerical identification on her identification card, making this date particularly significant for the young girl. Since childhood, she had eagerly anticipated the arrival of this day each year, yearning for someone to celebrate it with her. Though only a zombie sat beside her now, she felt immense joy, grateful for her second chance at life and the opportunity to live safely. Lu Zhe, fiddling with his fingers, paused at her words, lifting his gaze to the mango cake on the coffee table, his gray eyes widening slightly in surprise.